A long time ago, in a galaxy not so far away, a little movie called Star Wars took the world by storm. It captured the imagination of filmgoers like never before. It blew sci-fi fantasy into the stratosphere, and with the dawn of video games on the horizon, and George Lucas being the clever businessman that he is, he made sure to make absolute bank out of it outside of the films. I love video games. I love Star Wars. As a kid, the video games were almost always a treat for me, whether it be battling Sith with lightsabers or blasting Star Destroyers with an A-Wing. It was difficult to go wrong with a Star Wars game. For me, it was an easy way to make sure my spending money was spent wisely. So I spent a lot of time playing Star Wars. And today I want to celebrate that with the most comprehensive Star Wars game review video ever made. Not guaranteed, but probably. How many games? I don't know. I genuinely cannot be bothered to count them, but it is most of them, and it is the ones that count. The last time I did this with Kirby, I tried to be as thorough as possible with every game. But obviously, we can't have this being 12 hours long, so I will be thorough where I need to be thorough, and I will be mildly thorough where I should be brief. Sometimes I can't stop myself, but strap in. A big thank you to my Patreon supporters for supporting me in what I do. I appreciate it ever so much, and it makes doing these videos worthwhile. If you want to find out how you can support me too, and all the amazing benefits of doing so, then stick around for a little bit. I'll tell you in a hot minute. Or hour, because apparently it's ill-advised to start the e-begging straight away. But don't worry, we've got a lot of time. So, how are we going to structure this absolute beast? Well, we are going in pseudo-chronological order, from the very first game all the way up to the present day. But there is a heavy caveat, because despite all the will in the universe telling me to give it up as a bad job, I do in fact want some kind of pacing and flow to this video, and I'm being deadly serious with that. So while the general thread will be chronological, I'm also going to be jumping around a little bit in order to group certain series or sequels together. For example, in the 5-year gap between Rogue Squadron 1 and Rogue Squadron 3, plenty of games were released. But I think it would be wise, I feel, to keep these together. You know what I mean? Maybe not, but I don't care. It's for my own sanity. So, there is only one place to start, and that's with the very first Star Wars game based on the very first movie. Actually, that's not true, because the first ever Star Wars game was based on Empire. It's never easy, is it? While I am marketing this as a complete game retrospective, I have to state it's not every morsel of Star Wars gaming, but instead of telling you what is included in this video, it would be easier to tell you what is not included. Are you ready? Okay. Free-to-play smartphone games? No. MMOs? No. Sorry, Old Republic Galaxies, but really, no. Plug-and-play games? No. Physical pinball games? You're having a laugh. Fan games? No. VR games? No. Web browser games? No. Marketing tie-ins like Disney Infinity or skins in Fortnite, Minecraft, The Sims? No. This is serious business. I don't want to waste people's time. I would never do that. This is just pure, unadulterated, proper Star Wars games. This video has taken a lot of time, a lot of effort, and it certainly won't be worth it for me, but I sincerely hope that you do enjoy it. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the very first Star Wars video game. Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, released in 1982 on the Atari 2600. This was developed by Parker Brothers, which for some reason makes me think it was by the creators of South Park. That would have been a fun crossover. Parker Brothers, now known as Hasbro, are more famous for Monopoly, which we may or may not see later in this video. It was programmed by Rex Bradford and designed by Sam Kielman. That must have been a brutal, crunching half a day's work for him. I even heard he took his lunch break late. What a guy. Interestingly, although Lucasfilm's game studio had opened already, it was too late for them to make a Star Wars game since George needed to pay for his tropical island and sold the licensing beforehand, so they had to wait a bit. This was back when games had to keep their scope in check. While modern games have the scope of the James Webb Telescope, Atari games are the equivalent of when a kid pretends to be a pirate by cupping their eyes like this. That kind of scope. What we have here is your classic Defender style game. Not like Star Wars to plagiarize anything, but yeah, if you're familiar with Defender, you kind of know what you're going to get here. This has you zooming left and right, and it's nice to see it scrolling so smoothly. For some reason, I was expecting this to be like a PowerPoint presentation, but maybe that's because I've seen too many Spectrum games and thought the Atari would be the same, but no, it's as smooth as hell, and fast. You can guess this is taking one of the most famous action set pieces from the second movie, The Battle of Hoth, as the rebel forces are trying to defend an evacuation from their now not so secret base. Let's assume you are Luke in the Snowspeeder as an endless stream of AT-ATs march towards the base. It's nice of them to keep single file, like super considerate and polite to line up. No wonder they all have British accents. And when I say endless, I'm pretty sure it is endless. Your goal is to survive as long as possible, either before losing all your lives or one of the bad guys makes it to your base, whichever comes first. For me, it was almost always losing my lives because, you know, YOLO. You have one attack, a blaster, and you just need to shoot these endlessly until they fall down. And yeah, it actually does a good job of conveying the hopelessness of your defense because they take forever. And you can't use the movie tricks with the tow cable or getting old Jedi on their arse. You just need to shoot its head about 50 times before one is taken down. The more you shoot them, the more their color will change, which is nice, but I'm not sure how the color change indicates the amount of health left. I know we're in the rudimentary gaming era, but surely they knew that turning red near the end would indicate it's about to blow up. Yellow? What are you talking about? That's barely halfway through. At first it seems quite difficult because these AT-ATs don't play around. They can even shoot out of their arse. And if you get hit, you get absolutely haymakered. You are hit for 6. And it's not exactly clear, at least from my time playing, how many hits you can take. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's more. But eventually, once you get more comfortable with the controls and you get used to the fire rate of the AT-ATs, it's not too bad and it's almost easy. Sure, you can still get careless, which is my entire existence on this planet. If it looks like I'm doing something carefully, just check it's not some sort of modified clone Jordan. But I have to be honest, it wasn't because I was getting extra careless, it was because I was just running out of steam in terms of enjoyment. It's almost a cover shooter. You know, shoot, dodge, shoot. You can sort of predict the angle of their shots to make sure you don't get hit. I was getting a bit bored when my points got over the 1,000 mark. It does seem to get tougher though. It seems the walkers get faster in terms of their speed and their fire rate, although that could just be my imagination. And I definitely heard the alert sound more often the longer I went on. A nice warning that they're getting a bit too close. Maybe I'm playing it wrong. I can imagine it being a lot of fun zipping around all over the battlefield like you do in Rogue Squadron, taking pot shots here and there, avoiding taking a laser to the face, but this sneaky play, it just didn't do too much for me. The only interesting thing to note is that sometimes you do go Super Jedi. I guess Obi-Wan sends some extra midi-chlorians across to you for a short amount of time to make you invincible, which gives you enough time to take out one AT-AT from full health to boom. I really have no idea what starts this. My guess is just not getting hit for a certain amount of time, or at least not losing a life. This happened like 3 or 4 times while I was playing, and the first time it happened was when I accidentally hit the button for one of the console dip switches. Remember, the Atari had the options like on the damn box itself, so yeah, I thought I started it myself, but no, that just led me to being even extra confused by it. I know I'm being a bit late giving advice and feedback, but hey, Rex, Sam, are you listening? I think they could have added some other things. Maybe not only AT-ATs, why not like an AT-ST in there once in a while? Maybe some ground troops. Maybe each could have a different strategy to defeat them, just to change things up a bit. I don't think it's out of the realms of reason for the hardware, I would have thought. I'm not a programmer, so maybe I'm asking too much, but who wouldn't want to vaporize stormtroopers by running over them in a snowspeeder? I have to say, even though after about 30 minutes I started feeling a bit bored, I think this game is pretty decent for the time. Now, I don't play a lot of Atari 2600 games because it's way before my time. I know people think I look like I'm 45, but no, this is too old even for my dad. Of the Atari 2600 games that I played, I say yeah, this is one of the better ones because it doesn't make me want to jump out of the nearest window thinking about how bored 70s kids must have been. It's alright, it would have done a decent enough job transporting young Star Wars fans into one of the best set pieces in the trilogy. Not a bad start for our franchise in the video gaming world. It wouldn't be long, however, before gaming ambitions for the franchise rose. That Atari 2600 game sold millions and Atari's eyes lit up. They themselves got the rights to an arcade Star Wars game and turned to the original movie for inspiration. And this time, they were going big. They weren't gonna make some dinky Defender clone, they were going for a full, immersive Star Wars experience worthy of the franchise. And so, in May 1983, Star Wars was released to the arcades and is considered one of the greatest and most influential games of all time. As you can see, it's one of those you had to be there kind of experiences. For a long time, this was considered the pinnacle Star Wars game due to its ambition. You were actually piloting an X-Wing and it was in 3D, kind of 3D vector graphics. You could only get this power in arcades. You wouldn't get this at home for like another decade almost. It's a simple game. It's taken inspiration from the film's finale, the attack on the Death Star. The first phase has you dogfighting TIE fighters in space. At least it has that illusion. TIEs will fly all around randomly and you have to try and shoot them down. But more importantly, you have to shoot their fireballs. Yeah, that's what they're really called, that are hurtling towards you. You can shoot them. Like, Luke's already a Jedi Master if he can do that. And why that's important is because this game is not judging you on your predatory skills. It doesn't care if you're the Red Baron of Yavin 4, it cares about you surviving. That is the goal, just don't die. Shoot their lasers, make sure you don't take hits, and pretty quickly you'll be moving on to the Death Star trench run. Again, just dodge side to side and you'll soon be at the exhaust port before shooting that and flying off for the victory. 1 minute. 30 seconds. I think we've found not only the shortest Star Wars game ever, but maybe the shortest game of all time. But I can't move on because, as with most classic arcade games, that's just the first loop. The second loop increases the difficulty and adds in an extra stage. There's actually 3 phases now. Plonked in the middle has you taking out some nasty looking barnacles on the surface, not sure what they are. Again, just survive. And now the third phase includes some nice colourful pipes. Who knew the Emperor loved a rainbow or two? The third loop I could just not get past because the second phase added towers into the surface and they just kicked my arse. Also, I should say, this game made me want to puke. Not because it's bad or anything, but no, it's the controls. For some reason, the controls are inverted or verted, whichever one it is. I don't know, but it's the one that I don't like. I think it's a visual or perspective thing. I should be focusing on the fact that I'm piloting a spaceship, which would make sense, like you push up and the ship nosedives. But the fact that I'm staring at this reticle and removed from the idea of piloting a ship, like, I just want to move this reticle around the screen and shoot stuff, but when I press up, it goes down, and then I projectile vomit all over the screen. So that really didn't help with matters. I'd have probably enjoyed this a hell of a lot more if there was an option to switch it in the settings, which, you know, if I'd asked that in 1983, people would have laughed at me and told me to man up. But yeah, this is mildly fun. I can see why it's considered a great. I don't think it's a great these days. The controls are overly sensitive. I mean, I can't even input my name properly. It's a super short game. It gets tough very quickly, but for the time, I can see this being amazing. The arcade version is the big daddy, but it was ported to pretty much every home console or computer of the era, whether it was wise to do so or not. Amiga, Commodore 64, Spectrum, even the GameCube. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm playing this on the GameCube because, believe it or not, this was an unlockable bonus game in Rogue Squadron 3. Remember when games used to be generous? These days it would be like a pre-order exclusive DLC and the 3rd season pass before being delisted after 6 months due to licensing issues with the Mountain Dew sponsored X-Wing skin. But no, if you've got Rogue Squadron 3, just pop it in your GameCube and enjoy it. Well, okay, you have to do some challenging stuff to unlock it, unless you got cheat codes, baby. Remember those in games? Fun times. I will get to Rogue Squadron 3 in God knows how many hours time, but it's been super useful for this video because Star Wars Arcade wasn't the only original arcade game. There were 2 sequels on it as well, which I better get to, right? As I said, I'm skipping a couple of games in the middle to keep this mini-series together. So we're going up to 1984 right now. We're gonna come back in a bit later, okay? Now, any normal person would assume that the next arcade game would be based on Empire, but those people are idiots. Of course not, because 1 year after Star Wars released, 1984 saw the release of Star Wars Return of the Jedi. It might sound stupid, but there is a good reason, and real Star Wars fans already know the answer. It's because Return of the Jedi had just come out. Empire was old news by this point, and you can see this is really quite a different game. This is what I like to call isometric idiocy. I'm not the biggest fan of isometric games because, as you've heard, my perspective on things can be warped very easily. Like, if I press up, am I going to go directly vertical from my perspective, or is it the perspective of the character? The answer is, I don't really know. You just sort of wiggle it about and you get used to it. You're too busy trying not to crash into a tree to work out which perspective you're doing it from. So, the gameplay is very different. It's way less ambitious and cheap, perhaps to get this out quicker, or maybe they wanted something more colourful and visually appealing. You start off on the forest moon of Endor, and you play as Leia as she flies off on a speeder. And it's about dodging trees and stormtroopers. It's all a bit disastrous in my early attempts because, yeah, the controls took me a while to get used to. You will be forgiven for thinking the aim of this is to shoot all the stormtroopers, but don't be daft, okay? Once again, it's all about surviving, just don't die. Those enemy speeders will occasionally fire shots off, so, make sure they're never directly behind you and you'll be okay. I might be stupid enough to faceplant into an Ewok's arse, but so are they. Hey, it's like the movies. And the Ewoks, they help you. You can lead the speeders through traps set up and they take them out that way. Make sure you get through the trees unscathed, and boss, you've got to the end of Phase 1. You're greeted by C-3PO and R2 alongside some rather surprising celebrations from the Ewoks. Look at that! Suck on this, stormtroopers! They're all at it, the cheeky gits. What I like about this game is that it's very learnable. It feels less random than other games. You can actually predict almost everything the game throws at you. If you play it enough, just learn the level design, enemy placement. I think it's a game you might be able to master. It does have its harsh moments though, like respawning me in a tree, thanks for that, or in front of a bomb, wonderful. But yeah, like Star Wars the arcade, initially there's just 2 phases, but a middle one is squeezed in once you get to the second loop. That part is just weird because you control Chewie in the AT-ST. The perspective is mirrored to the first one, so it's instant whiplash with the controls, and it does an adequate job of conveying the reality of a hairy tree sloth piloting a elite military vehicle, i.e. who's been drinking and driving. Fire logs are lobbed at you, and there's even giant logs everywhere as well. I just have to point out that AT-ST stands for All Terrain Scout Transport. All terrain, all except anything that's not flat. You also have enemy AT-STs before you rock up to a remarkably generic looking Solo who blows up the shield generator. It's not actually too bad, except were it not for the fact it completely and randomly switches to the space battle above. The Falcon winged by a couple of X-Wings as you go in a super rudimentary shmup. For some reason this was either painfully easy or hellishly difficult depending on which way the wind blew. It connects to the final phase as the Falcon enters the Death Star and starts to do some preschool version of the Battletoad Turbo Tunnel. What I love about this is that instead of shooting the interceptors, you can just bash them off. Bonk, see you later. This is pretty short and easy as you get to the core and blast it off, and there is an escape scene, which is super hardcore because you're going backwards and you're essentially flying blind or from your memory. I haven't actually escaped before, but it's fine. It's only Lando and that weird alien fella. You don't lose a life for those guys. You start the next loop even if you die there. It's probably signifying the death of Billy D. Williams' career after Star Wars. This is a super addictive game. I played way longer than any of the other early arcade games, so much so I filled out the entire scoreboard. I quite like this game a lot. I wish it controlled it a little bit better. I'd have preferred like a vertical camera rather than isometric, but I guess it's harder to get these cool side-on visuals like that. I get it. It reminds me of a Game Boy Advance game in the visual style, which is not bad from 1984. It's not cutting-edge 3D, but I think it's alright, and I still can't get over those Ewoks, absolute punks. Unsurprisingly, this is much less well known than the original Star Wars arcade game and didn't see vast ports elsewhere, but there were a few releases on higher end home computers at the time. But once again, I was playing this on the GameCube, which was via the Wii U. Yeah, these are the weird lengths I go to get this shit done, ladies and gentlemen. A year later, in 1985, Atari wanted to go back to the goldmine style that was the original arcade game with vector graphics, designed by the same dude, programmed by the same people, Mike Halley, Greg Rivera, and Norm Avella. Unfortunately, I don't think it worked out so much since this one isn't talked about like at all. I think there's a couple of reasons for that, but first, what is the game about? Well, I'll just say I do like this one even more than the original. Just in terms of like if I had to choose one to play, I would like 100% pick this one because even though it lacks the iconic climax of the first movie, it's just more fun. Once again, there's no real goal aside from surviving. Any destruction you cause is for point's sake, which I guess is the point of playing. If you can't beat the bully up at school, well then you could take his high score down. That's a victory of some kind. Until he finds out who did it and then slams your head through the arcade cabinet. This has 4 phases, and it's just insane because it seems to randomly cut to the next one without reason. It's like being hit by a whirlwind. You have no idea what's going on the first time you play this, and for the record, of these early arcade games, this is the one that I played first for some reason, so my aiming was doubly terrible here. You're trying to get used to the puke bubbling inverted aiming. The game begins on Hoth, in a snow speeder shooting probe droids trying to send out signals, who are also trying to shoot at you. Once enough signals get out, you move on to phase 2. So I think theoretically, for the sake of points, you want this to go on as long as possible, like delay the signals. Maybe, I don't know. It's not very tough, of course, I'm playing on easy. Secondly, oh boy, I can imagine in 1985, seeing these AT-ATs looming on the screen would have been equally badass and terrifying. They look so daunting coming up against, but just like the movie, you can defend yourself a little bit by shooting off a special tow cable. Thankfully, you don't need to do the hardcore moves by circling around them. As long as it touches their legs, they fall down. This is the equivalent of an elementary school sports day version. This section ends when all the transporter ships have been boarded and we are whisked away to fight some TIEs, which is very similar to the first game. The final one may be a bit of an anticlimax. It's dodging asteroids. You can shoot them, but I found it to be, just fly away from them. After which we are greeted by Vader. And that's it, that's the game complete. You go to another loop. What I love about this is the pacing. As I said, at first it feels like you're being sent to Oz with Dorothy, but once that settles, you're getting a really nice pace that never dwells too long in one section before you get bored. I really appreciate that. It's like they didn't care that the content would be over by the time it takes to have a piss, but when you're looping like this, it doesn't really matter. It reminds me of Robotron for some reason. And I say that as someone who's never actually played Robotron. I just assume this is what Robotron feels like to play. I've watched enough classic Game Room to know what Robotron is like to play. It's osmosis knowledge. It also looks better too. There's more detail and textures, not massively upgraded, but still noticeable. So why does no one talk about this one, even though I personally think it's better than the one that everyone does talk about? Well, a few reasons. It was treading on old ground. It didn't have that impact the original did when it burst on the scene 2 years earlier. It's definitely not an original concept anymore. Also, from what I heard, despite Empire being considered the best movie in the whole series, back then in the early days it wasn't looked upon so fondly. I mean, they still liked it, but maybe lesser of the 3 before people realized, hang on, it's a much more interesting and deeper movie than we realized. I don't think too many people were wholly excited about playing a game of a movie that came out 5 years ago and already had a sequel. But I think the primary suspect may be in how it released. This wasn't a standalone cabinet as far as I'm aware. This was like a rudimentary upgrade option for the first game. There was an upgrade kit to convert Star Wars Arcade into Empire. Slap some new stickers on the cabinet, hey look, it's new. But considering Star Wars Arcade was still making bank at this time, there was probably no need to upgrade or convert. That's my theory anyways, which is a shame because it is definitely better than Star Wars Arcade. Put those pitchforks down, ladies and gentlemen, okay? I wasn't there, I don't get it, I don't understand. I might be 33, but even all things considered, I'm still relatively young when it comes to these sort of games. Although of these original 3 arcade games, I still don't think it's the best one. Okay, maybe technically this is the best from a scientific perspective, but scientists have no sense of humor, especially ones that measure this kind of stuff. The first game is the most iconic, but Return of the Jedi, man, it's like an actual Atari game, only, good and playable. It's super addictive. It's never gonna get the credit it deserves, but to the 3,000 people that eventually watched this, let's show it a bit of respect. It's the most fun, in my opinion. I mean, of course it's the most fun. It's got 3 Ewoks giving it large. Have some of that, you slag. Okay, so we've jumped up to 1985. We're getting ahead of ourselves here. We need to jump back a little bit, much to Bowling for Soup's disappointment, just when they thought they had it. Sorry, guys. Going back to 1983, like very early 1983, Parker Brothers and their Star Wars programming slave, Rex Bradford, which totally could have been the name of a Y-Wing pilot, Rex Bradford. Yeah, he'd get blown up in the 3rd movie probably. That's probably why they chose him. Unfortunately, the Force was not strong with him because this doesn't quite match the acceptableness of the previous game. 1983 saw the release of Star Wars Jedi Arena, which is now widely considered to be one of the worst games of all time, or at least worst Star Wars game of all time. Whether it is or not, I'll get to that later with a comprehensive and totally scientific list, but yeah, I don't want to say it's bad, because bad, that's harsh, like it's bad, bad. This is more like rubbish. You know, it's like rubbish. There's a sense of dismissal, like it's not worth getting worked up over. Think it's bad, that's like bullying bad. Think it's rubbish is like a jaded vet after 35 years service putting down his 3,000th dog. Like, it's rubbish, you know. And I realize I haven't talked about the game before criticizing it because, well, just look at it. Look at it. There's really nothing to see here. There's nothing to understand here. What I'm trying to say is I don't really get it. I don't know what's going on. Never have 2 erect sticks wagging at each other ever been so dull, and trust me, I went to a D&D session once. So it took me at least 2 minutes to figure out how to actually start the damn game. I was waggling around and able to make electric happen, but my opponent was pulling some elderly Obi-Wan crap by not really doing anything. Then I remembered, oh yeah, it's the Atari 2600. It had switches on the console, like to set the game up, and eventually I did figure it out. I remember seeing this game in an episode of Angry Video Game Nerd. It was the episode for like 10 seconds, and I remember thinking, how does this actually play? I don't get it. Well, it's actually a little interesting. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. I mean, it's a damn Atari game, and essentially, this is just a mild step up from Pong. And you can't say Pong's a bad game, okay? What is interesting about it is that you control 2 things. You control your lightsaber with the stick, left and right, pretty obvious. You can use this to defend from electric attacks from your opponent, but you can press the button to fire off your own electric attacks. Your electric attack comes from the ball floating around. You choose when it fires, and it fires in the direction your lightsaber is facing. So there's the balance of aiming to attack, but making sure your saber is ready to give you cover, to defend. If you manage to defend the electric, then it will also be attracted to your sword for some reason. I don't know what that does really. You have to fire off electric bolts at the person. Yeah, that is a person holding the lightsaber. Not sure why it looks like it's coming from his groin. It's hardly the pose of a warrior, more like a pisser. You can see each player has a barrier of sorts that's just like the blocks in Breakout or the barriers in Space Invaders. You can penetrate through with precise hits in like 3 or so if you get the exact same spot each time. But let's face it, the fights are chaotic, especially if you up the speed. Occasionally the ball in the middle will get sick of you both being crap and start going apeshit to speed this pathetically choreographed fight up. You know, it is super basic, and maybe even for the time. You know, the Atari 2600 came out in like 77, so that's like 6 years on the market. And I'm not an expert on the console, as you may have guessed by me not knowing how to start the damn games, but I'd be mildly confident to say that by this time, some publishers were trying to start some more adventurous gameplay styles rather than the ultra basic competitive game like this is. But it's not bad, okay? You can't say it's bad just because you wanted to pilot an X-Wing or something. Is it boring? Well, probably not if you had a bunch of friends and a bunch of these type of Atari games. Would I ever play this again? Hell no. But I wasn't as disgusted as I expected to be. I like the attempt at faux 3D on the sword. Look at that, that's mildly impressive. One thing that did annoy me though is after a round is over, you switch sides and the controls are made opposite. Why? For what reason? So if you press left, your lightsaber goes right. What is wrong with people in perspectives in the 80s? Was it the asbestos in the buildings that made their brain turn to liquid when it comes to perspective? When this happened, I just turned the controller upside down to make it normal again. Ha, didn't see that one coming, did you, Darth? You know, I played for 15 minutes and it wasn't terrible. We are still in 1983, and we are sticking with the good old Atari 2600. Due to the new Return of the Jedi movie, there was a dedicated tie-in for the most popular home console in North America. Once again, developed and published by Parker Brothers, although there's no information on who the programmer is for this one, which is a shame because this is the best Star Wars game. On Atari, obviously. What I've loved about doing this video so far, as we are about to say goodbye to Atari for the last time, is I like the fact that there's this puzzle aspect, like figuring out what you're supposed to do and how are you supposed to do it. And then when that comes together and there's this click of, oh, that's what you're supposed to do, it's actually quite satisfying. This is the best Star Wars Atari game, hands down, and it had the most satisfying oh moment of the lot of them, because when you boot it up and you're just mesmerized by the disco dance floor above, like, what's going on there? And why are there like holes gaping once in a while? I don't get it. After fanning about with the TIE interceptors and the absolute juggernaut that is the transport ship, eventually I realized I could go through the hole, and we're transported into the second phase of the loop, up close and personal with the Death Star, which instantly annihilates me. That's not fair. You can see the blinking light in the middle. Obviously, that's the core. That's what we need. But there is an issue. I can shoot the bottom bit, but my length isn't long enough to reach the core. That's what she said. So this greatly perplexed me until I realized I was firing too fast. If you shoot another bullet, it negates the one you've already shot. That's insane. Here's me thinking I'm a badass machine gun mother, whereas I'm actually just balking myself. You have to shoot one bullet at a time, which is quite frustrating because you have to restrain yourself. And if you avoid the interceptor bullets, the plowing transporter, and the Death Star beam, you will get to the core and bam. I love the audio build up to this. There's a tangible tenseness, you know, that's gonna be epic, and it is. And I love the fact that even when you do that, you can still get blown up by the debris from the explosion. That's great. I also love how they're still building the Death Star during the attack. And not just that, but building it at such a quick speed. It's like a dog that's eating something it shouldn't be. You know, when you rush over to go see what it is, and then it just wolfs it down before you take it away from them. It's like that. Either that or the builders or contractors who just want to move on to the next project as quick as possible for the paycheck, and they just can't be delayed by some small battle happening. Don't worry about it, you're insured, come on, everything's insured, you're insured, everyone's insured, it's okay, the insurers, get out of it, Y-Wing, what you doing, man? This game can loop pretty quickly if you manage to sneak through the gaping hole fast enough, and it gets more and more difficult the longer you go on, and it's quite fun. My only complaint really is the turning of the Falcon. It's not exactly smooth, it's like they tried to be somewhat realistic to include a proper sweeping U-turn. It's mildly annoying. But yeah, this is an actual thumbs up from me. It's a pretty decent arcade game that's easy to pick up and play. It flows well, there's enough variety, and it's inventive with the idea. I'm not sure how I feel about the Death Star laser following you outside of the Death Star like that kid in school with the wandering eye. It's a bit freaky, but hey, it adds to the tenseness as it follows you around the screen. Thankfully it can't loop around like you, sucker. So yeah, if you happen to have an Atari 2600 or 5200, I think it's on there, then you should definitely get this game. It's probably the best Atari game I've ever played, and I've played at least 5 of them, and that's saying something, right? That's top 5. Are you ready for one of, if not the most obscure Star Wars game ever made? In fact, it's so obscure, I'm like 80% convinced it's an unofficial IP stealer. But it does have Lucas copyright on the bottom, so it must be real. No one would ever lie about that. And I did think about not including this, but then what if it is officially licensed? And that would literally keep me up at night. Just when you thought you conquered anxiety, a Spanish Ewok game comes to beat you right back down. Because yeah, this is a Spanish game released on the MSX in 1987, and it's called Ewoks, Wicket and the Dandelion Warriors, which is also the name of a kid's Star Wars book. This game ain't for kids, okay? It's a balls hard shooter. It's also terrible. You control a little Ewok who's a champion spear thrower, and one would assume he's trying to massacre these Dandelion Warriors flying at him. The screen scrolls at a snail's pace and you can't do anything to speed it up. Just make sure you don't get hit, which you will do because these gits bounce off the walls at just the perfect angle to catch you off guard. Oh, and look out, little Wicket, the terrain might trap you in place. This is an awful game, it's incredibly unbalanced, but I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt because that bloke Walter is probably still sweating about Disney potentially knocking on his door with a lawsuit. Yeah, I bet he didn't expect the mouse to be in the house 30 years on. This fella called Walter also had 2 more Star Wars games. One simply called Ewoks, and another one called Droids en el Planeta Ingor. Basically the same puzzle game with 0 animation whatsoever. So yeah, I mean I had planned to spend 5 minutes on every game at least, but not for this one. Sorry Walter, but I'm doing you a favor not advertising your copyright theft as much as I could do. You're welcome. With the home computer market on its knees in North America thanks to Atari's wonderful lack of business sense, there wasn't much going on with Star Wars in the mid to late 80s, as we just witnessed with that wonderful MSX game. Once the market crashed, it took a while for things to settle back down again to a point where Lucasfilm felt comfortable to milk their franchise on home consoles. Now, the video game crash only really happened in North America. Europe was busy waiting for their ZX Spectrums to load, and Japan was rolling in the good times with the Famicom. And it was in 1987 that Japan got one of its very few Star Wars exclusives. Star Wars. Don't you just love it when they used to keep the name simple? It's a game about Star Wars, what are we gonna call it? Star Wars. Love it. Now this is kind of an infamous game. I think we've all seen the AVGN episode where he took on a bunch of Star Wars games, and this one stood out like a scorpion Darth Vader. Rather than a retelling of the Star Wars, it's more like a what if scenario. What if everyone on the development team didn't actually get to see the movie, and what if they all started smoking crack? With the Famicom, that was really the only place to go. Why do you think Mario sit in the Mushroom Kingdom? You think Miyamoto likes creamy mushroom soup or something? Hell no, he's been growing his own stash since the early 80s. This is a weird game, but not entirely bad. It's just that classic Famicom difficult, where being unfair was considered a good point from reviewers of the time, back when gamers had backbones. I thought I had some kind of backbone, but it turns out it's made of chalk, because this game crushed my soul pretty much. The first section of the level is quite easy and perhaps gives you a false sense of security, but once you're rocking up to Darth Vader and he turns into a scorpion, that one-hit death really takes its toll, especially with his unpredictable movement. Or maybe I should say, its unpredictable movement. Couple that with Luke's sloth-like lightsaber attacks and having the length that would leave many an unsatisfied housewife, it is tough. I mean, hit detection just does not exist with this lightsaber. The tip doesn't do anything. The physics are also incredibly floaty and hard to predict. Plus, it's got that age-old lubed-up floor, so any jump risks you sliding to your death. I love it when that happens. After you beat Darth Scorpion, you end up rescuing R2-D2 and some Jawas before blasting off in the Millennium Falcon, which gives you the second stage, or maybe it should be considered like a minigame of sorts, and this was hard to get around. In fact, it was this stage that kept tripping me up time and time again. Why did I have to play the game over and over again? Because you only have 3 lives, and that's it. Game over, the Empire has won. Luke's corpse is floating through space and he ain't doing that Leia nonsense just yet. It hasn't been written into the lore at this moment. This interplanetary nonsense took a while to get used to, as I repeatedly had to go through it, but the key is to shoot the ties. But also, put up your shield when there is an enemy shot coming at you. My initial instinct every time was to just dodge the bullets, but that ain't it, Chief. You can't dodge them. You have to press the other button, which I am assuming is raising your shield, but who knows. Considering how faithful they are to the source material, for all I know, it could be powering up the disco ball in the cockpit. The first time I came out of this minigame alive on the other end, I genuinely had no idea how I did it. But here I am on Kessel. Oh yeah, for some reason, Obi-Wan is a prisoner on Kessel, and you need to rescue him, and it's Egyptian themed. This is where your game becomes more like your basic bitch platformer. and it's honestly all the better for it. Each room having a decent layout to try and overcome enemies, platforming, you know, the good stuff. Even from the beginning of the game, Luke has his power-ups, and they unlock as you gain enough energy points. There's plenty around, you have a large selection, but unfortunately, I only found 2 useful enough to use. The lightsaber shooty gun and the levitation thing. The others I occasionally tried to use, but then nothing really happened, so I just didn't quite get the purpose. Nice idea though. Once you rescue your friends, they get added to your party and you can talk with them, but R2 just blanking me. Like, who does this droid think he is? Like, not even a beep? Well, I'll give you a beep, you cheeky motherfucker. I even found a blaster power-up, which in my opinion is 100% essential to make this into a good game. Who would have thought taking out one of the most iconic and badass weapons in cinematic history would actually be a good thing for the game? That's how much the lightsaber sucks. Hitting enemies from a distance instead of up close and personal with terrible hit detection, it's so much nicer, and the devs know it because otherwise it wouldn't be so rare. If the lightsaber was that good, that would be the rare item you so desperately crave. So I rescued Obi-Wan, who by the way was guarded by another fake Vader, this time a pterodactyl Vader. It's actually quite tempting to persevere through the whole game just to see what kind of forms he takes. And then after that, C-3PO FaceTimes you to say that he's been kidnapped as well. There is a theme going on here. First R2, then Obi-Wan, and now C-3PO. And now I'm in an underwater level with even worse physics, so forget that. My patience kinda ran out. 3 lives, no continues, no patience. Crushing difficulty aside, it could have been a fun game. I appreciated that it took the movie and then threw it out of the window. What's all this business of rescuing Obi-Wan in an Egyptian pyramid? It doesn't matter, but I can imagine the next levels are probably rescuing Han from a museum gift shop, and no doubt peeking for a final rescue of Leia from, I don't know, a pirate's fortress? That sounds awesome. It's also nice to finally have a Star Wars game that has actual progress. It's the first game up to this point that's not arcade in its style. It has a beginning and it has an end, I would assume. I'm not that masochistic to find out. It's what one may call a proper home console video game. It's not a bad one, it's just, why do you only have 3 lives? Why? And I'm playing on novice mode too. There is a pro mode for professional Famicom players. I'm too scared to even try that, and I'm not joking. I'm genuinely terrified. By the way, as I said, this is a Japanese exclusive release, but thanks to the power of fan translators and hackers, there is an English patch. Although I think it might be more funny not knowing what they're actually saying, because what they do say isn't particularly interesting. Help me, I've been captured. Absolutely thrilling. But can we take the time to celebrate how wonderful fan translators are? Even games as unnecessary as this one getting a proper full English translation, it brings a tear to my eye. Mainly thanks to the pain I suffered playing this game, but the sentiment still stands. If you ever play a fan translation, you know, throw them a couple of bucks their ways, as a thanks. Star Wars Droids. Apparently in the 80s there was a Star Wars cartoon called Star Wars Droids. I'd never heard of it until making this video, and to be honest, I wish it didn't exist, because if that didn't exist, then this video game would also not exist. Not just because of C-3PO's erect metal cock. Put it away, man, there's kids watching. Star Wars Droids was released on the Commodore 64 and the Spectrum in 1988, neither of which are fun to emulate, but especially so this absolute piece of garbage game. Because Star Wars Droids might actually be the worst video game ever made. And I'm not joking. Like, you see all those lists of worst video games ever made? Well, people who write those lists, absolute charlatans, I tell you, because where is Star Wars Droids? It's never on there, and this is the worst video game ever. I mean, it's the Spectrum. You're already asking for trouble. And I know there's a lot of nostalgic people, and you know, there are a bunch of decent games that would have been cool as kids in the 80s. I get it. But the only way Star Wars Droids would be cool is if you stick it in liquid nitrogen, where it belongs. Whoever programmed this is a lunatic. And I know this was like 35 years ago, but has somebody been keeping an eye on them? Because who knows what they are capable of after this? What were you thinking, my man? It begins and ends with the controls. You see at the bottom right there, those are the controls. You have to move the cursor left and right and then press the action button on what you want to do. You want to walk right, you need to scroll to that and then press the action button. But oh look, there's an enemy. Oh shit, I need to throw an orange at it. Quickly scroll to the ball thrower. Never mind the 2-second delay on the inputs. Okay, I'm destroying them. Not too bad. But they just keep coming and I want to move forward. Otherwise I'll be here forever. But I can't move forward because that means I've got to scroll to the move right button. But if I do that, I won't be able to attack. So you can either endlessly fight the robots standing in the same place or just plow through them as they sap your health. There is no in between. You cannot move a bit and attack a bit. It ain't happening because they just respawn endlessly and way too quickly. And I know what you're thinking. This control must be as a backup for those with a keyboard and not a joystick. No, even if you play with a joystick, you need to scroll through this nonsense. Why on earth would someone make such a control scheme? It is unfathomable. I just plowed through them. Yes, I'm losing a lot of health, but who cares? Randomly, there is this computer which I don't know how to interact with it, so F it, I just got electrified. And then I get to a solid door, which, after fanning about a whole lot, there is an action button for R2 to initiate a game of memory. Use the 1 to 7 keys at the top to play the same notes or light bulb that shows. Yeah, this is Star Wars, like who's using light bulbs? I did this again on this thing, don't know what for, then I came to this one, and I can just walk through it. What? Like, why did I interact with it before? But it's useless because I've reached a dead end. And no matter how many balls I throw at it, just nothing's happening. Even that door I walked through, I could initiate a puzzle thing again. So I don't know what's going on. All I know is that I'm in pain. In pain playing this game. I have never played anything quite so terrible and so wholly unfun as this game before. If only you didn't need to scroll between walking and doing actions, it might have been, a forgetful throwaway, perhaps even a cute novelty. But no, this is the worst game I've ever played. And looking back at my footage now, maybe I should have pressed up or down on that seemingly pointless door that I unlocked. Maybe it would take me to another screen. But Star Wars Droids doesn't deserve my presence in playing it for another 30 seconds to find out. Alright. Walking like a moron, walking like a moron. Complete silence, by the way, there's no music. Alright, I do the puzzle, I press up or down, and the color changes. Like, did something happen? I don't know. More and more I do another puzzle, and now there's this instead. Maybe I did do something different. There wasn't a drill here last time. And then there's another door, another puzzle. I press up and down and game over. Game over? What? Why? Yeah, it's the worst game ever made. With the reburgeoning of the video game industry after Atari created and destroyed the first wave, Nintendo came in to save the North American market with the Nintendo Entertainment System. It was actually quite a long time before North America saw a Star Wars game on the NES. 1991, the Super Nintendo was already out. I have no idea why it took this long. My guess it was supposed to tie in with, a VHS release of the original movies, I don't know. And it was developed by Lucasfilm Games and published by JVC. Star Wars NES, as I'll call it from now, has always been a weird one for me. I guess the fact that the first part of the movie isn't, there's not a whole lot of action to be transforming into a video game, hence why the Japanese decided to smoke a few doobies before laying down their Famicom plans. But here, they were less out there, and there is a super boring intro. I remember playing this game on an emulator as a teenager, probably not long after playing Destiny of an Emperor. I obviously wanted to check out Star Wars. I love Star Wars. I love Star Wars games. This one must be great, right? Let's see what the games looked like when I was a baby. Well, to tell you my experience, I was a little disappointed. Why? Because I find it very aimless at the beginning. You're just plonked onto a land speeder in Tunisia, auto-directed into a cave that is literally pointless. Like, you don't even need to be here, you can back the hell out straight away. And again, it's not particularly interesting. Luke dodging slimes was not what I had in mind when predicting 8-bit Star Wars. In fact, even less so than Scorpion Vader. This is how you want to open your epic Star Wars game? It's like opening a Lord of the Rings game with Frodo fishing or something, or Gandalf plowing through a library, and I've never been able to get over this. I've always played this game for like 10 minutes, realized I don't really know what I'm doing, and backed the hell out. But today, for this video, I vowed to push on and see if it actually transforms into an interesting game. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it does a little bit. While Famicom Star Wars has the personality and weirdness, this NES game, this one from 1991, it's a proper Star Wars game. It's a game. It's a game that's not perfect, but definitely enjoyable with a bit of persistence. I mean, don't get me wrong, level designers were still arseholes in 91, but hey, at least you get 10 continues. 10! That's great. And sure, you're gonna need every single one of them, but my man, I quite enjoy this game, maybe? So the first goal is trying to locate a rogue R2. Remember, he's on a mission to find Obi-Wan at the instruction of Princess Leia. He's gone off while you were snoozing. So aside from this cave you're immediately put in, you have this sort of open world area you can zoom around in on your land speeder. And luckily, for my enjoyment of this retrospective, I seem to have found the right entrance immediately because there's like half a dozen places you can go in, mostly just caves, but this is a sandcrawler and this is where you want to be. And this is probably the worst part of the whole game. The level design is just kind of awful, quite off-putting and worrying due to the amount of uncompacted garbage the game throws at you. Plus, it's not always clear, like what is a wall, what is a platform, what is a hazard. It's really hard to tell. This is like an extra test of, are you sure you want to play this? It's weird because the rest of the game doesn't seem so bad. Or maybe it's because I just got used to it. I sort of learned how annoying the design can be. Like, you can bet your arse that after a long jump, there's gonna be some prick of an enemy that's gonna pop out and say, hey sucker. And Luke's blaster, it's embarrassing by the way. You can upgrade it in the first cave, but forget that pointlessness. Things get way more interesting if you make your way to Mos Eisley and enter the bar to meet Han. But damn, I have to say, they absolutely nailed the music in this game. The Cantina music is epic. It might be the best rendition I've ever heard. And I don't want to throw my tangible manliness out of the window, but when Han joins your party, when you play as him, oh my god, the music welled up something deep inside of me. As far as I know, you can get Han early, like really early before you even meet Obi-Wan. Maybe even before R2, I don't know, I didn't try that bit. And Obi-Wan, he was in the last cave that I checked. That's a bit annoying, but I'm glad I had Han with me because his blaster matches his charisma. Spamming that bad boy makes things not so bad in life. You can change character on the fly in the start menu, but sadly you can't play as R2, C-3PO or Obi-Wan. The only thing he's good for is giving you your lightsaber, which is super strong but leaves you incredibly vulnerable. I assumed you'd be able to deflect blaster shots, but no. However, it came in great use against the seemingly impossible bounty hunters, so at least it kicks ass when it counts. The only other thing he's useful for is healing Han and Leia in the future because, unlike Luke, they only have one life. They do not have plot armor. Once you get all the things you need and you get through the stormtroopers and bounty hunters, you'll end up in the Falcon for yet another bewildering spaceflight minigame madness. I hate these, and this is even worse because it's just dodging asteroids. And it seems really random, at least from the time I played. And if you weren't exploring all these caves and picking up all the deflector shields for the Falcon, good luck with this. We end up on the Death Star, obviously, with the goal to shut down the tractor beam as well as rescue Leia. And it's all up to Luke. This is elevator hell. No wonder whoever designed this left a gaping weakness. Thank you, Galen Erso. Not only did you design a big weak point in the Death Star, but you also designed it to disrupt Stormtrooper productivity by making it an elevator hellscape. Well done, lad. I'm not saying it's massive amounts of fun, but you know, it'll do. The design is okay. It's not big enough to get completely lost, and there are only so many times you can go up and down the same place before realizing, hey, I've been here before. Plus, I have to give credit, enemies do not respawn, which is a miracle on an NES game, so you can tell where you've been before by the lack of enemies hanging around. You can sense the massacre that happened the last time you were here. You end up rescuing Leia, who looks like an anime sex doll, which was a missed merchandising opportunity from Lucas, I have to say. And she, well, I don't really know what she does differently. Maybe her blaster is like middle ground or something, but I didn't get a whole lot further since the trash compactor tested my patience. It was a long night and I couldn't be arsed anymore. All in all, I do think this is actually a fun game. I definitely get this if I had an NES. Sure, it still has awkward moments of bad level design, dickish enemy placement, and slippery controls, but I enjoyed it even during the frustrating early parts, mainly for the fact I wasn't wholly terrified of the consequences of making one false move. 3 lives, 10 continues, life's not so bad. That's 30 chances to ball up. You get less than that in real life. Visually, it's very adequate for the time. The background especially has more detail than you'd imagine for the NES. I mean, look at this hangar with the TIE fighters and shuttle transporters. That's great. The music is really good in most places, but I'm not sure why playing as Luke makes him seem the most boring. That alone made me want to play as Han. The music, oh god. So, this wasn't just an NES game, it was also on the Master System, Game Boy, and most interestingly, the Game Gear. And I think this version is even better in some places. Why? Because the game has a new level at the beginning where you play as Leia. This is how the Nintendo version should have started. Leia trying to avoid stormtroopers and get to R2. It feels like it has purpose. And it feels like an interesting game. You know the movie, you know what's going on, you know what you've got to do without anyone telling you, not like being plonked in a cave that you don't even need to go through. And overall, it's more linear. There's no open Tatooine at the beginning. You just go from stage to stage, which gives it a lot of focus. There's no speeder. You go through just one long cave, which is a mix and match of the NES versions. I know the NES had a bunch of interesting ideas, just not executed in an interesting way. I mean, it's hardly a guillotine. Those French really knew how to execute something with style. So in my opinion, this is a nice downgrade. I like it a lot more aside from one major issue, and that is the lightsaber sucks balls, man. What happened? It went from being badass to just being bad. Like worse than bad, actively useless. Oh well, at least the blaster is still good, and the enemies seem to die quicker here as well, always a bonus. This Game Gear version is definitely a nice option if you want to play retro Star Wars. I did sample every version, and the Game Boy one is a very commendable port. It's just porting the NES version with the boring opening intact. It's fine, although the physics feel very off. Luke's got himself some iron boots or something. The Game Gear version, I am all about this. Whoever handled this version of the game, give them a medal. Deserves it more than Chewie. A year later in 1992, there was a follow-up to Star Wars on the NES, and we got a version of Empire Strikes Back. And yes, I played this one too in my early emulating adventure, and yes, I gave it up as a bad job after about 5 minutes. My brain could not handle the level design. You mean you can fall down and there's like another part of the level? What do you mean there's not just one path? Hey, at least it starts somewhere vaguely interesting. Luke trying to check out some probes. Hopefully not of the buttock variety. I mean, you wouldn't want them stuck up there. Well, maybe some saucy people would. You start off on a Tauntaun that you're already mourning, knowing what's going to happen to it, the poor Arctic kangaroo. You can mount or unmount it if you want, and to be honest, this guy is just a big old target. Sure, it has its own health bar, but yeah, I didn't stick around on top. Be free, my friend. This is making the memories flood back. Just an absolute maze of level design. It's super hard to know where to go, and there are dead ends everywhere. So many layers to the level, you're not sure what you can stand on. I find it peculiar how different this game is to the original Star Wars NES game, considering they released not so far apart. You'd have thought they'd share the same basic framework, same sensibilities, similar programming and movement and physics, but no, this is a completely different game. I hate the frog jump. Luke's not an amphibian, goddammit. At least you get your lightsaber from the beginning, but why is it red? Did they watch any of the movies? You need this to help destroy ice walls, which at least adds some sort of puzzle element to this game, not a whole lot, but you know. And Luke has some Jedi powers right from the beginning. And you'll have to make heavy use of that force jump, which takes his crappy frog jump and turns him into some sort of cocaine-filled rabbit. This is essential for getting through levels, which makes me worried about what if I ran out of force energy? I'd be screwed. So you'd think the goal of this level would be to A, destroy the probe, or B, kill the Yeti monster. Well, neither of those are correct. You do come across both as a boss. The Wampa is a mid-boss, and the probe is the end boss. But after about 3 hours of trying to shoot him and his health going down painfully slowly, I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna ignore him and walk past it to the end of the level. Yeah. You don't even need to win. No matter what, it's the same result. I mean, maybe a slightly different cutscene, but you move on to the next level. And yes, at this point, I hadn't realized that your force power-ups can be used to power up your blaster attack and your lightsaber. Again, this is essential for the bosses or sub-bosses because their health is just impossibly high that it's so boring and tiresome if you don't have those powers. I genuinely don't get the point of having this power up your weapons. It's just another way to spend force points that you otherwise might not have, and I really don't like it. Like, seriously, just balance the boss's health to be reasonable. What's so difficult with that? Another sad point is that you only play as Luke, at least from as far as I got before getting really unhappy with this game. The second stage is exciting though, since you take part in the retreat of Hoth. At first, I thought this stage was impossible because of how brutal the AT-ATs are here, but there are some things to consider. Firstly, even if your snow speeder is taken down, you can still walk around in the snow, but it's not particularly fun since more stormtroopers come charging at you than guys to a hot girl who recently became single. But you can do that movie stuff by jumping into the background and throwing a grenade in there. That's pretty cool, and it looks great on the NES. I mean, this genuinely could be a Super Nintendo game. I have to give credit where it's due. I don't like this game particularly, but it does look fantastic for the console. Anyways, being on foot won't last long. Those horny men will eventually get their prey, so if you survive a bit, you can then jump into another snowspeeder, which is handy. By the way, I'm just gonna ask some random questions in these videos, something to do with the lore, or like if you guys have a theory as to, you know, the answer, because some things don't make sense to me, or I've thought about them long enough that it bothers me. This Battle of the Hoth. Why didn't they just use X-Wings and Y-Wings to blow the shit out of the AT-ATs? Why not? Why? Why not? Is there a real answer to that? Do you have any theories, suggestions? Are you nerdy enough to have thought about this like myself? Give me an answer down below. Anyways, after failing about 3 or 4 times, I eventually figured out on the select button, you can fire off a tow cable just like in the movie. Once again, you don't need to circle around, it just does it automatically. You only have 5 though, and there are 10 walkers, so the others, you need to shoot them down, which as I said is seemingly impossible. However, when in doubt, go for the arse, as my dad used to say. He didn't say that. If you are low enough, you can avoid their arse cannon and keep circling around. Again, just like the boss battles, it's super boring. I didn't actually check if you can use the force power in this bit, but it's just so dull. It turns out not as difficult as I thought it would be. There's another level in the ice space with stormtroopers getting their siege on, but this is just, it's kind of dull. And by the time I got to Dagobah, I'd really just had enough when I got randomly poleaxed by a giant mantis. Yeah, I got sick of this game. Technically, it's far more accomplished compared to its predecessor, and I can understand if someone had an argument to say that this is the better of the two, but I am just not feeling this one, sadly. It's got some good things going for it, but I did not enjoy the balance or the level design. I found it quite tiresome to play overall. Despite the original movie and Empire Strikes Back getting an NES game, sadly, Return of the Jedi did not, but we can understand why. The NES was well on its way to being dead, and Lucasfilm were already working on a project that was way more ambitious and way more with the times. The Super Nintendo was all the rage, and all their focus went into creating one of the most beloved trilogies on the Super Nintendo, the Super Star Wars series. This is peak early Star Wars video games, ladies and gentlemen. They've taken the Famicom game, they took the NES game, and decided to make it good. Well, kind of. Super Star Wars was where games went from being time-killing distractions to must have entertainment. I actually had this game as a kid, and there was always one thing that stood out to me, and probably everyone else: why is it so goddamn hard? It's not NES hard, nor is it even the worst Famicom hard, but still, it's hard. This one follows the movie pretty well, obviously with a few liberties taken in order to make it more into an actual video game with action scenes. No standing around talking, no watching Leia get tortured by her dad. Messed up family, man. This is another side-scrolling platformer, and it's another one that starts in a desert. Luke has his trusty blaster, which has some serious hardcore auto fire going on. Those boring days on the moisture farm, he's probably got to occupy himself, with something other than jerking off. Probably tuning that blaster all day long. Look at it. From the footage, you're probably convinced that this game is quite an annoying game because it's just relentlessly throwing crap at you. It literally never stops throwing bats, scorpions, were-rabbits at you. They don't deal much damage, but the never-ending stream of them means they wean your health down. Thankfully, they all drop hearts, which restore your health, but some muppet in this galaxy decided that love hearts should be filled with helium, so they all float up to the sky, making them quite difficult to pick up, purely for the fact that you have a million rabbits trying to hump you if you even dare let your finger off the trigger for a second. It's just a wall of them that you almost can't get past without taking a little bit of damage at least. It's not actually as annoying as it seems, and it becomes rather fun holding your ground and slowly making progress in these long levels. The first level seems a bit samey, but let's be fair, it's a desert. If there's one thing I know about a desert, it's that they're kind of samey, It's like dunes as far as the eye can see. The only thing that's interesting and of note is the fact that Luke's already formidable blaster can be upgraded a few times. Some of the upgrades are secret, while others can be in plain sight, and you definitely want to be picking these up because they massively help out against the bullet sponge bosses. Not Empire NES levels of sponge, but still, they take some time. The first level climaxes into a fight with the Sarlacc Pit, who's come a couple of movies too early. Don't worry, we've all been there. You'll get your boba one day, my friend, and don't tell me it crawled out, because that would be dumb. He seems daunting, but as long as you have an upgraded blaster, as long as you stand your ground and also take out a few of the boulders, you should power through not too badly. The second stage is when they get experimental with the hardware. You are all familiar with Mode 7 on the Super Nintendo. Pretty cool. F-Zero used it superbly. Other games, not so much. And sadly, this is also a not so much kind of case. This is 16-bit vehicular combat, and it's absolute bobbins. You are playing bumper cars with a dozen Jawas. It's their favorite pastime. There's not much going on Tatooine for those who are, shall we say, vertically challenged like myself, so bumper cars it is. But this is just rubbish, man. I said in the first stage it's quite generous with how little damage you take. Here, they forgot that balance because you can get caned instantly. The controls take some getting used to. You can only turn while accelerating, so you have the turning circle of Vin Diesel pretty much, which isn't great when you're shooting at tiny little bumper cars zooming around. Your speeder also has a jump thing, which isn't used in this stage, which makes the controls even weirder. And the worst thing is, it's not even that difficult if you do it glacially slow. It's quite easy, all things considered. In fact, running out of jet fuel is the biggest hurdle. Oh yeah, you have to pick up your own fuel in that fantastic little bit of level design. I remember Ghostbusters on the NES had that design too, so they're obviously learning from the best. Solid decision there. I have to give credit where it's due. They stretched this movie out good, because after that, the stage isn't the sandcrawler, it's mounting the sandcrawler, of course. Any chance of just a door, fellas? I'm having to do this super hardcore platforming, which is terrifying, against a timer. Oh yeah, it's hard, and there's a timer. Thankfully, you can pick up random time extend drops, alongside other power-ups like a blaster upgrade. Now I've got some homing blasters, baby. Now I've got iron blasters. The lightsabers sadly aren't actual lightsabers, but they do increase your life bar, which is nice. The variety here is spot on, and it's a bunch of fun. Easily the most accomplished game up to this point. Mos Eisley looks a bit too much like post-apocalyptic wasteland, but hey, you meet Chewbacca and he becomes a playable character. He's gonna introduce you to Han, right? The cantina has its own level. It's really short, obviously, and is a bit browner than I would have liked. It's hardly the NES disco style, but I like the attention to detail in the foreground. Look, even Yoga's chugging a few before his flight home to Dagobah. Fingers crossed he doesn't punch an air stewardess again. What's he like, eh? For some reason, there are werewolves here as well, and a really tough boss. Now, we've got Solo, who is another playable character you can choose at the start of each level. I don't think they have too much difference aside from a lack of a lightsaber. Some of these bosses, man, I don't know what they were thinking. I'm not complaining, but how they pulled these out of their arses, it's pretty funny. Once you get to the Death Star, the game gets a bit more generic, or maybe safer, and similar to the NES game, something we've seen before. I do want to point out the massive cheesing opportunity on this boss here, the power core thing. If you refrain from moving the camera up, you can defeat the damn thing without any hassle whatsoever. In a game full of balls hard boss fights, this was such a lovely relief. Mode 7 ahoy! Wow, imagine this in 1992. I mean, it's rudimentary playing it now, what with it being seemingly uncontrollable and on rails, and you're bouncing up and down like you've had a few two roofies before getting in a cockpit, but it looks amazing. You have to defeat a certain amount of towers and ties. And finally, we get to a first-person perspective trench run, which is also, it looks amazing, but oh my god, I want to puke all over my screen. Maybe I'm the problem. No, it's the developers who are wrong. Why are the controls like opposite? Oh god, I was really determined to complete this game, but I did run out of credits, and I'm not joking when I say playing games with inverted or verted, whichever it is, they just do not suit my brain. I can't do it. It really does make me feel super uncomfortable. So, Empire, you've won this time. They nailed the feeling of Star Wars right from the opening, which mimics the theming well enough, even if the music is a little bit undercooked in my opinion. I mean, I wasn't expecting some salaried bloke at Sculptured Software to be up to the standards of John Williams, but really, there's potential for slightly better here. Aside from that, even the liberties they took with some enemies and bosses and environments, it's just really good stuff. I like it a lot. They take you on a real roller coaster ride through the movie that would have been a blast as a kid. I mean, I did have this, although it would be better to say my dad had this and I played it. It's funny because I had this before I was even a Star Wars fan. I didn't even know what Star Wars was. I didn't get into Star Wars until the special edition VHS box sets, which would have been quite a few years later. Plus, it was way too balls hard for me. I don't think I saw anything past the first stage because it's just too hard. I'd have rather played A Link to the Past or Mario World and so on, but if I was a bit older and more familiar with the franchise, I would have probably loved this to bits. It was a roaring success with both critics and gamers, and was followed by sequel games for the other two movies, which I'll get to in a second. While it might not be considered one of the greatest Star Wars games of all time these days, for that time it was a revelation, a AAA title that could be played at home. What a great job they did, and it sold gangbusters well, even getting a re-release in 1996 as a player's choice release. And aside from a random release on Vita 20 years later, this was a Nintendo exclusive game. You may think due to the super branding of the name that it was always designed to be an exclusive, perhaps in partnership with Nintendo, but no. Both a PC and Mega Drive version were almost finished in development but canned for whatever reason. This here is the Mega Drive game, which isn't completely finished, but it's still not in bad shape. It's hard to judge a game that's obviously not finished, but I think Mega Drive fans should be sad they never got to see this come to full fruition. Let's pretend Miyamoto slipped a few notes across the table to keep it on Nintendo. You know what George is like for a bit of cash. Following on from Super Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back offers a very similar experience, by which I mean, it wants to stamp you on the balls and make you call it daddy. Super Empire starts off in almost exactly the same way as the original by having an overly long, overly featureless level with way too many enemies for its own good. And it looks very familiar to the NES game, which is probably a compliment to the 8-bit system. Luke starts with both his blaster and his lightsaber, which is by far the best option since, well, it has to be, you can do this spinny jump stuff. You can't have a lightsaber being less useful than a blaster, only a terrible game designer would allow that to happen. And I do know, many people think that this is the best Star Wars game on the Super Nintendo. Personally, I have to disagree. While it has the same essence as Super Star Wars, personally I think they drifted off slightly too much into areas I don't particularly care for. Again, the level design is a bit of a problem, it's just boring. I mean, just really long levels of just kind of corridors with endless streams of enemies. And not only that, but it stretches out segments of the movie way too much. I know Empire isn't the most action-packed of movies, but oh my lord, how long can we spend on Hoth? It's visually and thematically boring. It just goes on, which isn't helped one single bit by the game's cutting difficulty. Even on easy, Super Empire is a test of patience. The game throws so much crap at you and expects you to smile along with it. In Super Star Wars, the original, the same thing exists, but it's balanced out by generous health pickups and a solid defense, both of which are seemingly missing here, which sucks a lot of the fun out, when you're just getting hounded by absolutely everything. I want to stress, it's not a bad game, but I would 100% play Super Star Wars over this one any day of the week, which kind of sucks to say, especially since this is where Luke gets his proper Force powers, but they balls that up majorly, at least in my opinion. Nice attempt, like you have to collect his Force powers in one level in Dagobah, and you need them to fight the boss, but you don't need all of them, which means you can miss a lot of them for later levels. They are so easy to miss as well that sometimes it's best to let yourself die and restart the level so you can get them all. That's crazy. Once you do have them, selecting them is a pain in the ass too. You press select, then it gives you like a second to scroll through them with the shoulder buttons, which isn't super convenient when you've almost always got a ton of crap flying at you. Plus, by the time you get them, the game is starting to wrap up. You end up controlling Han and Chewie just as much as Luke, so you don't really feel like they've reached their potential. And I know, I'm moaning about this game, but I really do think that these are big points that stopped me enjoying this compared to Super Star Wars. I think if your favorite movie is Empire, then this would be a treat for you, but it's not mine, so I am a bit less forgiving. And don't get me wrong, early 90s sensibilities, this was still awesome, and you'd be kissing the feet of LucasArts as thanks for creating such a love letter to the movies. But for me, Super Empire is a step back. I mean, feel free to let me know if you disagree. Am I just a loser for not liking the difficulty? Maybe. What do you think? We've still got one more game to go in the Super Trilogy, and I won't spend long on it since it really is just a continuation of what came before. They set the groundwork early and just ran with it for every movie. But I have to say, I was particularly excited to play this one for the retrospective for two reasons. One, of the Super series, this is the one that I never played. I flunked out in the previous two games due to the difficulty, and I didn't fancy another bloodbath on my part. But two, because Return of the Jedi is my favourite Star Wars movie, at least it was as a kid, which still holds great importance to me as an adult as I try to cling on to not growing old. We all know what that's like. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but this, it was my favourite movie growing up, even though I know it is technically the weakest. But yeah, I'm finally getting to see my favourite movie being put into the slightly unhinged world of the Super Star Wars engine. And I'm just praying it's not as balls hard as Empire. It's hard. Thankfully not as hard, but still less forgiving than a drunken nun, especially when it comes to the boss battles. These guys are some of the most brutal bosses ever conceived. Even the weaselly wormhead guy is giving me a headache, and I had to try more times than I would like to admit. It throws endless enemies at you, and I don't know the point of Chewie anymore because his blaster is so weak from the beginning you can't survive long enough to power it up to something useful. He really would be more used as a carpet. I do like Leia though, she's essentially Luke just without the force powers. I was hoping for the golden bikini version, but no, gas mask version is my next best fetish, so that works out. Thankfully, Luke's force powers are handled much better here. You don't need to go into a sub-menu to select one you want, you just press select to cycle through them. And there are less of them, so it's more manageable. You also have them from the start, so they're not missable, which would have made Jabba's dance area nigh on impossible. I really tried getting through this with Leia and Chewie, but no. I definitely needed Luke's freezing power. These absolute pricks just will not die. But you can get through sometimes with a bit of patience, but at least it's not boring. I like this implementation a lot. The level variety is now back up to being bearable. I know I dunked on Super Empire a little bit heavily, but it is nice to be in different places, looking at different environments within the movie. It's been very inventive with the material given. Super Jedi is not visually boring. That is the one thing you can definitely say about it. In fact, it might actually be the most visually impressive. Perhaps not technically, just in some of the compositions, like these AT-ATs look super menacing with their red glow, that's quite powerful. And the Ewok village looks super cool, so much better than ice bases and swamps. Oh yeah, by the way, you can play as Warwick Davis, firing arrows at stormtroopers, which is a cool little addition. I know most people don't like Ewoks, but that's fine, it adds variety, it lasts about 5 minutes, and it's not particularly difficult either, it's cool. The game's not perfect though, because the 3D style arenas, or the Mode 7 stuff, I personally think have taken a step back in terms of visual quality. The speeder sections look downright awful, and play so tamely, it feels like it was begrudgingly added. I could have imagined a nice version of this, but no, it's super ugly and restricted. The space battles, again, seem less ambitious than even Super Star Wars. There could be any number of reasons for this, a lack of quality control, developer burnout, maybe they even knew as cool as these sections were in Super Star Wars, by 1995 they weren't looking so hot compared to the PlayStation, which was out this year, so why bother making the effort? Aside from Lucas looking over their shoulder with a whip, who knows? Unlike the previous two Super games which didn't get ports elsewhere, Super Return of the Jedi did. This was released on both Game Boy and Game Gear. I guess because these consoles already had games based on the first two movies, even if they weren't ports of the Super Star Wars franchise, maybe they found an opportunity to fill a missing gap, because Jedi, any Jedi, was a no-show on the Game Boy. Both Game Boy and Game Gear versions appear to be identical to each other in terms of design, and they are truncated versions of the big boy release with about half the level, so I'm led to believe, which, considering how difficult the main game is, frankly, that might be a relief to many of you who want to suffer less. This is the euthanasia version of Super Star Wars. It's probably made in Switzerland. Plus, many of the cut levels were the Mode 7 style stuff anyways, which that was a weak point. These follow a similar framework to the Super Nintendo game with the same level ideas, like the first level has these mini floating platforms, but the layout is different. Different execution overall. If the Super Nintendo was a rickety electric chair, this would have been a sweet, sleek guillotine. And I realize that is the second wordplay joke I've done on execution, and I promise it will be the last for this video. I got through the first two levels without dying, but it still feels like I was having a decent challenge. It's actually super commendable and enjoyable. As I said, the Game Boy and Game Gear versions seem to be identical, so I'm switching over to the Game Gear version because it just looks a lot better. The boss fights, again, are tough, but don't feel like endless bullet sponges. Like when you hit one time, you actually see the health go down. You don't need to whack it 5 times before you can see, oh, you're actually doing something. There is one issue though, and that is the lack of force powers, which up to this point has been more a pain than a blessing in the Star Wars games, but considering Super Jedi had the best implementation so far, it is a bit of a shame. The lack of buttons probably the main culprit here, unless there's something I'm missing, like a button combo, I don't know. But you know what, this may be a shorter game, but it is way more playable. The weaker hardware means less enemies on screen. Less enemies absolutely hounding you into oblivion, that's a blessing. So yeah, the Super Star Wars Trilogy, a wonderful set of games that make me want to trap my balls in a drawer. For the time, these were excellent tie-ins that were rarely seen. Movie games that were actually good. Even back in the day, that was a red flag for consumers. I do highly recommend giving them a go, even if they lack a difficulty curve that gamers crave in the modern era. They exemplify the source material and running wild with it while still sticking to the heart of the IP, randomly having over-the-top bosses to fill out, obvious missing parts in what should be a video game. These are chaotic, fun games, but perhaps cross over the line into frustration a bit too much. I'm not sure why the balance is so off for these games. It was the era, I suppose, but someone must have known these are really quite hard, maybe tone it down a little bit. Personally, I think of the three, Super Star Wars is the best of them. It just gets the essence the best, and aside from a few really unfair parts, it's just the most playable. The one you can pick up and play and not worry too much about smashing your own head through a window. Even if Jedi is my favorite movie and is a pretty good game thanks to the decently implemented force powers, I just think Super Star Wars is a perfectly compacted roller coaster ride within the universe. If I had all three cartridges on my shelf and jonesying for some Star Wars on my Super Nintendo, that is the one I would pop in every single time. Although I think we all know the secret best Super Star Wars game is Super Return of the Jedi on the Game Gear. Play that one instead. Are you still watching? Well, if you are, you've probably been watching for over an hour by this point, which means that you either like this video or you're just morbidly curious about this moron somehow doing the unthinkable. Either way, I think that deserves a thumbs up. That does help out a lot. Also, consider checking out my Patreon. Did you know that my patrons have been watching this video early in chunks? This first bit was out in March. You could have been there, guys. You get to watch these videos early, ad-free, you get to vote if you're a producer, you get access to a secret Discord for project updates, and even behind-the-scenes videos for badly scripted verbal updates and ramblings. You get lots of good stuff, so check it out. That massively supports me in what I do and motivates me to keep making awesome content for awesome people. These videos, they almost make nothing monetarily, so I do greatly appreciate it. Check the link below. So it may seem like Star Wars had a bit of an affinity for Nintendo during this period, but that was far from the case. In 1993, LucasArts would start taking Sega a bit more seriously because it would be, well, I wouldn't say a great time for Star Wars and Sega fans, but it was an interesting time. There was the Mega Drive and its two add-ons, the Sega CD and the 32X. In 1993, Star Wars Chess was released upon the world on PC. A year later, it followed up on the Sega CD. Certainly up to this point, the most random video game to bear the Star Wars license. I can't play chess. It's not because I'm dumb, it's because I have no attention span to learn, and also I'm too dumb to play. Just let me play Uno. If it was Uno, I would bitch slap Ben Kenobi all the way back to Bespin. He'd have his trousers pulled down at Uno. But no, we've got chess, the thinking man's game, the I'm better than you and you know it game. I don't know anything about chess. The only piece of chess knowledge I've got from osmosis is when that Bank Friedman guy cheated by sticking a droid probe up his arse. I may not have read the entire article or the full title, but that's what happened in my canon. So I was in a bit of a pickle with this one. I even asked some content creators to help me out, like, hey guys, anyone want to handle this one? Have a spot in this video? I'll pay you in the worst exposure you could possibly get. And that's got to be worth something to someone, but sadly, I didn't find my Riders of Rohan. I had to somehow play this game myself. So there were two possibilities for this video. One, learn to play chess and take it seriously. Or two, don't learn to play chess and play like an idiot. Guess which one I chose? Oh look, I lost. What a shock. Have you played chess? This is chess, with Star Wars characters. That's what makes it special. Well, aside from the second Dandelion inputs, that's always a treat. This was developed by the Software Toolworks, and technically the game is called the Software Toolworks Star Wars Chess. It rolls off the tongue. The Software Toolworks were definitely more of a software developer than a game developer. They handled Mario's Time Machine, Mario is Missing, Miracle Piano, Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing, which when I first saw that, my brain automatically filled in Beavis and Butthead Teaches Typing, which I need that game because that'll be better than Typing of the Dead. And they also had a bunch of chess games that were drier than the Sahara none. But with the Star Wars license somehow secured, they couldn't just stick static pieces on a board and call it a day. They had to do something exciting. So they took inspiration from a rival chess video game company and added a bit of battle chess to proceedings. I was actually moderately surprised when it turned out that this wasn't developed by the same studio. I always assumed that. So what do we have? Well, you're really playing this game for the animations. It's trying to add personality to a game that's not exactly known for it. You have the Empire versus the Rebels, and you watch them duke it out when one piece takes another. Each type matchup has its own variation of attacks, and I appreciate this greatly, and it's something that could even perhaps incentivize me to learn the damn game just so I could see the animations from my side rather than, getting slaughtered. But then I remember YouTube exists, and there's probably some legend out there who's done a compilation of them all. Star Wars characters have replaced your standard pieces. You even get a nice roll call at the beginning of the game where you see who is who. The kings are obviously Luke and the Emperor. Who are the queens gonna be? It's gotta be C3. They bailed, they didn't go there. And what is Vader doing as a queen? That is ballsy, calling Vader a queen. Wow. I think I have some major gripes with the character choices here. Like, what's with a Tusken Raider? What have they got to do with the Empire? Did they have no one else? And why are the rebel pawns R2-D2? That just seems weird, having half a dozen R2s ready to be bashed and blown up. Like, not some rebel fighters or something? Maybe not as iconic, but I'd have probably liked it more if it was just some generic bloke in a boiler suit. And where's Solo? He's like the coolest guy in the series, he's not even here. It is cute enough seeing all these death animations, although I am a bit disappointed. In my head, I always thought they were a bit more brutal, rather than cartoonish. Like, where's Chewbacca ripping the arms off Boba Fett? Where's Leia getting skewered by a Tusken Raider? It's all a bit too PG for my liking. And once you've seen each of the matchups, it gets a bit boring, and it gets in the way of the actual game. The animation and load times would boil the piss of real chess players. So it's a novelty more than anything, and wouldn't last more than an hour, as I can attest to. Forgetting the novelty aspect of this game, is it an actual decent chess game? What are you asking me for? I tell you though, it does have some options for those who might be vaguely interested in giving this a go. For a start, you can turn off the animations. You can also switch the viewpoint by having it look like a boring chess game. And there are some, things on the side. I'm scared, I don't want to touch them. Before going into the game, you can also set the visuals of the characters facing you or facing away. Even better for me is you can just let two CPUs face each other. I chose both of them to be morons so it wouldn't be a stalemate. But you can ramp it up to hardcore AI, which I don't know if it is hardcore AI because I don't know the rules of chess. I don't know if it's more clever or not. What I was personally looking for was any sort of teaching material for those who are lacking in the skills and attention span to actually play. I didn't really see any of that here, aside from telling you that you can't do something and indicating what a piece might be able to do instead. It's really missing something that can make the game more accessible. I'm not saying it needs this, I was just hoping for it. Not even any guides as to the potential piece movement. So what if I don't know what I need to do to win? At least show me where I can put some damn pieces. I'm lost and I don't know where I can put stuff. Maybe the game came with a suppository bee to vibrate when I was getting close to the optimal move. I've heard that's a thing in modern competitive chess, but sadly I was playing on an emulator so I may have missed the game accessory. This is a tough one to grade, but like I said, the novelty wears thin, and I think chess players, real chess players, will believe this lacks any options to make it a viable piece of software to practice taking down those, Scandinavian chess masters. I want to give a giant shout out to the story though, because they dared introduce an excuse as to why everyone is playing chess in the Star Wars universe. Apparently, there is a truce and the galaxy is now at peace. And now instead of war to settle disputes, now they have a game of chess. Is that moon mine or yours? Let's play some chess. Is your neighbor playing his music a bit too loudly? Let's play some chess. Judge Judy be working at a hot dog stand in this universe. The Sega 32X is a strange beast, that's for sure, an almost impossibly bad decision from Sega to prolong the life of their Mega Drive. It released in 1994, barely a few months before the Saturn came out. Apparently Sega was so threatened by the Atari Jaguar of all things, they needed this random piece of crap add-on in order to not lose market space, when in fact, releasing the damn thing probably hurt them rather than help them. It was a failure. They abandoned it to focus on the Saturn, and then nobody really trusted them not to milk their customers dry. There was a tasty looking PlayStation on the horizon. The rest, that's history. But forget all that for now, because we're talking about Star Wars. And Star Wars, as I said, had a decent amount of love for Sega during this time, because of course they were much cooler than Nintendo, right? Once Super Star Wars was over, LucasArts were wanting to be one of the cool kids with Sega. Well, Star Wars Arcade, a reimagining of the original arcade game I reviewed a bit back, released on the 32X, and on a system where there's not much going on, it really was one of the stars of the show. I didn't really know anything about the system aside from the fact that there was a Knuckles game on it, and also a Star Wars game, and supposedly both were well worth having on it. But were they really? Well, let's find out. In the early 90s, probably, it was an arcade port really based off a newer Star Wars arcade game from the previous year, a decade after the original Star Wars arcade. It looks like Star Fox, but way better. Booting the game up, you are allowed to choose between the arcade mode campaign, which is only a few levels long, or the longer campaign of the 32X mode. Obviously we're playing 32X mode because we're so damn cool. You get the choice of piloting either an X-Wing or the Y-Wing. I heard only chunky people fly Y-Wings, and since there's no A-Wing for little people of the world like myself, I guess we're going to be playing with the normie X-Wing. Actually, the Y-Wing is the 2-player mode, which would have been fun if I had a friend. The goal of each stage is simple. Blow up all the TIE fighters. Pretty much every level has a certain amount of fodder you have to destroy, and you can see it in the middle of the screen. A handy numbers guide that even a child can count how many TIE fighters are left. I do wonder if this is for your whole squadron, or is it to murder targets that each individual fighter has to gun for before they're allowed to clock off. Maybe it's the Star Wars equivalent of cold calling insurance salesmen. If you don't get 20 million signups in a week, you're fired. Anyways, rather than there being like a progression to the level like Star Fox or something, most of these levels are dogfight arenas that end when you reach the required amount of kills, which really does get repetitive. I mean, you're literally just blowing up TIE fighters, but sometimes that's all you need in life. Levels are fairly short, and if you get a good run, you can be done with one section in a couple of minutes. It's based on an arcade game which usually prefer you to die rather than succeeding, but actually the game is quite generous about that, at least on 32X mode. Those TIE fighters are rubbish in this game, just like they are in the movies. But your biggest enemy is the timer, because each level has a set time you're allocated to blowing up your designated amount of TIEs, and let me tell you, those TIEs are shy as hell. They like hiding behind you. You'll be spending most of your time with the hand on the brakes just so they fly past you. And here's the thing, I swear the brake and the boost button are somehow switched, or maybe it's just visually messed up because it feels like they only go past me when I boost. At least I think I'm boosting, it's just weird. Either way, you'll probably run out of time before you get most of them. You can't hang around. You have your blasters which can shoot indefinitely, but you also have proton torpedoes which can be fired off when you have one locked on an enemy in the distance. At first I was reluctant to use these since I thought they were finite, but actually they regenerate pretty quickly. I mostly played this on my Miu Mini Plus. You can check out that review if you want to know more. And it was a really nice pick up and play title because unlike something like the Rogue Squadron games, which are awesome of course, this one has arcade blood in its DNA. It's designed to be played for like 10 or 20 minutes rather than in large chunks. And of all the arcade games I've played for this video up to this point, I can see myself going back to this one more than the others. I think the presentation is ace for the time. Of course it looks ridiculous now, but for 94 on a home console, those Star Destroyers look good. The surface of the Death Star would have given any nerd his first erection. The only issue is the opening crawl. This is the wobbliest text I've ever seen. It reminds me of those like air dancers that you see outside gas stations. That's always a bit of FOMO, yeah. If you don't come buy this gas, we're gonna waste it all powering this mother Wookiee. The game runs well too. I'm not a frame rate expert, and for all I know, it may jump all over the place, but I swear there are moments when there's 60 frames per second, people, which is witchcraft in my opinion. The sound effects and music, also absolutely excellent, perhaps the best we've seen up to this point in the video. They nailed the Star Wars better than ever before. This is actually a really fun game. Prior to going in and seeing like screenshots, I thought I was in for another Star Fox, which I know a lot of people love the original Star Fox, and it does have its charm, but I just struggle to play it these days because I could just play Star Fox 64 instead. This, however, despite being brief and lacking the personality of Nintendo's property, I think it's got the better gameplay. Star Wars Arcade over Super Nintendo Star Fox any day, baby. It runs really smoothly, it's got pace, even if you spend like 80% of your time laying on the brakes, it doesn't feel like you're flying through caramel. My only real issue is the mission objectives. Couldn't they have thought of just something else to liven things up a little bit? Even on the Death Star, when you're on the surface, you're still asked to take down TIE fighters. You can take down turrets if you want to, which does make your life a lot easier, but why not make that the objective instead of just TIE fighters again? There are Star Destroyers here, why not take down one of them? Destroy 2 of its nipples while dodging all the TIEs, that would have been something different, less predictable, and it's not something that needed a genius like myself to come up with. I know it's the early 90s still, but game design had progressed enough to add something called variety into the mix. Also, what the hell is wrong with Admiral Akbar's voice?
Attention all wing pilots, stand by to receive orders.
Akbar is my man, or at least my cephalopod, and they've done him a dirty here just like they did him a dirty in The Last Jedi. My only hope is that, you know, no one's ever really gone. Maybe cephalopods can also clone themselves. Anyways, I'm not really an expert on the 32X, but looking down the sad list of games released for it, I would say that this is the one game you'd probably want to get for it. I definitely get it if I had the chance. Pretty fun game overall, and it's way better than those original arcade games that I've already mentioned, and a great precursor to the Rogue Squadron series, which will be coming along in the near future. Star Wars Rebel Assault was another one of those games that cemented LucasArts as being rather cool with Sega during this time. This was an adventurous release, far removed from your bog standard Super Nintendo platformer du jour. The Sega CD was using hot new technology to bring you a hot new experience. An experience that to this day still remains rather unique. This released on the 3DO as well, but I'm playing the original computer version because it's considered to be the best of a decidedly bad bunch. Yeah, this game isn't thought of particularly highly, especially the Sega CD version, and I was sweating buckets about playing it for this video, having sampled the game previously. But despite the limitations and issues that I'll get to in a minute, Rebel Assault brings something that's always been lacking in the Star Wars universe up until now: full motion video. Or at least pretending to be full motion video, which makes it even better. This is a simple game that makes itself as decidedly complicated as it can possibly be. Despite only having 2 button inputs, it's one of the most difficult controlling games ever made, at least in some parts. This is a rail shooter at heart, and even though it tries to shake things up from time to time, like having third-person levels, cockpit levels, and even a bizarre top-down level, it is a rail shooter, pure and simple. A shooting gallery for Star Wars nerds. It's difficult to go wrong, but when I say the controls are perplexing, this time it's not because my brain melts with anti-invertedness. No, it's just weird, and the greatest offender is the first bloody level. It's a tutorial that has no right being as nauseous as it is. You'd think navigating a canyon at 15 frames per second would be a piece of piss, but you're wrong, because it's just weird. You're fighting this damn thing every damn point. It seems to either refuse to listen to you, or listens to you too much, wildly overreacting, flinging you into a wall. And I think the reason is that they try to be a bit realistic. Big mistake for an FMV game, because I think I figured it out. If you press to go up, it goes up whichever way your craft is currently banked, Like, if the training ship isn't set vertically, it won't go up vertically. It'll go up according to its current perspective, which is weird. I know it's like real and stuff, but it's weird. I've tried this game multiple times in the past, and this level confused the living hell out of me. Because if you don't get the controls, you're gonna fail over and over again. And then even when you do understand them, the twitchiness is borderline hilarious. Not to mention, it's super difficult to gauge your positioning because it all depends how the camera is going to swing. Your perspective can be fine 1 second, but then the FMV starts swinging or dipping and oh shit, here comes a wall. This whole thing feels very out of your hands. Once you get past the first part of the tutorial, the second part gives you something completely different to throw you off guard. After this, the game gets much better, not great or anything, but it's still an interesting experience. For a start, this is the first game up to this point that has its own storytelling stuff, you know? It delves into expanded universe-ness. Before Mickey Mouse nuked it from orbit, that is. This is the first proper game with its own proper storyline that, although runs parallel to the original story, has its own set of characters and scenarios. Sometimes it clumsily steps on the toes of the movie a little bit, like the end has the main character destroy the Death Star rather than Luke. I don't think I've seen anything quite as disrespectful to Mark Hamill's character before. I can feel the typing in the comments, let the anger flow. Your character is known as Rookie 1, and in the PC version at least, you can choose whether you want them to be male or female. You get involved with the rebel fighters on their base on Tatooine, and when you graduate, you have a couple of mentors, this sassy boss lady and this hard-nosed dude. The cutscenes vary from absolutely ace with great pixel art to downright comical. I mean, Vader's head shaking around like he's in an episode of South Park or something, that just tickled me. And this guy's hat, like did it shrink in the wash or something? Or was it like a hand-me-down from his predecessor who also failed Vader last time? And I burst out laughing at Rookie 1 walking like he'd just dumped his ass. And then mincing around the Hoth base. Genuinely laughed out loud. Look at it. But I do love these cockpit views. I garnered a crush on this lady. I didn't quite catch her name. It sounded like Rumor Mill or something. That pixel art is great, and to see your ship sweeping in and around in the background, that's some stellar visuals in my opinion. It mixes everything like pre-rendered stuff, pixel art, digitized sprites, FMV. It's a true Frankenstein's monster. Oh, by the way, piloting an A-Wing, that means it's instantly the best Star Wars game so far, like 10 out of 10, minimum. You have a variety of missions, most of which go for the cockpit perspective, either following a patrol, navigating asteroid fields, or good old blowing crap up. The earliest, biggest showpiece is when you're tasked with taking down a Star Destroyer that's above Tatooine, and this is perhaps the part of the game that will make you realize, oh, this is definitely a rail shooter. It's a looping track of the same visuals as you skirt around the destroyer, taking down as many turrets as you can, peeling off to destroy some ties before having a run at the shield generators. There's no way you'll get them in 1 or even 2 runs, so you're looping around until you get them. The turrets don't come back, but the ties will. It's visually very, very impressive for the time, although I can imagine the Sega CD version probably looked more like a PowerPoint presentation compared to this. I just wish there was more to the controls. Having an aim and 1 fire button seems super meager. I mean, the 32X arcade game had like 5 buttons for controls, like speeding up, slowing down, viewpoint change, and more to the point, proton torpedoes. Like, why can't I have those in this game? At least like regularly available. I do kind of like this game. It's not good per se, but at least it elevates itself above other dross like full motion video games of the era, and it's a decent rail shooter once you get past the sensitivity and weirdness of the controls. It's ambitious. They could have just stuck to one style, like the cockpit style, but that's what sane people would do. These guys had the balls to throw in weird stuff to once again make it a roller coaster ride, or maybe like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're gonna get, aside from an amputated leg from diabetes. This game won't give you diabetes. Although perhaps a mild stroke from the first level and the general overall harshness of the level designs. I'd prefer it when they just blow stuff up, but occasionally you'll have to follow the correct path. If you don't, you'll loop around indefinitely. Well, until you get blown up, which you will do. And God, why are these controls so sensitive? You really have to be careful. I lost my composure on this one. Having to be in the correct place at the correct time made me panic, and I was flinging everywhere. There's a later level that's similar, but since I didn't need to choose a direction, it wasn't so bad once you get to the mindset of, setting your ship straight before attempting any kind of crazy maneuvers. And one more time, inverted controls. Look, I understand their implementation. I also understand my limitations as a semi-functioning adult human. What I can't understand is, why are they also implemented when you're aiming a pistol? Now that doesn't make sense. Does Rookie 1 have a joystick sticking out of his arse or something? In no galaxy does it make sense. It's just that they couldn't be asked to fix it for one level. The worst level at that. Okay, not quite, but it's not as fun as you'd think. You move from screen to screen shooting the stormtroopers that pop up. Seems simple enough, if mildly annoying due to the oversensitive reticle, but the icing on the jank cake is that you sometimes can't reach some stormtroopers and therefore have to ungracefully shift to another standing point, which is done by holding the shoot button for a couple of seconds. Yeah, hang on a minute lads, pause for a second will ya, let me just shuffle awkwardly over here, please don't shoot. That's also another issue with only having one button. Maybe the Sega CD version is different in that regard, but this PC version, oh god. Would I advise you play this? Well, I wouldn't spend the $30 it currently costs to get a Sega CD version, especially considering it's supposed to be the worst version, but it is regularly discounted on Steam in a bundle pack with its sequel. You can get it for just a couple of dollars most of the time, at which point, if you can work out how to get DOSBox to work without breaking your computer, then why not? I don't think these games ever promised top-notch gameplay. I think they were sold more on their visuals and presentation. And it's kind of cool, I suppose, a bit of a novelty. Having mulled on this game for a few days since getting through it, I came to the realization that they could have made this way more fun if it was just a light gun shooter. Like, take away all the elements of directional control and just shoot things on the screen. Most of the levels would have been integrated into it super well, the controls would have been fine because you got a gun in your hand. I mean, some levels maybe would have needed a bit of a rethink, but I think it could have been done, and I think it would have been a much better game for it, but we're a bit too late. I think I'm 30 years too late giving advice for this one. Sorry guys, I'll try better next time. By 1995, the Sega Mega Drive and its tumors were firmly in the casket, and the Sega Saturn was already in people's hands. But strangely, there was no Star Wars game on the Sega Saturn, like not a single one. We just had 3 games in a row that were on Sega systems, but when it came to the Saturn, LucasArts firmly gave them the cold shoulder for an entire generation, like a girlfriend who suddenly dumps you out of nowhere, even though things were going really well. Well, just like Diane who dumped me at the tram stop, is because there was something cooler, stronger, more exciting on the horizon. Colin who works in Tesco's. I mean, the Sony PlayStation. The early PlayStation era was great. It really did feel like the start of something new and adventurous, and Star Wars wanted to be part of it. And so Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire, released on the PS1 a year after its PC release. I'm going back to consoles for this one purely for the fact that Rebel Assault 2 just doesn't work on my computer, even though it's supposed to. What's interesting about this release is that the PlayStation version was handled by Factor 5. Yes, the game was developed by LucasArts, but this Sony version was made almost from scratch by Factor 5 in order to appear on the console over 2 discs. Factor 5 are a legendary studio. If you're a fan of Star Wars games, particularly on Nintendo systems, their technical wizardry and workarounds proved to be an absolute blessing for gamers, and Hidden Empire was essentially their proving grounds, showing George they were good for it. At least in being trusted with their gigantic IP. I mean, they'd already worked together on Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures on the Super Nintendo, but Indiana Jones, as awesome as he ain't Star Wars. Hidden Empire is a very similar game to the first, and it follows the same raison d'etre, but I am delighted to say it is way better. Not perfect, in fact, one may say it's still rough around the edges, but if the first game's edges were a saw blade, this one is more like a wibbly wobbly blade, and don't tell me those don't exist. Unlike the first game, this is a full-blown FMV game. All the sprite work has been taken out, and now it's all live actors on plasticky CG backgrounds, and it is wonderful. It's like a kids' TV show with the acting to suit. We're still with Rookie One, who seems to have not become a commander despite his exploits in the first game. Like, Luke became a commander, so why didn't... oh well. He's on a scouting mission in a B-Wing for some reason, and you're joined by some guy that I like to call Knockoff Tom Cruise. Blowed up. Yeah, not sure real Tom Cruise would have taken that part. It's hardly the starring role. And it took me until 3 days after beating this game and waking up in a cold sweat at 3 AM in the morning for my brain to tell me that Rookie One is 100% the spoony one. That's Noah Antweiler, and you can't tell me otherwise. This is way better, even if the accuracy of the fire seems a little meager, as in it's super stingy and doesn't really aim the way you think it's gonna, especially at angles. If you're shooting far left or far right, well then you're politically not my cup of tea, but you're also likely to miss a stormtrooper if you're trying to shoot. You always need to aim further than you think, like the reticle shouldn't be on the target, but past it. As an FMV game through and through, the story takes a big precedence, and you know what? I actually quite like it. It's cheesy as you follow the Empire's new snidey weapon, a stealth TIE fighter. You've got your Rookie One, you've got this guy, and hey, we're supposed to know this lady. No, this ain't my rumor mill. My rumor mill is a hot sassy redhead, not your Auntie Thelma. Thankfully, the audio and enunciation is much better here, so it turns out her name is Rue Merlin, which I'm pretty sure is something I squirted on my windows last week when I cleaned them. And worst of all, it turns out she's one of those people whose nose wobbles when they speak. That annoys me way more than it should, and I'm sorry for nose wobblers out there. It mixes cover shooter gameplay, flight shooting, and even something that's mildly resembling an first-person shooter section. It's obviously not wonderful at all of them, more like competent at each of them, jack of all trades, but not something you'll fully get invested in. It's definitely arcadey and unfocused, but it never gets boring. It's a roller coaster ride of events and gameplay styles, which I think some people will enjoy. It doesn't last too long either. You can get through this before lunch, guys. Visually, I think it's superb, at least for the era. Of course, it's borderline hilarious now, but for a video game of this time, the amount of effort to get things looking just right is superb. The costumes are spot on, the cockpits are great, and even the compression on the FMV isn't bad at all. It looks surprisingly clear. Maybe it's the emulator helping out, but I was half expecting like Compression City, guys. But no, it looks great. Probably down to the sensible decision to spread the game over 2 discs, which abruptly happens like 2/3 of the way through, like, oh, we've run out of space now, please change. My biggest complaint is that the story just ends abruptly. Like, I didn't even realize I was on the final push on the final boss. It wasn't a particularly interesting ending, and I cleared the level on my first try. I'm writing this like a week after I played it, and without looking over my footage, I'm really struggling to remember what the final level was. What was the final boss? I don't know. At least the final cutscene is funny. I mean, the post-credits, when you've blown up the factory and secured the last remaining stealth fighter, it just self-destructs. The perfect way to fill a potential plot hole. I like it. I like this game quite a bit, even if it is part-time jank, but hey, at least it's a step up from full-time jank of the original. For an FMV game, it's fantastic even. I'm not saying I've played a lot of FMV games, I really haven't, but this is the best one that I have played. This is honestly close to being an all-time classic, but sadly due to the myriad of issues, its place in history is currently cult classic. In fact, I'm sure some heathens would go as far as to say it's so bad it's good. No, it's not. It's pretty decent. It is a cult classic. For 1995 on PC and 96 on PlayStation, this was a sensational gateway into, expanded universe Star Wars. Those pulpy novelizations that you saw lining bookstore shelves when bookstores used to exist, this game is certainly channeling the same spirit. And talking of the spirit of the expanded universe, in those early days, none were so lauded and loved as the next series of games I'm going to talk about, at least briefly, the X-Wing TIE Fighter series. Ah man, 1993 was a formidable year for Star Wars. I've already gone over a few releases that came out this year, but dwarfing them all was Star Wars X-Wing. For me, this was a legendary, even possibly defined as mythical from my perspective, because I'd often heard about it in magazines, on forum boards, random top 10 lists, but not once did I ever see it or any of its sequels in person. Even gameplay I never saw, and even though we live in an era where old-ass games have never been more accessible, it's only thanks to this video project that I ventured onto its Steam page for the first time to hit that buy button. And what I just said about old games being as accessible as ever, I should also mention they can be a colossal pain in the arse. Even when they've been updated to work on modern hardware, and even when Steam goddamn says it's gonna work, the game is just like, nah, not today, sunshine. This section of the video has 100% been affected by things outside of my control, and I will fully admit, outside of the developers and publishers' control to an extent, it's just a difficult situation. Old ass PC games, man. Just briefly, okay? These are supposed to be playable on modern Macs, but it turns out no, it won't even load the goddamn game, it just ignores me. Okay, not a huge issue, I'll use my Windows virtual machine, and they worked. They each worked for about an hour, then after that, it would crash every single time I tried to enter a mission. Okay, fine, I'll use my work laptop. It's not like having even more wires, more outlets, more connections can make this project any more ridiculous than it is. And it worked a treat, okay? Thank you, shitty Chinese work computer, you saved this project. Okay, it works, but then when we get to issues of gameplay, which, let's just say, it's from an era that many modern gamers will not be equipped to deal with, especially myself. The X-Wing series are impeccably made flight sims, and with the phrase flight sim comes certain elements which in today's gaming market would make investors and gaming CEOs' hearts require a checkup. This is not something you'd find in the mainstream this day and age, aside from outliers like Microsoft Flight Sim. These are serious games for serious people. People serious about being rebel scum. For a start, a flight stick is almost certainly required, not technically, but for enjoyment's sake, and even then, it is not enough. You must have a keyboard on standby too, because pretty much every key on your keyboard has a function. Shift your deflector shields to rear, there's a key for that. Change your thrust to 33%, there's a key for that. Flush the toilet, you can bet there's a key for that too. And one for spraying the air freshener if you've done a particularly nasty one. It's the least welcoming type of game in history, which is not a bad thing at all. I know it sounds like I'm complaining, and I am really complaining, but I'm also just stating facts. It's a fantastic game, it's just a hurdle to overcome, and one that I think most gamers wouldn't be able to stomach or even be equipped to do so this day and age. There are more things to learn here than driving an actual car. And you almost need a keyboard overlay just to get to grips with everything, or take 10 hours embedding them into your brain. I had to keep pausing the game after I figured out which key was used to pause the game, just to look online and figure out how to recharge my laser blaster. Oh yeah, you have to do that. How to switch weapons. I'm in the middle of a dogfight, but I have to tell them, hang on a minute, I just need to look up, which button does what. Yes, you can kind of use a controller if you can get that to work, and even then, you still need a keyboard. It's a headache. The first two computers I tried, I spent like half an hour fiddling with stuff just to get my Xbox controller recognized. The third computer, it worked out of the box, although the mapping was a little bit weird. However, it's a headache that's really worth overcoming if you want to have one of the best experiences in gaming. Easily one of the best Star Wars games, hands down. My advice is, don't have a video project deadline to meet while you figure it all out. It might make you a little bit angry, frustrated, and say some nasty words to the game. I'm sorry, game. If you're a console gamer such as myself, stay well away, because this will make you hate PC gaming even more. But if you've got a PC and you're used to the ball ache, or at least you've taken a suppository for it, then be ready for one of the most immersive series around. At the start, you have to register your fighter, who can actually die or be captured by the Empire. So you have to register someone else after that. I think that's pretty cool. I genuinely didn't expect that when Jordan was blown to smithereens, and then Jordan 2 was captured by the Empire. I wonder what's going to happen to my third clone. I'm excited to find out. You have training missions, which I do advise you go through, although maybe not all the way because they do go on a bit. I got super bored going through these gates, like 100 of them, like really. You can practice your X-Wing, your Y-Wing, and A-Wing skills, their strengths, weaknesses. There are some historic battles you can take part in, as well as a few campaigns. I love the touch of getting introduced to the mission by Admiral Akbar, my main cephalopod, although it does feel like I'm the only person in the room. That's a bit awkward. Is Jordan clone number 3 really that special, or does he stink enough to keep everyone away from him? As I said, this is not arcadey like in something like Star Wars Arcade, or as we'll see in Rogue Squadron later on. Your targets can be absolutely miles away and the whole arena is huge. There'll be large portions of the mission where you'll be spending like a couple of minutes just arriving at your destination. I'm sure this was a purposeful decision on the part of the devs because they know the type of gamer who plays these games, the kind of gamer who probably needs to spend some time lighting up a cigar, pouring a glass of bourbon, putting on his special, X-Wing TIE Fighter gloves, those kind of people. They need time to be pensive, consider the battlefield, if you could actually see the tiny little specks that are the TIE Fighters. I'm barely just scratching the surface of this game, but I'm 100% all about this game, even if it took me like a week of getting it to work. What I like most is that it really does feel like a melee in space, fighters going at it in both an organized and chaotic way. Maybe not so much in this entry, at least in the earlier missions, but definitely as the series progresses, it feels much more epic. It's also worth noting that I'm playing the Special Edition, which was released about 5 years later and was almost like a remaster, and it looks okay. The Special Edition was from like 98, which is when the first Rogue Squadron was out, and the models are much worse here, but you have to take into account the sheer scope of these missions. They'd have made a Nintendo 64 into a consumer-ready toaster. I hear the original version is a bit more rudimentary, although I couldn't get that to work, because of course I couldn't. This was a big release for the time. I mean, for 1993, when the original was out, it would have been mind-blowing. And so it was inevitable that it would get a sequel, but this time from the other side of the battlefield. Wait a minute, you want me to play as the bad guy? Hell yes! Star Wars is one of the few franchises that, to me, it seems they're very willing to let you play as the fascist dictators to crush the good guys. Good stuff. This follows X-Wing very closely in terms of mechanics, so I'm unfortunately not going to dwell on it too much, and the same for the rest of the franchise. You know what you're going to get when you boot them up, and I feel a bit guilty just brushing over them, but they really do play almost exactly the same. They are all amazing, but they are surprisingly similar with only like small tweaks to the gameplay here and there, so I don't want to repeat myself, and this is a long enough video as it is. However, I have to say, in the first sequel, the presentation is even better in the mission briefings. I love the aesthetic. I love the close-ups of your commanding officer, the way you have dialogue choices, a bit like a point-and-click adventure game, at least in the presentation. This game is just interesting in the fact that you're seeing the fight from the other side. While you don't get much character from the actual characters, it's good to see things from their perspective. What do they get up to when they're not getting their arse kicked by the rebels? Things like patrol missions, scanning ships, kind of dull stuff that turns into something interesting, or not. It's a flight sim. Becoming interesting is almost looked down upon. Oh, by the way, holy crap, if X-Wing was hard, this is even harder in my opinion, because all the ties in the Empire's infinite wisdom, all of them have the defense of a Pringle at the top of the tube. You go down easier than $20 Denise. And I had to try the first mission multiple times because you really have to keep an eye and an ear out for mission updates from HQ, telling you about new ships arriving, who you need to intercept, what you need to do. These are not the kind of games you listen to podcasts on in the background. You need to focus, guys. But in this game, you can jump around missions if you want to. There is an overarching story, but you can transfer yourself to a new base and do the missions for each one there, which was helpful for me getting footage of a different variety, not replaying the same ones over and over and over again and getting absolutely smashed. I can barely clear a mission, and in all these games, these levels are long, and if you mess up, well, you have to do it again from the beginning, at least in these earlier ones. There are no checkpoints, which I do appreciate from a gamer's perspective, having a nice challenge to overcome, but it can be super daunting to replay those long stretches of doing nothing. You just want to warp back to your target, but no, it's a couple of minutes full throttle to get there. Hope you don't run out of fuel. I do think TIE Fighter is the better of the first two games. Even though mechanically they are very similar, you can feel the developers get more confident with their mission variety and presentation. Plus, it's unique in the fact that you're on the dark side, controlling an almost nobody Imperial pilot. Although it does feel even more hardcore, appealing to those with the personality of an Imperial commander. So I do think you should ease yourself in with the original first to get used to the concept before moving on to TIE Fighter.
Eliminated. Modified frigate drone is attacking the...
So, we had Star Wars X-Wing, then we had Star Wars TIE Fighter, but which one's better? There's only one way to find out: fight! Well, sadly you can't put the big PC boxes in a wrestling arena, although I bet there is a WWE mod out there somewhere for that. In fact, I'd rather see Stone Cold Steve Austin piledrive an X-Wing. I'd do a pay-per-view for that, but getting back to sanity. X-Wing vs TIE Fighter is the odd one out in the bunch of games, released in 1997. This went away from the story focus of the previous iterations, and instead went into the multiplayer aspect, having up to 8 people together in the same room on different PCs, of course, either completing missions together or just having an all-out scrap. Can you imagine the smell? The smell of victory. That is a group of nerds living out their best life. It sounds like it would have been amazing having your own crew taking on the Imperials. So essentially, you just got a ton of random missions together, and then you could tackle them with friends. There wasn't a connecting narrative, which I think pissed a lot of people off, or at least disappointed them, because while I'm not gonna say The Adventures of Jordan Clone Number 3 was as riveting as other games, even Rebel Assault had a more interesting connected story, it probably did massively appeal to some people. But I do understand why it was cut. It's hard to have a story where there's like 8 of you together, there are different sides, it's logistically gonna be a nightmare for any writer. This reminds me of the early HD era, when Xbox Live was at its peak, and then, suddenly every single player game needed to have like a multiplayer mode tagged on, or even start to become the focus. I mean, all that online multiplayer stuff, that's cool and all, but can you just do it somewhere else? Don't take a shit in my garden, please. It's like a guest coming into your home and rearranging your furniture. Like, why are you messing with it? But hey, if any game series was going to have like massive multiplayer experience, X-Wing TIE Fighter was the prime. And I just have to stress how important of a selling point the 8 players was. That was insane. Essentially having an entire squadron filled with you and your mates tackling the scenarios together. Absolutely mind-blowing, and the developers must have worked miracles for it to happen. They must have been too busy bleeding their fingers coding all of that part to focus on evolving other parts, and in that regard, it still retains the core gameplay, which is probably a good thing for many people. But back in the day, the lack of a story focus actually kind of annoyed people, because that was one of the great aspects about the series. I've touched upon the expanded universe already. Until playing these games and considering why they are so welcome, only now did I realize and appreciate the expanded universe. And no wonder people were really unhappy when Disney hit Control-Alt-Delete. By this point, in 1997, there'd been no new Star Wars movies for like 15 years. People were absolutely starved and gagging for more stories in this universe. A universe that only had 3 movies and was ripe, so ripe for more tales and characters. It seems LucasArts got the message and later released an expansion pack for this game called Balance of Power, which included 2 campaigns, one for each force, although they played very similarly, but from different perspectives and ended differently from one another. Of course they did. It was a nice effort, but it does feel a little bit off for me. Mission briefings are much less involved, and the actual radio chatter is very limited. It feels like there's less voice acting overall. In fact, outside the missions, the presentation is much weaker. It's messier and more confusing. Sure, there's no superfluous entering different doors with long transitions for no reason other than it being cool, but I'll take being cool over this. It's definitely a step down. Out of all 4 games that I played in the series, for me, this was the least enjoyable. But of course, I was playing without the epic multiplayer aspect. I'm not in a room with 8 friends that I'm pretty sure I don't have, nor am I in 1997, which would have probably imploded my tiny mind back then if I saw this. So I don't want to be too harsh on it, but if there is one that I would skip, it would be this one. 1999 saw the final game in the X-Wing series, very perplexing considering how popular they were, or maybe I assume they're popular because everyone talks about them now. X-Wing Alliance went back to the series' roots, with the multiplayer aspect taking a sidestep and going all the way deep down into a story-led game, and boy does it! This game is chock full of spoken dialogue before missions and during missions. It has a way more followable story than any of the games in the series before, and it's probably the game's strongest aspect. At least I'm assuming that, because even though I can see it being the best one for the story, sadly I wasn't able to get far in the game at all. I could only get up to mission 3, at which point the mission objective would stick their middle finger up at me, because you're scanning these supply crates and they all need to survive the mission, like all 100 of them. But my big sister in the other ship kept crashing into them for like, I don't know why, blowing them up. It was really quite frustrating, especially since this is hardly the most thrilling of missions in the world. Literally scanning 100 space crates, only to get near the end and then she slams into one of them. This happened 3 times and I genuinely could not be asked to see failure for a 4th time. Maybe it's just how it is on my computer, but I did check some forums and it does seem that it's an issue for some other people as well. Hopefully not for you if you want to play it, because I think this could be the definitive X-Wing game. You start off as a neutral party. You're the son of a business owner who's treading the line between alliances, although definitely erring towards the rebels despite not wanting to draw attention to it. As things develop, you do then become a rebel fighter. At least that's what I've read, because I can't play that far. It is very promising though. Even from the off, they let you pilot the YT-1300 light freighter. It's not the Falcon, but it'll do. You even have sections where you are a gunner, although it feels a little bit rudimentary even for the time. It's also annoying because the robot pilot makes me want to puke. From what I'm aware, this game can be heavily modded to make it more up to date, and maybe if I do that, maybe it'll stop my sister kamikazing straight into a cargo to ruin my day, but for now, I'm gonna have to call it a bad job, or just jump into the free play mode or whatever it's called. Overall, the X-Wing series is a fantastic bunch of games. Sampling them back to back was a journey in and of itself for me personally, from being frustrated getting them to work properly to having a whale of a time getting my arse handed to me. Back to being frustrated again, trying to get it to work properly. There's no doubt these are excellent games, perhaps some of the best Star Wars games ever made. At least according to some fans, and I would love the time to spend delving deeper into these games and their missions. They're pretty hardcore, although perhaps lighten up a little bit as the series goes on. These are proper games for people who probably wear special dressing gowns while playing, and it would be great to see them working in full capacity on modern systems and being future-proof, because it seems they bring them up to date and then a couple of years later they become a headache again. These games deserve to be preserved or remade. What happened to Totally Games? They were the developer of this series. They were all quite successful and super unique. Even Rogue Squadron, while having a similar premise, plays completely differently, and I do think there is still a market for this. After X-Wing Alliance, Totally Games became a rebel of their own by joining the dark side, and they made a Star Trek game, before petering out into the retirement home of Facebook games, and eventually closing down. Sad times for a legendary developer. Where is the series? Why is it dead? Star Wars Squadrons was supposed to be a spiritual successor, but you're gonna have to wait many hours before I get to that. What a great time to be a Star Wars fan in 1995, especially if you owned a PC or PlayStation 1, because not only was there Rebel Assault 2, but before that we had an exciting new series that was born, and this time it was a first-person shooter. New territory for the franchise, and I'm talking about a proper first-person shooter, not Rebel Assault first-person shooter. Star Wars Dark Forces. This was released on PS1 during the early days, and I don't remember seeing it even in stores. It surprised me when I found out that it was released on the PS1. It's definitely more famous as a PC release. It's a game I've always wanted to play, and rather awesomely, just as I started prepping for this video retrospective, Night Dive Studios did what they do best, and they completely remastered the game. So that's what I'm playing for this video. Star Wars Dark Forces is unashamedly channeling a bit of Doom, but that's only something unimaginative hacks would say, because literally every FPS back in the day looked like Doom. That was the thing. It's like saying every FPS today looks like Call of Duty. So yeah, it's like Doom, but you're shooting stormtroopers instead of demons. I actually mildly regret playing this version. One, because it cost me $30, I'm already bleeding money with this video. but also because, to be honest, I don't really know what the optimal way to play it is. There are so many settings, some of which does something, I don't know. I think I just preferred the no-nonsense PS1 version, but regrets aside, this is a pretty fun game. You play as Kyle Katarn, another attempt at making a new character in the Star Wars universe outside of the main movie cast. Kyle Katarn is a well-loved character in the expanded universe, perhaps the most well-loved of them all. He's appeared in books and video games, with his debut here in Dark Forces. While it may look a bit generic, for 1995 on PC and 96 on PlayStation, it does have the honor of bringing something new to the table. You can actually look up and down, something that would make Doom Guy blush and dogs around the world extremely jealous. Levels are also multi-layered and more complicated. You can swim, you can jump, you're an all-action hero. You have a simple enough introductory mission, which gives you a nice taste of what's to come. Each mission is introduced by Mon Mothma, and by the way, forget Jyn Erso, it seems that Kyle Katarn was the one who got the first Death Star plans. The first mission, just a small side thing that's throwaway, but an integral part of the Star Wars lore. The plot then quickly moves onto the subtitular Dark Forces. There are reports of rebel bases being decimated by an unprecedented deadly ground force, the Dark Trooper. We need to find evidence of it and also try to stop it. And that's what all the missions are really about, finding people who know about it, finding out where they are being assembled, and finding out how to blow it to smithereens. Kyle is joined by his longtime conspirer, Jan Ors, whose name sounds like a TV presenter. I swear there was a Watchdog Consumer TV show in the mid-90s presented by Jan Ors. The plot is actually surprisingly interesting. There's some nice cutscenes here and there, and Kyle actually has a voice and a face we can put to. I think that's why he's so likable. Okay, he looks like he's from like a Kojima game and about 40 years old, but no worries, you don't go through all the scumbag cantinas in the Outer Rim and come out looking like Prince Charming. You'll get a selection of weapons as you battle the low animation frames of the Stormtroopers and Imperial forces. You have the commanders, you have those guys who press buttons and important levers. You have some really nice looking probe droids. And of course, the scum of the galaxy trying to get in your way. The only thing it's lacking is constant epic boss fights. It feels weird to finish levels a bit anticlimactically. I mean, you have to even press the pause button and then select end mission yourself. Come on, where's the cutscene? And the levels themselves are great. They are very well designed. I mean, they made a sewer level interesting. Don't call them a trope, but I really enjoy the puzzle aspects they've put into this game. It's not mind-busting, nor are they made for simpletons, but balanced really well. Hitting switches, sure, but things like raising the poop levels in order to swim through the shite and find the Imperial officer you want to detain, everything is connected well. Doing this classic rotating platform thing on multiple floors, I mean, who the frig is the Imperial base designer? Who comes up with this stuff? And when I say well designed, I'm talking about like the puzzles and the layout from a video game sense, not in real life. Because whoever came up with this cityscape has lost their damn mind if they think it's a city that would actually be lived in, or how a base would actually be. Random tight alleyways, weird angles for everything, platforms and elevators that have no meaning, and seriously, who's hiding all these switches? My man, this is not sensible. I would not like to live in this version of Star Wars. It'd be a nightmare finding the bathroom. A lived-in, believable world this is not. Still fun though. These small puzzles kept me interested throughout the game because it certainly broke up the less than interesting shooting stormtroopers. I guess that's a bit harsh. It's still fun, but it can get a bit tiresome. The AI isn't exactly spectacular. They just sort of walk towards you and shoot. And when they can't do that, they seem to just resume their patrol. You can almost hear them whistling like they're trying to pretend nothing happened. But there are small touches like not noticing you if you're behind them and not noticing you when it's pitch black. Stealth is common these days, but I think it's a novelty to see here. I think the weapons could have been a bit more interesting. Lots of variety in blasters. Some look nice, always good to have a grenade launcher. That makes any game 5 times better. The visuals are okay here. Night Dive did a good job, pretty much making it from scratch. It also looks smooth, but I do have to mention the music, which is unbelievably horrendous. Like, no offense to the composer of this game, but it is terrible. You can hear the general Star Wars themes within it, but then they try to complement it with endlessly randomly hitting gongs. It sounds like Mr. Bean walked into a pots and pans store. I don't get it. There are two audio versions, and they're both terrible. I guess it could be the port getting the mix wrong, or you know how back in the day like everything sounded different depending on which sound card that you had. Well, it seems Night Dive found the sound card that was stuck down a lava tree. It's pretty terrible. But top props to the voice acting. There's not a lot of it, but what's here is good, and the sound effects are obviously great too. When you get to visit Skywalker Ranch for your sound sources, you know the effects are going to be seriously good. Sadly, the music team read the message wrong and they ended up at Skinwalker Ranch instead. No wonder the music sounds like it was made by aliens. Overall, I had an absolute blast playing this. Again, maybe not $30 worth of fun, at least not yet, but you can get the original for like a $5 on Steam. The levels are very different, inventive. It's not just a corridor shooter. It's fun finding all the secrets, blowing up walls to reveal hidden items and upgrades. You can walk in on stormtroopers having a piss at the urinals. Who's the cleaner on this base? Get him fired! Or at least choked by Vader. I can imagine it being slightly annoying on higher difficulties since it seems to be one of those games where it's very difficult to avoid being shot. Obi-Wan was right about stormtrooper accuracy, but if you play the game on like a mid-level difficulty, there's not a big problem. There are also multiple ways to solve levels, different entry points, and it's just a super solid, well planned out game. And that's why it was a roaring success. Dark Forces and Kyle Katarn proved very popular, especially with audiences on PC. PS1, not so much. It sold bucket loads, and that's why there was a sequel 2 years later, but it was only ever released on PC.
Get out of my bar. You always cause trouble.
1997 saw the release of Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, an incredible mouthful and the start of a naming strategy that would make the Rambo movies laugh. But more on that later. Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 released only on PC, and even to this day, it has never been released on a home console, which is a big shame considering it's considered one of the greatest games of all time. I mean, look at that Metacritic score. I kind of understand why it wasn't though. I mean, I don't think there are enough buttons even on a modern controller to accommodate everything this game has. A keyboard seems partially necessary, not to the extent of like X-Wing TIE Fighter, but still. One of the biggest additions to this game is the fact that Kyle Katarn is on the road to becoming a Jedi himself. The Force is strong with him, and he grabs an old-ass lightsaber and can go to town on stormtroopers and Tusken Raiders alike. I was a bit wary of this feature since it's hard to get lightsabers right, even in modern games, but one from 1997, and in a first-person shooter, it was asking for trouble. But it's not so bad. As you'd expect, it kills pretty much everything in one, but considering you're getting shot at from every direction, it's not going to be like ideal. What is pretty cool is that you can deflect some blasters. And I should stress some, because it's still not enough to make it a safe bet. Even after I had the lightsaber, I only really used it occasionally, usually lighting up dark areas, or just because I wanted to show it off for this video. You do have Jedi boss fights from time to time, and they are required. I don't think you can win by lobbing thermal detonators, sadly. I mean, I tried. It's 2 against 1 here, that's not fair, and one of them's invisible, come on. Thankfully, I realized I could use my Jedi sight sense. Oh yeah, I should mention you get Jedi powers, either neutral, light side or dark side, which does play into the story a little bit. If you explore the levels and find the secret areas, you can get extra Force points to spend upgrading the Force powers you have. I absolutely loved and abused the crap out of the Force pull, yanking the weapons out of stormtroopers' hands. It never gets old. And they run away like cowering dogs, so you can actually be a bit of a pacifist by just janking them out of as many enemies as possible. Sadly, they're not smart enough to fully get out of dodge, nor run and pick up a free weapon. They just awkwardly stand in the corner like the naughty boy they are. The Force powers, especially the neutral ones, very much enhance the platforming, puzzles, and exploration. And this is where Dark Forces 2 is taken to the next level. Using your Force jump opens up the level design a lot. Don't get me wrong, I love Dark Forces 1 level design. It's great in its own way, but this does feel like an enhancement in some areas. While the real lived-in world is still miles away, they just wanted to make good game design again, and it's fantastic. I should also say, holy crap, these levels are ridiculously long and huge. Maybe that's why it was never released on consoles at the time. They're just massive. I'm not sure anything could have handled this game before it was, a bit too late. Old hat. Visually, it's now all in 3D, which I think has made it age slightly worse than the pixelated original, but it's fine. Although, as I said, the levels are huge, and sadly the game won't show all of it. There's plenty of fog here. Also gone are the pixel cutscenes. Now it's entirely FMV, and oh boy, it's quite the contrast to Rebel Assault 2, which released 2 years earlier. Rebel Assault was cheesy, but I think overall well produced. This is just embarrassing, and I know I'm pissing on a good few people's nostalgia, but sometimes that nostalgia needs a yellow tinted soaking. The acting is dreadful. Probably because it was directed by a director who doesn't know which direction is left or right. Plus, it doesn't help that it seems like they had the space of a stationary cupboard to film the green screen in, so everyone's standing super awkwardly and come in shots at bizarre angles. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's hard to take what would be a serious story in the Star Wars franchise seriously. Also, unlike Rebel Assault, where they raided George Lucas' garage for proper costumes, here they obviously had to do it themselves. And they reeled in Judy, the accountant's wife, the only person they could find who could whip up a Halloween costume. I think one of the legitimate complaints I have is with the item management. Juggling actual items like Bacta juice or the flashlight, and then the weapons, and then the force powers, it's a lot to be shuffling. Of course, with a keyboard, each and every one of these has its own shortcut, which seems like a lot of memorization, but still, I wish it was organized better. And I think if there is a remaster like the original Dark Forces, I'm sure they'll put in a selection wheel or something like that. It's a small complaint, but I did feel like I spent 10% of my time just cycling through to what I actually needed. One of the biggest and most memorable aspects of Dark Forces 2 is the multiplayer. Online multiplayer was rudimentary in '97, but from what I've been told, mostly thanks to a podcast I listened to called Red Cow Arcade, it was an excellent and addictive game. Sadly, I can't be covering it here, but it's worth noting that Dark Forces 2 in some circles is just as revered as Quake and those other early online competitive games. It wasn't as polished, but for Star Wars fans, it was all they needed. This game 100% needs to be ported to modern consoles. Let's all pray together that Night Dive Studios can do what needs to be done. Developed almost concurrently with the main game, Mysteries of the Sith didn't take long to come out afterwards. This is an expansion that required the base game to be owned. Sadly, it's a little bit watered down in its ambition, as you can imagine being just an expansion pack. The big thing is that there is no light side dark side split. This expansion pack follows the canon ending, so it follows the light side ending. This follows Kyle 5 years after the end of the main game and introduces the gaming world to his apprentice, Mara Jade. Did you hear that? Did you hear the audible gasp as 1,000 extra special nerds unlocked a memory within? Mara Jade will mean nothing to the casual Star Wars fan, like myself, but before Disney, the expanded universe novels included a lady called Mara Jade. She has a biography on Wikipedia larger than most real-life people. That's how popular she was in the expanded universe, and I'm sure Luke is very happy to see her here. In fact, she's essentially the main character here. You do start off as Kyle, but quickly switch over to Mara as he goes off to do some important Jedi stuff. As you've noticed, I'm being quite vague about the story for this specific series because it's genuinely one of the highlights and well worth playing the games for to experience it, even if it is no longer considered canon. But unlike the original game, there's no real choice here in this one between light side, dark side. It's just a more simpler time. It has a larger focus on Jedi powers and lightsaber fights, which you would expect because Mara Jade ain't no mercenary. Not one for wielding bazookas or thermal detonators. At least not too much. And I think that's a good choice and makes the series take another step away from the original genre. What works well here, at least for me, is that all the cutscenes are now rendered in-engine, meaning there are no FMVs in this expansion pack. I guess for the so bad it's good crowd that might be a bit of a bummer, but I personally think it helps me take the story a bit more seriously now. I'm not going to spend too long on this one because it is very similar to Dark Forces 2, and the main appeal would be the story, which I don't want to spoil. So if you want more of this series, you should definitely play this straight after before moving on to the next main game in the series. It took 5 years. 5 years before we'd see Kyle Katarn again, but this time from the programming fingertips of another company. LucasArts felt that their work was done, or at least they needed a break from pumping out endless Phantom Menace tie-ins. They turned to Activision studio Raven Software, who had a pedigree in this kind of genre, having worked with id Software with games like Hexen. They also made games like Soldier of Fortune 1 and 2, but sandwiched between those two games was Star Wars, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, which might end up being one of the most confusing titles ever conceived. It's the third game in the series. You can't go from Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 to Jedi Knight 2. You're not helping yourself. But thankfully, it's a badass game. This released on PCs, of course, but it also got console ports to GameCube and Xbox. I have no idea why there was no PS2 version. Seems very odd considering it was the highest selling console of the time. Following the events of the previous game, and especially the expansion pack, Mysteries of the Sith, Kyle has fell out of love with the Force. Of course, I'm not going to spoil the story for this one, but let's just say he decided to throw his lightsaber away and go back to the life of a mercenary with his partner, Jan Ors. They are hired by the New Republic to investigate an abandoned Imperial facility, where they find there's been some dodgy research going on with crystals. Unlike the loony lady down the street who thinks she can tell the future by walking into a Swarovski shop, they think they can harness the power within. Something similar to what's found in lightsabers. Eventually, without spoilers, Kyle feels, you know what, that lightsaber used to get the ladies wet, and those force powers, were rather useful when fighting the Empire, and so he goes back to the Jedi Temple to tell Luke, "Oi, give me back my sword." And Luke, not wanting to hand them out so freely, gives you a test of your skills. Do you still have what it takes? At which point the game changes from being purely FPS back into an action-adventure FPS, because you have to go through the trials using each of the key forces. Thankfully, the force jump is quick to appear because Kyle's normal jump is like a 90-year-old arthritic person with a leg weight. Feels like he's been hitting McDonald's breakfast menu every day since he put down his lightsaber. I really like this part of the game as you learn how to master your skills. Force pulling to pull out platforms, speeding through closing doors, it's good stuff, and a gentle introduction for the key skills you're going to need in your adventure. It culminates in getting back your lightsaber. It feels like a first-person Tomb Raider game or something. I like it. And I have to say, they made the lightsaber feel much better here. Throwing it is a lot of fun and unsurprisingly satisfying as you plow through stormtroopers. It feels like there's a proper flow to the moves, combos and such. Although I didn't quite get a feel for doing it myself, it was quite cool to see when it just happened. Rather than just swinging it around like a madman, you feel like a Jedi rather than someone who just found it in an alleyway. The Jedi to Sith combat is a little bit clumsy. You're never sure who's actually doing what or who's winning until, somebody dies. You again get a mix of both light side and dark side forces, and you're free to do both if you please. I don't believe it affects the outcome of the story. I don't think there's a morality thing going on with this game. So what if you electrocute people? You're only burning stormtroopers, they're guilty as charged. Once again, the puzzle and level design is fantastic. It really was nice to use my brain for 5 minutes every now and again. The gunplay is a lot of fun. The story is engrossing, better than ever in my opinion, because it brings in some nice old faces like Lando, which instantly makes it an 11 out of 10 game. And he helps you too, which is nice and heartwarming. It's even voiced by the legend himself. In my personal opinion, it's better than Dark Forces 2 in every way. I like the story more, the presentation is obviously much better since it's lacking FMVs, the cutscenes are pretty good, although the mouth flaps are a little bit scary. Luke is especially terrifying, like he's showing off his brand new veneers. Being a Jedi Temple owner pays good, bro. I bet he's got a VCX 100 in the garage. I do have a small issue though, and that is with the item management. You use the D-pad to scroll through weapons, your force powers and your items like medkits, night vision goggles and stuff, but scrolling through them is kind of a pain because you have so many of each, and especially for force powers, which the icons look very similar for, and you can't scroll back either. It's like Sheffield City Centre, it's one way only. If you miss the one you want, you have to go all the way through again, which in a tense situation isn't exactly ideal. It sometimes made me neglect using them, knowing it'll be a bit of a pain finding the one that I want. These powers, they start out at their weakest, but as you go through the levels, they automatically level up. So by the end of the game, you can pretty much leap over the Empire State Building, the true test of a Jedi Master. You know, when I'm playing a first-person shooter, I think some of the more underrated moments are when you're not actually blowing people up. When there are sections where you're walking around, you're not allowed to pull your gun out, maybe like the intro to Half-Life, something like that. I wish these Jedi Knight games had more moments like that, because I feel it's prime for just walking around alien planets, into buildings, going into bars, seeing what's going on. There are teasers like that. Like here you have a short section where you're on Yavin to meet Luke, and you have to go find him yourself, and you can have a nice little peek at all the young Jedi training and doing their thing. It's just nice. I appreciate it because you don't actually have to come here and look at it. It's off the main path. A nice touch in my opinion. Anyways, Jedi Outcast, another phenomenal game. I highly recommend it. Aside from its retro releases, you can now get it on PS4 and Switch very affordably, digitally and physically too. Give it a shot if you have the chance. You can also play it on modern Xboxes, but it's not a HD port, it's just backwards compatible of the original, which is what I played for this video. Just over a year later, we got the sequel. Is it Jedi Knight 3 or Dark Forces 4? No, it decided to ignore the series altogether and name it Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. You're getting double the Jedi here. This is the one game in the series that I actually owned back in the day as a teenager. I bought this one because I thought it was the first game in the series, or at least it was a prequel to Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. So if you think I'm nitpicking about the name, no, this tripped me up as a kid. I could have bought the third game, but I didn't. I bought the fourth one. Unlike the previous game, on consoles, this only released on Xbox, so technically it was a console exclusive up until the HD ports. I have to admit, I didn't play it much at all. I traded it in pretty soon. I can't tell you exactly why, but I'm pretty sure it's because it wasn't like Knights of the Old Republic. Completely different game styles, but I was so in that zone, so much in the RPG world, in the cities filled with NPCs and side quests, that this just felt like a simpler, lower budget game in my eyes, a slightly janky action game. I did not get far. In fact, my only clear memory of it is the intro when your ship crashes and you have to make it to the Jedi Temple on foot. But after playing the previous 3 games, I was excited to give it another go with a more mature mind and no biases in place. I'm not expecting Knights of the Old Republic now. Oh, by the way, Kyle Katarn is not the main character. In fact, you create your own character. You have a choice of different species, clothes, and whether they are male or female. Of course, I chose a female Twi'lek in a bikini. It's the closest I'll ever get to a Twi'lek pole dancing simulator game. Imagine turning up on your first day of Jedi training, rocking up to the legendary Luke Skywalker in a bikini. Mara Jade better keep an eye out. The thirst will be strong with him. They went to the extra effort of having 2 voice actors completely do the script depending on if you're male or female, just like BioWare did in Mass Effect. And interestingly, the female voice actor for Femshep and Jedi Cadet in both games is Jennifer Hale, and she does a really nice job. You can even pick your lightsaber color, snazzy. So narratively, this is different, not only in the protagonist but also the structure, because Kyle is now side by side with Luke as a Jedi Master, training Padawans. You and a friend who comes across as a bit of a weaselly prick are assigned to Kyle, and he acts as a mentor for you as you gradually increase your standing within the Jedi. The game is set up in 3 acts, but within each, you can choose which missions you want to do first. You don't even have to do them all. I believe there's always like 1 left over before the story progresses to the next big development. The missions seem random, and some of them are, but there are connections and different arcs, and between missions, like every time you complete one, you get an update about the main arc, which is about a new dark force breeding within the galaxy. I do like that you're going out doing Jedi things. Things that you can imagine Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon going on with their adventures, or Obi-Wan and Anakin. Like, one of them is trying to rescue a merchant that crash landed. And the mission variety is decent too. Like in this mission, you essentially just have to salvage parts to fix your ship while avoiding a deadly sandworm. There's a train level in stormy weather. It's good stuff. You don't feel bored. Chopping down Tusken Raiders, looking for a droid has never felt so good. There's one where you have to escape from a prison, but it's set up like a game with the boss testing you till his death as you blast his base with an AT-ST. Good stuff. I don't think the plot stands up to the previous games due to the mission structure, and don't get me wrong, I like it, but it's certainly a little bit weaker in my opinion. The gameplay, in terms of the mechanics, are still rock solid, and the lightsaber battles are even better, doing flips and stuff. My lady, called Jaden Core, is badass. Really feels good. Maybe a bit clumsy at times, like you're never sure who's actually winning until you kill the enemy Sith or you get clobbered yourself. I said that before, but same thing. You can even wield a dual lightsaber much later on. But the gunplay is still pretty awesome too. I thoroughly enjoyed playing this game, maybe even more than the others. I don't think it's the best, but I think it might be the most fun. There is a slight difference there. They fixed, or at least mitigated, my issues with the inventory, mainly thanks to them ditching it. Here you don't have an inventory system for items. No medkits, no scopes, that's gone. Now you just have weapons and force powers, which is just enough to make you able to use the D-pad to scroll forwards and backwards. Revolutionary. But there is a long-standing issue with this series, which is probably par for the course. I shouldn't single this series out without rechecking some of my favorite older FPS games, but the AI is quite bad again. They're just not clever. They just stand there or just charge at you. Also, the vehicle sections suck balls. I mean, who decided to give Tauntauns tank controls? Who's the genius? Oh, and taking down this Wampa in a similar way to Luke, fantastic callback. In fact, this game is full of callbacks, maybe a little bit too much. Easter eggs out your arse, especially with lines of dialogue. I can't remember what they are off the top of my head since I played this 2 weeks ago prior to recording this, and I don't fancy scrolling through all the footage, but there's often lines found within the original trilogy that are also said here, or in some early Star Wars memes. I guess it's cool, but it does take you out of the actual scene somewhat. But overall, Jedi Academy, great game. It wasn't as well received as the previous games. I think it has the lowest rating of them all, but it was a high bar to reach. Playing all 4 back to back, I think it's just as enjoyable. It is a bit different though. I do recommend giving this one a go. Overall, the Dark Forces / Jedi Knight series is fantastic. Kyle Katarn is a legend in the Star Wars universe, pretty much literally these days. Sadly, he's been ousted by Disney, and his nonchalant grabbing of the Death Star plans was turned into an epic movie starring someone else, someone slightly less interesting. But I love these games, having never played them before aside from the very last one, which I can't remember anything about aside from you could create your own character, and it wasn't as good as other Star Wars Xbox games that I'll talk about later, but playing them back to back, I was having a whale of a time. Each of them have their own inherent flaws, but I'd go as far as to say it's one of the best Star Wars sub-series that you can play. They are fantastic. I love the characters, I like the integration with established lore while adding in new and exciting scenarios, but the best part is definitely the level design. While they may not work in terms of what a real architect would do, the gameplay found within, the puzzles, the platforming, the way the levels flow, fantastic. These games embarrass modern day shooters in that area. It's nice to be able to use your brain. Okay, perhaps the moment-to-moment gunplay isn't too special. The only thing special is the enemy AI. The fights can be a little brainless and repetitive, but you can say the same thing about Doom and almost all of the earlier first-person shooters. Repetitiveness can be enjoyable, especially when it's surrounded by a good story, nice presentation, and Twi'leks in bikinis. That helps everything. I also really appreciate how the series slowly evolved over the course of its 4.5 games. In terms of story and mechanics, it's like each sequential game took half a step away from the previous to eventually make it into something very different. It's not a harsh change. This isn't like Zelda 1, Zelda 2 Band-Aid rip. It slowly evolves, improving, adding, changing things, and it feels like a natural progression, and I thoroughly enjoyed every single game in the series. Comparing Dark Forces 1 with Jedi Academy, you'd struggle to see they're in the same series. I think the developers at LucasArts and Raven Software should be proud of what they did with this sub-series within Star Wars, and it is a shining light in an already bright crowd. It's just a great old school time. As any 30-plus-year-old would say, they don't make them like they used to. With Dark Forces Remastered recently available, and the latter 2 games in the series having HD ports not too long ago, it's great they've become more accessible once again, and still somewhat relevant. We just have to hope Night Dive Studios do what they do best, and do similar work on Dark Forces 2. And who knows, maybe some company out there is brave enough to do a sequel. It's been too long. I want to see Old Man Kyle, and I want to see how he avoided being in the sequel trilogy. They better not Akbar him. So once again, following a series has jumped us up a little bit too far chronologically. We'll be getting a nosebleed if we don't calm down and have a cup of tea. We need to go back to a slightly quainter time. We need to go back to early 3D and the Nintendo 64 to visit one of the best eras for Star Wars games. Oh man, the Nintendo 64, I goddamn love this console and all its flaws. Home to some of the greatest video games of all time, and some of the most interesting Star Wars exclusive games. At least on console, nobody talked about PC games in the school playground. Shadows of the Empire was a huge game for the Nintendo 64. Pretty much a launch title, or at least a launch trickle. Those were some long months between N64 games. This released in late 1996 in the US and early 97 in Europe, and I remember it like it was 25 years ago. I can't remember if I had this as a kid or if it was rented or borrowed from a cousin, but I definitely played it and was equally in love and slightly bewildered by it. This was a third-person shooter when it was fairly ill-advised to be so. It's a beautiful game with jank of the highest order. I love it. This was a big project for LucasArts, super ambitious, not only due to deciding to side with Nintendo, but also making Shadows of the Empire a multimedia project. You have to remember, this was between Star Wars trilogies. Dark Forces, X-Wing, Rebel Assault, these games were lauded by fans, if anything, just for the fact they contained more morsels of story within the Star Wars universe, and even the novels, particularly by Timothy Zahn, were topping bestseller lists. Why aren't the Stargate SG-1 novels on the Times bestseller list? There's no justice. But people were gagging for more. LucasArts knew this. Even George was probably fidgeting in his chair thinking about more buckages with the new trilogy. LucasArts went all in on Shadows of the Empire, with the story of Dash Rendar, a beautiful Star Wars name. This multimedia event was designed as a full charge to completely reinvigorate the franchise in the mid-90s. There was a comic book, there was a novel, there was a fully composed soundtrack, toys, cards, board games, but of course, the main event was the video game. Dash Rendar, while not necessarily part of the Rebels, he's caught up in their fight. A big chunk of change always helps someone choose sides. He's a longtime friend of Han Solo, which is handy because he is essentially a replacement for Han Solo. I guess the devs wanted to explore a new character but couldn't come up with any other archetypes, but that's fine. I actually like Rendar. He's like Solo but on steroids. Anything you can do, I can do better type. He's cockier, he's faster, more ruthless. George would probably let him shoot first. The story is told rather quickly. There's not much in the way of cutscenes, and it feels like there was a chunk of in-between bits missing. Perhaps the novel would have come in handy at this point. The game jumps around from place to place. It feels like the overview plot points someone would write down before settling down to write the full thing. You kind of need the manual with you at all times, and interestingly, that manual tells you the entire plot straight away, level by level. Spoiler alert when you're on the bus ride home from the store. I'd have liked a bit more, to be honest, even if it's sort of forcing its way into the established lore, like squeezing your way to the front row of a concert. Also, saving Luke from gangsters when he's back on Tatooine, like he's mates with Luke. Why didn't we see him in the movies? Anyways, the gameplay, Shadows of the Empire starts off with a bang. Okay, we've been doing the Battle of the Hoth since, well, the very beginning of this video. It's hard to get impressed with it by now, but in 1996, oh my lord, having this arcade-style flight battles 3D on console, oh, this was insane. This was the big selling point for the game at the time. Forget the third-person shooter part, this is what it's all about. And you have to remember, this was before Rogue Squadron. And I have to say, it's amazing how quaint it is now. It feels pretty good to play, but it's hardly the huge, sprawling, multifaceted level that I seem to remember it being. Maybe my brain is filling in memories of Rogue Squadron 2 into this a little bit, but still, for the time, it is excellent. Doing the tow cables on the AT-ATs is magical, and it's a shame the game doesn't live up to this part. I mean, I like the rest of the game, but this feels like a false promise because nothing as cool as this happens again. The majority of the game is a third-person shooter. Not widely considered a wise move on the Nintendo 64, but it works well enough. The controls take a little bit of getting used to. I suppose it plays a little bit like Doom, just from a different perspective. The majority of the game, you'll just be blasting stormtroopers to bits, and of course, probe droids and annoyingly tiny droids. Thankfully, the auto-aim is strong with this one. What works about this game is that it really does feel adventurous. You feel like a badass who's always on the edge. You'll come across a lot of tough bosses. Taking on an AT-ST as the first boss, that's a bit daunting, especially when you think you have to aim at its spindly legs. Hardly an easy target when they're wider than a mama giving birth. You'll be begging to be able to aim more accurately yourself, but you can't do that, despite the absolute wealth of camera options you have. Even in the first person mode, the laser blasts look like they're coming from your belly button with no room for actual precision aiming. But this game often rewards a bit of exploration, being a bit gung-ho. If you run out, you can then get to higher ground to pick up stronger weapons and finally aim at its head. There aren't too many weapons, sadly. It's more like different ammo you get for your blaster. These are probably way more useful on higher difficulties, but I tended to save them for boss battles. The Disruptor is basically like a nuke, which there's no way I could have beaten the final boss without it. By the way, the bosses are good if a little bit janky, but the final boss, definitely a bit of an anticlimax. I didn't even realize it was the final boss, but on the whole, this is the kind of stuff that I missed from the first Dark Forces games. And the game doesn't end there, since you still have a space battle to do, but still is the final boss and the final real challenge. I do like the exploration parts, even if they are very linear. There's not much room to go your own way. Yeah, there are some maze-like areas, but you can't go off the beaten path too much. Only really in the sewers, which is a fantastic level, by the way. Don't call them a trope, but I did thoroughly enjoy wading through galactic shite to fight a glitched boss. I almost ran out of lives with this thing for some reason. There's some mild variety in gameplay, there's plenty of platforming. I really enjoyed this train level, for example. It feels like it's been done to death in video games before, so it's nothing special these days, but I like how egregiously long it is. It just goes on a ludicrous amount of time. And it's fairly fun as you jump from rail to rail, even if you feel like you're about to jump to your death each time. And you've probably noticed the jetpack, which plays quite a large role in the game. Again, with a Nintendo 64 controller being a bit idiosyncratic, it's strange how you activate it. You have to flick it on and off with one of the C buttons, and you can't use it forever. You have to let it replenish, otherwise it might make the game a bit too easy. As I said, it's fun. I was just disappointed by the lack of puzzles. When I was researching this video, I did some overview reading of each game just to see or remember what I was getting into, and I remember seeing that developers wanted to make it stand out from other games in the genre by having puzzle elements. But they must have passed me by, unless you count occasionally hitting a switch and maybe this room, which did annoy me because I thought the exit was more difficult to reach than it actually was. Maybe I accidentally cross-researched with Dark Forces because in some regards it's a bit of a step down compared to that series in terms of level design. Back in the day, this just had more of a wow factor in terms of visuals and 3D ship piloting. But in terms of design, like level design, even Dark Forces 1 is a bit better than this, and that's coming from someone who likes both games a lot. One very legitimate complaint for the time, perhaps less so now, is just how short this game is. Sure, it's not an easy game, but you can blast through this in about 4 or 5 hours. Considering how expensive N64 games were back then, that would have been a tough one to swallow. Of course, you can go through the game on different difficulties and it still would be mildly fun if you've got no new game until Christmas, but still 4 hours, guys. It is worth noting that each level has loads of collectibles, 87 in total, and if you collect them all on each difficulty, you unlock cheats and stuff. That is a lot, and many of them are very, very hidden, so if it's only the game you got at launch, well, you maybe could try and get the most out of it. The vehicular sections outside the intro and the outro are either a bit rough or a bit boring. Starting with the boring ones, the standard going from one place to another, shooting asteroids and ties. Maybe in 96 it would have been coolish, but I'm sick to death of it already in this video. It's just in 3D and they go on just a bit too long. Decent way to get extra lives though. And the speed bike section, it's hilarious. This thing pelts off at 1,000,000 miles an hour into a wall because there's just no space to let this thing rip. The mission itself is interesting because you have to F-Zero side slam these gangsters as they ride off to confront Luke. I'm sure he desperately needs your help against a few Hell's Angels. For the time, this was an excellent game, and control issues aside, I think it's still fun enough to play in 2024. I mean, we see the remasters of the Dark Forces, games like Turok getting all the plaudits. I think this deserves to be in here. It's a game that does a lot of things that I admire. I don't think critics would be overly kind to it when comparing it to the likes of like Dark Forces, that remaster. This has a lot more issues, but the nostalgia for me, and a lot of early N64 adopters, I'm sure this would have been a super popular rental title, and I think loads of people would love to see it if, it's slightly tweaked and released in HD. Come on, Night Dive, once you finish with Dark Forces 2, which I'm currently wishing into existence, do this one, okay? I have to be honest, when I decided to do a Star Wars retrospective, I never imagined I'd have to be playing a game of Monopoly. I don't like Monopoly, you have to be so mean to each other. Let's face it, it's nurtured many a prick over the years, and I'm convinced that all online trolls are sourced from playing Monopoly as a kid. I knew there was a Star Wars Monopoly board game, but calling me disappointed when I found out there was a digital game too. Released in 1997 for whatever was the Windows of that era, it should be an easy win for the developer. You've got Monopoly, now stick a Star Wars skin on it. Should be a quick, easy cash-in, just like the physical board game crossovers. But I have to say, Star Wars Monopoly did surprise me in terms of the effort put into it. This isn't Star Wars chess where they barely even cared they were making a game. They did actually seem to care here, and dare I say, some of them who made Star Wars Monopoly may have been Star Wars fans. What's the only thing people care about when it comes to Monopoly? It's the pieces. As long as I got the doggo, I didn't care. I could become bankrupt half an hour earlier than everyone else. It wouldn't bother me. At least I'd have an excuse to bugger off and do something more enjoyable. I just wanted the doggo. And with these themed Monopoly boards, everyone wants to know which pieces you can play as. Well, here you have R2, Luke, Leia, Han, Chewie, Boba Fett, Stormtrooper, and Vader. You have lots of options in how you want the game to play as well. You can play with the standard rules, or you can do what every family did and play with your own damn rules. Rules that usually favored the mardy arse in the family who'd kick off if they didn't win. You can play full games or shorter games if you live in the 21st century where people actually have things to be getting on with. You can set your name as well as if you want human opponents gathering around your monitor, or play against the computer and you can select their competence levels. All in all, I was delightfully overwhelmed by the amount of options available. You have a nice little host in C-3PO, who is the most likable he's ever been. Yeah, I'm going out on a limb and saying that. I have to say, for 1997, this game looks good. I mean, it probably looks like arse on this video, since I had to zoom in to fit the screen, but for the resolution it was made in, it looks very nice. Animations are pretty decent, the way the characters move around the boards is energetic, and the dice rolls are varied. There's like half a dozen variants of the dice getting blown up, like the Emperor electrocuting it, or the TIE fighters crashing into it. What really sells the Star Warsiness is that all the tiles on the board have been replaced by locations in Star Wars. Endor, Tatooine, Yavin 4, and each time you land on one of these, a clip from the movie plays that has something to do with the location, an actual movie clip. There seems to be a lot of them too, and I suspect you could watch the entire trilogy in 5-second chunks in completely random order, and I would love someone who's never actually seen Star Wars to do that, just to see what they think about it. And it's fairly fun listening to C-3PO's commentary on the locations in the game. Some of it is reused voice clips from the movie, but I'm pretty sure most of it is newly recorded audio from Anthony Daniels himself, and according to the credits, he even wrote the lines himself. I guess he knows the character inside out. I think the issue may be that you have to remember the original trilogy was hardly bursting with different locations. I think most of us let our imaginations fill in the different planets. So you end up with multiple locations within Endor, for example. If this was made today, you'd fill every single tile with a different planet. You don't get dollars, you get Republican credits. Not sure how useful they are on Tatooine, but hey, you still get to pay rent with them, so that's nice. I don't really have many complaints about this game. I guess it is a bit slow, what with all the animations and movie clips that play, but I'm pretty sure they can be turned off in the settings. The worst part though, apart from the fact it's Monopoly, is that the dice rolls are anticlimactic because C-3PO, the big mouth, he tells you the tile you're going to land on before you actually reach it. That's like one of the great tensions of board games, as you move your piece step by step before you land on the aha! Is that just me? All that playing this game did is just remind me how much I dislike Monopoly. I mean, I just kept landing on property I already owned. They, the opponents, kept getting double rolls, buying everything up, and I played on easy as well. It also reminded me of how I apparently played by my own rules as a kid because I had no idea you could start with property already, nor that double roles were actually a thing. Why did they give Solo the highest property straight away? That's not fair. Maybe it's because I chose the quick game? I don't know. I wasn't able to buy a single property going around twice. That's ludicrously bad luck. Only on my third go did I land on something that no one else had. I suppose I am mildly impressed with this game. It's a bit slow and it does lack the appeal of real Monopoly where you can shove the hat piece up your cousin's nose for being a complete fascist, then finally frisbeeing the board out of the window when you go bankrupt. I don't think it's quite the same as smashing their head through a computer monitor. That's more expensive. But if you're playing alone, it's not a bad way to play. It has a bit of personality, it has plenty of options. I think they did more than they actually needed to do. You didn't need the animations, you didn't need the movie clips, you didn't need to give Anthony Daniels a much needed paycheck, but they did it and I commend them for that. The dude's been making a living signing photographs for the past 20 years, giving something different to do, and in the options, you can turn all of this off, all of the fluff, if you just want a normal-ish Monopoly game. Would I recommend it in 2024? Well, maybe not, because getting it to work properly these days is a pain in the arse, especially if you're me who seems to have to jump through hoops. You want to see the real resolution I played this in? This. Wonderful. Good job I've got brilliant eyesight. Plus, its greatest weakness is that it's Monopoly. Does anyone really like Monopoly? I'm pretty sure the only people who do enjoy Monopoly are sociopaths, gleefully taking penny after penny from your own mother and father. It's a great personality disorder test, I'll give it that. Star Wars Masters of Teräs Käsi has always been labeled as one of the worst Star Wars games ever made, and I knew this before I even had the internet. A Star Wars fighting game? Cool, how could that possibly go wrong? Well, despite being an avid Star Wars fan and an avid PS1 emulator in my late teens, I didn't even bother trying this game due to its reputation, and this is the first time I've ever played it. Masters of Teräs Käsi is a 1v1 fighter set in a 3D arena. It can probably be compared to something like Tekken, just not as good. But it's got Star Wars characters, right? So it doesn't need to be perfect, just enjoyable. And this is, I guess it's okay. I'm not going to say it's terrible, it's just a serviceable fighting game. Star Wars characters beating the crap out of each other. I mean, yeah. So let's have a look who's in the roster. We've got Luke, Han, Chewie, Hor. Can't forget Hor. No one forgets Hor. We have a new character called Arden Lin, and she is the MacGuffin for this whole story. Oh yeah, just like Star Wars chess, they made an excuse for this thing happening. Arden Lin is tasked with assassinating the heroes of the rebellion. Heroes such as the Fat Pig Dude and the Tusken Raider. I like how the title crawl says they are preparing for her, as though they're actually humoring her, rather than, blasting her from outer space. I have to say, while most of the character profiles look good, Leia looks a bit John Travolta-ish. And desperate to see Mr. Travolta in a golden bikini, I started with her. Her first battle is against Han, because nothing like a bit of a domestic to start proceedings. Imagine getting this for Christmas as your mum and dad strangle each other silently in the kitchen, hoping you don't notice. It would be beautifully poetic. The controls aren't exactly easy to pick up and play, or maybe that's because I'm so Street Fightered up in my brain. I think every fighting game should be like that. It's not a game that's easy to pull off combos. You'll find yourself just doing single attacks without anything flowing together, which is frustrating because it makes a poor visual showcase and shows my complete ineptitude for the genre. I don't like fighting games. What's interesting about the game is that most characters have a weapon they can pull out via the R2 button. R2, get it? R2-D2? Maybe, I don't know. For some characters, this is essential because they have way more special attacks, but others either don't have one or they don't use it as effectively as their fists. For Leia, well, I didn't really get much of a feel for her. I struggled to do most of her attacks. I couldn't find a move list, so I assume that's either in the manual or a strategy guide somewhere. Playing everything on default settings, it can get kind of insane near the end. I mean, Hor just destroyed me, just like they destroy most happy families. Look at this nonsense, what's going on here? I gave it up as a bad job and went with Hor myself, because when you have the option to choose Hor, you choose it. And I like Hor quite a bit. I found their special attacks to be easier to find. You'll see that you have a meter on the bottom of the screen that lets you do your attacks. When it's full, apparently you can pull off like a Jedi Master trick or something like that, which I couldn't do, but I'm pretty sure this is one. Thanks, Hor. Nothing quite like a bit of Hor on Hor action. Thok v Hor. Thok v Hor. Thok v Hor. Someone at LucasArts was pissing themselves at that. Thok v Hor. Oh my god. The characters are all nicely different. Have to give credit for that. Sadly, Arden Lin is the most boring one. She doesn't have a weapon, and her only gimmick is having a metal hand. It's hardly interesting. Okay, pimp slapping Vader over and over again was mildly amusing. I think most people, especially those who like arcade fighters, will find this one a bit too stiff. And I'm not making another Hor joke, because my wife's editing this audio, but I really don't think it's anything terrible. Disappointing? Maybe if you were expecting a Star Wars vs. Capcom kind of game, you will be disappointed, but I'd honestly take these janky games over anything Capcom make as in terms of a fighter. And I know that's terrible to say, but if you've been watching my Dreamcast adventure, where I played Capcom and SNK stuff, you know that I just don't enjoy them. This I can get some weird enjoyment out of. What I do really like, and no one can persuade me otherwise, are the stages. I think they did a good job of capturing key locations in the Star Wars universe. Little touches here and there, like seeing Yoda's hut in the background, or an AT-AT toddling away. There's really nice variety, and they look good. Okay, maybe some are generically one color, but again, there are small touches that tell you very clearly, oh, we're in the Rancor pit. I think the game overall looks pretty good, well aside from John Travolta and Luke's 3D model. It's absolute nightmare fuel when he turns his head. He becomes the fat kid from the Goonies for some reason. I am disappointed by the lack of any story for completing each character though. I know they couldn't do too much with this non-canon story that's set nebulously within the movie trilogy, but come on, who doesn't want to see Hor's homecoming? What the fuck did Thok do after his victory over Vader? Did he settle down, have little Thokkers? I need to know this. So there's very little reward for playing different characters in that regard. It's a big shame because that's why I love games like Tekken, in all their weirdness. But there is something else I like. I always enjoy unlockable characters. I'm pretty sure you can unlock Vader, a Stormtrooper, and even Mara Jade. Nice to see her back and on a console this time. You can unlock her, which I did, and she has a purple lightsaber before Sam Jackson demanded one. She's a badass babe. Overall, as I've said, I don't think this is as terrible as some people have made it out to be. Is it good? No, but it's a decent enough distraction as a novelty for Star Wars fans. Sadly, there's no part of the game where Chewbacca rips the arms off a Stormtrooper and then beats them to death with it, but it's okay. It plays okay once you find out the button combos, the special attacks. I just wish there'd have been more story. Even if it was just like a brief paragraph after defeating Vader, just something to reward me. At full price, whatever this was back in the day, I guess like $40, maybe not. But if you can find it used, I don't know what the price is going for these days either, maybe. If it's like $5, $10, why not add it to your collection? It's a novelty for Star Wars fans. Star Wars Rebellion was the first foray for Star Wars into the strategy genre. You all know Warcraft, you all know like Civilization, well how about sticking Star Wars into that genre? We've stuck them in everything else so far, and it is a franchise that's all lubed up to be inserted into pretty much anything. Star Wars Rebellion is a real-time strategy game developed by Cool Hand Interactive. In the UK, it was also known as Star Wars Supremacy, which I don't want to get all nationalistically biased on you guys, but that is a much better title, because that's what this game is all about, competing for supremacy in the galaxy. But for my mostly American audience, Rebellion is what I'll call it from now on, and it's a real-time strategy game of the 4X variety, which, if you're not familiar with the term, is used for many strategy games that employ 4 layers of gameplay to become one. 4Xs may sound like the description of the average Hollywood actor's divorce count, but no, it's from the 4Xs found within 4 words to describe the gameplay flow. 4X means exploration, expansion, exploitation, and finally, extinction. So how does this play into Rebellion? Well, let me explain. But first, you have the option of choosing a force. You can play as either the Rebels or the Empire, and it takes place shortly after the destruction of the first Death Star. Despite the implied overwhelming odds in favor of the Empire, both forces start out almost in the same level in terms of planetary systems owned, with most of the planets in the galaxy on neither side. First step is to explore. You need to explore neighboring planets and faraway systems. You need to find what resources they have, what their current feeling is towards a situation, whose side are they most likely to ally with. You can see at the bottom of the info bar, there's like a green and red thing. Weirdly, the rebels are red and the Empire is green. I'd have thought it'd been the other way around, as in like good and bad, but whatever. It did mess with my head though. I kept getting confused about which planets were mine because as a rebel I thought I'm the good guy, so mine must be the green ones, but no, I'm red. I guess red is an important color in the Rebel Alliance, but still. Scouting or exploration is important in this game, but only like a very small part since all the planets are already shown to you. You just need to send a small envoy just to see what's going on. Next up, expansion. While the goal of the campaign is to defeat the Empire's base of Coruscant and capture the Emperor, you're not going to do that unless you capture the hearts and minds of the entire galaxy. Essentially, you want to capture all the planets to your side before going in for the kill. You can capture enemy planets by defeating the Emperor's stranglehold on a specific planet, but you do have other options. Amongst your battleships, you have X-Wings and laser cannons, but you also have heroes as such. Famous faces in the Star Wars universe at the time who are more special and can do special things. Some are great spies, and you can send them off and try to incite rebellion on enemy planets or sabotage installations. That's one way. Or Leia, for example, has high points for diplomacy, and she can be sent to neutral planets to persuade them to join your cause. This takes a long ass time. Did I mention it's a real-time game? So wherever Leia currently is, she needs to travel at light speed to where you want her to go, taking dozens of turns to get there, depending on how far away it is, and then dozens more turns trying to negotiate an alliance. You can change the speed of the turns up or down, but you can't completely stop it and think about what you need to do. If you pause the game, it does that annoying thing when it kind of like blocks the entire screen. Like, no, you can't see what's behind. I'm not entirely sure this diplomacy thing is balanced correctly. For example, I found Kashyyyk, which I can't spell, but you know what I mean. It's Chewbacca's homeworld, and he was a high-standing person, Wookiee thing there. He was like a prince almost, right? So when I sent him to his home world, that you'd think would probably have some sort of resentment towards the Empire, what with all that slavery business, you'd think it would be a match made in heaven, the prodigal son returning to lead their forces against the Empire, but no, they kept telling him to go home and pay his child support for once. That part I may have made up. So yeah, that's expansion. But then there's exploitation, and it's not necessarily exploiting the slave labor of the Wookiees. Oh no, it's more like mining stuff. Quite boring, maybe a little more tactical than I give it credit for, since some of the planets are more fruitful than others, so it's best to pick the most exploitable ones first, building tons of infrastructure like factories and barracks, and hope you defeat the Empire before you've globally warmed every planet in the galaxy. Although that could be an alternative victory condition for the long game. Of course, the ultimate goal, extinction. Sending stormtroopers to live with the dodos. This tends to involve a culmination of the previous 3 X's. So yeah, exploration, expansion, exploitation, and extinction, 4X. Although I would argue this video is one better. This is a 5X video, oh yes. It's an expertly crafted explanation to give an experience that's extra bad on my expenditure. I spent a lot of money on this video, and I guess it works together well enough. It looks like an incredibly complicated game. The intro alone, where C-3PO or the evil robot give you the lowdown, oh my god, it's super overwhelming. And the interface is, shall we say, archaic. There is a lot to get your head around. That's why it's essential you consult the manual, which was so big it had a secondary use as a defensive weapon. I mean, it literally takes you through the game step by step about how everything works. Like, it has its own scenarios you go through. So I hope you got the time to read stuff. I don't know if I've enjoyed my time with it so far, but I also don't know if I've spent enough time with it so far. From my experience, and then later found out online, is that, yeah, it is a massive hurdle to figure out the flow. But once you've grasped all the mechanics, it can be a bit of a cakewalk. The AI is supposed to be quite predictable even on the hardest difficulty setting, but that's for you guys to find out. One thing I can definitely say is that I'm a little disappointed by the lack of customization. These type of games live or die by their replayability, and for me, this doesn't seem like it has much aside from choosing the other side or the size of the galaxy. There's not much room for trying a variety of forces, different situations. They're all gonna play the same at the end of the day. They'll follow the same flow eventually, and I'm sure the repetition will set in. It needed more forces, more customization, like to set up your own challenges. Don't get me wrong, it is a good game, I just feel it's a bit limited. It's not a game I could pick up and play like a new round with ease and expect something different. It's also worth noting that just like many of these older PC games, there are issues with compatibility these days. Like, you occasionally go into this battle mode thing, which I had absolutely no idea what was going on. I swear nothing seemed to respond to inputs, and the graphics were glitched all over the place. After that, I just auto-finished the battles, which of course means losing 80% of them, even if you're equally matched. Do I advise playing this? I don't know. It's super hardcore, and I'm not sure anyone has 3 days spare to read the novel, I mean the manual. But if you do, maybe give it a shot if you fancy conquering the galaxy. Personally, I will just stick with conquering China with Romance of the Three Kingdoms. If only Guan Yu had an A-wing instead of a horse, now that would be perfection. Oh, by the way, this game doesn't have A-wing, so just forget it. It's been a while since we visited the arcades. I mean, they were dying in real life just as they died in this video. But there were still pockets of interesting games out there that you just couldn't get on home consoles, no matter how much the Dreamcast tried. I will never forgive Sega for teasing Jambo Safari for the Dreamcast. Broke my little heart, that did. Jambo Safari was a Naomi game, but prior to that, with their ever-evolving arcade boards and desires for evolution, they had the Sega Model 3. There weren't too many games for the Sega Model 3, but you could see that it was certainly around the Dreamcast specs. Some decent games came out for it, but the one I'm looking at for this video is Star Wars Trilogy Arcade. This came out in 1998. I don't remember seeing it back in the day, which is weird because something this awesome should have been in every arcade. Either that or I was too busy lassoing giraffes in Jambo Safari to notice. It's entirely possible. But wow, this is a fantastic game. So it's essentially an on-rail shooter, kind of like a light gun game, except you have a joystick instead of a gun. When booting the game up, you are greeted by one of those choices that panic every single arcade goer when playing a game for the first time. You just popped in a heavy-ass quid, and then the game demands you to pick something in about 3 seconds. Pick one, pick one, pick one. Chill out. It makes me scared to play. So you have 3 choices, one event from each of the original trilogy movies. The first Death Star battle, Hoth, and then Endor Ground Assault. It doesn't matter which one you choose because once you complete one of them, you move on to another one, essentially having to complete all 3 in any order that you please. Yavin is the obvious starting point for me. Everything is pre-scripted, with TIEs flying in the same formation every single time, the same allies flying across screaming for help. There is no control on your part, and if there is, it's just mildly shifting to the left or right. It's perfect for an arcade game. It's super easy to take damage though, especially getting used to the snap-back controls. At least that's how it works on the emulator. If you stop moving the targeting reticle, it'll snap back to the center, which takes a little bit of getting used to. Usually I really despise this kind of control. It's too twitchy and precise in most cases, but you know what? Whether it's the game itself or the emulator being an absolute chad, it works really well. I didn't feel like I was doing microsurgery trying to aim at zooming TIEs. Each of these missions have multiple stages within, so this first Death Star has a similar thing to what's going on in the original arcade and many other games, where the first is out in space, the second stage is on the surface where there's turrets and a mini-boss, where you have to evade Vader's ship, and then the trench run, where you have to use the Force to pot the torpedo. The controls are simple, deceptively so, especially for that last part, because normally you're just moving around and holding the fire button or spamming it to shoot slightly faster. But when it comes to this part for the proton torpedo, you have to press the event button, like out of nowhere, which I assume would be the big button on the actual cabinet, you know, what's used to activate credits. But I don't know. The game though isn't really that difficult. I don't know how expensive one life would have been, but for each of the levels, at least the main ones, I died only once each. So if it's like 50p, that's not so bad. Hoth is both my favorite level and my least favorite level because the snow speeder part, it's a little bit disappointing. As far as I could work out, you can't actually use your tow cables, nor can you really destroy the AT-ATs. You're mostly just swooping around, getting the smaller AT-STs to blow up. I could be missing something, but it feels less epic than it could have been. I mean, it's fine, it's just not as awesome as another game we'll see in the future. But I, unironically, really like this first-person shooter section. I'm already getting flashbacks of Rebel Assault and watching the character run like they've just dumped arse, but this is way better because it's purely shooting. You don't need to decide where to go, you don't need to shift your position. It's just a good old light gun shooter like Time Crisis, except you can accidentally shoot C-3PO. Were there actual Wampas in the Hoth base? Or is this something Shadows of the Empire made up and the devs in Japan said, hey, let's roll with that? Either way, it's fun. Also, after the second mission is completed, you do a bonus mission, which is a boss fight against Boba Fett. That's awesome. It's a first-person lightsaber thing. It's not exactly epic. It's essentially just a QTE, where you move the lightsaber in the direction shown as fast as possible. When it's red, it means you'll stop the blaster, but green means you'll actually reflect it back at him to hurt him. And it's quite cool, quite tense. Sometimes you'll only have one blaster shot before a short break. Sometimes he'll fire 3 in quick succession. You always have to be on guard. Endor is also quite cool because, again, it has a first-person perspective shooting game as you try your best not to shoot Warwick Davis, but not before a slightly weak rendition of the speeder bike scene. I say weak, but honestly, the culmination of everything in this game, I think it's fantastic. A real roller coaster ride through the entire trilogy in 20 minutes. But that's not all, because once you blow up the shield generator, there are still 2 more stages to go. Firstly, a bonus stage with a lightsaber duel against Vader. Similar scenario to Boba Fett, same kind of tenseness, that actually matches the movie very well, but this time, when it comes to green, you need to go in that direction, then immediately the opposite direction, which imitates a slashing movement of sorts. Really cool. Really easy though. In fact, as I said, the game is easy on the whole, except for the last stage. Oh boy, they were super clever because they made it real nice and gentle up to this point. And you're so close to the end, you just have to finish it. Like, how can you give up now? You are gonna empty your entire spending money on this last bastard level as you inexplicably want to plow through fences. What's going on? Those cheeky Sega so-and-sos. It's essentially the Battle of Endor from above, as we see in the movies, but it has one of the most dickish endings of all time. You need to proton torpedo 4 parts of the reactor in a short amount of time. If you don't, well, then you completely fail the game. Even if you want to throw extra dollars at the machine, it's like, nah man, don't want them. Like right at the end. I mean, technically you still win the game, but you probably don't get the best ending, I suppose. It's a pity because overall, I think this is an excellent game that you should definitely try if you manage to see one in the wild, or try on an emulator, which was daunting for me, but thanks to lovely guides on YouTube, it wasn't so bad after all. Definitely worth the hassle. While it's only like 20 minutes long, it's one of my favorite Star Wars experiences. Yes, it is incredibly arcadey and very shallow, but I still felt engrossed in the movies, like I was there. No other arcade game has done that before, and I'm looking forward to the spiritual sequel to this much later in the video, if I can actually get that working on an emulator. I'm recording this way before I even tried. Sega did a really good job with this, not only in terms of fun gameplay, but visuals as well. Chronologically, if we don't count the games that have made us skip ahead in time, this is the best looking Star Wars game so far. It gives Rogue Squadron 2 a run for its money, and that wouldn't come out until like 3 years later. It sounds good as well, using the music and sound effects we love, and I really like the cool overlays they do for like the mission briefings. Japan, Sega, they always know what's up. But for the love of all that is holy, why was this not put on the Dreamcast? Yeah, it's 20 minutes long, but so were other arcade games they ported. They could have boosted up with extra game modes and challenges. It would have been an easy win. Someone out there, do me a favor. I know this can be ported natively to the Dreamcast, okay? And if anyone out there does it, I will give you a whole 20 quid, maybe? You'd be doing the world a favor, okay? That's payment enough. Oh well. Give this game a go if you can. One day, I went into Blockbusters after my mum treated me to a KFC, and I saw something magical sitting on the shelf amongst the pittance of offerings for Nintendo's first proper 3D system. Rogue Squadron was there, and I clung onto it for dear life and practically emotionally blackmailed my mother into renting it for 2 weeks. I mean, another Star Wars game in 3D on the 64, wow! I couldn't get that on my dad's PS1, and so for about 2 weeks, it was bliss. I mean, I could barely get anywhere in it because I was crashing all the time, but goddamn, I was flying an X-Wing in any direction I wanted. Admittedly, from that time until today, I don't believe I've played this game since, mainly because I often went back to the game's sequel, which I'll get to soon, and it's amazing to see how quaint this game actually is. I mean, it is amazing, and it blew my tiny little mind, but there's a simplicity to it that I don't remember. So what is it? Well, if you're not guessed from the footage I've been playing while rambling about my childhood, this is another space shooter, but unlike the X-Wing series, it's more arcadey, and unlike the Rebel Assault games, it's actually controllable. This game takes place after the first movie. Luke proved his worth by being more special than everyone else and has formed the new elite flight group known as Rogue Squadron. He, along with Wedge Antilles, take on various missions to be a thorn in the side of the Empire. What disappointed me a little bit going back is the lack of a solid narrative. I'm not saying it needed like an Oscar-winning script. My meaning is just that the missions do feel a little disjointed at first, and when they do finally become jointed, they are a little bit rote. At the start, it's essentially, go here, disrupt the Empire's plans. Eventually, a bit more plot happens as you get a defector to the rebel side, a hotshot pilot from the Empire named Kasan. She gives you lots of tips about secret bases and stuff. Again, it becomes a little bit rote. Each mission feels like it's by itself for most of the time, except for one part when Wedge gets shot down in one mission. The next mission is you going to rescue him from a hover train. Why didn't they have this in the Solo movie? And then the next mission after that is rescuing more rebels who Wedge heard about while in captivity. That's good. That's when the narrative is at its best. But let's face it, you're not really here for the story, the gameplay for the time. Oh my god, if you thought the snowspeeder section in Shadows of the Empire was amazing, just wait until you pop this in your N64 2 years later and then instantly needed to buy new underwear. Without the N64 controller in the hand, it's a little bit difficult to get used to the controls. Although maybe it was even with that, I don't remember, but there's plenty of buttons to get used to and they're not all mapped where you'd expect them to be, like left C being your boost button. That's weird, guys. The crafts themselves though, they fly like a dream. Occasionally the N64 struggles to keep up with the action, but damn, it feels so good, swinging your X-Wing around. The craft feels weighty and yet also nimble. I'm confident this is witchcraft for the Nintendo 64, and I think the game still looks great. This isn't even like super late N64, and I think it's one of the best looking games on the system. There are 19 missions in total, although a handful of them are bonus missions. They often include blowing up as many Imperials as possible, and making sure your rebel friends also don't get blown up at the same time. You'll be hounded by turrets, AT-STs, TIEs, and all manner of things in your way. Each mission has a starter ship that you must complete it with first, but once you've completed the mission with that, you can often go back and try with different types of ships. The main ones will be the X-Wing, Y-Wing, and even the A-Wing, baby. But there are also a few other unlockable crafts, some secret stuff in there. All of the missions are completely expanded universe and have little in the way of connection to the movies. Aside from the bonus missions, none of the events occur in the movies. And that's great, because as cool as it is to destroy the Death Star, we've already done it half a dozen times in Star Wars, okay? We don't need to do it any more times. This game can be a little tough at times. It's not afraid to make your craft feel like a flimsy piece of plastic. It doesn't take much to make you blow up, and if you don't listen to the instructions about what you need to do, you will get a game over. Those allies you were supposed to protect from the skies won't last long if you piss off to do some sightseeing. Forget them bombing the capital city, I hear the lakes are lovely this time of evening. I'd say you can get through most of the missions after 1 or 2 tries, once you learn where to focus your attention. Usually it's the bombers. If you ever see a TIE bomber, take it down. It's never good news if one's left to cause mischief. And if you do that, the game is pretty short. Each mission probably takes about 15 minutes, and so your hour to price ratio isn't looking too good. but hey, at least it's better than Shadows of the Empire. I think most casual fans would be satisfied with the gameplay. I mean, it really is excellent. But Rogue Squadron is a game for those who bloody love this game, because the testing of your skills to the limit where the greater content comes in. At the end of each mission, if you did okay, you'll be awarded a medal. You will most likely get a bronze on your first run, or maybe even nothing at all if things quite go to plan. But the idea is to try and get a gold medal, which means actually becoming an elite X-Wing pilot. You're judged on completion time, shorter the better. Enemy kills, more the merrier. How many deaths you had, you'll be hoping for 0. And most harshest of all, shot accuracy. I think this is where your run will live or die, because believe it or not, shooting a mosquito-sized TIE fighter out of the air is an easy business, and you are punished for missing, which you will miss quite a lot. You can adjust the setting of the fire rate of your ship by pressing down C, so you shoot a bit slower and more accurately, but yeah, you cannot be trigger happy if you want a gold medal, unless you're me and you don't really care for this particular video. The idea is to get behind them or have a game of chicken, then it's much more easier to shoot them. Earning gold medals will unlock bonus missions, which are part of the movie. You can do the Death Star trench run and Hoth, but I ain't got time for that right now. Hey, passwords. Oh look, one super cool thing about Rogue Squadron is that it came out 6 months before the Phantom Menace movie, and yet it included the Naboo Starfighter, which is awesome. I don't know if anyone knew this was in the game until much later on or not, but it's super cool, and it is by far and away the best ship in the game. It's super strong, super fast, way overpowered. You ain't telling me the peaceful planet of Naboo has stronger craft than a military organization. I don't buy it, but hey, it's fun. Overall, I firmly believe that Star Wars Rogue Squadron is an essential game if you own a Nintendo 64. It's easily in the top 10, maybe even top 5 for the system. Factor 5, the developers managed to pull off something that still feels like it shouldn't belong on the system. Those guys were actual German wizards, and it's fantastic LucasArts discovered them and trusted them with such a big project. I mean, they totally outdid themselves. This is twice the game of Shadows of the Empire. Okay, I do like that game too, and they are mostly very different types of game, but in terms of quality, polish, this is a true AAA experience on Nintendo's 3D system. And LucasArts and Nintendo would realize this, and so they needed to work together on a sequel, and they would make it even better.
Red 10 standing by.
Red 7 standing by.
Red 3 standing by. Red 6 standing by.
Red 9 standing by.
Red 2 standing by.
Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader is the one everyone remembers really, for a variety of reasons, but being a launch title in the West on the GameCube certainly helped. I mean, the GameCube's launch wasn't exactly full of bangers, and Rogue Leader stood out far above the rest, at least in my opinion. It's why my dad bought a GameCube at launch. Not only was it graphically superb, but offered excellent gameplay that improved upon the original in every facet. New missions, more crafts. It even included small snippets of the movie to really drive home the feeling of being a proper AAA Star Wars product. Booting it up and seeing exciting action sections of the movie was mind-blowing. I wasn't used to this quality of FMVs in my games. Those poor tiny GameCube discs must have been working overtime. I love this game, and I'm pretty sure anyone who plays it also loves this game. I mean, it says something that when people talk about GameCube emulators, there's only 2 games people really care about, Wind Waker and this. Which is a pity, since Factor 5's wizardry has made it one of, if not the most difficult GameCube games to emulate. I mean, Dolphin is an excellent emulator, but I've always had trouble with this one. But thankfully, I have a Wii U, which has a Wii inside of it, which has a GameCube inside of it, and plays GameCube games pretty much perfectly. Yeah, I really had to delve deep into the layers to get this one to work. So, aside from improved graphics and overall presentation, how can you make this sequel different? Well, you don't really. It shares almost exactly the same style of gameplay. You have more than a dozen missions, of which you must score medals on. They've tweaked the gameplay a little bit. It certainly feels a bit different than the original, a bit more arcadey, easier to maneuver for sure. Boosting and braking more pleasant, and this time you can command your wingmen to do different things. Mapped to the D-pad, you can tell them to form up next to you, or you can tell them to break off and go after the TIE fighters or the gun turrets, although I would advise against the latter since they always seem to die thanks to those. Or if you're serious about getting those gold medals, you can tell them to bugger off home and stick the kettle on. Why would you want this? Well, it means they won't take out any targets that you should be wanting to kill. Sometimes you're also judged on the amount of friendlies destroyed. I'm not sure if them getting destroyed counts, but why take the risk? It's worth noting that unlike the first game, which was entirely focused on new scenarios and situations we'd never seen before, Rogue Leader is a bit more safe in that aspect because many of the missions follow the actual trilogy, with a few made-up missions in between. It starts off with a bang, doing the attack on the first Death Star. What a way to make an impression for a brand new console generation. The Battle of Hoth is also impeccable, as is the Battle of Endor. Perhaps long-time Star Wars gaming fans, and even fans of the original game, may feel this is a little unambitious considering it's treading over old ground. I mean, how many times can we do this? But when Factor 5 do this, it is worth it. And this is the definitive version of these battles. Like, how on earth can you top this? It's almost impossible. Doing the tow cable on half a dozen AT-ATs never gets old. It is so satisfying. Surprisingly, this game is shorter than the original game. There are only 10 main missions and 5 bonus missions. I believe this is a symptom of being a launch title for the GameCube. Deadlines must be reached, but just like the original, it is a lot of fun to replay, or just trying to complete the missions, because this one can be really hard in some places. I remember as a kid, I got super stuck on this mission where you have to take down a Star Destroyer. Awesome scenario, but you're stuck piloting a B-Wing, which may be the lamest of all the wings. B-Wing fans, you've got to tell me what's the appeal. And don't tell me it's because your name is Brett or something, okay, because that's dumb. Although if there was a J-Wing, whoa. Not only is it not cool, but it's also got the endurance of a virgin nerd. I found it tough back then, and it also became a wall of difficulty in this playthrough as well. It's just brutal. You get absolutely mullered when you approach the Star Destroyer. It is a lot of fun though. Getting absolutely annihilated has never been so fun. That's this game in a nutshell. It's just goddamn cool. It's cool to play, and you feel like an absolute badass in the cockpit. Forget the X-Wing series, this is the game where I whip out my X-Wing pajamas and pretend like I'm in the movies. One new addition to this game is the targeting system, something which Luke ignored in the movie because he's so special. Well, you also have to pretend you're special here too because you are slightly punished for using it. Which, I understand, it's very useful. In the blackness of space and the mosquito-like size of the TIE fighters, it can be difficult to find the enemy, especially when they're whittled down to just 1 or 2. The radar is useful, but the foolproof method, i.e. the Jordan-proof method, is the targeting computer, which highlights them in a wonderful shade of purple against the orange background. It's very Halloween-esque. Super useful for beginners, but as I say, you do get punished for using it if you want a gold medal. Bronze and silver, you can get a decent leeway, a certain percentage of usage, but for gold, you just don't even want to touch it. It seems harsh, but on the other hand, if you're gunning for gold, you shouldn't need it anyways. You have to be very good at this game to get gold. It's not for the casual player, i.e. myself. Once again, the rewards are bonus missions as well as unlockable craft. Again, the Naboo fighter is here, and now you can pilot Slave 1, which is Boba Fett's ship. And talk about Boba, it's bobbins. Like, it's absolutely horrendous. It's like flying a cow through space. Although that might be better because I think that's actually cooler. It's like a fridge in space, which is also technically cooler. I need to work on my analogies a bit more. What I'm saying is it's rubbish, although it might be my fault. Maybe I'm piloting it wrong. That's entirely possible. Other differences is that this time, in mid-level, you can often switch craft. For example, Hoth, you start off in the Snowspeeder before transitioning to the X-Wing to help the transporters to safety by fending off the TIE fighters and bombers. It's always the bombers. This is nice because it always makes it feel like a multifaceted mission, feeling dynamic and epic. Despite being a launch title in the GameCube, it is definitely one of the best and most essential games on the system. It's visually stunning and holds up incredibly well today. And if you have a GameCube, you definitely need this. And I have to say, what I also like about it is that it doesn't completely negate the original. The original, despite being similar in gameplay style, feels worthy and its own little delight. Get both, okay? But what about the third game? Oh yes, Rogue Leader was obviously a big hit with everyone, and Factor 5 were tasked with taking on their 5th Star Wars project. So I absolutely loved Rogue Leader, but very strangely, I had no idea there was a Rogue Squadron 3 until well after the GameCube was over. One of my favorite games on the system getting a sequel, and I had no idea about it. I can't even find the excuse as to why. My only theory is that my local game shop decided to hide copies of it every time they saw me about to walk in. That kid's spoiled with games, he doesn't need any more. Perhaps it's not just me though, because sponging from the retro zeitgeist, I have always got the feeling that Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike was a bit of a disappointment. A game struggling for a reason to exist. How many times can we do the Death Star trench run? From N64 to GameCube, at least you had the massive power difference and potentially newer, more curious audiences to impress. But Rebel Strike is still a GameCube game, and it came out only 2 years later. So Factor 5 had to think hard, and perhaps do something brave and commendable, but in the end was the wrong decision to make. Because Rebel Strike has a big new gimmick, and it's a gimmick that has almost completely ruined the game's reputation. The game starts with Darth Vader and the rebels dancing to disco. Talk about jumping the shark. Okay, that's not the gimmick, but it does make my bowels feel uncomfortable. The actual gimmick is that despite most of the game still being behind a cockpit of a rebel fighter, now you're also a soldier running around like a plonker in some of the most bizarre third-person shooter gameplay I've ever experienced. But more on that in a second. Let's start with the dogfighting gameplay. Very similar to the second game, it even has all the wingmen instructions, most of the same ships. It feels a bit tighter. I think visually it's taken a little bit of a step down. The amount of detail has taken a hit, especially on your craft, it looks a bit more fuzzy, but I think that's because they wanted greater detail on things beyond your ship, so you can see things more easily in the distance and see more enemies on screen at once. Something had to be sacrificed, and I don't think this was a big sacrifice. This is more like a lamb rather than a full-blown sheep. It's something you can wipe down. You don't need to power hose it. I probably only noticed because I literally played this series back to back. Seeing this hammerhead ship in the distance plowing through asteroids is so cool, and I don't think it could have been done in Rogue Leader. So to be honest, I am willing to accept that lamb sacrifice. The game progresses through 3 scenarios of sort, although only 2 of them are the main threads. One follows the adventures of Wedge, while the other follows the adventures of Biggs. Actually, it's Luke. But what happened to Biggs? I can't remember. Please don't tell me he got shot down, not my Biggs. And these are in the same spirit as the original Rogue Squadron, going their own way in terms of expanded universe stuff, and they are more interesting too, for the most part, because we have to talk about the elephant in the room. What's going on, guys? Any game, no matter the budget or people behind it, if you throw in a totally new gameplay style into an engine or to a dev team that aren't used to it, very rarely does it meld together well with the core gameplay. Just take any driving game as an example. Perfectly smooth and well-crafted gameplay, but then add unnecessary walking around and it's just weird. Or like a third-person shooter, but then they suddenly add in a driving section. It's weird. And this is especially weird. I am a little surprised though, because if anyone could shove in a random third-person shooter into their space combat game, I'd have put a big chunk of change on Factor 5 doing it well. Impeccable dev team who turned everything into gold, and prior to Star Wars, they were pretty much rock stars in Europe thanks to creating the excellent Turrican series. Side-scrolling action didn't get better than that in the early to mid-90s. If anyone could create 3D action, it would have been Factor 5, but it wasn't to be. Just like Rogue Leader, you're often switching craft, or on this mission, getting in and out of your vehicle. You have semi-fixed camera angles, so you essentially have tank controls, and the enemies, of which there are a dozen at a time, just stand around like morons as you blast them with semi-auto aiming. I'm not saying it's terrible, it just has a distinct amateur feeling to it. It's weird, which is not how Factor 5 usually roll. It's a total whiplash from the expertly put together flight sections. It's like it was put together by a couple of kids who are work experienced from the local high school, and one of them was supposed to work at the local dentist before their paperwork got messed up. This stands out like a sore thumb. I doubt anyone in this galaxy would say that these improve the game in any sense. Some may see them as a tacked on side thing that don't get in the way too much. Some may say they are awful and bring the quality of the game down. I personally think it cheapens the game. It makes it feel like a cheaper product. I don't hate them, I just don't think they should have been here. Or if they really had to have been here, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but instead of waddling around like a duck with a head injury, they should have gone the Rebel Assault route and have had some sort of shooting gallery sections. Yeah, I just said a Rogue Squadron game should copy a Rebel Assault game. I did say that. I don't think it ruins the game. You can pretend they don't exist, since they don't seem to last long, unless you do one of the bonus missions, which last like half an hour. And aside from these weird moments, Rebel Strike is absolutely excellent. The missions are just amazing. I think you can tell the developers were having the most fun with this one. Either they were more confident in going to town on it, or maybe LucasArts were more confident in letting them do what they want to do. I don't know if it's better than Rogue Leader, but maybe it's more fun in some parts. Rogue Leader is just awesome because it transposes the movies expertly, like you're in them. Whereas this really excels in being part of the Star Wars expanded universe, taking you on an absolute ride with a wealth of variation in missions. Of all the Rogue Squadron games, this one feels the most like a roller coaster ride. Exhilarating scenarios and set pieces that would have blown my mind if I had this as a kid alongside Rogue Leader. I might even prefer it if I wasn't doped up with nostalgia. I'm an 11-year-old kid at my dad's. I've got milky coffee on tap. I've got pot noodles on standby. I've got a box of admittedly stale biscuits right in front of me, of the variety kind. It's not just one, there's multiple different kinds of biscuits in there. My dad's sleeping on the sofa and Rogue Squadron is on the TV. Rogue Squadron. Life doesn't get better than that. Nothing can surpass that nostalgia, but maybe in a different timeline, when the employees at Electronic Boutique didn't hide this game from me, maybe it could have topped Rogue Leader, and I can't believe I'm saying that. The craft swapping helps, but I think it's the scenarios that it puts you in, like this epic assault on the big laser cannon. First you bomb the shield, then you do a ground assault by commandeering an AT-ST before jumping into an AT-AT to finish it off. This is epic, guys. It just feels different to zooming around in an X-Wing, hitting either TIEs or turrets. This game's just more adventurous. As is doing this daring rescue mission in a TIE bomber, which doesn't have lasers, only homing missiles. It's awesome. This attack on the new Super Star Destroyer, as you pilot a new model of a TIE fighter, zooming through the surface of a ship which is so big, it's like flying through a city. The sense of scale and epicness is unreal for this game. I love it. This is such a high quality title. And outside these expanded universe events, the bonus missions are based on the movies. You can do the speeder bike on Endor. You can even do the rescue of Leia from the Death Star in the janky third-person shooter style. And boy, do they love interrupting it with actual movie clips. I'm scared to show them because Disney will set my house on fire if they catch wind of it, but it is super cool. So there's something for everyone. Great variety and surprises. I think the third-person action scenes have done this entry a disservice because I find this to be an exceptional game. But just like the previous releases, it is quite a short game. In fact, this third game is probably the shortest of the lot of them, which again may leave you questioning the big price tag, but of course there is room for replayability. And if you have all three together side by side, it's an excellent trilogy of games. It's a shame they never made a triple pack of the game together on the Wii. Oh wait, they did! But thanks to some bankers in America ruining the global economy for everyone, despite it being completed, the game was never released. They made a game but couldn't be asked to release it. It was supposed to include new visuals, motion controls, and even lightsaber duels. I hope one day it may see the light of, well, being leaked on the internet. Somebody has it on a hard drive somewhere, okay? Send it to me. Do the world a favor. But there is something that is a very nice bonus in Rogue Squadron 3. The entire second game is in here too, but it's only available to be played cooperatively, which is a weird rule to have. You can't play it by yourself, but if you've got a friend, you can play the entire second game, which is insane to think about. Sadly, I didn't really have anyone to help me show this off, mainly because I only have one controller for my Wii U, and I don't think the force is currently strong with my daughter for destroying TIEs, but this is a fantastic little bonus in my opinion. It's also way more difficult due to the balancing of the game for 2 players. There are more enemies, and they made a tough game even tougher. Good luck getting gold for those. You've basically got a double game here. And of course, That's not all. As we discovered at the very start of this video, it also contains 3 arcade games which can be unlocked through skill or passcodes. So thinking about it, this is like 5 games in one. Never mind the supposedly pretty awesome competitive multiplayer modes. What a package this is! Why is this not considered one of the greats? Why does no one talk about it? And when they do, they only talk about the third-person shooter sections. They only really talk about the second game, which is in this game. It's unbelievable. What comes together is an incredible trilogy of games. Some of the best Star Wars games ever made. Thank you, Factor 5. We miss you every day. And I think Factor 5, despite having the golden touch early on, they just seem to become incredibly unlucky. They were working on an original Xbox version of the game, which was cancelled halfway through. They were making a 4th game in the series to launch on 360, but again, LucasArts pulled the plug. And then they went to Sony, who didn't fancy a Rogue Squadron game, and instead they had to make Leia, which was universally panned. It was like Rogue Squadron, but with dragons, which, as cool as dragons are, they're not an A-Wing. It obviously flopped, and that would be Factor 5's end, liquidated, which is a sad end to what I would consider one of the most legendary developers of all time. The Rogue Squadron games are rightly considered to be some of the best Star Wars games ever made, each one tapped perfectly into the movies we grew up with, either throwing you into the action like you always imagined, or adding in extra cool stuff to the lore, new ships, new sorties, more time with the characters we loved, exciting, epic set pieces that feel like they could have come from the brains of George himself. If you don't have them, get them. Prince and the rest of the world may have been partying like it's 1999, but some sections of the population were more interested in the fact that the Phantom Menace was releasing soon, the latest Star Wars movie in a decade and a half. LucasArts were busy scrambling for video games to sell. But before we got to the crazy Phantom Menace related tie-ins, perhaps the weirdest release of them all happened on the Game Boy Color, Star Wars Yoda Stories. I neglected talking about this during its 1997 PC release because I wanted to save it for this far more interesting Game Boy Color version which came out of nowhere in 1999. I tell you what, this game is interesting, which is not something that can be said about most early portable games in the franchise, because instead of being a beat 'em up, instead of being a platformer, this is an adventure game. A very rudimentary, but no doubt about it, adventure game. It's Broken Sword, but Star Wars on the Game Boy. It took me a few seconds to click about what the hell I was experiencing, because this really isn't what you'd expect when you pick up a Star Wars game off the shelf on the store. Within about 5 minutes, all my balls started tingling, because I may not say it too often because it's not YouTube material, but I goddamn love adventure games, like point and click adventure games. This is like Monkey Island Star Wars, except with proper combat in it, not just telling people they fight like a cow. You go into buildings, you talk with people, try to solve their problems. It just so happens that it's set in the Star Wars universe and there are stormtroopers hanging around. The PC release was quite different in the fact that everything was procedurally generated, like literally everything from the scenario to the items you needed to use, which of course made things rather cookie cutter and lacking in any sort of personality. Great for replayability, but nothing you could, chat with your mates about in the pub. I don't think it was ever meant to be a big release, but still, it's really lacking in purpose and focus. The Game Boy Color version, however, while sharing a similar concept, has set levels, which means it's instantly, infinitely better, thanks to actually being designed rather than being generated by numbers. I love it. I mean, it's shit, but I kind of like it. There are a dozen or so levels, and they all kind of surmount to a case of the trading sequence from Link's Awakening. If you want a game based around that concept, oh boy, this is the one to go for, ladies and gents. I'm not sure why it's called Yoda Stories though. It should be called Yoda Orders Luke Around Like a Lackey. I know Yoda's getting on a bit. Those 20 years since he did all that kung fu bouncy ball crap on Dooku really took its toll on the old goblin, and now he can't be asked to get out of his retirement condo, so he's instructing Luke to do literally everything. It should be called Luke Stories. We start off trying to get our hands on the Millennium Falcon, which is impounded by Jabba. Now that he's got Han, you're dumped from your X-Wing and just given a small open world to investigate and put things together. Each stage you can pick up a very useful map. If you pay attention, seriously, get the map. It'll stop you going insane. You'll bumble across items that are seemingly useless, but you'll be sure you can find a use for them at some point. It's almost as though Luke knows he's going to need them before he actually does, like he's got a Jedi power or something. You'll pick up keycards, totally random items, and then you find where you need to put them or who needs them. They'll probably give you something useful in return, like a new keycard, or tell you to go somewhere else, you know? It's massively confusing because you're never really sure what happened until you finish the level. All this random nonsense finally comes together and you realize what you just did in a aha moment. In that sense, it's like an Agatha Christie novel, or more culturally important, Scooby-Doo. Usually there's less nonsense in the middle and you usually kind of know what's going on, but you get the point, right? There's a slow realization, a build up at the end. It's like, oh, that's what we were doing, all right. There are plenty of stormtroopers and sand people, and who can forget the classic snake enemy from Star Wars, but there's plenty of allies and neutral people too. Really, how many Star Wars games up to this point have let you just chat to people in a bar? The Jedi Knight series teased the idea, but this is the first game you can just talk to people. Therefore, it is the first fully immersive Star Wars experience. What do they have to say? Feta jizz. Not a combination I'd have ever thought of, but next time I'm in Greece, I'll give it a try. And yes, it really is quite arse, and I can see why IGN may have given this a 2 out of 10. But come on, give it a bit of respect. So what if the developers at Taurus Games seem to have been completely unaware that a top-down perspective can be a thing in video games because the controls are bewildering? Like if, for example, there's like a tree or a rock in your way, if you press towards it, your character will automatically go diagonally past it. The left side or right side, whichever the game decides. I guess it saves you having to go left, then go up to go around, but this snapping around objects is frankly obtuse and it causes more problems than it solves. I have no idea how no one on the team said, hang on a second, maybe there's a more sane way to do this. If it's a solid wall, just don't let them move. And I swear, inputs seem to work only half the time, especially when in combat, which might be some of the worst combat to ever grace video games. It's like two old age pensioners swinging at each other across parallel dimensions in the dark. There's less connection between the combatants here than Larry down the road with his imported bride. His 20 grand didn't buy much of a spark, but it's more electric than Luke's combat skills in Yoda Stories. It's hard to put into words, but it's like an experimental Austrian flash mob dance show that you'd find on YouTube. It's just weird. You always have your lightsaber with you, which attacks straight ahead, but can also get them at diagonals. Not that you'd realize until the enemy just suddenly disappears. Are you hitting them? Who knows? Are they doing anything to you? Supposedly, because your health seems to be randomly going down. Turning, also a pain in the arse. For some reason, there's a huge delay between stopping your attack and then being able to turn. By the time you've done it, they've pissed off for a pint in the local cantina. You can acquire a handful of blasters, which are okay if you just fancy firing and hoping you hit something. So yeah, the combat is not good. The puzzles and progression is like you're having an out-of-body experience. But I kinda like it. There's satisfaction in putting the right item in the right place. It's ambitious in what it's trying to do, like using force powers on troops in order to tell them to open a door for you, or tell you the passcode for something. Oh yeah, you can get force powers in each level if you play a game of Where's Obi-Wan? His force ghost pops up to give you the power, but only if you have full health. He refuses to give it to you if you're a bit hurt. Like, come on dude, what kind of judgment is that? In my time of need you're gonna refuse? Who knew he was so heartless? Weirdly, very weirdly, I like this game. The controls are arse, the combat is dreadful, the puzzle designs aren't even that interesting, but damn, it's got something super charming about it. It reminds me heavily of the Tatooine section of the Phantom Menace PS1 game, which I'll get to in a second. It has that same weird charm. It doesn't make much sense, but it's something you wouldn't expect to see, especially on the Game Boy Color. Thank God they didn't make this a useless beat 'em up. Would I advise you play this? Well, Maybe just before you go in for your next lobotomy, but I kinda like it in a 2 out of 10 kinda way. Star Wars The Phantom Menace. Man, you can't imagine how excited I was about that movie. I'd only just gotten into the series via the VHS of the original trilogy, so I wasn't exactly waiting 15 years for it like old school fans. It was just around the corner, and I enjoyed it for what it was. Obviously, I hated it when it was cool to hate it, but now I've kind of got a fondness for it. It's got its flaws, but I have nostalgia. The movie got its own PlayStation 1 game and PC, and it's a game I had as a kid. I had super vague but rather fond memories about it, a game that seemed way ahead of its time, but also, just like the movie, massively flawed. And I even surprised myself by making a whole video retrospective about it. Yeah, when I started this channel, this game wasn't even in my mind. Then it turns out to be the second retrospective I made. It was a moment of madness, shall we say. Nobody watched it at first, but I think there's a tinge of nostalgia for a lot of people, and over the year or two, the views have gone steadily up. So if you want the full lowdown of this very strange, charming, but inherently flawed game, then I highly recommend you go give that a watch. Honestly, I don't fancy replaying the game again for this segment, and I also don't want to put fans through the same sort of thing again anyways. I hate repeating myself, so I do recommend you go watch that whole thing. It's a game that every Star Wars fan should probably experience, as it's one of the more unique games out there. It tries a little bit of everything. I mean, fails at pretty much all of them, but you gotta give it a pat on the back for trying. It's an action game, it's an adventure game, it's the Jar Jar Binks makes your head want to explode kind of game. I have a lot of vague nostalgia for this. You know, massacring innocent child slaves by a drunken Qui-Gon Jinn has never been this acceptable. Yeah, you can do that. You can murder the whole town of Mos Espa, and it's fine. So, yeah, go watch that. We're moving on. But don't worry, Phantom Menace fans, because there are plenty more games set within this movie. In fact, it's the most milked film in the entire franchise. George had a new yacht to buy.
Welcome to Tatooine, Padres fans. We have perfect weather today for the boat.
One of the pivotal moments within the movie is the pod race. Okay, perhaps pivotal is being a bit generous for what was essentially a whole moment that could have been avoided if clever people were in charge, and really only existed because just think of all the toys we can sell. Look at the visuals we can make. I'm actually glad it's in the movie because I think we can all agree, as unnecessary as it was, it's one of the best and most exciting parts of the whole thing. It's certainly most memorable, and as a kid, I always fantasized about being in the cockpit of one of those things and hopefully not coming to an end in a mangled wreck. Alongside toys, it was also absolute prime time for a video game adaptation in and of itself. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer was released on the Nintendo 64, which is its most famous home. I rented it on that as a kid, but it also released elsewhere, as I am playing the Dreamcast version. Why? Well, I need to do it at some point for my Dreamcast adventure, so why not get it out of the way? From my memories back in the day, I found it to be awesome, but it was probably a bit too difficult for me. I don't know, I was really young. I don't remember getting particularly far in it, or maybe I wasted the renting weekend by playing outside with my friends. Don't do that. I'm gonna go with the latter because I find it really quite an easy game, like almost boringly so. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This is all about pod racing, and even though it's connected to the movie, it's more than that. We get to see a whole galaxy worth of pod racing. I'm not sure how feasible it is for Anakin to be a 10-year-old professional pod racer and be taking around the galaxy one race after another, but hey, if slavery's still cool here, I mean, these guys are pretty open. Opening the game, you enter a bar, which is an interesting choice. I like that. It doesn't really play any of the part in proceedings. You can select what kind of mode you want, but the tournament mode is the main one that you'll be playing. There are 3 main tournaments to go through with increasing difficulty, and you will be counting down the literal minutes to get to the final one where there's an actual tangible challenge. You have a lot of racers, and I mean so many. There are a generous amount of starting pods available, including Anakin, but it feels like every time you get a first place on each of the myriad of tracks, you unlock another one. It's so overwhelming. They all have different stats which may be unique at the start, but I think by the end of the game, when you're upgrading everything, they're probably all kind of equal. There are a lot of tracks too. Sure, some of them reuse locations, but each and every race in the main campaign mode is different. And it's not just minor tweaks too. It's like vastly different with some essence of familiarity. A lot of effort went into creating a packed game. In terms of mechanics, hell yeah, this is a fast game. It can pull its own weight against competitors like F-Zero or Wipeout in terms of speed, but I don't think the gameplay has quite the same strength. Don't get me wrong, it's close, but I think it falls short a little bit. Like I said, up to the final tournament, it can be a decidedly lonely game. As a lonely person myself, I want to escape from that. I don't want to be cruising minutes ahead of everyone else while barely even trying, and I'm not good at games in general. The middle tournament is almost as bad. It exists for the sake of existing. The physics feel good for the most part, and they translated the feeling of the scene from the movie very well, with the actual engine sort of wobbling and hovering. Although I do object to certain corners that I doubt anyone would expect pod races to actually go around, this is just asking for death, which is awesome, but not fun though. There's sadly no weapons in the game, which is understandable. Something as clean, professional, and above board as pod racing is, they would never delve into such uncouthness. Child trafficking though, that's fine. You can see your craft has a damage meter which is very fragile, and it gets blown up many a times near the last few races, which can be brutal in terms of turns. Especially those hard turns which I mentioned. If you take minor damage though, you can repair in the middle of the race by sacrificing a bit of speed. I really like this concept, and again, on later stages it felt like I was really on the edge, choosing when and where to repair, or out of necessity when one part turns red, at which point, it refuses to turn. You have an air brake, don't use that. I don't get why it's so pointless. You're better off just taking your foot off the gas and gliding through the curves, even the hard ones. It's better just to go slow as hell, because one crash, just one, you will almost certainly lose the race, because sadly, the enemy AI is just infallible. After hours of playing, I didn't see them mess up or blow up a single time. They're essentially Skeletric racers. And by the way, the races themselves are super long, uncomfortably long. 10 minutes sometimes for 3 laps. I guess it has an epic feeling to them, but with the spindly little pod racer, you'll always be on the edge to not blow up and ruin 10 minutes of your life. One thing I didn't get is that when you're at full speed, if you press upward on the controller, you can see the acceleration bar go up even more and then a light turn yellow. I had no idea what the hell this was supposed to do, but I almost became superstitious that it made my kilometers per hour go up 1 point. Totally unfounded, but sometimes if you believe something hard enough, it might actually happen. Like a placebo effect or hummus. But hey, for those who are clever enough to read the manual before playing a game, I'll tell you that this is actually a boost, but you have to press the A button once it's at the top. I don't know, maybe you think I should have figured this out by myself, but you have to take your finger off the accelerator to do a boost, which doesn't feel that intuitive. The Dreamcast has plenty of spare buttons, why couldn't they have used one of those? But yeah, I should have read the manual a bit more. I miss manuals, much better than in-game tutorials which suck the soul out of everything. Another thing I don't think is exactly well planned out is the damage/repair feature outside of the races. Yeah, I said you can repair mid-race, but at the end of the race, you might see that your stats have gone down. That's because they're not fully repaired. What? And you can't repair them with cash either. You just have to suck it up and hope that the next race you don't get damaged enough so that in the one after, it will fully repair. You can buy pit droids, which I think improve repair efficiency between races, but if you're as kamikaze as myself, it's still not enough. I'm earning money, can't I just pay to fix it fully? Well, actually I'm glad there's not that option, because it's better to be balked in a race than to waste your cash, which is finite, at least I think it is. You only get money for your placing the first time you finish a race. You can't go back to the other races and grind for cash. What? That is harsh, man. Unless I'm missing something. But if you buy the wrong updates, waste cash in the shop rather than the second-hand junkyard, well, pity you. Personally, I just waited to build up a lot of cash before the final tournament in order to spunk it all on the best top speed and the best acceleration, which together means you're probably going to win as long as you don't plow into a wall harder than I plow into a chocolate cake. This is a pretty good game. I don't think it's like amazing, but I did enjoy revisiting it. It's a game that feels quite lonely though. You don't feel like you're in the heat of a race, more like a time trial that sometimes you might get past or past someone. It just needs that something a little extra to send it over the edge into classic territory. For the time though, as a licensed tie-in racer, it was probably much better than it had any right to be. And if you rented this at the time, like I did on the Nintendo 64, it would be fun for a weekend. By the way, if you're interested in this game a little bit more, and you also like the Dreamcast, you might be happy to know that on this very channel, I have a special series that is dedicated to trying to beat every Dreamcast game, including the 3 Star Wars games that are on it. You can see my journey to completing them all. The highs, the lows, the trials and tribulations, and of course, throwing in a few gags along the way. This is a series that was inspired by Thab East and his Nintendo 64 run, and I'd like you to join me in mine. Maybe not every game is massively interesting, but I try to make it interesting, okay? You can hear my full experience of Racer, of Demolition, and Jedi Power Battles over on there, maybe right now. I don't know when they're gonna go out, but it'll be sometime around this video as well. Now it turns out that this game was a smash success. Of the time, it was one of the highest rated Star Wars games and one of the best selling to boot. I think it's still the best selling sci-fi racer game ever, beating the likes of Wipeout and F-Zero, which is no mean feat. Although maybe that's partly down to Nintendo not releasing an F-Zero game on the Nintendo Switch. Of course that would sell like 10 billion copies. And so, even though there were no more movies with pod racing in it, there was much incentive to produce sequel video games, which is where we're going to go through now. But released pretty much at the same time as this one was the portable version. Much to my surprise, Episode 1 Racer wasn't only released on the Dreamcast and Nintendo 64, there was also a version on the Game Boy Color. A high-velocity sci-fi racer on the go was an enticing prospect, but maybe the Game Boy Color was a little too early for that. It worked well on the Game Boy Advance with the F-Zero games, but even Nintendo didn't try on the Game Boy Color. Miyamoto would have laughed you out of his office if you pitched that to him. But money was on the table. Plenty of kids have Game Boy Colors, let's stick it on there. How did it turn out? Well, as you can see, they've avoided 3D because I'm not sure anyone wants to play a PowerPoint presentation of a racing game. It is a simple top-down view, which I think even that would have caused a minor headache in the planning room, because if there's one thing I know about pod racers, something that sets them apart from your average vehicle, is that they are unusually long. And the Game Boy Color, nor any handheld for that matter, has ever been known for its vertical screen real estate. Like, how the hell are you going to put this on there? Well, one thing, you're going to turn it into a drag race rather than a full race. The only way is forward, and a bit left and a bit right. But they've taken out all the other competitors aside from one. It's 1v1, baby. Some may say it's a tad more tense, just you and another racer duking it out. One winner, one loser, and I get that, it's not a bad option. At the start, you only have Anakin as the racer, and part of me and my experience with handheld downgrades was telling me this was gonna be it. But no, each race you win, you also unlock that rival you just beat, so you quickly expand your roster. And surprisingly, they do play quite differently, at least from the handful that I tried. Some are normal, some take turns faster than an elderly relative at a family wedding, some turn like treacle, some are big bastards, some are sneaky little whippets. And don't think guys, I figured out the controls by myself. I didn't need to read a manual, what a man I am. This time when your acceleration reaches its peak, you can press forward to go into an overdrive. You definitely need to do this since your competitor also does it, and they will be impossible to catch otherwise. But of course, it does take away some of your energy, but not so much that you shouldn't have it on anytime the opportunity arises, as long as you don't slam into walls. Thankfully, you don't explode instantly, but you don't want to do it too often. Even though the first time you play a track, you'll probably take a few more dings than you'll like to admit because corners come quickly, and even though there is a rally-style turning indicator, I don't think it does an amazing job, just adequate. So the second time you play, you'll be much better at it unless you have a memory like a sieve. And there are a fair amount of tracks, so you'll have to be remembering a lot. You can visit each planet and do the first race on each, like anytime you want, and that unlocks the next race, and they eventually get more complicated the more that you beat. It's just a lot of veering left or right, which is essentially the distillation of all racing games, but it's very much apparent here. It's not just one linear path, however. There are multiple routes to take, and sometimes your rally indicator just freaks out or just completely ignores the alternative path. So yeah, you do need to remember. Many races I managed to win first time of trying, but a few I had to try multiple times due to being either too slow or blowing up. And you know what? This game, it's not terrible, but it's got that distinct smell of no one's gonna really care if this is good or not. It's made by like 2 people over a weekend. Pretty much half a dozen copies sold would be a profit. I'm not a game developer nor a financial expert, so that might not be a fact, but it oozes that feeling, and feeling is important, alright? It's a game that ranges from boring to annoying to exhilarating, especially when on the final straight and you power your way through for victory. That's nice. A good feeling. The tracks are short on the whole, not getting past 2 minutes from my time with it, and that's fine. Like, if you lose, you don't feel like you've wasted half your afternoon just because some chunky dude got his fat ass in the way. The presentation is also nice for the console. Each racer is detailed differently with shapes and patterns. The tracks are bland, but I wouldn't expect it too much. Also, what is with this nonsense of having ice affect the pod racer? Like, it's not even touching the floor. And don't tell me anti-gravity levitation is balked on ice. Although, if it is, that's still a fantastic way to get off work on a snowy day. Would I advise you picking this up? Probably not. I mean, it's not the worst game ever made, but as I said, the console just wasn't made for racing games. I think they did the best they could with the best intentions. At least it doesn't feel like an insulting cash grab. I just think it was a generation too early. If they waited a year or 2 for the Game Boy Advance, I'm sure they could have come up with something a bit more enticing. I can almost picture the chunky fake 3D visuals. Please let me know, guys. I can't think of any good racing games on a portable system prior to the Game Boy Advance. Like, did the Game Boy Color have any that are worth playing? Let me know.
A big friend out here from all corners of the Outer Rim territory.
In 2000, not long after the release of the well-known Star Wars racer, there was an arcade game. Much to my surprise, this wasn't in fact a conversion of the home console release. That's what I always thought it was when I saw it in arcades. I was like, I've played that already at home, I don't want to waste a quid of my spending money to give it a try. I've got Jambo Safari to play for the 50th time. Little did I know that Racer Arcade was developed by Sega and is a completely different game, at least as different as you can make a pod racing game that's based off a specific movie, but it is its own separate thing. And considering how awesome Arcade Trilogy was from Sega, I was very excited to give this one a proper go. Just a heads up, I had quite a lot of issues emulating this one for some reason. I tried lots of different things to make it smooth and full screen resolution, but sadly I don't have enough hair left to rip out, so yeah, it's a F it, this'll have to do jobbo. And I think that's fine for this one since there's not actually a whole lot to it. Unlike the home console game and the portable game, this arcade game has pounds to steal from the wallets of unsuspecting youngsters who are Star Wars fans. Just like most arcade games, especially ones with lots of presence on home consoles already, while the gameplay is often fun, the biggest fun often comes with either a gimmick or the machine itself. It was about having an experience for 2 minutes before it decides it wants more money from you. Racer Arcade, developed by Sega, was very distinct in the fact it looked like an actual pod racer machine, like an actual vehicle with the controls to match. You had throttles on either side for the engines, and that was half the fun. You could decide how far to push the machine, it also helped with turning, and most of that is lost on me here with this emulation. I would seek out a proper arcade cabinet, but since I'm in the middle of nowhere China, where Star Wars isn't much of a thing no matter how many posters they alter, I ain't got one of these locally, so emulation it is, and I'm missing half the fun when judging this, but I'll try to take that into account. But I am a little disappointed with Sega on this one. They proved a few years ago they could make the most fun Star Wars arcade game with Arcade Trilogy. This absolutely pales in comparison to that game, even taking into account only having half the experience. There are only 4 races to choose from, but at the beginning you can only choose Anakin or Sebulba. Maybe you need to empty your entire weekly spending money into the machine for it to accept the other races. Actually, I just checked online and you have to play 700 times before you can unlock the other characters. And I bet even when you do, the prick of a manager resets it. I know those guys. And then you only have 3 unique courses: Tatooine, this water planet, and this dark planet, each with increasing difficulty. There is a 4th track, which is Tatooine again, but this time it's super expert mode. You have 5 laps on each, and you have to finish first or survive the timer. It was the timer that always got me. But I don't think that's fair. Like, I am first in the race when I get a timeout. That means the AI can't even keep up with the game's standards. Like, I should win by default, but no, thanks for the money. Hope I didn't ruin your caravan holiday in Skegness. You do have a boost, which you can use up to 3 times, although since there's more rubber banding in this game than a Pirelli warehouse, it's best to either not use it or just save it until the very end. And this game is just very unexciting, which is a shame because I was excited to play this. As I said, I'm probably missing about like 40% of the true experience with my emulation, but still, it's pretty lifeless. The tracks have no personality whatsoever, and you just sort of meander around them. My granddad does his weekend drive to the garden center at a more exhilarating rate. I should praise the fact that it does feel like a proper racing game because you are going toe to toe with the other competitors and you can blow up the other pods, which is kind of cool, or at least it would be if they didn't act like such robots. You can almost see the CPU manually moving them up and down the pecking order. They don't race naturally at all. It's a shame that I was so hyped about finally playing this, after the realization it was something completely different to the home console games. But I'm going to rest my balls on the dining table at a family gathering and say Pod Racer Arcade is the worst iteration of pod racing. Yeah, worse than the Game Boy Color game, and definitely worse than the final pod racing game of the era, the one I'm going to talk about next. Star Wars Racer Revenge on the PlayStation 2. Once again, this was a bit of a belated revelation for me. Just like Racer Arcade, it turns out that Racer Revenge is something different to what I thought it was. Thankfully, it didn't take until making this video to actually find out, but it was an ashamedly long time before I realized Racer Revenge is a full sequel. The naming really didn't do much favors with my brain. Like Racer Revenge, to me that says it's the first game just coming back for more, or has like unfinished business to take care of. I thought it was an enhanced port, like an upgraded version. But no, the marketing team failed me, because I'm an idiot. Racer Revenge is a PlayStation 2 exclusive, released in 2002. Not sure why it never released on other consoles of the era. It seems like LucasArts really just shifted around consoles at this point. Very little consistency, as we saw with the Jedi Knight series. They threw darts at a board to decide which games went on which consoles. As you'd expect, it plays very similarly to the original game, but this time it was developed by Rainbow Studios, who are miraculously still around, and in an endless development misery of making cheap monster truck and ATV games. I suppose it pays the bills better than getting laid off by Microsoft every 5 minutes. But anyways, if you play the first game, you'll feel right at home here, even though there are some big differences. For a start, it takes place 8 years later. Anakin is a teenager, still a Padawan, but he's back and racing once more. Hey, you've got to do something with your summer vacation from the Jedi Academy. Obi-Wan's boozing in a bar at Coruscant, you're going on a lad's holiday doing some adventurous pod racing. Sebulba is still bitter that you won so long ago, and after years of hiding, he's back and looking for revenge. The controls are much easier to understand. There's none of this pressing up business and then releasing the acceleration button. No, you just hold R2 to boost. And you have to be careful since your racer can overheat very quickly. Again, you can repair your pod mid-track, and this is essential to do so. Thankfully, you're not made of paper this time, so you can be slamming all over the place and you don't have to worry too much. This is the greatest relief of all. It's less realistic, but I don't care. It makes me less terrified to play this one. One new gimmick here is that you can and are rewarded for KOing the other racers. Now, this is what I'm talking about. You can't have a sci-fi racer without some dystopian style disregard of life. Sadly, you don't get weapons like wipeouts, nor can you shoulder barge them into oblivion like in F-Zero. It's a bit awkward just running into them or swiping them without any kind of special mechanic to do it, so you end up just like grinding on them like some horny little chihuahua. Anakin's a teenager, it makes sense. And I like how it seems to be fine that Anakin is just going on a murderous rampage already at this age. All part of Palpatine's plan. And you can probably earn a buck or two along the way. Maybe it's morally fine because it's supposed to be like illegal underground activity. They're all criminals, they should be executed anyways. It's not easy to do though, since you really affect your race slowing down and taking them out. But it does earn you extra money, exponentially too. The more you take down, the more money you earn, which is great for upgrading your racer, which is far more crystal clear this time around. You know what you're doing, you know it's not going to downgrade or whatever, it's just stat points. Yeah, it's more boring and less immersive than buying individual parts, but it is what it is. I do think, in some ways, this is better than the original. For a start, it actually feels like a race. You don't feel like a lonely fool who may or may not see someone else on the track. There is moment-to-moment action. It looks great too. The added power of the PS2 allowed the crafts to feel so much weightier, like more detailed and dangerous with their power. On the other hand, it feels like a smaller game, like the tracks are smaller, which I guess is a counterpoint to my complaint about the original with the races being too long. But there, despite there being one lap too many, it actually felt epic, like you were blasting through entire regions in the race. Whereas the sequel, I mean, it just feels like a normal racetrack. Like this could be anywhere, like Imola, Hockenheim. And at least there you'd have like a badass German sausage to eat. I wouldn't fancy a sausage on a mining colony. It is smaller in scale, and also slower. Like, I don't know if it's technically slower, but it feels like it. And I think the devs had to do damage control early on by stating in the intro scroll that they're bigger and faster than ever. Bullshit ahoy. So it is a double-edged sword in my opinion. It's both better and worse. I can see what they were going for, and I support what they were going for, but they didn't quite get the balance it needed to be a definitive step up. It is fun to play though, and even though it's the first time I've played it, I have definitely enjoyed it, and I'm glad I had the chance to play it. I think it manages to have a bit more personality about it in the races themselves, with people yelling at each other. The prequel had that too, but it was kind of like the same lines, and you didn't hear it often because you never saw anyone. I think I would add this to my PS2 collection, if I had one. I know the system is hardly starved for futuristic races, but it seemed like an enjoyable, perhaps throwaway time. Just like the original, I could have seen this being a very nice rental title for a weekend. If you want to pick it up now, you can get it for like $10 or $20, which is reasonable. It also got a limited run release on the PlayStation 4 for some reason, but obviously that's more expensive. Just stick with the PS2 like the Chad you are. Alright, let's move on to another game, this time Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles. I can't believe it's taken this long to get to a Star Wars beat-em up, and yes, I did scroll through my 50,000 word script thus far just to make sure. I mean, you would have bet your mortgage on there being a Star Wars beat-em up before this, but there wasn't. Unless you're one of those weird people who calls fighting games beat-em ups, but never trust those people. Now this is a game that is universally panned, especially when it first released on the PS1. Most of the complaints centered around it being bollocks hard, unfairly so. Graphical glitches, bugs, and all round being ugly enough for even me to say no to. But I'm playing the Dreamcast version, which arrived a little bit later on, which means they had time to refine some of the issues. And yeah, I'm playing it on easy, okay. And as you can see, it's fairly easy on the eyes. I don't feel the need to look away. Why am I playing the Dreamcast version, aside from it being easier on the soul? Because, as I'll say for the second time, I'm going on a Dreamcast adventure on this very channel, going through the console's library game by game, so I might as well kill 2 Gungans with 1 lightsaber throw. There are 5 characters to choose from. Of course, you have Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Mace Windu. I don't remember Sam Jackson being in the Phantom Menace, but you also have the wonderfully named Plo Koon and Adi Gallia, who I've never heard of before. Of course, I chose Plo Koon because how could I not choose the weird alien freak? While a beat-em-up set within the Star Wars universe is a great idea, maybe I'm not the best to judge this particular game because I have never, and probably never will, be much of a fan of the genre. I find them repetitive and unfair, unless you're playing with a mate, but as I've always established, I don't have mates, so the genre is kind of lost on me. Sure, I don't mind playing Streets of Rage 2 for a few minutes, but if we get a game over, I'm not going to be playing it again anytime in the next half a decade. It's just me and my personal taste. Some like that arcade challenge, the spacing between yourself and the enemies, knowing where all the pickups are and how to use them. I get it, I just don't enjoy it. So what do I think of Jedi Power Battles? Well, I had this as a kid on my dad's Dreamcast. I didn't play it too much. Once in a while, if I was going to play a Star Wars game on the Dreamcast, it was more likely to be Demolition, which I'll get to pretty soon. I was kind of dreading playing this game again, but you know what? I'm pleasantly surprised. Don't get me wrong, it's all bland, beige, vanilla, and a geography teacher all wrapped into one, but just like those, it's actually not that bad. Well, okay, never be alone with the geography teacher, but you know what I mean. It just exists, which is something that can be celebrated. Marzipan exists, and that makes me happy. Each character has their own attack patterns, from what I'm aware. My man Plo rhymes with his name because he is slow. I did wonder if that's actually a thing with the rhyming names, and it turns out it is, because I have since discovered, after serious scientific research, that Obi-Wan is in fact the one, Qui-Gon Jinn is legally my next of kin, Mace Windu tastes like Vindaloo, and Adi Gallia gives me diarrhea. Yeah, I don't want to spoil my Dreamcast video of this, but I may have made a mistake with old Plo here. First thing you'll notice is how the combat feels like it doesn't flow properly at all. This isn't a satisfying hack and slash where you can pull off combos and attacks easily. It ain't Dynasty Warriors. So it is a bit frustrating not being able to do anything fancy outside of simple swipes, especially because they're 3 buttons, use them. Feels like a waste of so many opportunities. But that's because over the course of the 10 levels, you will gain points. Points from destroying enemies, from picking up items, picking up money, and even challenge icons which halves your health but gives you big points. And at the end of each level, you can cash them in and are rewarded with upgrades like bigger health bar, more force power, greater attack, and actually finally getting to the point I'm trying to make, you can get new combos. So there's kind of like an RPG element to this game, and you can go through the game multiple times in order to level them up even more. Sadly, even when you do start unlocking all the combos and stuff, it still doesn't feel completely free-flowing. There's very little visual feedback in terms of knowing you've pulled something off. It's just you end up attacking for a bit longer, like nothing too fancy actually happens. My man Plo, how are the droids faster than a goddamn Jedi? They get their attacking first every single time, and repelling their blaster bolts back at them, I have to stop 3 seconds earlier than I should. Don't get me started on these rocket bastards, I'm pretty sure I can't reflect them back. So this game is a mix of mindlessly destroying droids and platforming. I heard they tweaked that part in the Dreamcast version, and it seems fine. There's some mildly fun sections of the game, especially on Coruscant, where you're on top of flying cars and stuff. And, anything but the goddamn swamp is pretty fun. You're not only trying to get to the end of the level, but I appreciate the developers attempted to spice things up, like rescue a handful of maidens in the Escape from Naboo, rescue captured pilots needed for the attack on the trade blockade, but there is a time limit on that. There's also a couple of vehicle segments, one of which is super satisfying, the badass tank. There is no way to lose this level. And there's also this one on the Stap, which, I'm not going to lie, took an embarrassingly long time before I realized I could use it to shoot. I kept bashing into a wall, like what's going on? I did kind of like these changes up in the gameplay because it usually meant the level would be quite short and I could move on with my life. I appreciate the attempt at giving variety to enemies as well. Like, they didn't have a whole lot to work with, so instead of just making new enemies like rabid flowers and sun-shy earwigs, they enhanced some normal enemies, like the droids are now like properly swole, like some spew poison, some live a good fire blast. It's pretty cool. The game isn't all that bad, but as I mentioned, it's a little bit glitchy still, getting stuck on the scenery, and who knows what the hell's supposed to be going on with this Jedi battle. And sometimes it can be a little bit unfair. Like, how is I supposed to know to abandon this flying car as it gets absolutely mullered? I personally wouldn't go out of my way to play this or own this again, but you know, if you're a collector and you like Star Wars, why not? It'll be much more bearable and fun with a second player by your side. I just found it fine. Like, not hateful, but just there. Because it follows the Phantom Menace story very well, and even includes the side weirdness that the PS1 Phantom Menace tie-in also did, I find absolutely zero reason to play this over the super awkward, clunky, yet utterly charming PS1 official movie tie-in. I would play that one instead. Obviously I didn't cover it in this video properly, but if you watch my big video, then you'll see that it has a lot more heart and intrigue than this. This is like that game if the soul was sucked out of it. Again, if you want my full experience, check out the video dedicated to this game in my Dreamcast Adventure series. Maybe it's out already, I don't know. Let's just say it made me realize how unlucky I am in my life. Jedi Power Battles wouldn't just be stuck on the PS1 and Dreamcast though, since it also appeared on the new-fangled Game Boy Advance. It was a fruitful relationship for Star Wars and the GBA, and by fruitful I'm talking about a bucket full of durian. Enough to clear out a stinky tofu restaurant. Pretty rank relationship overall, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Jedi Power Battles came out in late 2001, more than a year after the original. In Europe, it came out in 2002, and, probably rightly so, they dropped Episode 1 from the title. They didn't want it to look old hat when it was on store shelves. In this version, we only have 3 characters. Adi Gallia and my man, or thing, Plo Koon, have been inserted into a trash compactor. How dare they get rid of Plo? He was probably too slow to escape deletion. But we've got the essentials, we've got the Scottish guy, we've got the Irish guy, and we've got goddamn Samuel L. Jackson. That's at least one setup for a joke. He's lost his purple lightsaber. I'm not sure how he feels about that. I bet he would have ripped up his contract if he found out. When you start playing the first level, you're starting to think, hey, this is a pretty promising game. You're zipping around at a rate of knots, it's not cumbersome, which is what I usually associate with portable licensed tie-ins. It flows way better than the home console version. It's a game with potential. You're running and diving into battle droids, and they're crumpling in a satisfying way. It seems like a nice translation of the main game. It might even have the goal to be better than that. It's an isometric viewpoint, so it can be a bit awkward with the D-pad, but you know, we grew up with worse. You can deflect blaster shots back at the enemy, and you'll definitely need to do this for the unforgivable armadillo droids, I forgot what they're called. It's way harder in this game than in the main one, because there's less real estate on the screen to keep them at a distance. Plus, they seem to shoot faster and less predictably. But you know, it's going well so far, until you get to this room. Because holy hell, this might very well be the worst platforming in any game ever. Tiny little platforms with droids shooting you to blow you backwards. And if you think that's bad, oh, you just wait till you get to this room, where the game perspective may have been designed by someone from the Victorian era, i.e. where games don't exist and the only form of entertainment is trying not to die in cholera-filled squalor. It literally makes no sense as you leap to your death time and again. The platforming is the only thing that's going to kill you in this game, and probably in real life too. Make sure all the windows are locked when you're playing this, okay? It makes zero sense in terms of perspective. I'm just going to walk along this log. Oh no, I'm not. I'm going to half jump through platforms. Who needs sanity when you've got Jedi Power Battles on the Game Boy Advance? This game is completely perplexing and is one of the least enjoyable experiences of my portable gaming life. And the platforming annoyed me so much, it made the smaller issues with the game magnify along with my hatred of this damn thing. Like attacking the enemies, for some reason, you can't be like right on them. Like swinging your lightsaber an inch away from them makes it as though it wouldn't do anything. Like where's the hit detection? You need to be at like a certain distance for it to actually detect it. Who knew the best way to defeat a Jedi is just being uncomfortably close to them? Thankfully, the droids are nice enough to kick you in the nuts every 5 bloody seconds, so you can be at the right distance. That's nice of them, but it's not nice being winded all the time. You feel like a right useless plonker. Now this game is bad, and it knows it, because only a game that's terrible would have the droids, the enemies, constantly kill each other. They do it all the time. It's like euthanasia. They're doing it to speed up the process and get the game over with. These droids love friendly fire. What's annoying is that this had all the chance of being a fairly decent hack and slash game. It's just ruined by incompetence or lack of care in the final product. Who cares if I can hit the droid? Who cares if I jump into the abyss or not? No one cares, no one's gonna play this, and if they do, they probably won't tell anyone aside from their priest or their therapist. They gave us $30 and there's nothing they can do about it aside from tell people episode 1 was a movie that ruined their childhood, because if that movie didn't exist, neither would this game. And the worst thing is, this game was made by Hot Gen, who did a fairly respectable job with Obi-Wan Adventures, which I'll get to fairly soon. This game shares a lot of similarities, but somehow came out way worse on more advanced hardware. Do not play this game for fun, only play this game to see what I mean. It's probably cheap as hell, but even if you're a Game Boy Advance collector, and I know there are some crazy people out there, you do not need this in your collection unless you're sick to the stomach of being an eternally optimistic person. This will give you misery. Factor 5 are well known for their exceptional Rogue Squadron games. Rogue Squadron, Rogue Leader, Rebel Strike are classics and talked about to the ends of the earth and back when talking about Nintendo and Star Wars combining forces. I went through the series a little while back, but many people forget there was another game from Factor 5 lost within the maelstrom of license tie-ins for the Phantom Menace. Star Wars Episode 1 Battle for Naboo is a Factor 5 game very much in the vein of the Rogue Squadron series. Developed and released between the first 2 Rogue Squadron titles, this is a game that is a victim of its license and the era that it was released in. A Phantom Menace tie-in exclusively on the Nintendo 64 in the year 2000, you probably couldn't have chosen a worse time or place to release this game. The amount of Star Wars games at this point was impossible to wade through, and perhaps Factor 5's name wasn't so revered at this point as it is today, so it's easy to see why this one is not as fondly remembered. Despite being called Battle for Naboo, don't worry, you're not going through the exact storyline of the first movie. Instead, this is a nice side dish starring other characters. The main protagonist is Gavin Sykes, who might sound Welsh, but don't be fooled because they've tried to be cool and space-like by spelling his name Gavin with a Y, which actually sounds even more Welsh. Alright, his dad's from Carmarthen, emigrated to Naboo. It starts off pretty radically. A ground vehicle? Like, what blasphemy is this? Yeah, Battle for Naboo is pretty full on when it comes to ground vehicles, especially at the start. And it's a good few levels before you jump into anything that flies above fair ground ride height. It's a little bit refreshing, gives a different kind of perspective. Zooming around on a speeder or these weird Victorian bicycle things. I know all of you are thinking that this guy's lost his mind, but I don't know. I could see some top-hatted twat zooming around on one of these on the wretched streets of London. This is more like a vehicular combat game at this point, although aiming is a bit weird. It feels like you're always shooting straight into the ground. You have to like wiggle the reticle all the time, which is a bit annoying. The game is definitely better when you do finally get in the cockpit of a Naboo Starfighter, or a Naboo police officer staff thing, whatever. Then it feels like Rogue Squadron, and you can take advantage of the much bigger draw distance, at least on the environments. The enemy ship's still popping like half a meter away from your face, but it's still quite impressive seeing all of this blandness so far in the distance. Yeah, I mean, it's the Nintendo 64, so I'm not going to dunk on it for its environmental textures, but yeah, it's hardly a looker. One thing I didn't really mention in Rogue Squadron in any of those games is that in most of the levels there are bonus power-ups that permanently increase your craft's capabilities. I didn't mention them in that series because, to be honest, I forgot about them, since they're either so far out of the way in terms of the level or the objective to trigger them is very specific. I totally forgot they were a thing. But Battle for Naboo reminded me of them because they seem to be better placed for casual play. I picked up a couple and I wasn't even trying. These are vital because they improve your laser power, your shields, your secondary weapons. If you want an easier life, you should definitely get these. Scour the levels as much as possible, and I'm sure you'll stumble across a few of them. Once again, the stages are judged on a performance basis. Casual players or renters out there will probably keep their focus on just getting through the missions, of which I would say the difficulty balance is kind of all over the place. Some of the mid-levels can be quite unforgiving, while the later ones not so bad. But the real meat for those who like to get banged for their buck is getting the medals once again. It's just like Rogue Squadron, where accuracy, enemy shot down, and time taken are taken into account. This, I can imagine, is going to be super tough for this game, especially because if there's one thing I noticed about this specific game is that the accuracy is way harder. Like, I'm generally terrible to begin with, and I don't really care about accuracy for the purpose of this video, but goddamn, hit something! It's quite amazing how bad I am. And the worst thing is, there is a rudimentary auto-aim feature that mostly works with turrets and stuff, but not for fighters unless you're like an inch away from them. I don't know how anyone would be able to platinum these stages. It's especially egregious in the space battle section, which, I have to be honest, I found fairly bad overall. Like, you can't see anything, you can't shoot anything. There's so few landmarks to get your bearings. I was sitting here thinking, how can the space battles here be so bad compared to Rogue Squadron, which came out a few years earlier? And then it hit me. Rogue Squadron didn't have any space battles. What? How can that be? It's Rogue Squadron. Of course there are space battles. But no, it turns out Mandela didn't die in prison, and in fact there are no space battles. Like, if someone walked up to me in the street and whispered, "Jordan, there are no space battles in Rogue Squadron," I'd have thought it was some secret invitation to go dogging in the park, but also I wouldn't have believed you. And playing Battle for Naboo, I can see why. Okay, maybe saying they're bad is a bit of a disservice. They're not bad, they're just not particularly enjoyable, and they just mostly involve frustration rather than having any kind of fun. Maybe they tried in Rogue Squadron, but the tech or design philosophy just wasn't there yet, and it's still not here in Battle for Naboo. Overall though, it's a decent enough game, but it's not as interesting as Rogue Squadron, despite the shake-up in craft type. I mean, I like the idea of an amphibian type, but I'm not sure if I care enough about this to, put it alongside that trilogy of classic games. It feels like one of those, just if it was based off a less interesting franchise, and that kind of is the case. I mean, I'm mildly nostalgic for Episode 1, but not to this extent. Outside the Naboo Starfighters, there's nothing for me to hook onto. Maybe I can give credit to the story. I think they almost got me there. I did complain about the original Rogue Squadron's lack of a solid, followable narrative. Well, Battle for Naboo addressed that because there's nothing but a story that you follow. And an interesting enough one too. For example, because the situation is so dire, you end up saving the life and allying with Jabba the Hutt's second cousin once removed in order to fend off the invasion. That's an interesting prospect. And there are a few characters you get to know the voices for. I don't know if you care enough about them when they finally get blown up, but I commend Factor 5 for giving it a shot. If I had a Nintendo 64 collection, of course I would pick this one up since it is a decent game, but compared to Rogue Squadron on the same system, I think that is still the clear winner. Have you ever asked the question, what would happen if you mix Star Wars with Vigilante 8? No? Well, neither did anyone else, but some bright spark over at LucasArts or LuxoFlux thought, hey guys, let's get together. Star Wars Demolition is a vehicular combat game. I had this one as a kid. It was released on the PS1 and the Dreamcast, which is the version I had and I'm playing for this video because Remember, I am going on a Dreamcast adventure beating all of the games on the system. If you want my full experience, please check that video out whenever it comes out. So if you played Vigilante 8 or perhaps the more famous Twisted Metal, the concept will be very familiar to you. You're in a large area, you have a variety of contestants, each with their own gimmick or stats and weapon types, and you gotta blow them to smithereens, which is great. In the Star Wars universe, there is a remarkable disregard for the sanctity of life, so why not just pointlessly blow each other up? I get it if there was like an audience watching in some kind of arena somewhere, but it just seems like this is fun for them. Boba Fett doesn't do anything for fun. I guess there's like a half-hearted audience on Naboo, but let's face it, that's not even going to cover the cost of the catering. And don't get me started on Dagobah, unless it's some sort of government community project to bring sports to even the nastiest and stinkiest life in the galaxy, ain't no one getting in on that. There are 6 vehicles to start with, but more can be unlocked. They each have their own unique attack. You can spam the attack, or you can hold it in as though you're about to piss yourself. There are 4 stages of holding it in, neither of which are advised by a medical professional, but the first 3 are just more lasers, whereas the top one is a special attack unique to the character. So the AT-ST, for example, has cluster bombs of sorts, whereas Boba Fett has this sort of Pikachu missile, which stuns them as well as damages them. Of course, the Snowspeeder has a tow cable, which might be the most awkward implementation yet, although I guess, dragging Boba Fett across the floor, that's kind of fun. You also have a secondary weapon, which can be obtained via item boxes. Sadly, there's not many of them, and even what is here is not exactly distinct. You have like a homing missile, an energy ball blast, a mine, a tractor beam, which might be the most annoying power-up in gaming history. With little to no advantage for either the aggressor nor the victim, you just end up becoming like a horrific conjoined twin vibrating like a dodgy washing machine, or 2 socially awkward rhinos mating. And boy, do the enemies love to spam this for literally no other reason than to annoy you into giving up. Thankfully, there are mechanics in place to stop this being endless. You have a weapon power bar, which is good for this, but in the long run, it also makes the game a bit annoying. Did I mention annoying? The game isn't bad, it's just got a lot of annoying mechanics within it. Because when you're in the final round of the tournament and you have to go up against like a handful of enemies, you are easily going to run out of weapon power. It does go up by itself very slowly, and if you collect item boxes, but you'll be dealing out the big guns with the big special attacks, which, let's face it, is the only way to destroy the enemy. And if you really want to win, like nuke them from orbit, you're going to be begging for more weapon power. And the last parts of the fight are essentially just you scrounging and hoping for more weapon power. Okay, so there's this one thing. In each level, there are buildings or locations where you can refill your weapon power at the cost of money. Yeah, all this event is revolving around money, of course it is. So the richest guy can keep on going all day long. And now you're thinking, what are you complaining about? Just use this. Well, one aspect I'll give them credit for is that you can actually blow it up. You can blow up the recovery areas so there's no more. And even then, I think it can run out naturally. Same with the shield generators. So yeah, there are a few modes like single battle, tournament mode, and of course multiplayer options, but I feel the game is probably at its strongest. This released on the PS1, but the Dreamcast is definitely the best way to play, thanks to improved visuals and easier 4-player co-op. The PS1 is limited to just 2 people playing, which sounds more boring. You definitely need 4 players on this one. You can unlock extra characters by finishing a tournament with 10,000 cash at the end, which I found really difficult to do. A lot of it seems a bit out of your hands, and you need to be a bit lucky outside of just being good. I didn't unlock any of them for this casual play, but I'm not too bothered about doing it anyway, even though it is a shame because I think the unlockable characters are far more interesting. A Rancor, hell yes. A pod racer, well, it doesn't seem like much of a vehicle ready for combat, but at least it would be fun to try. And all this unlocking stuff, it will add longevity to the game, which does seem quite short without that. I like it doesn't give it to you all at once. Now, this isn't a great game by any stretch of the imagination, but I do have a lot of nostalgic fondness for it. I didn't play all the time when I went to visit my dad, but I definitely had a nice rotation of a bit of Power Stone 2, a bit of this, and whatever RPG I was playing at the time, maybe Skies of Arcadia, Time Stalkers, Evolution. It was in the mix. This was an interesting pick-up-and-play title. I was fascinated by it, mainly being able to control and pilot complete and totally different vehicles from this universe. AT-ST, hell yes, Boba Fett, take my money, good sir. But from a non-nostalgia based assessment, I can see why this isn't critically thought of well. The levels are quite barren, despite them trying to fill them with personality. It's a good effort, but somehow feels a bit meager, and some of them definitely err on like bloody boring, like Naboo, it's just rubbish. Okay, so you got giant chess pieces, but so what? Even my nan had chess pieces in her house, and did she get a positive review from EGM? Did she This place, boring, it's just blasting market stalls, whoop-de-doo. You can go through this thing to skip a bit, I don't know. More interesting are places like the Tatooine Desert because it has banthas and the Jawang Sandcrawler, the Sarlacc Pit, even Jabba's luxury cruiser, which plays music if you go past it. Dagobah is a miserable place as always, but at least it has like less than tropical wildlife trying to take a bite out of you if you dwell in one place too long. Hoth is okay, I suppose. And the biggest issue for me is that there's just not enough arenas. It needed like double the amount of stages, with the same level of detail and touches to the source material. I mean, you could definitely have had some like Ewoks getting in a crossfire on Endor, or like in the middle of Coruscant. I'm sure the authorities would have turned a blind eye. More special attacks would have been needed too. Having 3 stages of attack just being more lasers is super uninventive. Having each stage be different could have added something far more tactical and interesting to the game. Boba Fett alone as a bounty hunter, that has so much potential. Playing by oneself, I suppose it's a decent enough pick-up-a-play title, although as I've hinted at, the final stage of the tournament can feel like it goes on forever. Of course, this would be much better played with friends, so I don't want to judge it too harshly. I'm sure you could have a great time with 3 friends, a few beers, and some official Star Wars licensed gameplay. But I can also understand why you got so many 5 out of 10s back in the day. As I mentioned before, if you want a close look at this game and things regarding the story, the ins and outs, check out my Dreamcast adventure. There will be a video dedicated entirely to Star Wars Demolition. Elbowing its way in between Phantom Menace tie-ins like that one dude who tags along at a hen party, Star Wars Force Commander was awkwardly trying to fit in while having literally nothing to do with the Phantom Menace. This was old school. This was about the original trilogy. It's like someone didn't get the memo. In actuality, this game was supposed to come out before the Phantom Menace, but it was in a much different form, which LucasArts didn't care much for the progress made and had to push it back for a rejig. Star Wars Force Commander is another attempt at a strategy game, coming off the back of Star Wars Rebellion, which I was resoundingly confused by. Hopefully the year or 2 delay on this was worth it. Again, just like Rebellion, take this as a brief overview rather than anything too in-depth. I don't have the time to fully dedicate to a RTS. These are scary beasts. I've never been a PC gamer, and I have the tactical nuance of a horny baboon. So rather than taking it as a critique, I'm just going to go over what the game involves during my short time with it. I think it's worth pointing out that of all the RTS Star Wars games, and in fact almost all Star Wars games that have been available on PC, this is the one no longer available for purchase, at least of the proper games. If you go on Steam, you'll find the one I talked about earlier, Rebellion, Battlegrounds, and Empire at War. They are all there, but Force Commander is not, and this made me all the more intrigued. Like, what secrets are they hiding? What are they ashamed of? Or maybe there's some licensing thing that makes it not worth the effort to port it to modern systems. But I'll say it straight away, even though I like the idea and the premise of this game way more than Rebellion, I don't like it as much. I think it might be my least favorite of the RTS games. Spoiler alerts for later. Rather than conquering the galaxy, here you're taking on much smaller missions and focusing on ground combat. You start with a command post and you build a few structures around it, but not as many as you'd think for a game like this. Most of your troops and vehicles will be coming from drops from space, like calling in reinforcements. You have command points, which are earned by destroying enemy troops, so the more successful you are, the more troops the Empire will be willing to send your way. There is a large focus on squads. I mean, there's a whole tutorial section which is dedicated to showing you all the ways you can group different types of troops together and switch between them. And at least it has a nice tutorial, unlike Rebellion, which makes you read the complete works of Shakespeare before you give up and bash yourself over the head with it. In fact, the tutorial was very promising. I like the idea of guiding troops and vehicles over Tatooine to do like a task. Reminds me of something like the Commandos games, where it's more about like a small squad getting through the mission. I mean, you can even name the troops if you want to, even though they die in about 5 seconds. But when you get to the first like main mission, I don't know, I just instantly found it to be rather soulless. Balancing defense with attack when you have so few resources, it just didn't gel with me at all. Having an AT-ST being weak to foot soldiers, like what the hell? I think there is something in here, and I probably need to get to grips with it a bit more to appreciate it better, but my initial impressions of this game are it's just been too bland. Maybe that's why they tried to spice it up by having like cheesy over-the-top metal music renditions of John Williams' score. I mean, it's borderline disrespectful, and that's why I respect it so much. Just have a listen. Like, that takes some balls. I guess the game isn't helped by having its rudimentary 3D visuals, which are very ugly at this point. And I know it's an RTS, there's a lot going on, a lot of things for processors to keep up with, so they were probably restricted, but I think it was just a bit too early to be doing this, at least zooming in so far. And we'll see very soon the RTS after this one backtracked on the 3D for a good reason. This is an ugly game. I don't know, I just didn't get on with this game. PC is always a struggle to get me invested, so I'm guessing it is partly my fault, but this didn't exactly get great reviews at the time either. I think there's more fan positivity about it these days, but as I'll say pretty soon, I think there is a much better option if you're an RTS fan that I'll talk about in a couple of minutes. I know I've covered the PlayStation 2 era already with a few releases like Racer Revenge, but I have to say, what a magical time that was. I remember the launch like it was 25 years ago, trading in pretty much every game I had so I could get a PlayStation 2 with Gran Turismo and Evergrace. Really good and exciting times. Games look so fantastic, at least according to my young eyes, and I can imagine one of the early titles of that era, Star Wars Starfighter, really excited people. This is another one that passed me by as a kid. I thought it would be like a poor man's Rogue Squadron. I've always assumed that. I thought it was a movie tie-in shoehorned into like a similar gameplay mold. But damn, playing the original Xbox version, this is a pretty good game that deserves a bit more respect from my dirty mouth. So yeah, it's another space combat game, and it's another one set within the Episode 1 era, but it doesn't follow that specific story. It goes its own way, and it's surprisingly ambitious. While major cutscenes are few and far between, I do really think they did a commendable job setting up sort of an epilogue for the Phantom Menace. It's even brave enough to include 3 main protagonists. This is almost Tolkien levels of narrative ambition. Kind of. So you have 3 characters, the first of which is a rookie pilot for the Naboo Air Force. You start with him on his training mission. Secondly, and a bit more confusingly for me because there are no subtitles in cutscenes, and I'm easily distracted by biscuits in my cupboard, this lady, I'm not entirely sure what her jib is, but she's been betrayed by someone and becomes sort of a lone ranger. And then there is Nim, son of Pym, and he is a space pirate trying to raid the Trade Federation of weapons and stuff. He is the reluctant hero type. He's the please guys, I'm the scary meanie, stop trying to make me look good. Somehow these 3 come together to save the galaxy by flying their individual combat ships in various missions. Each ship pilots similarly but has slightly different abilities. For example, Nim, son of Pym, has rechargeable special weapons which work to disable the enemy shield. They also play a part in bombing ground troops and tanks, which is pretty awesome, even if the angle of attack is kind of difficult to get used to. Missions are long and usually have shifting conditions as you progress with efforts to ramp up the tension. There's lots of audio narrative going on. Again, subtitles would be nice. I'm not hard of hearing, I'm just hard of paying attention when I'm trying to blow up droids. So it does have an epic feel to it, which I appreciate. It kind of feels like you're in a movie or part of a developing battle as you're told to switch focus to a specific target to help protect someone or other. And my man Nim, his base is like giving me serious Skies of Arcadia vibes. That's a thumbs up from me. Aside from just completing the mission, there are also medals to attain. Unlike the Rogue Squadron games, these are not based around like a defined number or stats, but actually extensions of the main goal. Something as simple as like completing a level under a certain time, or making sure someone else is not destroyed. This actually feels really good. I mean, it's not like Rogue Squadron levels of awesome, but it's still a really nice romp inside the prequel universe. It plays very smoothly, almost a bit too smoothly. Being able to turn on a dime is very weird. Having sniper aiming like an actual high-tech fighter would have, that's good stuff, very enjoyable. It's not brutally difficult either. It puts up a nice challenge, and the levels are just the right length. You feel like you've been through something without it feeling like a slog. What took me by surprise though, is that this game came out before Rogue Squadron 2 on the GameCube. Like, that's like a mind-blowing fact to me. It feels like I've just been told I'm adopted or something. Like, I don't frankly believe it, but it's supposed to be true. And no wonder this was a critical darling at the time, because it couldn't be compared to the arguably better game. It could only be compared to what came before, which was the original Rogue Squadron and Battle for Naboo. This is a good game that doesn't have as much of a legacy as Rogue Leader. I mean, I get it, it's nowhere near as iconic, but it's still a good game that should be enjoyed by Star Wars fans. Although saying that, I think the main issue is with the lack of identity as a Star Wars title, since it has to go its own way in terms of ship designs, or at least designs that are less familiar to us all. Like, this is hardly going up against TIE Interceptors or Star Destroyers. We have slightly generic looking ships that could have been part of any sci-fi franchise. This could be like a Battlestar Galactica game for all I know, or Star Fox, not Star Wars. It's expanded universe, but accidentally expanded into a quagmire rather than somewhere warm and safe. I do highly recommend giving this a go. If you want a good story alongside your Rogue Squadron gameplay, then this is certainly worth a play. One of the more interesting pieces of information about Starfighter that I found is that there was an arcade version of this game, which despite my best efforts, I couldn't actually get a chance to play. I don't believe the ROM has been dumped anywhere, and there's very little information about it. I heard they repurposed a handful of levels, and it's a shame because I would have loved to have experienced how they adapted this for arcade play. It must have been quite different, but alas, it was not to be. I have failed you all. But this would not be all in the Starfighter series, and I say series because there was a sequel 1 year later. Star Wars Jedi Starfighter released in 2002, and it feels like it. It's a game that feels like it came out not long after the original, because it plays and looks a bit too similar. Same kind of gameplay, same kind of flow, same kind of art style, but now set within the Attack of the Clones era. We've moved up a movie. Now this means it's pretty good, very good in fact, but I'm struggling to see the excitement of going into the exact same thing, and this is coming from someone who literally played them back to back like 2 or 3 weeks ago on the same day. Like, I can barely separate these games in my head. Okay, not exactly the same thing, because there are like some differences that my barely functioning noggin can actually recall. And as one of the two main protagonists, and one of the things is one of the two main protagonists is a Jedi. That's fairly cool. You are Adi Gallia. Remember her? Adi Gallia gave me diarrhea. Wow, so this is world building. You are a Jedi, but you're not on the ground swinging a lightsaber. Instead, you're showing off your skills in a cockpit while electrocuting your rivals in the sky. Okay, I guess as I've learned, it's fine to electrocute your opponents in agonizing torture as long as they're the bad guys. Plus, they're all robots anyway. And I don't think these ones dream of electric sheep. If they don't have any kind of soul, it's not important. And I think that's the main addition here, which is weird to say because it's not like that big of an addition. You have a selection on the D-pad for your force powers, which you can see on the bottom left, and it's easy to select and initiate. Just a simple button press, and you can hold it in for longer for greater effectiveness. Nim, son of Pim, is back for another go, and we get another decently told story, and the production value has been ramped up a little bit too, but it follows the same kind of flow with evolving missions. This one is pretty cool as you have to destroy these missiles before they hit the ground. Apparently the plot for this one involves chemical weapons, which is always a fun thing for kids to learn about, and obviously you want to stop the galaxy from being gassed. Where I think this stands out a bit more, not only from the first game but from many other games, is that there is a good sense of camaraderie. You are part of a ragtag group of allies, each with their own ship and personality. You feel like a proper gang. The stoic Jedi teaming up with a pirate and his quirky sidekicks. And it's nice to play the hero who's an actual Jedi master. We almost never get that aside from Jedi power battles. Usually we're forced to play as like an apprentice, but Adi Gallia, she's already a badass. That's why she can make a force shield around her ship instantly. I bet Anakin couldn't do that. As I said, it's almost painful for me to even think of Starfighter and Jedi Starfighter as separate releases now because they're so similar to each other. I guess Jedi Starfighter is a bit more refined, but this was obviously, so obviously rushed out as soon as possible to tie in with the new movie that was coming out in a couple of months. In fact, the Xbox version came out at the same time as the movie. I think with a bit more time in the oven, a bit more time to breathe between the first game and this could have stood out a lot more. The fact that they are so similar is a detriment. I mean, there is a case of don't fix what ain't broken, but they could have almost certainly been the same game, like 2 campaigns on one disc or something. But still, if you have a PlayStation 2 or an Xbox and you don't have this, why not? You should have both Starfighter and Jedi Starfighter in your collection. I can't imagine they're very expensive these days. They are interesting games, and it's strange as to why there wasn't one to coincide with the Revenge of the Sith movie. Perhaps oversaturation with space combat games, because you had these two on Xbox and PlayStation 2, and then the GameCube had 2 Rogue Squadron games, all 4 coming out within like 3-year span. What more can you do until like technology moves on further? That's just my guess. But yeah, if you like Rogue Squadron, you should definitely get these two. They're almost as good as Factor 5's efforts. In fact, in some small areas, they are better, just maybe not as iconic.
Everything has been quiet, Master. Nothing unusual to report. Are you sure my presence here is necessary?
Star Wars Obi-Wan is a tough game to play these days. It's an original Xbox exclusive that was never released anywhere else, nor has it received any kind of HD remaster, nor was it made backwards compatible on Xbox One or Series X. That's strange in and of itself, because pretty much every other game that was on the Xbox is now available to play via backwards compatibility. That's how I played literally all of these Star Wars Xbox games. Star Wars Obi-Wan is the one that is left out. And I think, I'm just guessing, that's maybe down to just like the game's coding. I'm not familiar with the technical workings of Microsoft's backwards compatibility program. I don't know what method they use, but Obi-Wan is one of the few Xbox games that is super difficult to emulate. I know Xbox emulation isn't anywhere near as accomplished as the GameCube or PS2, but still, most games can work if you have enough horsepower behind the emulator. Obi-Wan doesn't play around. I'm assuming Microsoft fudged around and found out, and that's why it's not been added to backwards compatibility. After many attempts of me trying to emulate it, I just kind of gave up. Like, it wouldn't load the first level, and the menus ran at 5 frames per second, so I had a really tough time trying to play this game. I even considered telling my mum to ship over my old Xbox to China. Then I realized that might be quite stupid. And then one night, it was almost midnight, and I had this game on my mind because I knew it was going to cause me trouble soon if I didn't figure it out. And someone, somewhere, was looking down on me that evening because it bloody worked. Not fantastically, but enough to play it and find out what it's all about. I like to consider this the forgotten Star Wars game. It's like stepping into an alternative universe. No one remembers or even talks about this game, and I can understand why. Even though I mildly like it. You start off in the Undercity of Coruscant, where the Black Heth, a criminal gang, tried to assassinate Obi-Wan, but he's not having any of it. The controls are very interesting because with your lightsaber, you don't mash a button to use it. Instead, you flick the right analog stick to wag it about. It feels really good actually, but unfortunately it brings up another issue of controlling the camera since the right stick is now preoccupied. So now you end up with some weird tank type controls. You're moving the camera and the character with the left analog stick. This makes the game feel like a generation behind. Games that were on the PlayStation 1 or even Dreamcast had controls like this. It's not ideal, and I can imagine when it came out it seemed like instantly outdated. Just playing it with the mindset of it being like a retro title, it bothers me much less, and I've played enough Dreamcast games recently to handle this. It doesn't bother me too much. Despite the ropey looking visuals thanks to emulation and poor frame rates, I'm really liking this because even though it's dumb and full of dumb people, hey look, there are innocent bystanders you can stop from getting mugged, and if you do it, they might drop a health pack or something. That's nice, I feel like a Jedi Batman. The controls are surprisingly complicated for a seemingly simple game. Despite wagging the right stick like an excited puppy, you also have force powers to think about. This is done by holding down the left shoulder button, which will then make the face buttons do something else, other than their base attack. Your jump will now be a force jump, allowing you to get much higher, like fighting the boss standing ever so subtly on the train that you want to catch. There's also a force pull to rip the guns out of enemy hands, but then they just end up whipping out a scary looking blade rather than the Nerf toy gun they seem to be using. You can force push, which I find very humorous in combination with explosive barrels. I even somehow initiated an industrial sized fan to blow a bunch of bad guys off a building. They deserved it just standing there. They were probably taking selfies, which is punishable by death in the Star Wars galaxy, and rightly so. In fact, I'm not a futurist by any means because I'm just a YOLO kind of guy, but I do predict that if we are in a society of tens of billions of people, social media will not exist, because I think by that point, people might have gotten the message about just how insignificant and unimportant they are, and won't even bother to hope that people care about their meal at the local Italian or how much their hubby loves them because they bought them some chocolate from the gas station. Whee! Alright, this game is fun, guys. Woo! I only managed to get to the swamp level before the game, the emulator, or even my computer said, "Jordan, that is enough Obi-Wan for you." The game became unplayable at that point and would crash the app every time. Never mind, but I think I got a decent feel for it. And it is a commendable experience with some nice ideas that is lost in slight monotony. But of course, that's just my early impressions after a couple of hours. I read online that the unique story quickly descends into the Phantom Menace's plot, which I think a lot of people were sick of by this point. There's only so many times one can do this without it being boring and rote. But you also have to take into account this was pretty much a launch title for the original Xbox. Something tells me LucasArts got a chunk of change from Microsoft, who said, please give us a launch exclusive, and they cobbled this together with assets and ideas which were rejected from other projects. As a corridor hack and slash, it's okay, and it does have potential. I love the idea of wandering around the gaming world not only blowing crap up, like just seeing NPCs getting on with their day or getting in the way of laser blasts. Star Wars is a lived-in world, and I want to live in there. It's a rudimentary game, very binary as the enemies just sort of charge at you like they know their life is meaningless. There are like stealth segments, but it's hardly Splinter Cell as you murder protocol droids before they sound the alarm. Apparently, only they are intelligent enough to do that while the thugs charge at you. Even these elite warriors who scared the shit out of me are complete meatheads. One side thing is that between chapters, you have to improve your training at the Jedi Temple, fighting increasingly tough Jedi Masters. I wouldn't call this graceful, which is a running theme so far. When Jedis fight, they must, under all circumstances, look like two female honey badgers fighting over their favorite stud. It doesn't look great. I think if I had an OG Xbox collection, this would definitely be in it, purely due to wanting to know how the gameplay evolves more, because even though it wasn't great, I was still enjoying my time with it, and I think it has the potential to be good. even if all the reviews are telling me I'm a fool. Sometimes it's okay to like a game for the idea behind it rather than the execution. I can't see anyone demanding this get a remaster or a port or even backwards compatibility, but still, if you pop down to your local CEX and you see it for a few quid, you like Star Wars, why not? It's one of the big forgotten Star Wars games. I want to play more, although I'm not sure why Obi-Wan has gone full Scottish.
Everything has been quiet, Master. Nothing unusual to report. Are you sure my presence here is necessary? Masters, I felt something behind their attack. Something more complicated. Master, someone has just arrived. I can't make out their species, but they must be the arms dealers.
It's like they just yanked this guy out of a Glaswegian pub. You can almost smell the Scotch egg on his breath. Speaking of Obi-Wan, they weren't ready to stop cashing in on handsome Ewan McGregor's portrayal of him because there was a Game Boy Color game of our dear Jedi, Star Wars Episode 1 Obi-Wan's Adventures. Now this came out before Obi-Wan on the Xbox, but I don't know why I'm putting it here. Now the funny thing is, I've reviewed this game before, a couple of years back. It was a Patreon exclusive bonus video to the Phantom Menace retrospective. That's never been public, but for this video, I'm gonna go the extra mile. I'm going to go to the effort of copying and pasting that video in here. Enjoy. Obi-Wan's Adventure is a retelling of the Phantom Menace, but exclusively from Obi-Wan's perspective. I guess old man Qui-Gon isn't much of a marketable character. He hadn't started his threatening phone call spree as of yet. Indeed, even though the two are together for most of the movie, Qui-Gon doesn't even take part in the gameplay here. He's probably just chilling at the start of the level, having a brew and a cigar, letting Obi-Wan do the work, telling him it's all part of his training to become a Jedi Knight. That's basically what he did in the PS1 game. In all seriousness though, I think this would have been a fun link cable kind of game. I only ever used the link cable to trade Pokemon, so I don't know how one-to-one the games could be, but if one player was Obi-Wan and another Qui-Gon, that could have been a rather fun multiplayer game. It would have certainly improved this title. So you start off this game when things turn sour during the negotiations with the Trade Federation. You're thrown in with a couple of droids straight away and have to get used to the controls. As a Game Boy Color game, there are only two main buttons to use. Here, one is jump, the other is a lightsaber swipe. Like in the PS1 game we covered, you can deflect the blasters back, although it is much less reliable here. Just get up close, whack those droids into oblivion. But you're a Jedi, surely you must have more tricks up your excessively billowing sleeve. Well yes, you can awkwardly switch between weapons with the select button, back when it was used to actually select things. Can we just pay respects to the select button? A fallen input that always did the least important thing on the controller. Now we have the minus button, we have a share button, and whatever the Xbox does, I don't pay attention. So when you press select, you can change to either the force, which will blow enemies away a little bit, and you also need this to move boxes out of the way at various points. You can also equip a more clumsy and random blaster if you're uncivilized, and unlike the PS1 game, this blaster here is a complete bag of shite. Useless. Both of these non-lightsaber weapons have ammo, so they can't be used all of the time, not that you'd want to. The level design, at least for the first level, is surprisingly complex, at least in its mapping. You'll find yourself in the ventilation system, which is surprisingly spacious, so spacious that droids seem to hang around in it, thinking they're less likely to be murdered by a Jedi up here. Oh, how wrong they were. As you try not to get electrocuted, you'll maze your way around to the second level. It's surprisingly not a tough game. Usually with these 40-minute tie-ins is that they didn't have enough time to make a bigger game, so they make a short game that's frustratingly difficult. That surely adds value. But here, maybe they guess kids might be picking this one up. It is not too difficult. You may die a few times, and if you do get a game over, you can get a password for each level, the whole 8 of them. I got a game over once, and that was basically because of these falling rocks. And I didn't realize they were taking my lives away, so I just kept kamikazing them. If you're looking for a tougher fight, you can turn the difficulty up in the settings menu. I didn't bother. Level 2 is interesting with a few decent mechanics and is perhaps the highlight of the game and shows some unexpected promise. There's small puzzle elements such as whacking these sphere things and making these turrets shoot the electric fence generator. It's actually pretty decent and well presented. It also brings the point of the game doing completely its own weird thing in terms of the plot, because level 2 is set on the cargo ship that's heading to Naboo. Yes, unlike the movie, where they just hide in there to get a lift down, here you have a full-blown level where, from what I gather, you have to head to the control room, f some shit up, and make the transporter crash. I don't remember that in the movie. Fingers crossed it landed on Jar Jar. You have a quick run through the swamps, and you don't even really go to Gungan. Instead, you're straight in the boat, and instead of going through the core of the planet, don't faint, but this handheld licensed tie-in has a more sensible approach to the events that could happen in the movie. This makes more sense. You're piloting an attack boat, zipping down a river, and blowing up droids. Why did this not happen in the movie? There's a water mine which you use your force powers to blast away obstacles. It's actually pretty decent if the craft didn't control like arse. For some reason it doesn't want to go straight. I also like the fact that the droids do this little dance when being shot. If facing towards the screen, they look like their head banging to thrash metal. If they're looking away, they're getting down and funky. And with that out of the way, can you guess what the next level is? Think about what they did in the movie. They escape from Theed with the Queen, and they go to Tatooine. Here, this game, forget that. Let's cut out that interesting action section and go straight to the standing in a room and talking part of the movie, Coruscant. Yes, you skip the best bit and go straight to the pointless part of the movie where literally nothing happens. At least nothing that would be interesting in a video game sense. I don't know what's going on here, but I swear to God, this is the most boring level. You're beating on thugs who, they don't really do anything. Seriously, I got through this level with only taking a couple of hits. Just hold down your lightsaber and they do jack shit. And some of them take forever to kill. I don't know if this is buggy or the dev team decided to take a day off, but it's just weird. A big low point for this tie-in. Eventually, you do go back to Naboo and things pick up a bit, sneaking through the catacombs and then helping the civilians of Theed. You need to murder the droids and then the shady looking figures run away. For all we know, they could be Sith Lords. Look at them. And finally, the last level is you versus Maul. And once again, he is kind of easy. You just piss about for a bit. You only need to hit him 4 times. He's really easy since when he flips over, he gets dizzy. A Sith Lord getting dizzy. Could they have possibly thought of a slightly less pathetic way to have a weakness? Maybe if he keeps getting dizzy, stop flipping, you idiot. And there we have it, done in slightly over an hour, depends on how many times you die or how confused you get about some of the more puzzly aspects of the game. It's time for a surprisingly long credit since it appears that even the cleaners over at THQ want recognition for doing nothing except pay cash for the studio to make the damn game. Director of Development, Fish. I bet he programmed that Coruscant level. And if there's one thing I've learned in my 31 years on this earth, don't let Fish develop computer games. Time and time again, people just, they don't listen to me. At least have creatures with fingers to make the games. At least fingers. That's like the bare minimum. Fish. I do applaud the game for completely derailing the movie plot and doing whatever the frig it wants. It bounces from random place, including things pulled from its arse. Pretty sure it was from Fish's arse. And if you played this game before the movie, you would be absolutely confused about what's going on. I mean, Anakin is literally not in this game. No one gives a shite about him. He's only the chosen one. Although he wasn't chosen for Obi-Wan adventures, so he can't be that important, right? If that's not damning, I don't know what is. Overall, this is a fairly harmless movie cash-in. It's not offensively bad, it just exists. A distraction to wield some lightsabers on the go. You know, it's not a great option, but back then it was the option. Maybe the OG Game Boy trilogy might be higher quality, but as a tie-in for the movie, it's alright. While it doesn't have many high moments, it doesn't have any oh my god please kill me moments either. It just exists. Should you play it today? Well, of the endless amount of Star Wars games, it's probably somewhere in the lower middle of priority, but hey, at least it's not the bottom, and for a Game Boy Color game made in about 5 minutes by a fish, that's not a bad achievement. If you're a Game Boy collector, it's a fine one to add to your collection. It could be much, much worse. Whew! The first time ever one of my Patreon exclusive videos is public, which, after almost 2 years, not bad exclusivity. Remember, each big video that I do also has a bonus video that is exclusive to Patreon, okay? So if you want to see all of them, go support me. It's quite cheap for the lowest tier, yeah? Star Wars Super Bombad Racing is one that I've been looking forward to since I started this entire project. Why? Because it looks like prime time B-grade slockage, and sometimes that's the kind of stuff you need to freshen up a video like this. If there was ever an episode 1 tie-in that was decidedly aimed at kids rather than anyone who likes Star Wars, it is this. It looks like it was made by the same people you'd find making A Bug's Life Racer or Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs Racer. I live for this kind of mediocrity. Maybe it's a sign of me playing too many random Dreamcast games. No offense, Dreamcast, I still love you. Instead of being a futuristic racer, this is squarely the one and only Star Wars game that is a kart racer. If Sony needed a Mario Kart of its own, well, George was here to make money from it. It's a kids game with grotesquely chibi characters floating around in bumper-style crafts. I mean, it's nightmare fuel at this point, but maybe at the time it would have been cute. Seeing Obi-Wan with a giant bobblehead, it reminds me of those football figurines that used to come along at every international football tournament. I swear I had about 7 Paul Inces for some reason. There are a handful of cups, but you can't do an actual tournament without completing the individual first, which is a bit weird. So you have to play the tracks by themselves and then together in a tournament. It doesn't really feel like a tournament though, since there are only 3 tracks in each. The racing is pretty simple. It actually controls rather nicely, which is weird to say. You never feel like you're fighting against your craft. You glide around corners with ease. You can pick up various power-ups, which, I don't really get a huge feeling of Star Wars from. I guess there's one like a tractor beam or something, like laser blast. Sadly, no launching C-3PO's head at other racers. He would be like the blue shell equivalent. Of course, this is going to be compared unfavorably towards the Star Wars pod racing games, but I do think it does have some things in its favor over the undoubtedly better racing games. For a start, the racetracks actually have some sort of personality. It's a kart racer, so it's almost a requirement, but I do enjoy the small touches and events that happen within the stages, such as the Jawas in the Tatooine desert swirling around in a sandstorm. That's pretty funny. The Naboo Palace. Just before the race starts, you see the Naboo guards scaling up to the ceiling. That's pretty cool. A nice little callback. And the racetracks themselves are quite a bit more memorable than Pod Racer. Again, by design. Everything is like kiddish in its feeling. I'm not saying they're designed for racers better or anything, but I can definitely remember these tracks a lot more. I can barely tell you anything about the tracks and their personalities in Pod Racer. I'll always remember the Naboo Palace that inexplicably turned into a power station, or zooming underwater in the Gungan city. It's memorable. This is squarely aimed at kids. At least it would be if the game didn't get really difficult near the end. Not sure what they were thinking with that. It's baby's first kart racer that randomly lets the AI spit in your face. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes Jar Jar Binks will finish the race a minute earlier than you. I think that's partly down to the weird physics. I know I said it controls nicely, but you do occasionally randomly bump on something on the floor and then like float in the air for half an hour before you land with all your speed gone. This is especially annoying on the Jawa stage where you get shrinked and start bumping up and down like you've just pimped your ride. And then there's the items and power-ups or just random stuff in the stage that hits you out of nowhere. You can get stun locked easily in this game, which can be frustrating for those 6-year-olds who will no doubt uppercut their PlayStation 2 with rage. I've got a 6-year-old, I know. But, other times it's relaxingly easy. It's weird. You know what is weird? Obi-Wan doing the wavy arm as a victory dance. Come on, did Ewan McGregor give his consent to looking like a twat? I do appreciate that there are plenty of routes on each track, and trying to figure out which one is the fastest isn't always a case of following the AI. They tend to go the decently fast route, but tend to neglect the cheesing shortcuts. These are often aided by the jump button. You can propel your craft up in the air and go to higher routes. It can be a little more dangerous, especially if you balls it up, but it always tends to be a bit faster. You also have a boost button, which lasts for about as long as your Nans fart, and recharges just as slowly. In fact, you have to pick up the refill, which often means neglecting an attack power, so you have to be tactical about it. But I will say the boost is almost always a necessity. So I mentioned the personality of the stages, but just as with people, personality doesn't necessarily mean good looks. In fact, they're usually polar opposites, unless you're me who has neither. This does not look like a PlayStation 2 game. This could have been made for the PS1. In fact, I would not be surprised if it initially was made for that system, but shifted over to the PS2 once the PS1 died on its arse. It's genuinely unappealing to look at. At least they invested in other presentation things like the music and the sound effects. Well, maybe. Obi-Wan still is decidedly Scottish. I mean, I know Ewan McGregor is Scottish, but I don't remember him whipping out the Robbie Burns poetry book on set. Also, the music, I mean, I'm not saying it's good, but they've taken classic Star Wars themes and kiddified them. Kiddified them so much that they're borderline unrecognizable. That takes some real effort.
Excellent!
So, in all my schlock-filled excitement, did it live up to my expectations? Not really. It's one of those games that's neither good nor terrible, just something stuck on the shelves in order to capitalize on the Phantom Menace hype. Considering that hype was well and truly gone by 2001 when this game released, it's not a surprise that no one talks about this game at all. This was the one and only proper Star Wars game developed by Lucas Learning. It was also their final release, which makes sense because whoever made this probably doesn't need to exist anymore. They must have ascended to a higher plane by now. Hopefully a plane that's set a direct course for the sun. Would I advise you playing this? Not really. There are probably much better kart racing games on the PS2, and I don't think the Star Wars textures and sounds add enough to make it interesting for fans of the franchise. By late 2001, all the marketing and tie-ins for the Phantom Menace were about to hit the brakes. Not bad for a movie that came out 2 years ago, but there was still one game they had up their sleeves, and this was another real-time strategy game. Hopefully third time's a charm for me. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds released in November 2001 and featured elements from the Phantom Menace, but not limited to it. Again, with these strategy games, this is just a quick overview, okay? These are games you need to spend like dozens and dozens of hours with to really get the gist of it. When you're learning the ropes, it's very easy to miss things like hidden away in menus or mechanics. So once again, don't take this as gospel. These are just my early impressions, okay? And my early impressions are very positive. Oh my god, I really like this game. Do you like Age of Empires 2? Do you like Star Wars? Well, why the hell are you not playing Galactic Battlegrounds? Because it is essentially that. In fact, it's using the Age of Empires engine to make it, and that is a stroke of genius in my opinion. It's your classic case of you starting out with one home base and then making workers who then build more houses for more units, gather resources, build military compounds, and so on. It's the amoeba effect of sorts as you exponentially increase your standing with whichever force you have, before running out to completely annihilate your enemy. And there is a lot in this game. If you buy the Steam version, it's now called Galactic Battlegrounds Saga. That's because it includes the base game as well as the expansion, which includes Episode 2 content. So now you've got the Trade Federation, Rebels, Empire, Gungans, even the Wookiees, which are awesomely part of the tutorial, which is both thorough and engaging. They actually accomplished it, guys. It's narrated by Liam Neeson, or at least someone who is a fantastic impersonator of him. I'm surprised they didn't treat him the same way as Obi-Wan in a couple of games and make him full-blown Irish, saying top of the morning while sipping a pint of Guinness. And there is a dedicated campaign for each force. I don't imagine them being huge, each looks like a handful of scenarios, but that's still a lot of content, especially if you include the custom game mode where you can set up what the hell you want. So many options. It's safe to say, me and my Naboo fighters were very confused about being stuck on a desolate desert, although I'm sure Amidala has been lectured about how bad sand is before. She seems the type. This game is cherry jam. By which I mean, it's my kind of jam. This ain't no pansy strawberry or blackcurrant jam. Oh no, this is proper solid chunky cherry jam. It's my jam. And one of my favorite aspects of this game with all the various factions is seeing all the units and building types, like seeing how different they look, how they get their variations in. And you know, you've got Wookiees. You've got to see them riding a speed bike. Have you ever wanted to see a Kashyyykan farmer? Well, now you get your one and only chance to take a look. It's almost perverse. I would play through all the factions just to see everything possible. Of course, you can't see everything straight away since you need to advance your tech level to up to 4 stages, which grants you all the extra buildings and troops and stuff like that. I love the visuals as well. They are probably behind the times a little at this point, but it holds up so much nicer. I think it's visually incredibly appealing. Audibly too, with the music and the voice acting, it's all completely on point. I randomly scroll through some Steam reviews while trying to ascertain what kind of game I would be getting into when researching this project, and pretty much everyone was asking, when is this going to get a remake or a HD remaster or a definitive edition? I'm asking, what have they been smoking? It's fine. It plays fine. Just play this one. It doesn't need a remaster or a remake. It's fine. I've only played for a couple of hours, but I could honestly see this turning into a couple of hundred if I was still a teenager. I would have loved this. For all I know, the balance and difficulty could be wildly out of whack later on, but I want to find out. Absolute bags full of content, hundreds, if not infinite hours worth of stuff, not just in the single player campaign but also online multiplayer, which I'm told is something you can do, but you need to jump through hoops to get it working this day and age. But if you got a couple of mates and you're determined enough, that could be a fantastic experience. I do recommend giving this one a go. Before we move on to the Attack of the Clones era, there's just one small piece of Phantom Menace tie-in stuff that I do need to cover. I initially wasn't going to touch this, but then my sanity got the better of me. So it's time to delve deep into the edutainment era. It's just going to be a small part, okay?
R2 is right. Now that your disguise is in place, we should begin immediately.
Believe it or not, there is a whole shipping container full of cash to be made by conning parents into buying games for their kids on the premise of them maybe learning something along the way. Have gaming fun while absorbing knowledge about maths, science, decapitating zombies. You'll be thankful when the virus hits. But I'm talking about educational games. Games you might find on your school PC or within the Christmas gift wrapper from your nan who remembers you like Star Wars but forgot you like eviscerating stormtroopers, not educating them. You asked for a game, well, here's a game. Go learn something. George pretended that he was well into children's education rather than parents' bank accounts, so that's why Lucas Learning was created, a short-lived company under the LucasArts umbrella that's entire focus was disappointing children on Christmas Day. I was planning on ignoring these, but then anxiety got the better of me, so I'm quickly gonna power through them in this short section of the video. But Lucas Learning had so many games in such a short space of time. I'm not sure what Star Wars can teach you, something that's useful in daily life. I'm not convinced that knowing which model a pod racer Anakin uses is useful information. In fact, I'm pretty sure that would get you kicked out of Star Wars conventions. No one needs to go that nerdy. All they want to do is jump around hotel conference rooms with lightsabers. Anyways, let's get on to the first game. Star Wars Droidworks was their first effort, and I am already bobbing myself. Anything with droids in the title is pretty much poison in my head. In fact, if there's one thing I'll come out of this video with, it's an extensive disdain of R2 and C-3PO. Random question, once again, why do the characters in Star Wars refer to R2-D2 as R2? But C-3PO, they don't shorten it to C3. Like, is he too prim and proper for a nickname? I don't know. Don't they respect him as much? Let me know in the comments. I need to know this, okay? Anyways, the brief is that you have to disguise yourself as a Jawa and then build a droid to infiltrate a secret weapons factory. But before you can do that, you need to test your droid building skills to rank up. For their first effort as an educational game, this is actually very interesting. There are serious issues playing it on modern hardware, so I couldn't play it for long, but I'm actually quite impressed with this game. It's a far better put together game than I expected. Maybe that's because of these educational titles. Despite being the first, here due to chronology, it wasn't the first one that I played, and let's just say I'd been less than impressed thus far. But here, look, we've got an English-speaking Jawa. What's going on? So yeah, from the beginning, you are free to build what the hell you want. You can have two main types of droids, one with legs like C-3PO, or one with wheels or treads like R2-D2. What you build by choosing one of these is vastly different from the other, and if you check the mission briefings, you'll see that each mission has a requirement. Some need a droid that's got treads, some need one that can communicate via speech, others need something magnetic. And that's because each level presents sort of a puzzle to overcome. Like this first level, you need to push a box up a ramp to create a platform. Unfortunately, playing it on modern systems, there's definitely an issue. An issue with ramps. It doesn't matter which droid you build, it just doesn't seem to want to push things up. And I know what you're gonna say, you just built the one that isn't strong enough to do it. No, I thought the same thing, so I checked someone's Let's Play on YouTube, copied their exact build where they pushed the box up the ramp, whereas me, I just drove through it. Which is the perfect analogy for my YouTube channel. You seem to have everything right, everything's fine, it's pretty good, but somehow you just go through unnoticed. Yeah, there are issues. It's buggy and glitchy, but I can imagine this being a pretty neat time because it's all puzzle orientated. You're not going to be having lightsaber duels anytime soon. It's about scouring the level, figuring out what you need to do. I know this is going to sound stupid, but due to the visual style and many of the locations so far, it actually reminds me a bit of Tomb Raider. But sadly, I can't create a giant pointy-boobed android to augment that feeling. The big issue, aside from technical failings, in terms of gameplay mechanics, it is battery life. It's almost modeling modern day technology with your droid's battery lasting about 5 minutes before giving up and seeking out a therapist. Why are modern batteries so crap? You have a rudimentary inventory system, the physics feel fine, the puzzles are very promising. This could be an alright game, not just education focused. Like this could have been like a PlayStation 2 release, I think. Like if Robot Wars was on the PS2, they could have stuck this on there as well. As long as an R2 unit could equip a buzzsaw and finally take all his frustration out on C-3PO's ankle joints. So this was the first, and I believe it is the most fondly remembered of the Lucas learning games. From here on, there is definitely a sense of diminishing returns because there's nothing quite this level afterwards. Star Wars Episode 1, The Gungan Frontier, an original Star Wars fan's worst nightmare, a game based on their least favourite species. I don't think in any other fiction in this universe has it ever been socially so acceptable to be this xenophobic. In Star Wars, it's perfectly fine to hate an entire species for reasons of literally one character. Of all the education games, this is the one I was perhaps interested in trying. I'm not a big fan of Gungans per se, I'm just a fan of all things ecological. I studied this stuff at university, at least when they weren't trying to make me jump off a cliff by making me learn about waste management solutions. What a miserable time of my life. I like animals and stuff, and this game might have been more cost effective than my 20 grand debt from a university degree that I've never actually used, like not once. The premise is thus. Naboo is getting a bit too full. I heard Natalie Portman's wardrobe took up an entire continent at this point, so the Gungans wanted to spread their feet on other territory. To get away from the culture that democratically elected a 14-year-old queen, they decided on one of the moons of Naboo. Unfortunately, it's not populated by anything. That's where you come in. You can choose Obi-Wan or Amidala as the primary planner of a new ecosystem up there. Once again, electing wholly unqualified people. There's a running theme here. What's not running well is this game. It's a bit janky on modern computers. I'm not claiming to have delved into the oceanic depths this game has to offer, but on the surface, it does seem quite basic. You only have a set amount of creatures, both big and small, plus some shrubbery, presumably to hide in when you're getting your David Attenborough on. And here, on the moon of Naboo, is the big bastard, wandering around as though they forgot to program the AI. The goal is to provide enough food and resources to sustain a Gungan colony, which feels surprisingly easy. I don't know if I accidentally chose the easy game option, but you could just add animals and add trees and the population of the Gungans, it goes up. You get to see a food chain of sorts, so you can add in predators for the herbivores, as well as a variety of flowers. You can see the Gungan population go up as you do this almost immediately. Like, those guys, they just can't wait. You have to instruct the Gungans of how much hunting of these resources they are allowed to do. And I'm wondering, why? Like, why would anyone choose anything other than be sustainable? Like, what have you got to win by choosing the other options? And I think the education part of this game is less about what you should do and more about just play with things and see what happens, how it affects stuff. Almost all of it negatively. Like, you can randomly call in disasters like it's SimCity or something. I tried an earthquake, which I don't really know what it did, so I decided to gas the entire planet instead. Boss Nass can really let one rip if he's asked to step up to the plate. Planetary apocalypse, that's just an afterthought to that guy. You can try to terraform sections of the moon, but Jar Jar just keeps saying all the animals are scared or something. Yeah, well, just wait till I build a highway and a Walmart here. They'll be scared to death of the Americans. Now, I don't know what to think about this. I guess it's cool to experiment, but I think I would have liked it with, a bit more. I would have probably enjoyed this as a kid. It didn't even need the Star Wars label. I just need, like real animals. Give me that and I'll play all day long, even now. I can imagine plenty of people being nostalgic for this. Like, if this was installed on a classroom computer, my mind would have exploded. I might have finally put down that endless helicopter game and played this instead, endlessly spamming as many creatures as possible before annihilating the entire population. Fun times.
Welcome to the Palace of the Jedi. Brave you must be. A great challenge, have you?
Star Wars Yoda's Challenge is definitely more defined as an education game. And you know what? It's a pretty good one. You are supposed to be Anakin, who's entered into the Jedi Temple to be mentored by Yoda, while Obi-Wan is probably seeking therapy. There are 6 parts to this game, and for me, it's a decent hit ratio. I was a bit worried by the first one that I tried. It's Jar Jar against Padme in a race, but the gameplay isn't actually you controlling them. You just choose the path your racer takes at each fork in the road. The idea is to take the shortest route, but also take into account the strengths and weaknesses of the creature that you're riding. Thankfully, you're not whipping Padme on this one. She's a bit too young at this point. She starts getting into the BDSM stuff like in other movies. Jar Jar, you can move through rivers. Padme can go up mountains. You'll notice there's a switch at the bottom. A green means you're on the easy levels, but you can bump it up to increasing difficulty. Red being Sith Lord levels of difficulty. Darth Jar Jar may be real after all. When you bump it up, you'll see an increasing amount of complexity. And I actually found it, a little bit difficult. I didn't get it first time of trying, that's for sure. Each difficulty has 10 tasks to do, but I didn't feel compelled enough to go through all 40 races. This isn't a 100% completion run, guys. Sorry to disappoint you all. The second one I tried was the music one. It's a game of kind of like Simon Says, but you play the notes on an instrument. It's super easy and difficult to go wrong. Even the highest difficulty isn't bad at all. This reminds me more of like the ocarina in Zelda, because you only play a few key notes and then the band goes to town on the full song pretty much. There seems to be a lot of songs, and not only that, if you want, you can hear the lyrics to the songs. Like, this is completely optional, but at the end, you can listen to the track with a lady singing over it with some of the most forced lyrics ever. This lady earned her money that day, trying to squeeze all the words into the overly fast tempo. It's got like a swing vibe to it. I feel like I've been transported to 1930s on Naboo. Star Wars as a first-person dungeon crawler. Oh yeah. Well, kind of. It's missing RPG battles, sadly, but yeah, you have to delve deep into the caves to acquire gemstones to unlock doors. I like this quite a lot, and it was this particular minigame that made me think, you know what, I wouldn't mind showing this to my daughter. Follow simple instructions like directional instructions, forward 2 steps, turn right, forward 10 steps, and so on. You then get to a door where the gemstone is, and you have to click on a specific place on the door to open it up. The clue to which is given to you, like click all the spiders facing upwards. On the highest difficulty, it actually turns into Dark Souls. If you get lost, you die of dehydration. Now, the directions are written in terms of the compass, so instead of turning right, it may say turn north or turn west or whatever, and you have a compass to help guide you, so that's kind of educational too. Let kids get their bearings. This is the one I wouldn't have minded like 100% completing. It's not difficult in the slightest, I just wanted to know what was behind all the goddamn doors. Then you have Program C3PO, which is essentially story time if you put the story together by yourself. I can imagine this being a bit more difficult for kids, but at least it gives them, an understanding of sentence structure. You just place the words in the correct order, and if you do so, you get a short paragraph of a story within the episode 1 narrative. And usually, there's a morality tale at the end of it, like never give up, or you'll find your talent in life, or never go to the red light district in Feed, one of those. The highlight of this is the small cartoon panel, the comic panel, that you get to see that relates to each story. That's nice. Next up is the shape thing, a simple concept, rearranging shapes in order to make a predefined shape which turns out to be something from the Star Wars universe, like a pod racer, Darth Maul speeder. It's a mildly distracting puzzle game, I kind of enjoyed it, and the overwhelming and completely unnecessary info about the thing you just uncovered, that is the icing on the cake. Like, who got paid to write this nonsense? What a job! And finally, we come to the trap droids, which is not a new genre of street music. In fact, it's the biggest pile of crap in this game. You have to follow the drumbeat in order to initiate a trap to capture rogue droids still left on Naboo. Why a musical instrument is their method of choice rather than, say, a lever? These Gungans are just pissing about. I like the idea, but the execution is poor. Either the timing is off because of playing on hardware it was never supposed to play on, or the signposting / instructions are terrible. Either way, despite being a very amateur musician myself, I couldn't do a single one of these. So as I've said, every activity has 4 difficulty levels, and each difficulty level has 10 tasks. So if you do the maths, because it's educational, right? 6 activities times by 4 difficulty levels times by 10 tasks, you got 240 things to do, which that ain't bad. And while I wouldn't call anything in this game thrilling, I was mildly occupied, and in my head I was thinking, you know what, I wouldn't mind my daughter going through this. Her English kind of lagging behind her Chinese, so maybe this could help out. There's logic, there's memorization, there's music, sentence structures. I think it's actually a pretty decent piece of software. The animation's really nice as well. The production value, top notch. The music, excellent, and I'm genuinely surprised. I kind of like this. I still struggle to call it a game, but I definitely enjoyed at least 4 out of the 6 tasks, so calling me surprised.
Here you'll learn all about the tools and tricks to direct your pit droids. They can be rather difficult, I'm afraid.
Star Wars Pit Droids is a game I wouldn't be surprised to see released as a download-only title these days, something that you'd see on the Nintendo eShop for like 15 quid. Edutainment, a bit of a misnomer for this one, because I would say it's just a game. I'm actually glad I decided to take the step and include these Lucas Learning titles, because I would have missed out on this, which, this is actually a bona fide game. It's not a meaty game, it's not a high budget game, but it's definitely a game that's erring way more towards gameplay than anything educational. Sure, you'll learn something, but that's just a bonus. Because it's just your classic puzzle game. It's get all your droids to the end goal safely kind of game. It's Lemmings, but with pit droids and an isometric view. I don't know how much I can say about this because you've all got it visioned in your head. If this footage didn't already do that for you, it's incredibly simple. It starts simple too. You have a stream of pit droids going one way, and you can construct directional paths to change their direction. But as you progress, they add more factors, such as color-specific droids and color-specific directional paths. You also have key panels, which unlock some exits. You can even have panels that spray paint droids to a specific color to help them get through colored doors. I have only just scratched the surface of what this game has to offer, and I can imagine there are loads of different mechanics yet to be introduced, and I want to find out because it is a very addictive and well-designed game. I mean, I don't like the fact that you need to get literally every droid through surviving, but it's not a big deal because if you lose any of them, you can just reset while leaving down all your item placements. So yeah, it leaves you a lot of room to experiment. I'm hoping in later levels it doesn't require you to change and add new things in real time, because that could be very stressful and annoying. I mean, these droids, they move fast. The idea about them all making it to the end is that it's supposed to be like a journey. Like, you are taking the same dozens of droids through different locations in order to get them to Watto. And between each of the main areas, you get a nice cutscene with some slapstick comedy, which works pretty well. That last one on the Limbo, that's just the perfect analogy for my existence on this planet. That's literally me. There is a lot of content too, because there's like 3 puzzles for each level, then there are higher difficulties which offer unique puzzles, and the box says over 300 puzzles, and you know what, I believe it. So that is a lot of content, and I briefly tried the highest difficulty just to see, and I can see some poor sap getting stuck on one of these for days. Your mum will be pulling out the power cord to the PC and ranting about wasting electric before you solve one of these. So it's a packed game. There's not much else to it though. It's very focused. It has 0 fat. I also, unironically, love the art style. Like pre-rendered Star Wars visuals, that is the thing of dreams. I'm not going to say much more on this because it is what it is, but I can imagine this being super addictive. It reminds me of something like Picross, where it's just like, oh, you know, just one more puzzle kind of game. Very Moorish. Like shortbread biscuits. And I wouldn't mind it getting released on newer systems, like I said, as a downloadable title. LucasArts kind of did that in 2012 when they released it on iPhone. That's long gone now, but you know, they could do it again, and I think it would do well. It's a really solidly made puzzle game that I can recommend. I like it. Star Wars Anakin Speedway. Oh boy, this better be the licensed tie-in version of Tokyo Extreme Racer. Maybe a bit of hit and run? Sadly not. This is one of the least interesting games because it's not inherently clear what it's trying to teach you. Once again, compatibility issues may have made it more difficult for me to enjoy this, but I'm pretty sure I got the gist. I think it's to teach about physics. You have a track which is made up of squares. You can click on these to change the layout. Most of them fit together surprisingly well, although you can make something broken. There are 3 planets to choose from, so there's a little bit of variety. I know what you're thinking. This must be a racing game, right? No, don't be stupid. You need education. You don't race, as far as I can tell. All you do is try to let your racer survive the lap, but in the fastest possible time. You can see at the bottom, there are 3 speed levels, 4 if you count stop. As you go around the track, these need to be managed. If you're going too fast around the corner, you'll blow up and die. If you go too slow, you might not be able to go up the hill or loop-de-loop, and you'll blow up and die. You don't want to give your virgin mother a smoldering corpse, that's for after she's dead. So yeah, the entire purpose of this game is to manage your speed. I guess with the education being about acceleration and its consequences while trying to do a loop-de-loop. Are you studying for a Sonic exam or something? Not much of a game, not much of an education, I would say. Like, where's the cheap bouquet of flowers elastic banded around a street light? If you drive fast enough, you're gonna die. That should be the message. You can change your driver if you fancy running into Jawas with something non-human. There's little bonuses and Easter eggs which are fun, I suppose. Here's the info where you can get kicked out of Star Wars conventions. Of course, it is dull as hell. Or maybe I'm missing something. I'm not sure how you can balls it up, because this is essentially just Skelectric, just without the competition. It's a means of just surviving a lap, nursing your speed but also maximizing it. Same thing, just infinitely less fun. Although this robot dance, this is Zoomer humor before it even existed, which means it's terrible. On the whole, this is kind of rubbish. I suppose the animation is decent though, I will give it that. Star Wars Early Learning Activity Center. Man, I always wanted to go in the Early Learning Center as a kid because they had them like wooden block trains with magnets for couplings, and that was my dream toy as a small boy. But sadly, my mom told me we were too working class to go into such a middle class joint. Why go there when you can go to Poundland to get a plastic sword that lights up for 3 minutes? Where's my wooden train, George? That's what I was expecting in this piece of software, but it's nowhere in sight. Instead, It's a bit like Yoda's challenge activity, but for an even younger audience, which means it's worse. In fact, it might be the second worst Lucas learning title. It's not bad, but I feel this one is particularly bereft of interesting things to do. There's no story or anything. It's just Naboo celebrating its freedom by having 6 events, 3 on the land, 3 below sea, and they're all pretty boring. The Puppet Center is maybe the most interesting one. Anakin wants to read a story, and Jar Jar is going to perform the puppets. Sadly, it's not Punch and Judy, so they're not beating the crap out of each other, but instead telling a simple story with interchangeable nouns, adjectives, and adverbs. Each character can do this, so instead of Jar Jar throwing a pie, maybe he can throw a ball. This invites a lot of experimentation, but it's all a bit long-winded and slow to get going. I did end up managing to create a story where Padme and Boss Nass fell in love, so there's that. Mission accomplished, it's fanfiction no more. Painting droids. Man, there's a line of droids, some of them are missing colors, and you choose the correct color depending on what the pattern is. Like if it's blue, blue, red, then you know which is the missing color, okay? The problem is, it starts off so easy, you'll be bored to tears before you get to anything that might challenge you for more than a second. Even children will be bored by this. And unlike many of the other edutainment releases here, there's no difficulty level to get you in the right place. You just start from the beginning. I was bored out of my mind because there just wasn't any personality to this one either. It was just slow, and again, long-winded. They really want the animation to finish. Then there's this randomly play-along music thing, which is fairly cool. There's probably a term for this, where you sweep across these panels and somehow, due to the magic of programming, it makes it sound alright. It makes it sound like you're properly jamming along. And this was a decent distraction for at least 5 minutes, gotta be honest. Then there is Find the Clam, which I'm pretty sure was an Xbox Live ID I saw back in the day. Do Call of Duty players still call themselves Sweaty Clam 69 and stuff? Or is that just me? There are 5 rooms, find the clam in each of them. You interact with different animals and objects, but there's not much to it. Once you've done it, you've done it. There's no reason to come back again. I mean, you can come back again, but you won't want to. Gungan Disco might be the worst of them all. Program Jar Jar Binks to dance in the slowest piece of software ever created. By the time you get all these moves in place, you'll be brushing your teeth and getting ready for bed yourself. And the payoff is certainly not worth it. It potentially could have been if they made all the variations flow together very well, but no, it's just as awkward as the time you programmed it, just now without all the breaks in between. This is terrible. And finally, there is Dunk Nass, which sounds like street talk for doing something a bit lewd. Never be with a guy who dunks Nass. But now this is getting kids ready for a boring life as an admin worker. Just sort the correct animals into the correct holes. It starts off easy. One color goes in one, the other color goes in the other. Just like the droid painting, it's so mundane you'll be bored before you get to something that make you think for half a second longer than normal. Eventually, you'll be sorting out ones with different tails or different kinds of horns. All this to dunk Nass. Your reputation will never be the same again. And that's what this software entails. It's mostly either bland or downright terrible, which is strange to say considering on the whole, spoiler alert, these education games aren't all that bad, but this might be the worst one alongside Anakin Speedway. The only praise I have for it, which I can say about, it's pretty much across the board for all of them, is that the voice acting is very, very well done. I think they even got Jake Lloyd himself to voice Anakin, so it's authentically bad from him. Good job. But yeah, if you're curious about these educational games, I promise you, this is one that you can skip without feeling like you've missed anything. Unless you're one of those weird people who's always shipped Padme and Boss Nass, but you're probably in prison anyway, so you can't do it. Wait until you're on parole, okay?
So you had a bit of a rough landing, I think. Too bad for you, huh?
Star Wars Math, Jabba's Game Galaxy. Who doesn't love math? The thing we learn up to 16, don't use for a decade, forget it all, and then bam, you're starting a business and you realize, oh crap, why was that so long ago? I think we all could do with a math test every couple of years just to freshen up, Maybe we can use this software. What's Jabba got for us? I suppose he's like the only semi-legit businessman we know of in the Star Wars movies, right? I mean, sure, his maths is probably 2 credits plus 2 credits is give me all your money or I'll feed you to the Rancor, but we've all got to make a living. Believe it or not, there is an actual plot to this game. You are someone, can already tell it's going to be a classic, who's crashed his ship on Tatooine of all places. Your ship is wrecked and you need to buy a new one, but you haven't got the cash for it. So what's the lesson you can teach children when they're in a similar situation? Take up gambling. Get in early. This would never be made today. That's despite it not having anything truly gambling, because you can't actually lose money, you don't bet money. But yeah, we live in an age where this would never ever get made. There are a few ways to earn the cash that you need: holo checks, dueling dice, Digiotto, whatever it's called, Rat's Race, and bending over in the pub toilets. Okay, maybe not that last one. Let's go through them. Holo checks is the one where you're up against Jabba himself, and he is nice enough to teach you the ropes. Such a nice guy. This is like chess without any of the tactical nuance or unique pieces. You just try and take over all your opponent's pieces by jumping over them. You can only move one space at a time, and I know it's for kids, and to be honest, I would rather play this over real chess, but it is very, very poorly thought out, because you just end up getting into a cycle of no one wanting to balls up. So you just skirt around each other until you get bored and give him the chance to take you out. And trust me, the CPU won't give you that honor. He'll be moving that small piece back and forth all day until the end of time. It's a really poor game. Thankfully, the others are much better. Dueling dice is basically blackjack. You have a target amount of droids, you roll dice to add more droids, and have to call it a stop before you go overboard when you think it's a good time. This game confused me at first. Yeah, I'm so allergic to card games, I'm confused by blackjack. But the problem here is I couldn't hear Sebulba's instructions because the droids wouldn't stop making bloody noises. Shut up, I can't hear what he's saying. So the one thing that is educational, I suppose, is that after you roll the dice, you have to input the number that the total will become. So you're kind of using math, only adding a maximum of 12, but that's something, I guess. This is a timeless game for a reason. There's tension and risk. It's presented alright, but considering you can't lose actual money, there's no big thrill. Digiotto is another decent game. It's a game of make the best number. What is the best number? Well, sadly you can't do 42 or 69 because it must be a 3-digit number. So you and the opponent each get a task. Maybe it's make the biggest number. Maybe make the lowest number. Make the number closest to this number. That's about it. You are then served the same set of 4 balls. So you get the same numbers, you have the same task, and you get them one by one so you don't know what's coming next. You have to place them where you think it will be best. You have hundreds in the slot on the left, the middle is the tens, and the last is the single digits. The far right is the prison, where the far right belong. Oh yeah, one of the numbers you must discard. I like this. This is a tactical game. For example, if the task is make the highest number, if you get a 9, you're definitely going to want to pop that in the hundredth section. But what if you already got a 7 and risk putting it in that slot? You can't rearrange it, and you also can't see what your opponent has done until the very end. And whoever is the closest to the target is the winner. This is so simple, but so tense, and I like it a lot. Getting the same balls, that's genius. I think I could play this all day long, to be honest.
Little guy. The same exact number. Great minds think alike.
The next game is kind of the main event. It's a board game called Rat's Race. You see what they did there? It's you and a guy spinning a number and moving around the board. You land on different colored pieces, which if you solve the math puzzle, you will get a piece of the gem to fill out this emblem. Once you get all the pieces, you can then move step by step closer to the middle, and the first to get there, victory. Admittedly, I wasn't paying much attention because I must be deaf. Like, how did people focus in video games before subtitles? What about kids secretly playing their games at midnight when their parents are in bed? So unthoughtful. Well, my point being, it took me a little while to actually get what the hell the question was asking me. Especially since there are like 2 parts to each question, which was needlessly confusing. Firstly, the thing that will nab you the piece is the greater than, equal to, or less than question. Just press which is the right answer. but then 80% of the screen is taken up by this giant confusing thing. Well, the best I can describe is trying to show your working out section, just like how you got points in the real maths test. And by the way, while I'm here, I've been living outside of the UK for like 10, 11, 12 years by this point, and I've worked with a lot of Americans in my time. And over that time, I've come to accept, be less judgmental about their usage of English. But there's always one very special thing that I cannot bear. I take umbrage with. Math. Math. Why are you saying math? Mathematics is plural. If you say mathematic, it sounds like an excuse to get out of PE class. I mean, okay, you can say math if you're only doing one kind of mathematic, but then you're a moron. You shouldn't be doing it anyways, okay? Please, just everybody, let's use maths, okay? It's plural, yes? Anyway. For doing this, you get bonus money. I suppose it's good practice for kids doing maths. And I would consider letting my 6-year-old daughter do this, but she's half Chinese, so she's already prepping for her bachelor's degree in the subject. Watto's Shop I hesitate to call a game, but it gives good practice of getting swindled for every nickel and dime in life. It's here you purchase ship parts with the money you've earned, and it will make good practice for your child's inevitable disappointment of becoming a Walmart cashier. And it's also a great old lady simulator, as you have to pay him coin by coin, because he won't give you change, which I'm sure is breaking some sort of consumer law. Once you've bought your parts, I am assuming there's another smallish minigame of you assembling the parts of the ship, and then maybe doing something with the ship, because you can choose to fly the ship, but I ain't got the time to be doing that, to be honest. Plus, I wouldn't want to ruin the mystery for you. Anyways, aside from the disappointing Jabba, the game's on the whole fairly solid, even if it lacks something a bit more zesty to make it exciting. Buying ship parts is okay, but there needed to be something more to do with the money, or some risk of losing it.
Hello, Deli. Are you here to hunt clams too? My name is Jar Jar Binks. I'm a gun.
Star Wars Jar Jar's Journey Adventure Book was Lucas Learning's last piece of educational software, and how apt the least loved Star Wars character of all time being the death knell for their business venture. It's poetic, almost like it rhymes. Speaking of rhymes, the main feature of this last hurrah for Lucas Learning is the storybook, which follows the exploits of Jar Jar Binks, kind of. You have a dozen or so story slides, which is narrated by various characters and story, and it shrinks the plot down immensely, so much so that it would be completely incomprehensible to anyone who hasn't watched the movie. I'm assuming the 4+ target audience for this software has already watched the movie, maybe? Similar to the puppet show in Early Learning Center, you can change some of the words in the paragraph, I guess the idea of which is to let the kids learn synonyms, which is nice. Plus, there are some words underlined, some that may be unknown to the child. And if you click on it, instead of getting a simple explanation of what the word hanger is, you get a whole song and dance about it. I mean, it's questionable. I'm not sure I would ever use the word boathouse over harbour, or carport over garage. Maybe the developer was suffering from an eternal case of middle classness, a terrible affliction with no known cure. Also, this game questioned my entire knowledge of not only the Phantom Menace, but the entire prequel trilogy, because the story kind of insinuates that Padme is not Queen Amidala's real name. It's like she's pretending to be Padme. Like, what? She is Padme, right? She's not disguised as Padme, unless this is far more philosophical than I'm giving it credit for. Because maybe it means that deep down, we're all really pretending to be who we are. This is supposed to help teach English, literacy. I don't know if I trust Jar Jar Binks to teach my child English. He's hardly the most eloquent of beings, but I think the developers realized this and asked the voice actor to just talk normally for once, rather than saying Misa and the like. I guess it's cute that you can click on various things in the pictures to animate them or do something funny. Sometimes they go on a bit too long. Plus, I don't think a clam is the strongest of characters to become a mascot. He seems to follow you the entire journey. Also, my biggest complaint is the game gives up halfway through the story. They've got Anakin and left Tatooine. And Jar Jar's like, nothing else to see here, folks. Like, we went to some other planet, saved some people, but thanks, bye. They just ran out of money to pay the artists. I'm 100% sure of that. What a con. But it's not all the game has to offer, because there are 6 mini games to play, Of all these educational games, these are the simplest of the lot of them. Painting, yes, it's painting. Just fill in the shapes with various limited amount of colors and shades. It's fun for 5 minutes. Body matching. You have a head, torso, and legs, and you have to scroll through them to match them to a proper character. I tried making Darth Jar Jar, but there wasn't much to work with. Swole Anakin though, well, I can already hear the fanfic writers. Food Finder. This has multiple difficulty levels, and a customer comes up, describes what they want, and you choose it from a menu. It's big, it's round, it stares. It must be an eyeball. A giant eyeball. I wasn't expecting it to be that big. That's why big threw me off for a second. Bongo Maze. It's a maze game. Use the arrow keys to get to the end of the maze. Sometimes you have to pop bubbles along the way. Light memorization. Just follow the sequence. Pretty much every unimaginative game designer sticks one of these in their games, and here it's at its most boring. Picture match. Your classic case of reveal a picture behind matching 2 of the same pictures. At least with this one, you can't see how many pictures there are. I would guess there are a lot, since they're all frames from the movie, and the movie probably has a lot of frames. It's like 2 hours long. That's a lot of options. And that's it. These are not something that will keep anyone older than a toddler occupied for too long, but I still think I prefer these to Early Learning Activity Center. For a start, it has stuff I wouldn't mind playing if they were a bit more developed. And overall, it's certainly not the best package, it's the one that feels the most half-arsed. And as someone who's known for their half-arsedness, I'm an expert in sensing that out. I think it has a bit of personality about it. The games are serviceable for 5-year-olds. It's alright, but it's not surprising it ended here. Now, Lucas Learning did have one final game before they gave it up as a bad job, and I've talked about it already. Super Bombad Racing. What a legacy. And overall, you know what? I was surprised at how much I didn't hate them. I was expecting the worst tie-in cash grab garbage, but on the whole, I concede that as much as George needed to pay for a new swimming pool in his garden, they tried, and they have some heart and personality. I wouldn't have minded playing these as a kid, nor would I mind my daughter playing them like right now. As educational games, well, I don't think I learned much. I learned don't speed, don't gas entire planets, but a lot of time I was just pissing around with stuff. But it would have been fun, and subconsciously learning stuff. And I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, I want Droidworks to get a re-release, because I want to play it like properly, working on modern hardware. You hear that, Night Dive? Forget Dark Forces 2 for now, get on Droidworks. I don't think any of the others need to desperately come back, like Pit Droids, maybe that could work. Maybe a bit too late to the party. Personally, I thought this was an interesting era, and I hope you enjoyed this quick look at them. In 2002, Star Wars Episode II Attack of the Clones was released in cinemas. Following the exploits of teenage Anakin and his reckless mentor Obi-Wan, it was a big hit with people who love memes, especially those involving sand. Personally, just pubescent Jordan was quite fond of the movie, thanks to Natalie Portman's midriff. Compared to the Phantom Menace, the brakes were slightly applied in terms of video game tie-ins. We didn't see too many, but the one game that carried the name of the movie was on the Game Boy Advance. And it's almost poetic, one of the worst Star Wars movies ever made, producing one of the worst video games I've ever had the misfortune to play. Alright, it's not Star Wars Droids on the ZX Spectrum bad, but it is bad, man, like worryingly pathetic. This is a side-scrolling beat-em-up, or at least it attempts to be a side-scrolling beat-em-up. It was obviously made by people who have no concept of what a video game is, never mind of the beat-em-up variety. They have certainly never played Streets of Rage before, but I tell you, you'd be raging on the streets if you bought this garbage after seeing the movie. Like, it's even hard to even talk about it because it's so pathetic, it's so bland and flavorless. It's the tofu of the video game world. And sadly, it wasn't made by Chinese developers who would certainly know how to make tofu actually goddamn delicious. Don't say you don't like tofu unless you've been to China, ladies and gentlemen, because they can make it really nice. It sets a decent scene at the beginning with stills of the movie leading up to the assassination attempts on Padme's life. As Obi-Wan jumps out of the window in pursuit of the would-be assassin, your job as Anakin is to try and catch up, as best as one can with the stiffest, awkwardest controls I've played in a good while. One of the biggest issues is the attack button. You'd think to swipe your lightsaber it'd be a quick press of the A or the B button, depending on which side of the universe the devs came from, the wrong one or the right one, but instead of that, they subverted our expectations more than Rian Johnson by neither of them facilitating an attack. No, you also need to press a directional button at the same time. Up, down, left or right, there is no neutral attack, which may sound like a minor point until you play it yourself and you realize how painfully dumb it is. Like the A button, it doesn't do anything by itself. Why? It's so frustrating. And it's hard for the brain to accept this as a fact. You will swear there is something wrong with the game or something wrong with the emulator, but no, there's something wrong with the developer's brains. The first level is just an endless, boring path where enemies will pop down and you destroy them. Hopefully they're right in front of you because somehow our supposed nimble Jedi has the turning rate of Mercury. For the amateur astrophysicists out there, that one's for you. Once you get used to the awkward attacks, you may also stumble upon the block button, which can deflect laser blasts and bounce them back at the enemy. It's pretty standard, but for a game this shite, you'll be surprised it actually works. You can also use force powers if you can be arsed. This is initiated via the left shoulder button, but of course there is some sort of emotional attachment to button combos, so there's nothing neutral you can use with that. You have to press left or right, which will do a force push, and up will do a force jump. Sadly, there's no button combo to make your Game Boy Advance self-destruct, because that would be a better outcome, I think. It's like they spent millions to secure the license and then didn't have the money, or had no intention of using the money, to make an acceptable game. It's got Star Wars on the box, it's literally the name of the movie, it will sell no matter what. And whoever bought this was probably put off licensed tie-ins for the rest of their life. Yes, it's nowhere near as bad as Star Wars Droids on the Spectrum, and it's technically more of a game than some, educational releases I just covered, but goddamn, how is it possible to create something this bland? Something I ask my parents every time I call them. Couldn't you have just given me some DNA with personality? The fighting is boring as sin. The platforming belongs in a licensed NES game, falling through platforms being its most distinct feature. And where is the level design? Half of it is just walking in a straight line of the same looking corridor. This was developed by a company called David A. Palmer Productions, which sounds like one bloke in his shed who does wedding photography on the side. Not because he needs the cash, he just wants to get away from his missus at weekends. Poor David. It's not just bad fighting, awful platforming, but there are also these 3D levels which are considered the chase levels. And guess what? They're boring as well. All you have to do is let the timer go down, and that's it. Avoid all the pixelated nonsense depleting your brain cells and giving you cataracts. I appreciate the visuals, I have nostalgia for these chunky kind of GBA stuff, but damn, who needs sleeping pills when you've got Attack of the Clones on Game Boy Advance? One of the most miserable experiences of my life. And I'm a teacher. The Clone Wars. Now that's a game I've not heard in a long time. Remember that one off-the-cuff comment from Obi-Wan that they somehow span off into not just one TV show, but 2 TV shows, totaling 10 seasons, and a movie? I bet George was patting himself on the back for years after that. Well, even before those cartoons, with Attack of the Clones just out, they also wanted to make sure they squeezed some of the potentially fleshiness of the lore for the era with a game dedicated to the Clone Wars. I have no idea how canon this is, or whether they even knew about the cartoon's development, but this is exactly what it says on the tin. And to be honest, this is the kind of filler game I needed, because I have a big issue with Revenge of the Sith, the movie, and maybe this is the kind of game that can fill in the gap that's bothered me for years. So, this game takes us through the Clone Wars, as you may guess. At first, you're taking part in the Battle of Geonosis. Apparently the Super Nintendo's been acting up again, something like that. This is an eclectic game, mixing a lot of gameplay styles, but it starts out as vehicular combat. Strafing tanks isn't something I thought about often while playing Star Wars, but hey, there's room for it. It handles better than Demolition. You are Mace Windu in a tank, which means you are Samuel L. Jackson in a tank, which you can't tell me is not the best Quentin Tarantino movie you've never seen. It's instantly awesome. I just wish there was more voiceover of him calling the droids metal ass bitches and demanding what coding language they use. Python, mother junker, do you speak it? That's an easy million seller in my opinion. Sadly, the game doesn't live up entirely to that premise. I still think it's an interesting game though. This released on Xbox, GameCube and PlayStation 2. I'm playing the Xbox version, as with all the games in this video that are available on that system, aside from Obi-Wan. It was developed by Pandemic Studios as their first Star Wars game. They would go on to have a short but fruitful partnership with LucasArts later, but this was their testing ground. So yeah, the first battle, you've got a tank, and it's a decent enough time as you fight off waves of enemies trying to disable shield generators, stuff like that. Your tank has a couple of attacks, your standard laser blasts, which are infinite, as well as rockets, which are finite. You can occasionally get some ammo in the levels via blue shiny boxes. It's nice how they're highlighted in the middle of a war zone. It feels very nice to play actually, since you're strafing around, it feels very smooth. If you don't do this, you are an absolute sitting duck. This is a game that likes to throw waves and waves of enemies at you, and in fact, I'm pretty sure on most of the levels, they infinitely respawn. Like the big battle of Geonosis, you're trying to defend these giant cannons, and you can even see the enemy just respawning from the same place. I don't usually like that, because it makes me feel like what I'm doing is completely pointless. But I have to applaud the attempt at making things look like a huge battle is going on around. It's the best rendition so far, like better than Rogue Squadron 2, better than Starfighter. It feels like you're in a gigantic planetary battle. Firstly in the tank, then zooming around on a transporter ship trying to take down rockets that are trying to take off. It's pretty cool, and a really nice first impression. Sure, the foot soldiers move around like drunk, confused chess pieces, but for 2002, this must have had a pretty epic feeling about it. Well, aside from when you're forced into the third-person action mode and it becomes really amateurish, which is a bit worrying to think that the devs' next game would be Star Wars Battlefront, which is almost completely this playstyle. Yes, having Samuel L. Jackson throw his lightsaber has never been so disappointing. This is embarrassing, I want to say, but I also don't want to say that. It's certainly worse than Rogue Squadron 3's attempt, definitely. You're not stuck on Geonosis though, because once you've done all the missions there, you'll move on to another planet. I kind of wish there was more structure and clearness to the narrative, because I do want to know more. I want to fill the gaps between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, and it's still not exactly what I wanted, especially when it goes batshit insane with ancient Sith weapons that suck the Force out of people. Like, how was this not mentioned in Revenge of the Sith? Seems like it may have been worth bringing up at some point. I applaud the balls to go here and do this rather than something humdrum, but I just wasn't expecting it at all. Anytime you got Anakin riding a dinosaur, that's good with me. If only it was Sam Jackson on a dinosaur, then it would have been a 10 out of 10 game. But really, this is more like a 6 or a 7 out of 10 kind of game. I don't hate it, I just don't mind it, but I never felt really motivated by it. Of course, you may say that could be a case of consuming 60 Star Wars games up to this point, but I don't think so, because I've been very compelled by games after this one. I think the biggest takeaway from this game is variety. They did a good job here. You're always piloting something different, you're always doing something different. There's a good variety of levels too. You have the desert planet, the woodlands, the cold, snowy levels. Speaking of which, visually, I think this is very decent for 2002. That's still very early for this generation, and had I not known it was 2002, I would have guessed it was a few years afterwards, like maybe 2004, 5 at a push. Like the snow effect, that is genuinely good. So the production value is alright. It also has some good voice acting. They wanted to keep away from a mature rating, so Sam Jackson is a bit quiet, but apparently they managed to find some consistent voice actors to either reprise their roles or become synonymous with them thanks to this game. You'll hear similar voices in the Clone Wars TV show. so I'm told. The animation is a bit stiff, as I said, especially with the on-foot sections, and some of the physics are a bit strange, like if you have a collision with another craft or the ground, you'll fling off in some very bizarre ways. It has a decent challenge to it, not super tough, but I did have to try almost every mission at least a second or third time, and this is the kind of game that if you get blown up, well, that's it, Jimmy. There are checkpoints, but they are very far apart, so fingers crossed you don't get blown up right at the very end. That would be annoying. This part really annoyed me, escaping from Kashyyyk, and you first have to bust out of your cell without a lightsaber, then rescue imprisoned Wookiees. When are these guys going to catch a break? And then speed the hell out of here while an impending wall of doom descends upon you. Oh god, having to do the intro part over and over again really annoyed me. I don't mind these kind of chase levels as long as they're designed well. They need to be fun, and this wasn't fun at all. But then it leads to Anakin riding a dinosaur, and all is well in the world. Alright, we are back on the Game Boy Advance. We are back with THQ Publishing. But thank all that is holy, old David, the retired civil servant, was busy that day with the Ferguson's wedding in St. Ives, so the unlucky team with zero budget to work with was Helix, with an E at the end. They have the honor of doing many portable games for Disney, Pixar franchises, which doesn't instill me with confidence, but you know, sometimes those companies can go above and beyond the call of duty. Well, all I have to say is, it's better than Attack of the Clones on Game Boy Advance, but then again, Chlamydia is considered better than that. This is still a beat 'em up, but now it has some freedom of movement. It's now going for an isometric perspective. I guess it's more like a hack and slash, and you know, it's alright for the Game Boy Advance. If Diablo was a shitty licensed tie-in on the GBA, it would probably look like this. Starring Anakin just after he got his nice metal hand, with his recovery going well, the Jedi Council are sending him on a mission to investigate reports of a new droid army, hence the subtitle of this game. You're first sent to Mos Espa. Hang on, wait, what? You're telling me they sent Anakin back to Mos Espa, his hometown? Like, isn't there a rule against that? Can't he just go find his mother? Rescue her from slave labor? I don't know. Am I missing something? Is there something missing in my lore that... I don't know. You guys need to explain this. Like, surely he can't go back to Mos Espa. There must be a rule about that. It's very repetitive in the fact you seem to just have mindless enemies charge at you at set intervals in very large and often featureless levels. It's again just long stretches of not that much happening. But hey, at least the animation is cool. You barely do anything and Anakin is flipping around all over the place, playing helicopters with his lightsaber. It's actually pretty cool, fancy for the system, even though it would be pretty hard to see what you are attacking on the GBA's less than large screen. With the lack of buttons on the GBA, you can't do a whole lot. You can attack and block, which is something to get used to for the droids that pop up. It took me a while to not almost get decimated by the most useless Star Wars enemy in history. Repelling blasters is a must. You'll lose a lot of health when these guys pop up, and especially the poisonous womp rats, but not to worry because the game has the useful mechanic of auto healing. That's nice, and it actually makes the game fairly casual, a stress-free experience. You also have regenerative force power, which seems to go down with lightsaber attacks, which I don't think makes sense, but hey, that also recovers by itself. That would only be a big problem if you had to pick up power-ups to recover. One nice touch is that if you put your lightsaber away, it recovers even faster. There is a problem though, since this is the only way to regenerate anything. There are no items you can pick up to help out, so for large portions of the game, you're just standing around like a jackass in the desert. And yes, putting your lightsaber away is an underrated mechanic in Star Wars games in my opinion, because it means there are probably citizens around, and I like talking to NPCs, which is kind of a thing here. You'll occasionally bump into people who will help you, but may cower away if you whip out your lightsaber. What is the galaxy coming to when you can't walk around with a deadly weapon in your hands without causing a fuss? People are so fragile these days. You also have force speed, which is brought on by the shoulder button. I found this drained your force away a bit too quickly though. You'd think it would be perfect for running around the back of droids and catching them unawares, but it caused more trouble than it was worth. But you do unlock more abilities as the game goes on. For example, you get the Force Push soon, which instantly kills these pesky trade battle droids. I didn't complete the game, of course, but I don't think Anakin got his Force strangling phase in at this point, so I don't feel like a prime Jedi. And as you go through the levels, the game seems to add or randomly take away the Force powers. You'll be getting the classic Force jump, and you can even make yourself invisible just to waltz past the droids. Jedis can make themselves invisible now. Nice. Hey, look who it is. Remember her? Of course you don't. She's Aura Singh, you know, the one from Star Wars Demolition, and was mentioned in one line of Solo. And Watto. Hey Watto, where's my mom? I recently played Dynasty Warriors on the Game Boy Advance, and in all honesty, that game should have been more like this. I think this is a mindless time waster which, on the go, makes it a decent prospect for the time. I can imagine playing this on the bus. At least the map feels like a bloody bus route. The production value is also decent. While I'm not entirely sold on Anakin's look, he's like an extra gangly lurch and holds his lightsaber as though he's about to enter the Jedi Temple and have a meeting with some younglings he wasn't quite penciled in for. It's very foreboding. Also, most of the NPCs, especially those you rescue on the Dune Sea, I swear they are just blokes from the dev team. The hit detection is also weird too. It's like a Hong Kong movie from the 70s. Enemies fly off miles away dead without even being touched. It's like a modern day footballer. I wonder if Neymar played this game as a kid. Might have given him some ideas. I mean, this is your classic 5.5 out of 10 kind of game. I don't think anyone would say it's good, but it's a time waster in your favorite movie franchise. You're a young kid on a car ride to the seaside. For some reason, you have too much ADHD to handle turn-based Pokemon, so this would be a time waster. I'd have probably played it occasionally as a kid if I had it. Helix, they did a decent job. It just needed something extra to stop the monotony of walking from one place to another. I am a big fan of RPGs, but I also tend to dislike it when games put RPG elements into games unnecessarily. However, this is one exception where I feel it could have done with something like that, like XP, maybe a skill tree, just something to add one more dimension to it to make it a decent game rather than an acceptable mediocre game. Either that or they could have trimmed the level sizes in half. That might have helped too. Star Wars Bounty Hunter is an interesting game. It's got a brilliant premise but a very flawed execution. It's the game that should have always existed. Like, who wouldn't want to play as Jango or Boba Fett on their bounty hunting escapades? It should have been an absolute no-brainer. Released in the year 2002 on the PlayStation 2 and GameCube and developed by LucasArts internally, this is a game that really should have been awesome. Set after the Phantom Menace, we see Jango Fett doing what he does best. At first, it's a non-important introduction, but after the first level, you are introduced to a new gang in town, the Bando Gora Crime Syndicate, pushing drugs called Death Sticks onto the streets of every planet in the galaxy, or something like that. Even Darth Sidious thinks, hey, maybe we should hire someone to check this out. 5 million credits on the line. Bounty Hunter is a third-person action shooter, almost entirely just blasting your blasters at the blasted henchmen of whichever bad guy you're trying to capture or track down. You have very satisfying infinite double pistols, which keep everyone in line very easily, unless you're prattling about like I did from time to time, or happen to walk past an explosive barrel at an unfortunate moment. But aside from that, the fights are really quite easy. And they have to be because they are goddamn endless. Who knew there were this many gangsters willing to throw down their lives so their boss doesn't go to jail? Aside from the dumb AI of the opponents, it's not so bad. I mean, utterly chaotic and exhausting, but it's not bad. It's almost a bit too blasé about the whole thing though. It's too easy until you have to control the camera, which is bloody awful. I'm not sure if I can explain this fully because this camera doesn't act like your normal third-person action camera. When you swizzle it around, it's not like a normal rotation. This thing has the orbit of Pluto. That's another one for fans of the solar system. And also, don't get me started on when you have to do the platforming, of which there is a lot. Like this part, you're supposed to descend layer by layer on these transporters. It would be nice if I could actually look downwards. And due to the jetpack, there is a ton of vertical traversal too. Would be nice if I could look up properly as well. At first, I found the jetpack really awkward to do. Again, like everything in this game, it's not how you'd normally control something like this. I think even Shadows of the Empire did it slightly better. So if you want to go up, just hold down the button. But if you press forward, you will fly in that direction. But you cannot ascend. In fact, you have a descending arc, which makes flying towards the next platform rather tense. You think you're on the right level, but then you get a dip. It only lasts a couple of seconds as well, so if you balls it up, you balls it up. And fingers crossed you're not too high because you have falling damage in this game. God damn, you'd think Django would invest in some sort of special boots with impact absorption. I don't know. You do get used to it, and I guess physics-wise, it kind of makes sense, but it would have been nice to be a bit more free. It's so rigid. I feel like I have to do like right angles in the air just to get to where I want, which looks and feels dumb. Why can't I go like 45 degrees? This is such a messy game. It's absolutely chaotic with no sense of structure. The level design in terms of world building is worse than Dark Forces and Jedi Knight, but unlike those games, here it doesn't make the gameplay good. It's just random and all over the place. That is this game in a nutshell, all over the place. This is shown off perfectly with the actual bounty hunter system that the game uses. This is kind of a side thing, mostly away from the main event of the level. This side quest will often task you with seeking out 5, maybe 10, 15 optional bounties per level to earn a bit of extra cash. Decent idea, very badly implemented. The idea is that you have to first scan the enemies. To do this, you have to scroll all the way to your scanner. Why this has to be part of your weaponry, I have no idea. It should have been applied to like the L3 or R3 button, something like that, readily available. But no, you have to unequip your weapon, scroll all the way to the end, select it. Anyways, since each level has about 1,000 goons to take out, there's little chance the one you scan will be the correct one. But at least it makes it slightly obvious, because usually they are standing still or looking away from you. It's often a quieter time in the action, sometimes. But still, if you want them all in the level, you're gonna be wanting to scan the lot of them just to be sure. Not that it's easy when they're so hyper-vigilant. One whiff of a fart from Django and the horde come in like Genghis Khan across Eastern Europe. You'll be standing like an absolute melon trying to scan them all while they run around like nutjobs firing blasters at you. Thankfully you don't get hurt super easy. Once you've spotted the bounty, well, here comes the least thought out part. First, you have to press square, like if you're playing on the PlayStation, to tag them. If you don't tag them, you don't get the bounty. I get it, you gotta call dibs. If you want them dead and get a lesser reward, then fine, just go to town with the most unhinged action I've had in gaming. But if you want the higher bounty for getting them alive, well now you have to either try your best not to shoot the wrong lunatic, which is harder than you think because even if you're not targeting them specifically, the double pistol auto aim can go plenty rogue. It's quite badass but can be quite annoying if you're trying to target one person. When you're close to the actual target, you can ungracefully switch to your wiggly rope and then tie them up. But you have to get super close. After that, you press square and they disappear. At the same time, money appears in your account. But if you want to make sure you don't lose them to a rogue blaster, you can just charge into the group, nab him, and then deal with the rest. It's pretty easy to do, it's just completely bonkers. I'm not saying Jango Fett needs to be, elegant and debonair, but at least try not to look like you're auditioning for the Chuckle Brothers, okay? It's just crazy, so poorly thought out, and because it's so chaotic, you don't fancy switching to your scanner just to scan them all to do it. Like, you're getting shot at, man. This is the game as a whole. Like, nice ideas, just really bad implementation. Do I hate the game? No, not at all. I just can't understand why it is so unhinged. What do I like about it? Well, I like the world building with the extra bounty targets. You get tons of information about who they are, why they are wanted. I felt a bit guilty capturing the slave dancer, but I've got concept art to buy with this cash. Obviously, when you're getting shot out, it's not ideal to stop and read an entire novel about the person you're about to catch, but I appreciate the effort. Oh, and I like this. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Flamethrower! Oh, baby, this is definitely the best Star Wars game ever made. Hoo-hoo! Overall, Bounty Hunter should have been a great game. It should have been like the Hitman series. Can you imagine that? That would have been awesome. Carefully planning how, when, and where to pounce on your target. It should have been tense and thoughtful as you scout the battlefield for the best opportunity, waiting and waiting before striking in an epic way. But Bounty Hunter, well, it's just kind of crazy. Visually, it's mostly a miss. It's 2002, alright, okay, I suppose, but a lot of it looks very ugly in gameplay. Like, models are very poor, textures even worse, but the art style can be okay. I like the evening on Coruscant, that's very nice. A good use of different lighting, the colors, but aside from that, it's an ugly game. Should you play this in 2024? Well, it's only $10 on the PS4 and PS5 as a download, so it's not breaking the bank or anything. But I don't think you should feel like you're missing out on much. In fact, me stating the craziness of it all may have actually oversold the damn thing. I probably made it sound better than it actually is. But a tenner, that's an alright price to be disappointed. Star Wars Flight of the Falcon would be another Game Boy Advance game, another unique entity that wasn't a port of a big boy console game. It's hardly been a bastion of quality thus far, with new Droid Army being the only one I would consider to be acceptable. Jedi Power Battles and Attack of the Clones were truly awful games. Flight of the Falcon was developed by a different studio to the last one, and another one that was supposed to be experts in the portable sphere. This was made by Pocket Studios, and it was their very last game, which tells you all you need to know about Flight of the Falcon. It's shit. Firstly, I have to admire their bravery, because what we have here is a 3D rail shooter on the Game Boy Advance. It's ambitious to the point of me always wanting to try it despite the horrendous Metacritic score. And I know people, even myself, that say Metacritic shouldn't matter, but here, they're spot on, guys, okay? The first level alone is a dead giveaway. It's just painfully boring and unenjoyable to play. You start off in the Falcon because, of course, and you're just popping off TIE fighters in the same vein as Star Wars Arcade for the 32X. You have a set amount to kill before you can clock off for the evening and watch some Netflix. Unlike that classy game, the developers at Pocket Studios don't know anything about pacing because it goes on forever. And you don't really know how many there are left. Sure, there's an energy bar of sorts, but that's not very helpful because there's such a comically large amount of them, they didn't bother adding a number. They knew they were taking the piss with how long this goes on for. Aside from TIEs, occasionally a transport shuttle and a Star Destroyer will pop up, which is admittedly fairly cool for a console, seeing it come out of the darkness, polygon by polygon. You fire so slowly, and even spamming it feels like it's working against you. The saving grace is the proton torpedo, which is perhaps the most badass it's ever been. It can take down like half a dozen things at a time. If you fire it at the right moment in the right spots, it's very useful. You can pick more of these up from destroyed TIEs, although they glacially scroll towards you. Same with shield regeneration. Surprisingly, I died a couple of times on the first stage, a mix of sheer boredom and underestimating the power of the TIE fighters. You know a game is bad when you pause it and it automatically defaults to quitting the game. Like if you press pause and A for accept, you will exit the game. Usually games make it slightly more difficult to hit the quit button. No one wants to lose their entire level progress because you paused the game to take a piss, came back, pressed A to continue, only to jump back to the main menu. But hey, it's a crap game, it's doing you a favor. For the second stage, I am pretty sure the developers, instead of coding it, they summoned it via some sort of sacrificial ritual because this came from depths deeper than hell. It is so bad. Now, I don't normally associate the Game Boy Advance with bad frame rates, but this game in 3D on the GBA is the greatest unholy union since Bam Margera. It makes me feel nauseous even on a small screen, never mind blowing it up on a big TV to record the damn footage. This thing has less perspective than the Kardashians. One time you'll clip through solid buildings no problem, then next you'll smash into something you didn't even see. And even better with this thing, as you swoop through the least well-planned city in the galaxy, it's timed and you need to boost through like 80% of it in order to do it. It feels like you're ripping the universe apart background layer by background layer as you plow through it at 3 PowerPoint slides per second. This game can feel harsh at times, and yet other times piss easy. Like the third level, when you're back in the Falcon, and you're just taking down probe droids in the most pixelated canyon they could find. This is so easy because you can just ram the droids, you don't even need to shoot them. Slamming into them does not damage your ship. I guess even though for the game's sake they need to have like a decent size, in reality they'd almost be like flies on the windshield for the Falcon, so I guess it makes sense. Oh my god, I played this mostly on my Anbernic cock rocket, which was fine, but to record the footage I played on the big TV, and I swear this was a form of torture in the Russian gulags. And to think the intro cutscene was so promising. It's almost magical how painful this game is. I mean, talk about overstaying your welcome. The levels go on, and on, and on, and if you die, well then you're back to starting from the beginning. That is just mind-numbing on the first level especially. Overall, Flight of the Falcon is one of the blandest games ever made. I have to give credit where it's due to being ambitious for the console. They could have kept everything 2D, but no, they wanted to go 3D, and what a beautiful disaster that was. Expertly muddy and mangled visuals with perplexing game design, this is a game that fascinated me with how banal it was. Would I advise you playing this? Hell no, don't be an imbecile. It's definitely not worth the effort, even trying to find a cartridge or ROM to load up. Its Metacritic score is bang on. It's a boring, bland, bad game. It's one of the worst Star Wars games ever made. One slightly cool thing is, have you guys ever wondered why there's been no Star Wars shmup like your classic horizontal shooter? Me too. Well, this game has a bonus mission which is exactly that. Incredibly rudimentary even for the time. I'm sure it was whipped up during the lunch break of an over-enthusiastic employee and the bosses thought, oh, that's cute of him, let's stick it in, make him happy. And it's alright, in fact it's probably better than the main game, purely down to the fact that it doesn't make your eyes explode like the Death Star. And you know what the best news is? This is the final Game Boy Advance game from THQ. It wouldn't be their final Star Wars game, and we would have another Game Boy Advance game later on, but not from THQ. So at least our pupils and our sanity would be safe from here on after. When people talk about their favorite games of all time, Knights of the Old Republic is right up there for me, and I'm gonna plant my flag right now and say Knights of the Old Republic is the best Star Wars game ever made, and one of the best video games ever made anyways, regardless of Star Wars. Can you imagine, just imagine this premise? You love Star Wars, you love RPGs with choices, where you can play how you want, where things change depending on what you do. Imagine that. Then imagine this Star Wars game rocking up. Holy shit, I don't think there are many games that you can say, this game was specifically made for me. They literally phoned up my dad and said, hey pal, how's it going? You know that youngin, what's he into these days? I don't think BioWare are from Yorkshire, but that's kind of the image I have in my head. That's my canon. Because they could not have possibly made a game that sang to me more than this at any time in my life. A Star Wars RPG, Christ almighty, I'm re-orgasming just thinking about it. Whoa, what a time. This is like a fever dream. Almost the same as your character introduction. You can create your character, which I always remember being slightly disappointed in. I've never been one to think too much about, what my character should look like or their stats, but I've always found the options in Knights of the Old Republic to be rather unappealing. As a kid, I always chose this face because he's the best of a decidedly bad bunch, okay? He's hardly Han Solo, he's more like Ham Polo or something. A bit Dennis Quaid-ish for my liking. Instead of calling him Ham Polo, I'm gonna go with my favorite Star Wars name ever. I made it up just for this playthrough. Garbo Gamer. Oh yes. You can also choose the class of your character, which is the first sign of the D&D influence that I had no idea existed as a kid. There's not much to choose from, sadly, but I think it helps in a way. I think it's just the right amount to ride the line between casual and overly nerdy. You have the Scoundrel, the Scout, and the Soldier, each of which have their own affinity for different stats. I don't think it matters too much in the long game unless you're playing on the highest difficulty, because leveling up you can power through any deficiencies that you have, but at the start it can certainly help your playstyle more. You can even distribute stat points to start off with. I found this a bit overwhelming as a kid because for a new player you have literally no idea how this is going to affect your experience. So you're just sort of hoping it works out well, and you don't end up spending all your points on hacking, but then the game barely has any hacking. I'm not saying that's the case, it's not, but it would be on your mind, right? Unless you're 12-year-old me, who didn't care and just, yeah, whatever. So you got your looks, you got your stats, and now you've got yourself waking up on the Endor Spire and getting ready for the Star Wars adventure of a lifetime. Waking up in a daze with convenient amnesia, some soldier dude is ready to exposition dump like his life depends on it, despite the ship being ready to explode due to being attacked by the Sith. This is the tutorial section, where you get a small slice of the game mechanics. You get introduced to equipment, different skills like unlocking doors, using security skills, repairing battle droids to work in your favor, and computer skills with taking advantage of poorly maintained wiring. You get to learn the battle system, which is a bit confusing. It's a turn-based system that has the feeling of real time. You choose the command you want to do. If you don't choose anything, the game will automatically pick the base attack. You can pause the battle and set up an order of attacks that can be done for all 3 of your party members. I'm not going to say it's elegant because it's not, and the amount of wrong button presses I did even hours into this game is kind of embarrassing, but it does offer a lot of strategy because it is essentially BioWare's old RPGs with a Star Wars skin on it. So for any proper nerd out there, you'll feel right at home. For a casual RPG fan, maybe you'll feel a bit perplexed as to why it's not an action game. I'm pretty sure you'll get some vibes of Xenoblade, but not quite Xenoblade, like you think it should be Xenoblade. But here there is more complexity. You can set up healing items, then a stat stimulant. Yeah, we're just going to gloss over the idea of Jedi taking performance-enhancing drugs. Then maybe lobbing a grenade before jumping in for the melee yourself. There are plenty of options, especially with different builds and characters. For me though, the combat is by far and away the least interesting thing about this game. I mean, it's fine, but everything else is just amazing. Okay, maybe not the equipment section, which has the most mind-numbing stat layouts and buffs, and oh my god, I'm falling asleep again. Just tell me which sword is stronger, okay? For Knights of the Old Republic, it's the story, it's the world building, it's the characters, it's literally the whole Star Wars thing. This, for me, is the best Star Wars has ever been since the original movies, and most certainly after as well. The story for Knights of the Old Republic, I barely want to talk about it because I don't want to spoil too much. I want you guys to play this for yourself. Playing it again for the first time in, 15 years, it's still excellently well told. It starts off with a bang, the exhilarating escape from the Endor Spire, dodging Dark Jedi, the Sith boarding party, where you flee into an escape pod, crash landing on Teräs. Escape pods, what's going on? These things are friggin' lethal, plowing through buildings. These things probably kill more people on the planet than they save in the actual pod. They're lethal. Ever heard of parachutes? You awaken on the planet with Karth Onasi, a Republic pilot who's seen more battles than Genghis Khan. His and your goal, despite not really knowing what the hell's going on, is to find the Jedi Bastila. She also escaped from the Endor Spire, and you need to find her before the Sith do. Now, she's not just any Jedi. I mean, Plo Koon doesn't hold a candle to Bastilla. I heard she exudes methane, so yeah, nobody does that for safety reasons. But also, she is gifted with the rare skill of battle meditation, which at the start of the game doesn't really elaborate what it concerns, but apparently it's the one ray of hope in the war against the seemingly endless resources of the Sith. Teräs is in lockdown too, so there's no way off the planet by normal means, so she might be useful for helping us get off here as well. This planet reminds me of Final Fantasy VII a little bit because the introductory section of this game takes up quite a huge chunk of it. It's like Midgar in that regard. You'll be spending like 8 hours or something on this place as you explore the rich upper city folk, the gang-infested lower city, and the undercity for the outcasts and the criminals. It's not a particularly big place either, it's just designed so well that it feels big. It's packed with things to do, some of which affect the main story, but there's loads of side quests here as well. And these are not side quests in 2024, where game designers have all the imagination and inspiration of a sedated salamander. These are actually good. There are lots of them, but none of them are cookie cutter, and they all add something. They have proper story elements to them, they have ramifications, they add to the lore in a proper, interesting way, not a forced way. You actually care about it. And even better is that there are multiple ways to go about doing them. This game is going on like 20 years old, yet the amount of effort that went into it puts modern games to shame. It still blows my mind because every mission pretty much has multiple ways to solve them, and they're often built around different playstyles. One example is the Rakghoul serum. Like, there's a disease ravaging the undercity dwellers that turn people into monsters. There is no known cure, except for rumors that the Sith may have taken over a lab that was on the brink of discovering the cure. Maybe the Sith have a cure now. Well, you can either grab some serum from the base if you can burgle your way in, or find some from the corpse of one of their soldiers in the Undercity. Then there's a matter of what to do with it. You can use it to save some infected people already, or you can give it to the good-hearted doctor who can recreate and distribute it. Or you can sell it for a high price to the local crime lord. There's lots of choices. And that brings me onto the light-dark system. This has happened in games before, but not implemented as well as this. Every action you do will often have a light side or dark side leaning. You can choose to do the right thing or the bad/selfish thing. I've played this game maybe like 4 or 5 times, and the good boy in me always needs to choose the light side. I've never chosen the dark side route. I mean, you can be an absolute prick of the highest order in this game and still somehow be the hero. And it is still flawed despite it being the best implementation yet. For example, by the time you leave Teräs, you can pretty much be the evilest, most selfish person in recent memory, and yet I believe the Jedi Order will still offer you the chance of becoming a Jedi. It doesn't make sense. Like, by this point, you've got a fair amount of party members, each of which has been more than witnessing you being an absolute scrote and no one said, hey, this garbo gamer fella, maybe don't trust him. Plus, without going into spoilers, there are multiple endings to this game, and even though they are like dark side or light side, they don't depend on your affiliation. It's just a binary choice near the end of the game. So the way you act doesn't have a huge impact on the ending, but for sure, you'll get such a different experience in the journey here. Man, the story for this game is fantastic. Once you're free from Teräs, the game opens up so much. Now, call me naive, but at no point did I actually expect that you would become a Jedi. I mean, looking back, it's super obvious if it was going to happen. It was probably in the manual, even on the back of the box, in magazines and stuff, but I was so goddamn excited about playing this, I didn't bother with any of that stuff. I just jumped in, so when the realization slowly set in, like, oh my god, I was getting giddy. And it didn't disappoint at all. Building your lightsaber, stepping on the plains of Dantooine for the first time, so exciting as a kid. And the twist, how can I forget the twist? I'm not going to spoil that even though it's been like 20 years and it's probably one of the most famous narrative reveals in gaming history. For me, it was unreal. Like, no, not really. And of course, you got people claiming they knew that was the case since the first cutscene. I mean, so obvious. And nowadays, because it's so famous, it has lost some of its impact, even with games copying it. New players these days may not feel as shocked as people did back then. Kind of how, like, you know, I Am Your Father is almost a joke these days. But back then, it was mind-blowing. So was Knights of the Old Republic. It's a game that is a masterpiece. I don't throw that word around often, even with my favorite games. But Knights of the Old Republic represents a moment in time when video games equaled or even surpassed blockbuster movies in terms of quality. I absolutely loved every second of this game. I guess it can feel a little predictable at some points, where you go on the mission to retrieve one thing from every planet. I think they could have spiced that up a little bit, but this is the Star Wars journey of a lifetime. You were just happy to be exploring these new worlds. Just like Teräs, they weren't huge, but I think they got the size just perfectly. It doesn't feel dinky, nor does it feel overly large. Just because your game has a 20,000 square kilometer city, it doesn't mean it's better. It's how you use the size that counts. That's a pep talk I hear quite often. I love the contrast in planets, the planet of Manaan. Oh man, it quenches my summer thirst just looking at it. The dark forest of Kashyyyk, I've learned how to spell it properly this time. The desert of Tatooine and the Sith homeworld of Korriban. There's not many worlds, but it's enough to make it feel like a galaxy-spanning adventure. And the characters, who are the best part of the game, like easily. Okay, Karth's character development maybe could have not started so gratingly. He doesn't trust anyone, and anytime he opens his mouth, he gets all prissy, even with Bastila. He has his reasons, but it's a bit annoying seeing arguing for literally nothing. But yeah, Bastila has a great arc. She's a bit stuck up her own arse, but mellows as she realizes her deficiencies. Mission and Zalbar, instant favorites. Mission is a Twi'lek street urchin who, using her street smarts in the lowest city, gets by with her muscle, the Wookiee Big Z. And they make a great duo having them in your party together. There's always some fun banter between them. T3M4, who obviously lacks a bit of personality due to his R2-like qualities, but he is a hearty, brave robot who might be the best astromech ever, because unlike R2-D2, he's willing to whip out a blaster or a flamethrower and kill people. Good little boy. And the second droid you get is one of the most legendary and influential game characters ever created.
Eager to engage in some unadulterated violence. At your command, of course, Master.
HK-47. No game character has been better than this. He is a protocol droid with enhancements of the ruthless killer kind. He's been tampered with and his personality is... I don't even know how to describe it. Psychopathic? Every line he has in this game is incredible and will have you rolling on the floor time and again. His inability to hide his disdain for anything human or reply to anything sincerely, it's artwork in and of itself. He reminds me of those elderly grandmas who say something nice to a person's face but then mutters under their breath their true feelings, except everyone can still hear what they're saying. This is like that.
But still, commentary, as do I. It is our lot in life, I suppose, Master. Shall we find something to kill to cheer ourselves up?
There are other characters too, and they all have very deep backstories, which you slowly unravel over the course of the game. If you venture out with them long enough, occasionally you'll get new dialogue options with them to further their backstory, and oftentimes it will culminate in an actual mission in the game, like as a side quest of sorts, like Mission. Yeah, her name is Mission, she has a mission. It's a bit confusing. She mentions that she has a brother who went off-world to find his riches with a hussy that he met in a bar. It starts off as minor side chatter, but eventually you can go and try to seek him out to see if he's alive or not. And every character has something fascinating about them. Due to only being able to take out 2 party members at a time, means it can be a little difficult to see all of their stories through to the end, which gives another reason for multiple playthroughs. Also, there are romance options here, not many, but depending on if you choose male or female, you can attempt to romance 1 or 2 of the crew. Nothing like a piece of sweaty Wookiee ass. Okay, maybe not him. Looking at it visually now, of course it is rudimentary, but when you played this on your Xbox back in the day, you knew you could not get this on any other console. You knew this was impossible. Like the GameCube would have ran away. The PS2 would have pissed its disk drive. There's no way this kind of production value could have been found anywhere else. Okay, on PC, but you know, we are console bros, okay? The glistening skyscrapers of Teräs, that made my jaw drop as a kid. The production here is top notch. The music is incredible, of course. The sound effects are great when they work and don't happen 2 seconds later than they should. Minor negative there. Also, the voice acting, not only in English, but each species has their own language spoken out, which is great. Of course, it's nonsensical and you'll hear a lot of repeated phrases, but I commend them going to this effort of including these languages. It can't have been easy making so many distinctly recognizable languages. Some places where it doesn't hold up is probably the faces, and I'm talking about the half a dozen different NPC faces they have. There are way too few faces for NPCs that even side quest characters can get easily confused since they use the same faces and even same voices over and over again. I get that there are hundreds of characters in this game, but a little more variety could have gone a long way. And considering the efforts they went to in other places, it's surprising that this area feels a little cheap. Also, the game is known to be rather glitchy. It's a game where you should save often and have many different save slots just to make sure you don't get screwed over, because the autosave isn't generous at all. You can still lose an hour or so if you get messed over, or you just go into battle unprepared, because on the standard difficulty, it can put up a decent fight. You often feel like you're up against it, even when you've got a lightsaber in your hands. I must have played this game on easy as a kid, because I don't remember it being this tough. You do get a lot of healing items, but you'll be going through them faster than the bog roll at a gas station. And it can be quite stressful keeping your health up until you manage to get force healing as a Jedi. Look, this game, it deserves its own full retrospective, and I am having to restrain myself from going on too long. But as you may have noticed, this is the most time I've spent on one game in this video so far, and I'd wager it might be the longest of the lot of them. At least it would be if I felt like I should talk up until I have nothing else to say. I have a lot to say, but I'm going to stop myself. So, just very quickly, Knights of the Old Republic is a masterpiece. It's got its quirks, and its battle system is hardly thrilling, but everything else about it truly made me feel why Star Wars was so awesome as a kid. It may be set 4,000 years before the original trilogy, but I love this just as much as the original movies. For me, this is just as Star Wars-y. They nailed everything about what Star Wars is. It feels like they totally respected the source material. Even when there are some weird choices, they tend to have a good excuse. Like, for example, you may notice some people are wielding metal swords at times, the absolute weirdos. Now, aside from the occasional taste to get medieval on someone's arse, you'll be thinking that's dumb when blasters are a thing. Well, it turns out there is a new shield technology thing that's going around that has made blasters not as effective as they used to be, whereas vibroblades, they aren't bothered by them. So yeah, there is a legit excuse to whip out a metal sword from time to time. It works well, it checks out. They didn't just decide to have swords and not deal with the consequences, they spelled out why and it fits. It feels legit to the universe. Anyways, I'm definitely going to leave it here because I keep saying I'll stop but then I don't. But one small thing that makes me smile. Whenever you loot someone's corpse for items, which a Jedi definitely would do, is that corpse is titled Remains. I don't know why, but that specific word makes me smile. Like, I'm not saying it needs to be skeletal, but at least wait for the body to get cold before you call them remains. Color me surprised, then, a year later, along came a sequel. A sequel to one of my favorite games of all time. And, I didn't really play it. I absolutely adored the first game, and yet when the sequel came along, I did have it, but I just didn't play it. Why? Well, because at that point, my cousin knew a guy who modded Xboxes, and he gave me a dodgy disc, and then a dodgy Xbox. Hey, I was 14, I didn't have that much money. And yeah, I could not get past the intro, and my Xbox was a bit knackered after that. Maybe it was a dodgy Xbox, maybe it was a dodgy disc, or maybe it's just because the game itself was made by Obsidian, who people like to simp over and pity them because they're always rushed by their publisher. But like, every time? Really? Every time? Yeah, it didn't release in the best of states, and so believe it or not, this is me playing the game properly for the first time. This would be like if Konami released a sequel to Azure Dreams or Suikoden that I'd never actually played. That would be madness. I would never do that. Maybe it's subconscious shielding from my brain, worried it might spoil the love I have for the first game. Although that didn't protect me from Final Fantasy 13, did it, you prick of a brain? But many people say that this one is even better. Is it? Well, there's only one way to find out. We're gonna play it. Knights of the Old Republic, one of my favorite games of all time, and now in 2024, I'm playing the sequel. Well, I have to say, the beginning does not give me the best first impression. And before you write your comments, don't worry, I'm just leading with the bad stuff. For a start, the intro crawl says that essentially your efforts in the first game, pointless. There are no Jedi left, they're all dead. Like, come on. I know the ending of the first game wasn't like total victory or something like that, but at least it was kind of positive. Whereas here, it feels like there was no meaning to it. You collapsed anyways. I just hate it when sequels negate on a happy ending. It's like a happy ending of a movie where the heroes, they get married, but 20 years later the studio decides they need more money and make a sequel. At which point they reveal the heroes got divorced after 6 months and the main hero has been an alcoholic loser for the past 19 years. Like, come on, why are you gonna ruin it? It's not quite that bad, but it did make me more trepidatious about where this story was going. Also, the intro lacks the impact and excitement of the original, but I will give it credit, it is certainly more mysterious, with a cold opening as such, with a tutorial. The Ebon Hawk, your ship from the first game, is almost disintegrated after an attack. The unnamed crew are dead, and the only survivor is your character, which is not Garbo Gamer, it's a new person, an unconscious Jedi. This time I played as a female I named Lamo Gert. T3M4 is still on the Ebon Hawk, and the hearty little droid stops you from dying, fixes the ship, and then safely docks on a mining colony where you can recover. What a lad! The opening, though, is much slower. It's interesting in its own way due to the mystery of what the hell happened here, like where are the miners? Why were the other people in the med lab poisoned but you survived? Part of me was worried that an alien xenomorph would pop out and eat my brains for breakfast. That would have been a crossover I didn't expect. But you know, a mining colony doesn't have the same impact or wonder as the streets of Teräs. It's well designed, but it's not a thrilling opening. And even the second part of the intro is also a bit boring. A space station above a planet? It's definitely less wondrous. And the planets on the whole are less exciting, which I want to stress again, it's fine. It's a different tone for this game. And you can instantly tell that it's going to be a more wordy game than the first. There's so many data files that play holograms. Sure, this could have been relayed much more briefly in text notes to read, but you wouldn't get a proper feeling for how badly designed the mining facility is, what with all the leaking gas in the dormitories. The talking and the cutscenes definitely go much further here, which could be a good or a bad thing for you, but it's an RPG, I think it should be a positive. I don't think it would be amiss to compare this game to the original, like how some people compare A New Hope to Empire Strikes Back, or in video game terms, Ocarina of Time to Majora's Mask. It's the same, but there is a tonal difference. I don't know if it's deeper, but it's trying to be deeper. I enjoyed the character development. I think on the whole, they added a decent set of mostly new characters. Dark Jedi, questionable Jedi, some guy who looks like Darth Maul without the Instagram filter. Maybe some of the characters are inserted into the team a bit more abruptly, but hey, you know, the Force works in mysterious ways. And obviously Obsidian didn't have the time to do proper setups or cutscenes for all of them. And by the way, when I say it's the same, boy, this section is going to be much shorter than the first game. Not because there's nothing to talk about, but just because I could literally copy and paste my script from there into here. Yeah, there are tweaks to the battle system, the way stats work, equipment is handled a bit differently, but if you don't pay too much attention to any of that, you wouldn't really notice a whole lot of difference. It's Knights of the Old Republic with a new, slower, mysterious story. And that's why they had to go in hard in this tonal direction. They had to do things differently here. This is less about the big picture, it's more about the characters, the mystery. If they did a similar plot to the first with the same pacings, the game would have instantly felt cheaper. Just purely down to being more of the same. It only came out a year later, so we'll keep the gameplay pretty much the same, but let's try a different angle for the story, eh? But they did make a few small changes I want to talk about. Firstly, how dare they get rid of calling them remains? No, now it's corpse, which is mildly less funny, but there's still something about it that I feel there must be a better word to describe someone who literally died 2 seconds ago. Well, okay, they back down on that about halfway through the game. It reverts back to remains. It's very inconsistent, which is not surprising considering how utterly rushed this game is. More on that in a second. Also, the characters, they run faster, which is perfect. You also heal slowly and gradually by yourself. Not enough to break the game, but enough to not always feel like you're desperately clamoring for med packs. Plus, you start off pretty much in Jedi mode, so you'll have healing powers almost straight away if you choose them, and you get Jedi companions who can help out with that too. Now, in this game, your actions can affect the influence you have on your companions. Some characters will appreciate you being a goody-goody, some prefer a no-nonsense attitude, and although I haven't fully explored the ramifications of this yet, I can't comment on how successful it is, it does seem a little bit binary, like often you'll get a cutscene between two companions hashing it out, and whoever you side with will gain influence and lose it with the other one. Seems quite simple. Also, I have been told your force alignment will affect the ending in this one. This is not a choice like the first game, this is based on your actions throughout the game. You'll get to a certain point where your affiliation will dictate the ending, which I know is a sticking point of this game. It's widely known that this game was not finished. It was rushed out and there was plenty of content they had to cut. I don't know all the details, but it seems it's been never-ending trouble for Sith Lords. I haven't completed the game yet, I just don't have the time for this particular video, but you can bet your life that I 100% want to see what's going on here. I want to have the time to dedicate to this because I can see, despite being tonally different to the original, it shares the same great writing, themes. It's Star Wars. This is the best Star Wars has ever been. I definitely don't like it as much, but if Knights of the Old Republic 1 is a 10 out of 10 game, this is more like a 9 or a 9.5. I guess I'll have to see how the plot develops later on. Maybe if it's mind-blowing, it might rock up to a 10 as well. Remember when this game launched on the Nintendo eShop and Aspyr said they were going to update the game with free DLC that would restore the cut content? And then they backed down, and then some prick with money in his eyes decided to sue them as though they were personally wounded by this. Yeah, I mean it sucks, but come on, get a grip on reality. But on PC, modders have been awesome and restored, or at least tried to implement a lot of what was lost. Not completely, and it's probably not as perfectly fitting as it could be, but it's a window into what could have been. Maybe one day it will officially happen, because it is the biggest sticking point for me. As I play the original Xbox version, you can feel the rushed coding. You can picture the employees at Obsidian typing code with their fingers on fire in order to just get it done. And it's sloppy in places. Bugs, glitches have been the least of my worries. There's a lack of attention to detail in what is a very complicated game. The game, and especially the cutscenes, feel like they are held together with sellotape and prayers. There's obviously chunks missing, and they often have to resort to the bare bones just to make the story work and get it out in time. It never did crash or freeze on me, but damn did it make me scared. Even if you've never heard about the development cycle of this game, just playing it back in the day, you would have known it. You would have felt it was less polished than the original, and that was hardly shiny itself. It's a big shame that this game didn't get another 6 months development. Like, what was the rush? Together, Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 are an excellent duology of essential Star Wars games. Why do people like Star Wars? We like stories, the planets, the species, the ships, of course a lightsaber or two, and let me tell you, these games have absolutely everything. Even if you're not into RPGs or even Western RPGs, like me too. I don't really care about Western RPGs, but goddamn, Knights of the Old Republic is special. Perhaps this day and age, modern gamers may not be able to get over the strange kind of battle system and the occasional ropey looking cutscene. Some may long for a more action orientated game, but let me tell you, shut up and enjoy these games. They are a Star Wars fan's dream. Sadly, that would be the end of single player games in the franchise. Knights of the Old Republic 3 was being prepared, the story was written, the design planned, but before it went into full production, LucasArts got cold feet. Perhaps it was around the same time they cancelled the Rogue Squadron sequel, so it never got made and details about it are thin on the ground due to it being stomped out early. But perhaps some of that game went into Star Wars The Old Republic, released in 2011. Technically in the same series, but this is a massively multiplayer online RPG, which for me as a young man felt like a bit of a kick in the balls. A new Old Republic game, and they made it an MMO. I'm not going over this because there's absolutely no way I can talk about it without making everyone groan, and it needs to be played like a dozen, hundreds of hours just to analyze it properly. But I will say that from what I have heard, despite the MMO mechanics and systems, there is a very lengthy story with lots of updates that can be played just by yourself. At least that's what I've heard. I saw a stat that says it has 1,600 hours worth of story content. So I can't do it. I know I'm making excuses, but if I was to cover the MMOs, Galaxy, and the Old Republic, this video, it just wouldn't be made. So I have to make excuses. For us single player fans, it was painful to look on and see. But we did have one saving grace, because moving on from Star Wars, BioWare wanted control over their own destiny, over their own galaxy. They basically remade Star Wars, a sci-fi action epic known as Mass Effect. I've only played the first game, but it was exactly what I needed to give me some epic Star Wars-like RPG. Now in beautiful HD, especially with that lovely fuzzy distortion that made it look like a movie. Man, I need to play that game again and the rest of the series. I heard it ends really well. THQ were out of the picture when it came to portable games of Star Wars, and thank God, it was mostly a pile of crap. While they would produce more Star Wars games in the future, we will see they are mostly mobile games, not proper games. Now the responsibility was put onto the shoulders of Ubisoft, which, say what you want about them now, back in 2004 they were still a pretty good company, making pretty good games. They weren't as huge or as bloated as they are now. It was kind of the pre-Assassin's Creed era. You know, they had games like Beyond Good and Evil and Rayman. Good stuff. Apprentice of the Force was their first attempt at a Star Wars game. Let's just say it wasn't their best effort, but still a million times more appealing than THQ. This would be Ubisoft's first of a few Star Wars games, and this one was developed as a tie-in to the DVD set of the original Star Wars trilogy. Hence, it has the unusual honor of this period as being a tie-in to the original movies rather than the prequel trilogy. So that's nice and refreshing, I suppose. It looks pretty nice too. It's taking us through the trilogy in one game in side-scrolling action, so this is obviously channeling a lot of Super Star Wars just in one game, and if it was slightly more boring. But who knows, a bit more boring might be what that endlessly hyperactive trilogy needs. Great set of games, but Jesus, just chill for a minute. When you pick this up, if you are a gamer who's been around the block a bit, the puzzle pieces will come together pretty quickly. This is a Ubisoft game that's got side-scrolling platforming, where you cling onto ledges and pull yourself up in frames per lunar cycle rather than seconds. Does that smell of Prince of Persia? Lo and behold, a year before Apprentice of the Force came out, the GBA version of Sands of Time was released. And to think Ubisoft, on their big first Star Wars game debut, they reskinned another game of their own. Imagine reusing old content in your current content. It just reeks of laziness. I mean, it's ballsy. I'm not sure how they would have pitched this to LucasArts, or did they even tell them? Yeah, we're just going to kind of reskin a game we already made. Is that alright with you? I suspect the answer would have been, it depends how much money you'll make. But yeah, it's Prince of Persia, but with a ginger Luke. It does stand out nicely on the system though, because it's taken the brave route of using 3D models instead of sprites for the characters. At least I think they're using 3D because it looks super pixelated when blown up on a TV, like I had to do to record the damn thing. The backgrounds are still 2D, but this isn't something you'd expect to see on the system. I don't know if I like it, but I still appreciate it. But how does it play? Not great, but it has the award of being the best portable Star Wars game up to this point, as long as you don't count the Game Gear version of Super Return of the Jedi. Faint praise, I know, but it is a step in the right direction. This is a short game that equally separates all three movies into different levels, and when A New Hope has a level based entirely on you selling your land speeder, they've Peter Jackson's Hobbited this game. Although at least it is just one game, not 3 games. So yeah, there are elements of blandness, stretching, padding in here. It's a side-scrolling action platformer as you start the game with a blaster that's not quite strong or fast enough to take down stormtroopers or Tusken Raiders in one shot, so you'll inevitably be taking a lot of damage throughout this game. Not that it matters too much since there are plenty of health pickups, but it does feel unsophisticated, almost like a stormtrooper's blaster. Luke starts to get his force powers pretty quickly as you can do a force run. Well, either it's a force run or it's just a normal dash. I don't know, maybe he's just putting in some extra effort. The level design is pretty weird, especially after the first couple of linear levels. Later it has you going through doors to get key cards, but it's not particularly clever since it just ends up being for the door that you're about to come up to. I always feel anxious when there's a door but still a path leading forward. I always feel like I'm going to go the wrong way, miss something important or something secret, and I'm going to have to waste my time backtracking. But some advice for this one, just go in any door that you see, like the level designers, they're not that ambitious. Eventually, you will end up on Dagobah, where Luke will start to properly unlock his force powers, and I think the tutorial is pretty nicely done here. It mixes jumps, pushing, and your lightsaber. It's like a billion times better than the same equivalent level in Super Empire Strikes Back. The more I think about that, the more terrible it is. It keeps your powers simple enough, although the slowing down time doesn't always seem to work. That's kind of a minor issue. Ubisoft did try to switch things up a little because in the level sometimes you're escorting other characters like R2, who you need to open some doors for you, at least when you're not climbing over them yourself. And Leia, who is a cold-hearted killer, she blasts the stormtroopers before they even pop on screen. These escort characters have their own health bars and can only get hit a few times before dying. But R2, for example, can replenish health at terminals, while Carrie Fisher can snort an entire bag of cocaine in a dressing room just to, top herself back up. Actually, she recovers her health too if you pick up a healing item. You share it. One of my big dislikes of Apprentice of the Force is the arena cockblocks, also known as "we couldn't be asked to design longer levels, so here's some fighting to make it feel longer." This is when you'll be walking in a level, and suddenly the borders around the screen will get thicker, locking you into this as a single screen arena, and waves of enemies will come at you. I know this is a common trope in almost any action game that's struggling for inspiration. Some work it in well, some wear it on their sleeves too much, and this is definitely in the latter. It's just padding, and I'm pretty sure the developers would admit that if you found out where they lived and demanded an answer by shouting through their letterbox. Not suggesting you do that, but it's worth thinking about when it comes to truths as vital as this. Sorry, I'm just losing the plot right now. I think this game is alright for the time. I would have been mildly happy with this as a quick time waster. It's certainly no Super Star Wars, but I think by this point, taking cocaine while designing games was frowned upon. You can see that inspiration though, even though it's much more sedated, like the level on Hoth as you're dodging AT-AT legs. Now that's definitely something that could have appeared in the Super Star Wars games. And they occasionally like to switch up the gameplay, like piloting the X-Wing in multiple different ways. Like this point, where it's a bit like Asteroids in terms of controls, it's actually really tough. I found it difficult not to get annihilated by the endless ties, but it turns out you just need to take it slow. There's this side-scrolling flying section as you dodge walls and ties coming from behind. Again, these sections are the most difficult part of the game, but hey, I'm happy it switched it up from an endless platforming and cock blocks. Would I recommend this to someone in 2024? You know what, if I had a GBA, I wouldn't mind having this in the collection. It wouldn't stink up the place like Flight of the Falcon or Jedi Power Battles. It's a solid effort. It's not the best Star Wars game on the system though. I'll have to tell you about that one a little bit later.
Count Dooku has entered the battlefield. The Separatists have cut off our reinforcements.
Star Wars Battlefront has always been a bit of a lost moment in my life because I distinctly remember having this game. I had it, I played it, and I didn't really get it. Color me surprised when decades later it turns out the two original games are hugely nostalgic for almost everyone the same age as me. So what was I missing? Well, I think, again, it was mostly down to its not being Knights of the Old Republic. That game was so good, it ruined everything else. I just couldn't get that hit again. It was slow, it was considered, it was beautifully crafted with a wonderful story. And this game was just so crazy, chaotic, and from my perspective, very shallow. At least in comparison. But of course, 14-year-old Jordan was an idiot, because having given it the time of day again, finally, I do get the fuss. Developed by Pandemic, who cut their teeth on the Clone Wars, which I covered an hour or so back, their name would be revered forever, not through that, but with Battlefront. The first Battlefront game is quite simplistic, but I think that's why I enjoy it. Firstly though, as I'm sure many of you are aware, the Battlefront games are not entirely online only, but it is the really huge selling point. These are games where you'll get the best experience by playing online with others, going head to head, team against team, having great fun. I know the feeling, the amount of time I put into playing Call of Duty Black Ops 1 and 2. It can be incredibly rewarding and addictive. Sadly, I never had the opportunity with this back in the day. It was a bit too early for me. But this game does have some single player content. There is a campaign mode, which I feel is a little cobbled together because you have like a small text intro and then you get thrown into a battle based around the movies. In fact, there is a bunch of movie clips played in here, so much so I could feel Disney walking up the stairwell to my apartment with an axe in their hand. It is a little underwhelming, and this is probably what put me off the game initially. I like stories in video games, especially back then when I had all the time in the world and played JRPGs like my life depended on it. So to just get chucked into some chaotic action sandwiched between some movie clips, I thought it was a bit lazy. But taking away that lack of story, and you've got yourself such a fun time. Who cares why we're fighting? We are just grunts on the ground. We don't know. We just get pointed towards the people we're supposed to kill. We don't ask questions. This game is like hilarious. Seeing Wookiees and Stormtroopers getting blasted 20 feet in the air, I was smiling throughout, even just playing by myself. Here is how it plays, in case you're wondering. You have a semi-large battlefield and there are usually two opposing forces. Sometimes there may be a neutral force stuck in the middle to cause havoc like Tusken Raiders. But each army has a few bases, and if you want to win, you have to take over all of the enemy bases. Either that or completely deplete their reinforcement numbers, which you can see at the top. It's like headquarters gameplay from Call of Duty. It's a classic. As a third-person shooter, you have different classes of soldiers. The scout is kind of like a sniper. You have the heavy rocket launcher dude and all-round combatants. When you die, you can switch to a new class or stick with the same one. You've got to decide which class will suit the situation better. Did you just get absolutely mullered by a tank? Well, you might want the rocket launcher dude to step in and take it out. Or maybe there's a turret in the distance causing trouble. Well, you may need to whip out a sniper to silence it. If this was online, hopefully you'd be working with your team and trying to get the balance right. Whereas single player, at times, it does feel a bit like you're doing much of the heavy lifting. You'll be getting like 50 kills, whereas your allies will barely be getting past 10. There are plenty of maps that seem to be designed well for competitive play. Lots of sneaky entrances, lots of high vantage points. Some places you just gotta shout Geronimo and be a hero before your inevitable death 10 seconds later. It's fun as hell, and I did not get bored at all. Like, I could have played this all day long, even by my lonesome. The single player campaign and the instant action. There is also something called Galactic Conquest, which will become a staple of the series. It's a board game of sorts where you and your opposing faction control planetary systems. You have to move and try to conquer the other systems, and doing so will give you a special boost specific to each planet. I didn't find this particularly interesting, to be honest. It was quite long-winded and didn't give me much incentive to play over instant action or the campaign. I'm probably in the minority here though. So what don't I like about it? Well, your characters are ungodly slow. Like, it's a battle. We need to rush to our base, which has been captured. Why are you hobbling towards it? If you're carrying a rocket launcher, fine, but everyone is so damn slow and there is no sprinting function, no matter how much my brain kept telling me to press in the analog stick to start sprinting. I could not will it into existence. And when you occasionally have overly large maps like Hoth, bloody hell, you'll be begging for a vehicle. Speaking of which, vehicles are okay to control, maybe a bit clumsy, but perhaps I just need to learn how to play them properly. The AT-ST is about as wobbly as you think. The Snowspeeder, I still have no clue how to do the tow cable. Maybe that's better in multiplayer. But aside from that, I had a real blast. Clearing out a room of stormtroopers as you try to steal their base, it's great. It doesn't get old. Sometimes there are spanners in the works. Heroes will join the fray, and you'll be panicking as Boba Fett rocks up to decimate your forces. You can't play as them since that's for the sequel, but it must have been cool at the time to see your favorite Star Wars heroes but it must have been cool at the time to see your favorite Star Wars heroes take a spot on the battlefield. Overall, really fun game that I'm glad I finally gave the time to play it properly. I know I'm not talking much about it since it really is quite simple, which I think is its best feature. Sometimes you just want to pick up and play title, and this is it. And it was a successful one because a year later there would be a sequel, and it wouldn't be the only one.
Mission. Movement to the north! Here they come. Wipe out the...
2005 would see the sequel, nicely titled Battlefront II. And good news everyone, you can run! It's literally the best new feature of this sequel, which is packed with new features. Pretty much the same gameplay of the first, just refined and added to, and yes, you can sprint. For the love of God, you can sprint! And there is a proper story mode too, not just hashed together with movie clips. It's a game with its own cutscenes and not just focused on base taking. It tries its best to add different kinds of objectives. The game is delightfully narrated in the best rough and tumble voiceover any New Zealander can muster. You have to applaud the effort, a New Zealand accent sounding tough. That takes some great acting skills. You are part of the 501st, an elite army that was pretty much in every bloody battle of the war. Super convenient that you can fight in every bloody battle of the war in this story mode. I wouldn't say that the story fascinated me a whole lot, but it was nice they tried. In terms of other additions, heroes are now eligible to fight in battles. Occasionally, you'll get asked if you want to take control of Yoda or Mace Windu. And it's a fun time since they are borderline invincible. They can kill with ease. They have a few fun moves. You basically get to play God mode for a short period of time. Is this the first time we've got to play as Yoda wielding a lightsaber? I think it might be. I've been playing too many games and I can't remember, but I think this is what the world needs. Although I've not done the maths or even a side-by-side comparison, I'm pretty sure they made the maps, on average, much bigger. It feels like it, at least the ones I've played so far. So it can make it have a more epic feeling with more troops, more explosions and vehicles. Speaking of epic, the biggest new feature, aside from running, Battlefront 2 has space battles. Yes, you'll now be zooming around in space, dogfighting and taking down capital ships. It's a pretty huge addition and the gameplay is very smooth. It's really nice taking your ships out for a spin. Not quite as silky smooth as Starfighter, but it does the job. I can imagine that during online play, these could have been absolutely epic. In single player though, I'm probably going to make a lot of people wince with this hot take, but I don't like them. I mean, they're fine, I just find them a bit bland playing against the computer. The goal of them also seems very long-winded. There are numerous ways to destroy them, but I don't know, it feels very big, very lonely, and very long. Interesting idea though. It could and should be epic because you can board the enemy ship and make your way to the engine or whatever and destroy it. Amazing idea, but quite bland by myself. And there's even an option to skip them in the story mode, so maybe that says something about them when even the developers knew. I don't want to be negative about it too much since I think it would have been mind-blowing with friends back in the day. However, I am going to be negative, like completely 100% about it, with overheating. Oh man, I get it for balance, but I don't like the weapons overheating. They didn't do that in the original, but now they do. And you spend most of your time nursing your blaster, trying not to overheat it. Or when you do overheat it, you're just staring at your foe while you wait. I definitely must be wrong about this one because this is a feature that stuck with the series prior to the reboot, but I genuinely think it is a downgrade in fun. If you really had to have overheating, at least make it not so quick. And you know what? I'm in the minority here. I think I prefer the original game. Yeah, I know that's another spicy take, but I think I just prefer the simplicity. It would be nice to sprint, but for me, it's more arcadey fun. I'm probably wrong, but I would personally go back to play the original over this one. Yeah, they added a lot of things that people love, but it takes away the simple chaos of the first. I guess I'm coming at it from a different angle, looking for something different to what the series morphed into. For me, I prefer a more arcadey feeling to spawning in and joining the chaos. And the series has changed over time, with many people saying for the worse, so yeah, maybe I'm not insane. And that's why so many people were ecstatic when the Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection was announced and released this year, bringing Battlefront 1 and 2 together in HD with a few tweaks and additions. It came out while I was in the process of making this video, and I do have to thank Aspyr for providing me with a copy of this game. As I've hinted at, I've spent a lot of money making this video, and they took my pity story really well and gave me a PS5 download version. Now, at launch, it was not particularly well received. It got backlash for a myriad of technical issues that prevented people from reliving their childhood in the way they wanted. I was not there on launch day, but I am here in June. Actually, it's July 1st now I'm recording this, and it plays pretty okay. It's had like 3 patches up to this point, and playing the PS5 version, it seems okay. Although I am used to having arse internet here in China, connecting to games is always a massive hassle, so I can't comment about that aspect. One of the best aspects of this re-release, of the many small things they've added, is the split screen ability on all modes in both games. That's great if you've got friends. Now, both games can have a full roster of 64 players online. Previously, the console versions were limited to 32. 64 people! That's insane! Just think about the chaos. I can smell it already. I love it. And of course, we're now in the year of our Lord Lucas 2024, which means as a modern game, it's a requirement to have achievements or trophies, depending on which box of choice you have. I think with a couple more patches, I think this could be the best way to experience these games. Of course, you can still get the original ones on various platforms, like on Steam and on the original Xbox. That's the versions I played. I played the OG Xbox versions via backwards compatibility, and it was fine. But if you want like proper online these days, it's going to be a good way to play, I think.
Movement to the north!
Here they come.
Did you know that Battlefront 2 was also a PSP game? I had no idea. I think everyone knows the PSP did have Battlefront games, but not a version of the main console game. That was super surprising. What is not surprising is that it's not exactly a one-to-one conversion. This time there is no proper story mode. Instead, top of the bill is challenges. Clicking on this will offer you the choice of Imperial Enforcer, Rogue Assassin, or Rebel Raider. The first mode is just you up against the clock to kill all the enemies on the map. Rogue Assassin has a few high-profile officers on the map amongst all the rabble, and you need to specifically take those out in order to win and move on to the next one. And finally, Rebel Raider is kind of like a capture the flag scenario, but I really just didn't understand what was going on. I picked something up, but I had no idea what to do with it. I went to various places that seemed like I should go there, but nothing kind of happened. And it was just boring anyways, because it's just you versus the bots. It's not exactly an epic battle. And there's like zero production value gone into the presentation of these modes. It just dumps you on the field with a quick goal explanation in text. The controls are really difficult to get a grips with. Due to the lack of dual twin sticks, there has to be a compromise. And I think this is something that may be familiar with the oldest Monster Hunter games on the system, maybe, I can't quite remember. Like, to move around in a third-person shooter that does not have 2 analog sticks, you move back and forth with the 1 analog stick the PSP does have, the one on the left, that little nub thing that burned every kid's fingerprints off. Moving the camera though, oh boy, you have to use the face buttons. Yes, X looks down, triangle looks up, square and circle, left and right. And let me tell you, playing this on an emulator with an Xbox controller, it took more willpower than an actual Jedi to not use the second analog stick. Each direction on the D-pad does slightly different things. Now secondary weapons like thermal detonators are grouped in with your main weapons now, so you're scrolling through everything and always pressing the right shoulder button to use them. The left shoulder button is context sensitive. If you tap it, you will jump, and if you hold it for a bit longer, your soldier will sprint. Yes, even the PSP game can sprint, whereas the first PS2 game could not. The controls are inelegant at best, and choosing the first challenge, Imperial Enforcer, that is just a cruel intro, because you start off with the sniper, and let's just say, the sniper just wasn't made for this control scheme. And it also doesn't have auto-target like the blasters do, so your first impressions of the game are going to be, oh my god, this is impossible. But once you switch out the sniper for the pistol, it is a lot easier, and after playing 10 minutes or so, you kinda get a feel for it. The auto aim really does help. And these challenges are a Star Wars fan's wet dream, mercilessly killing Gungans for the fun of it, blasting Ewoks, and best of all, burning Jawas with a flamethrower. Why did no one tell me about this game before? This is just a sadist's dream. It's just merciless murder for no reason other than a challenge, which is probably the same motivation as some serial killers out there. This is what the challenges are. You just have a set amount of time to kill a set amount of creatures. This is the main mode of the game, ladies and gentlemen. There's no story at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's fun enough, but this feels like a bonus mode, like a side mode that you'd unlock after the main campaign. Of course, there is Galactic Conquest here to make up for the lack of campaign mode. Perhaps many fans would actually consider this to be the main mode, and it's okay, it's pretty lifeless compared to the PS2 game, but it's just something you'd expect having to play on the PSP. I don't think it's bad per se, it's just a lot less interesting and a lot less epic. But what did surprise me is that they actually included the spaceship battles. I did not expect that. Not that the PSP isn't capable, but it couldn't have been easy transitioning them in the way they did. And, well, yeah, it's really boring. It's so empty and lifeless. I did just come straight off the back of the PS2 version, so that has certainly affected my impression of this much lesser version. Like, if I didn't particularly enjoy that version, the PSP edition was hardly going to stand a chance. I was not going to get an epiphany from this one. I just don't think it's fun. I guess it's impressive that they tried though. It's probably a little bit better with online play, but I still can't imagine it being like that good. I can see why many people would have been disappointed with this PSP edition. If it was the full fat experience, it would have probably been worth the compromised controls to have it on the go. But you're getting a compromised game with compromised controls. I don't mind it, but it could have been better. It's too lifeless. That's my complaint. I think it looks good for the PSP, I'll give it that. The draw distance for the enemies is terrible though, as is their AI. They just sort of run around like headless idiots. But I had this blown up on the big TV to play it and record footage, and it really didn't bother me. I thought it looked alright. It's a well-produced game. Would I recommend playing this game if you have a PSP but not a PS2? Well, for now, I'll just say there are actually 2 more Battlefront games on the PSP, so let's take a look at them first before we decide whether this one is worth purchasing or not. Before we do that though, there was another early Battlefront game on a different portable device, early mobile phones. Sadly, I think Battlefront Mobile is lost media, and there are very few echoes of it on the internet. Only a few screenshots that seem to indicate it was a Time Crisis style whack-a-mole game. I would have liked to look at it more carefully, but as I said, I don't think it exists anywhere anymore. But if you have an old Sony Ericsson phone circa mid to late 2000s, check to see if you have this game on it and do the world a favor, they probably don't want, dump it online so everyone can play it, even though they won't play it. I might.
That's when we found out about Commander Akbar. He'd been captured while on his recon mission. Akbar was vital to the Alliance.
Star Wars Battlefront Renegade Squadron would release in 2007, and it is a PSP exclusive. That's a big get for Sony. In fact, this was bundled with the console in its own fancy limited edition box. They only saved that for the really special games, and this actually released on my 17th birthday, well, at least in North America. Unlike the previous games, this was developed by Rebellion, a fitting name for the Star Wars franchise. These days they are almost a household name with the Sniper Elite series, but back in 2007 they were a more low-key studio with a heavy focus on portable editions of big-name console games. However, unlike the bottom-of-the-barrel developers that THQ used to vomit things out on the GBA, Rebellion actually knew what they were doing. I'm not saying their GBA edition of Medal of Honor Underground or the PSP version of From Russia with Love were masterpieces or anything, but at least they tried. They'd worked heavily on many PSP games, and it's no surprise that LucasArts asked them to handle one of their biggest console games on a smaller stage. Rather than just being an incredibly watered down version of a PS2 game, they wanted to try and give the full fight experience because there's now a proper story campaign, and it's not just murdering Gungans for pleasure. The story centers around the enigmatic titular Renegade Squadron, a legendary group of misfits hired by Han Solo to do the most vital and dirtiest of work for the rebellion. A mix of mercenaries, outlaws, smugglers. It's the best of the best. While their name wasn't widely known at the time due to secrecy, now that the New Republic is born after the war, you, as their former leader, feel it's finally time to tell the tales of your squad's heroics. The presentation is fantastic, suiting the console exceptionally well. Cutscenes are through graphic novel style slides, but transitions really well with tangible layers and movement and some special effects to make it feel more dynamic than it actually is. This is a credit to Rebellion, who made great use of their resources since they actually own 2000 AD, which is a legendary British comic producer. You know, Judge Dredd and lots of other stuff maybe. It's actually quite cute that 2000 AD started in 1977, which as we all know was also the birth of another amazing and wonderful thing that changed our childhoods for the better. Sarah Michelle Gellar. I know you're all waiting for that Buffy the Vampire video game retrospective. It might happen one day. And when I was playing this game for the first time, I was thinking, hey, this could have made an epic graphic novel. Not sure why that never happened. Maybe there was a Star Wars comic exclusivity out there. I don't know my comic books. And I also don't drink soda, nor do I watch anime, okay? So I don't know anything. It's narrated nicely and with personality. Your character even sick burns Han Solo, giving him some mad bants about not shooting first. I love that nod, and I found the story so far quite interesting. And there's one mission where Akbar has been captured by the Empire. They did what? Oh hell no. No they didn't. Not my favorite bipedal cephalopod. They know how to rile me up. Let's break this bad fry out. Again, with the space battles, but I think so far in this it's a better implementation because they don't seem to last as long for the story missions. I would have liked to see where the story goes, how it connects with the movies, and how they can sneak in Renegade Squad into set pieces we all know about. But then I got to an escort mission which was terrible, and I gave up because I've got stuff to be getting on with. One thing that is different about this release is that they changed the controls. Gone, at least with the default settings, are the ad hoc analog controls, using the face buttons as a second analog stick, and I think they made it slightly worse by not having dual controls at all. Now you use the one analog nub to move forward and turn, which is usable, but it's certainly archaic. It's like a PS1 or Sega Saturn game in terms of controlling a third-person shooter. It's not ideal. But there is generous auto-aim and lock-on to help out, but it's not as smooth as the first PSP attempt once you spent like half an hour adjusting to that. There was method in the madness there. Here, it's just safe and not as good. But overall though, it is better than Battlefront 2 on the PSP, but not by a whole bunch. Of the two so far, it's certainly the one that you would choose. Plenty of build customizations. They made the space battles mildly interesting, certainly not a bad game. And to have Battlefront portably, online multiplayer, I mean, did life get much better than that? I am not sure. And as I've stated, this would not be the final Battlefront game on the PSP because 2 years later, there was another. Kind of funny to think that the PSP had more Battlefront games than the PS2. I don't even understand why, since it must have been a much more difficult prospect than on a home console. But anyways, Elite Squadron was once again developed by Rebellion. I guess Lucas's bank account was happy with their first attempt, and so they wanted to give them another go. So yeah, it's more Battlefront, ladies and gentlemen. It's supposed to be more refined and robust. This time it's including both the Clone Wars era and the Empire era into one. I'm skipping over the general gameplay flow once again because, you know, it's Battlefront. But let's go over the story. Well, it's an interesting premise, but let's just say I was happy I played the Nintendo DS version of this game first. I'll get to it soon, because otherwise, this would have been absolutely incomprehensible. It's the same base story, but in the DS version, they actually told it in a way that, makes sense, at least sense enough. In the PSP version, you'll be wait-whatting every cutscene. They ain't spending much time on the plot here, the best sign of which is them using movie clips to help out. Of course, I'm not showing you them for reasons I've explained before, but it is 100% a step down. Maybe Rebellion's bros at 2000 AD were too busy to lend a hand this time, or maybe LucasArts handed over less cash for this one, but I don't like it. Movie clips is just a lazier way. We've all seen the movies, and if you haven't, I don't know why you would be buying this game. Why are you buying a Star Wars game if you've never seen the movies? But the premise, okay, the breakdown. You are X2, a slightly more special clone trooper. You and your brother X1 are the elite of the elite. I mean, when you've got the same name as a sports shoe, you must be really badass. You are in the Elite Squadron, hence the title of the game. Why are you special? Well, you probably wouldn't really know playing the PSP version, but you were cloned using some Jedi dude's DNA, not a Mandalorian bounty hunter. You start off fighting for the Republic, but once you get to Order 66 and you kill a Jedi, well, then you start to wonder if you're on the right side. And you don't quite defect, but you do piss off to be a farmer. Again, playing the PSP version, you wouldn't quite get this as you suddenly end up on a Dutch farmland or something. However, your big bro, well, he is all in on this nasty Empire stuff. You'll meet your dad, you'll help the Rebel Alliance, and you will awaken the Force within you, mostly. It's a cliche story of two polar opposite brothers who will eventually come to a head. And it's all wrapped up in uninspired gameplay. It's not bad, it's just very repetitive. For the story mode, they pretty much have abandoned the idea of bases and it's straight to doing objectives in order to win the mission. But I don't know. This elite soldier of ours, bloody hell, does he need to be told exactly what to do at all times? There is no room for doing things your way, or even figuring out the way to do something. Every 5 bloody seconds, you are told what you need to do. Oi, you go out there and blow away this debris. Now get in your ship. Now protect this droid. Now go here. Now go there. Now blow this up. It is death by 1,000 waypoints. It feels endless. With your ally who's often doing bugger all themselves, ordering you about like some sort of lackey, this game is like my missus when I've started doing chores. You can be sure there are 30 more orders following up the millisecond you complete that chore you've just done. Guaranteed. And I know this is a video game. Video games have objectives you need to achieve. But this is literally the worst implementation of telling the player what they need to do. It probably doesn't help that by the time I boarded my 5th Star Destroyer to cause sabotage or something, I had mentally checked out. I mean, a daring run on one of them, wow, that's pretty badass. Take some balls to get in there and make it back out alive. On your half-dozenth time, well, it's sort of lost its meaning, and you're wondering if the designers have any other ideas. It turns out that taking the core gameplay out of Battlefront and giving brainless objective design makes it into a mediocre single-player experience. I'm sure the multiplayer and online stuff would have been just as fun as before, but there is no way I enjoyed this as much as the last one in terms of a single-player experience. Maybe if it wasn't still hopelessly janky controlling the character, and by the way, they changed the controls again, slightly different this time, but still enough to make it awkward playing all 3 PSP games back to back. Maybe if you could have analog controls for the camera, it might have been okay, but raiding the Death Star like you've just done your back in and can barely move, you can't look up or down, I mean, what's the point? I just found it boring by now. I just wanted to have chaotic fun on big maps taking some bases, but no, I'm being ordered around to take down the deflector shields, use turrets to take out TIE bombers, pick up the general's dry cleaning, and don't forget to pick up some bog roll on the way back. I hate modern games that show you exactly where you need to go at all points and constantly tell you what you need to do, and this might be the worst offender. It's like my worst nightmare. Normally I can forgive it, but when each instruction is something minor that can be achieved within about 10 seconds before you get shouted at for the next thing, which will take 20 seconds, it's just a barrage of instructions, and that is not fun. And I can't believe I'm ranting about this game. I'm really wasting my life. If you want the mildly interesting story, I recommend picking up the DS version, which I'll get to in a second. But if you're on the PSP, you're still rocking one in 2024, and you need some story-based Battlefront, personally, I would go for Renegade Squadron. Yes, it has that go here, do that thing, but it's nowhere near as bad, and playing this has made me more inclined to go back and do that escort mission that pissed me off. And I know, I'm probably taking a massive dump over some people's childhoods, and I apologize. I'm sure playing the normal style of gameplay was great, but I'm explicitly talking about the story mode campaign here. I've not talked about the presentation because, again, it's more of the same. But now it's 2009, which means every game needs to have that first piss of the morning tint to it. What's going on? I think that's why I'm far less nostalgic for this era of gaming. It's just a haze of yellow that you can almost smell off the screen. The PSP may have been basking in all the Battlefront glory with 3 games on the damn thing, but when it came to the final game before the hiatus, the Nintendo DS popped in to say hello. Not exactly known for its 3D prowess, especially in comparison to the PSP, it was a hearty little machine that I think we all loved. It was a console with a game for everyone. Probably not many third-person shooters, but there was money to be made on the far more profitable system. This one is completely different in terms of gameplay and was developed by N-Space, a company who I think many DS fans or collectors will be well aware of because these guys really were ambitious with the console. There weren't many first or third person shooters on the Nintendo DS, but when there were, they were probably made by N-Space. They made GoldenEye 007, Rogue Agent, and 5, yeah count them, 5 of them, Call of Duty games on the little console that could, even when it couldn't. Sadly, when the 3DS game came out, these guys were nowhere to be seen, and for me, even though I'm not like a huge fan of FPSs, how cool would it have been to have more of that genre on the system? I always thought it would eventually happen, like a few years into the 3DS's life once they got used to the architecture, but it never did. Why? Probably down to low sales for these type of games and higher production costs, but that's a tangent, and this video is long enough. And it's actually sad that this is not actually a third-person shooter. Well, not in what we define as one in video games. It is technically a third-person shooter, but not really. Elite Squadron on the DS, not really a Battlefront game. They just stuck the Battlefront franchise on the box for marketing purposes rather than actually believing it's part of the series, because it plays absolutely nothing like a normal Battlefront game, which I think we can all agree is probably the best decision, even though I would have been curious to see them try from a technical perspective. This is a top-down run and gun. You control X2 as per the PSP game, and you follow the same general story, except this time it's told in a fashion that actually makes sense, and you can follow the story. You don't need outside reading materials to understand what's going on. There's more dialogue here, even mid-action, and the game takes more time on its sections. You're not randomly jumping from point to point. There's no rush. You can follow the flow and the character's motivations. Don't get me wrong, it's still cliche as hell, but I have found it mildly enjoyable. The second screen helps in this regard, as you can try to follow the chatter. The gameplay is serviceable, I would say. It's a top-down shooter. If it was on a main console with a proper controller, it would definitely be twin stick. Of course, the DS isn't blessed with an extra analog stick, so a copious amount of auto-aim was to suffice. I'm half surprised they didn't go the touchscreen route of aiming in a circular fashion with the stylus. I think that could have worked. Now, this game can get repetitive because it's not difficult, nor does it do enough to keep you interested with spanners in the works. Like, sure, you'll hit a switch, yeah, you can reprogram turrets, but at the end of the day, you're just mowing down droids or stormtroopers, holding down the B button and strafing left or right. I mean, it's fine if you need some mindless action set in the Star Wars universe, but it needs something else, and N-Space knew this, and so they added plenty of gameplay switch-ups which took me by surprise. I know vehicles are a staple of the series, but I couldn't believe how many times you find yourself in the cockpit of something different. The main one is the X-Wing wannabe. I know I'm failing in my Star Wars knowledge here. In fact, I'm just going to call it the Starfish Fighter, okay? They look great in all their pixelated glory, and they are fairly fun if quite restricted. You can only move left or right, full 360 if you want to, but you ain't gonna be doing loop-de-loops. You're sadly only allowed on one plane, there is no up or down. And it's not just the Starfish, you'll be on speeders, in tanks. It really adds a lot to the game, and I think I preferred these parts despite them not being especially advisable on the Nintendo DS. It's the most ambitious part of the game, and that's what I like, ambitious and playable. That's what I'm looking for when it comes to games on lower powered consoles. Unlike other Battlefront games, the campaign mode is really the main attraction. The multiplayer aspect is definitely more of a bonus thing that I think most people might not even touch on the system. I'm surprised as anyone when I say I would definitely play this game over the PSP version. I don't know if it's really fun, but I was way less bored by it in the campaign. I could follow the story, it took its time with it, and the action is decent enough. This would not be N-Space's only foray into the Star Wars universe. In fact, they made a game before this one, but due to following the Battlefront series, we've gone out of whack chronologically. They did have one other effort before Elite Squadron, and we'll get to it in the next couple of hours once I get to unleash my thoughts on that particular game. It would be a long time before the Battlefront series would see daylight again. It's almost unfathomable in hindsight since they were such big hits. They bypassed the entire first HD era. The first era when online gameplay became commonplace, when everyone was doing it. Halo, Gears, Call of Duty, FIFA. How the frig did Lucas not jump on board? It was money on the table. People loved the Battlefront games. It's not like there'd have been a risk. Well, as has been mentioned a few times, it's the same story. The early HD era, LucasArts thought the economy was looking shaky. And it was. Remember those bankers that ruined the world for half a decade? Battlefront 3 was planned, the first HD edition, but just like Rogue Squadron, Knights of the Old Republic, the idea did not get far because neither did the money. However, once EA, Electronic Arts, got the rights to produce the Star Wars franchise in a decade-long contract that started in 2013, they knew where the money was. EA, pretty much the kings of online monetization, knew where they could get the money from: a new Battlefront title. In 2015, Star Wars Battlefront was released, a reboot of the franchise. And man, how amazing did this look at the time? I still think it looks fantastic almost a decade later. It captured the look and feel of Star Wars perfectly and transported it into a huge battlefield. I'm kind of surprised, but I guess I shouldn't be, that Star Wars Battlefront still has an active online community. Nowhere near its glory days, of course, but I did not have trouble finding a match. And this is coming from someone with terrible internet. Like, I live in China, and usually most games nope the hell out the second I log on. But here, sure, I was rocking more pings here than I've taught in my decade-long career as a teacher in China, but it worked. I was connected. I was getting my arse kicked. And at least I have the excuse of poor internet rather than poor skills. I'll take it. Sadly, despite the wealth of modes available, like an insanely large amount that I think would have been ill-advised due to the low player count now, it seems the only mode that is populated enough for these days is Assault Walker. Now, this game is almost a decade old at this point, and throwing me into the Rancor pit with veterans, it was never going to end well. My Call of Duty Black Ops glory days and skills died with my dream of getting a first in my bachelor's degree. I'm not the king I used to be, so this is hilariously bad. I only played for a couple of hours and I got absolutely annihilated, but I was having a hell of a lot of fun. Getting punked by Bubba Chunky 1012, never been so exhilarating. Just the visuals, the sound effects alone must have brought a grown man almost to tears when this launched, because it's very authentic to what Star Wars is. Take away Star Wars and you've just got a decent enough competitive multiplayer game. Add Star Wars and you've got something classic. The maps are great. You feel like you're part of an epic battle. Not one that's just started, but one that's seen action and now you're jumping into the fold. This is wreckage porn at its finest. Seeing burned out Star Destroyers, AT-ATs, oh, it's so good. I haven't tried all the maps. Maybe my least favorite one was the forest one because I kept getting stuck on the environment, and it really is just a forest with like 2 Star Wars things going on. Just look around though, looking in the sky, seeing the ships above you going at it. Oh, it's so good. Am I easily pleased? I don't know, but I remember being incredibly envious when this game came out. I wanted to play it so bad, but I couldn't afford an entire month's salary on a PS4. Yeah, I got paid so little when I first arrived in China. Unlike previous games, vehicles are not parked around you for you to just jump in, but you can find tokens laying around, which you can pick up and take control of yourself. Obviously, I was complete bobbins, but for me, the flight controls are terrible. Like, they are not made like any other sane flight game, because you move with the right analog stick, which last time I checked the human rights legislation from the UN, that was illegal. What are you doing? Of course everyone's going to be plowing into the ground like Aegis. It wasn't just me. I hope they're not finite in a match, because boy did I waste them for my team. I was the biggest dead weight they had to carry to inevitable defeats. Sorry, I do apologize. I hate being that guy, but sometimes you have to be that guy. You have to be that guy who desperately needs footage for a video game retrospective. One thing I don't like, and perhaps I've never really much cared for this entire series, is how they handle equipment and loadouts. Like, I think this could be far simpler. It's par for the course for online shooters, I guess, but again, going back to Call of Duty Black Ops, it was clear, it was simple, no faffing in 10 different submenus, having cards to boost something or other. This could have been simplified and yet still kept the depth. There is a lot of customization, but I think it's needlessly presented in a bad way. And I should mention, there is no single player campaign here. There are like missions to accomplish, but I don't know if one considers that a proper single player experience. EA were 100% focused on multiplayer, and that was one of the criticisms aimed at this game when it released. Like, people wanted AAA Star Wars experience that wasn't limited to multiplayer. Now, this game is often found dirt cheap nowadays. Almost every 2 months you can grab it for $5 digitally, and if you've never played it before, I think you should jump in, because let's face it, it's almost ready to be put out to the pastures. The farmer, it's got the double barrel ready. It's going to put it out of its misery, and when it's completely gone in terms of people still playing, and like Palpatine, it's really gone. It ain't coming back, so make the most of it to see what it's all about. I think it's great. I like it. I think it's my favorite game in the series.
The Empire is strong, but today we're stronger.
2 years later, we would get Star Wars Battlefront II, the Reboot 2, and this has been one of the most controversial Star Wars games ever made. Even though I wasn't a PS4 owner at the time, I couldn't get away from the news, the boycotts. Like, how could you mess this up? The first reboot had its flaws, like the lack of single player, but it was all round considered awesome for Star Wars fans. Well, just like anything, greed ruined it essentially. They filled the game with loot boxes and microtransactions, which could have given players competitive advantages in the game. Essentially, a pay-to-win mentality rather than on skill, merit or effort, determination. It caused so much furore in the gaming community that gamers actually won. Those were taken out due to the negative reception. That's great, but I do think it scared EA in making any more in the series. Like, they put bucket loads of cash into it and not being able to monetize it as they would have liked. And so since 2017, we have not seen another Star Wars Battlefront. But you know, give it half a decade, I'm sure it'll be back under a different publisher. But that sounds like the closing statements of the review. So let's backtrack quicker than EA and their PR company. Let's get into the meat of this section. What sets this one apart from its predecessor, aside from the monetization techniques, is that now there is a single player story mode. Yay! and it plays nothing like a Battlefront game. It's just your standard set-piece FPS. And that's fine. That works much better in a single-player story mode when you do it well. You play as a special agent doing the dirtiest and most important work in the Emperor's military. Inferno Squad is the most trusted PsyOps team. But there is a problem. The game starts with the death of the Emperor. I like this. This is a perspective we kinda dabbled with, but you are a boots-on-the-ground soldier whose leader just died 5 minutes ago, and you don't really know what you're still fighting for. But the orders keep coming. Recorded orders from Palpatine to destroy secret vaults keep you going. If it wasn't for the poorly rendered Ian McDiarmid, this would be scary as hell. I actually really enjoyed this. I was not expecting to like this as much as I did. What did I expect? I expected EA stapling on a quick story campaign to appease the complainers of the first reboot. Something stitched together with, movie clips, text between missions. But no, this is a full AAA effort. Maybe at release many people were ambivalent towards it, but you have to take into account I have been officially out of the loop with AAA stuff for about a decade now, so I am fully detoxed. For me, this is kind of fresh. Sure, it's no Time Splitters 2 or Red Faction, but I can't fault the effort. It's an epic set-piece FPS, like Call of Duty, where each and every explosion is calculated for the best cinematic impact. It looks absolutely astounding. The lighting is superb. They really captured that miniature model Star Destroyer look of the original movies. It feels so authentic. It mixes both FPS gameplay with space battles, which still have weird controls, but they're pretty epic too. Okay, they're a bit overly structured, they don't feel like a proper Rogue Squadron level, but when you've got a Corvette ship exploding and wow, it just looks and feels so good. I can't believe I'm praising this at all. What's wrong with me? I was genuinely expecting to find it soulless and mundane. I mean, some of the mechanics feel uninteresting, like your equipment is handled poorly in my opinion. Why can't it be like Doom where you pick up 12 weapons to cycle through? No, you have to just change them out of the box. And you also have these really boring cards to attach to your character's buffs or equipment. It tries to copy the multiplayer in some ways, but it's just so uninteresting that I didn't even bother. But I did thoroughly enjoy the set pieces and the story. It's well acted, performed, a bit cliche, but I'll take it. Sadly, it does not last long, it's about 5 or 6 hours, which for a multiplayer focused shooter, that's pretty much par for the course. But I could have eaten a full course of this story mode, give me 10 or 12 hours of this and I'd have loved it. Sadly, the multiplayer, perhaps it was the time that I played, but it seems even less people are playing this one compared to the first reboot. I could not get into a single big match. In Battlefront 2015, I could instantly get into a 20 versus 20. Okay, maybe 17 versus 19, but you know what I mean. In this one, the only thing I could play was the 4 players against the computer mode, which was definitely fun enough, but I couldn't experience the huge epic battles I was hoping for, and it seemed limited to smaller, claustrophobic corridor stages. And believe me, I originally played this on the Xbox, and I assumed it was because Xbox had no players. So I went and bought the PS4 versions of these games too. I'm just throwing money away. But while the Xbox had almost no connections that I could get to, the PS4 did get to this 4-player mode, so a slight step up. I can't go into exact detail about how this is different from the first reboot, but just some small stuff. Now, instead of only having the original trilogy era, Battlefront II 2017 includes all 3 eras of Star Wars. It still has the original trilogy, but now you can also take part in the battles between the clone troopers and the droids, and even the resistance against the First Order, which that'd have been pretty cool. Heroes are now a class, not a bonus, so you earn points in battle, and then depending on availability, you can cash those points in to play as one of the many available heroes. Man, playing as Wicket, one-hit KOing stormtroopers with a bow and arrow, I mean, it's priceless. I want this on a giant battlefield. And you know what? Taking down the Emperor with Lando, can you get that experience anywhere else? I know this game gets a lot of hate, but since EA took out the loot boxes and did plenty of content updates, I think people have come around to it. It is, or was, a good game in the end, but sadly, due to them not being able to earn as much money as they would have liked, EA did abandon it, which is a shame. I would have loved to see this game in its prime with a full battlefield as Lando takes down Darth Vader with charm and charm alone. We have gotten very far ahead. This is way too HD for my liking. We need to go back to standard definition polygons, okay? And it's 2005, and, you know, the world is getting ready for Revenge of the Sith. Now, believe it or not, despite the deluge in games for Phantom Menace, it was a case of diminishing confidence for LucasArts as a game publisher, and also licensing out their IP when it came to the second and third entries in the prequel trilogy. Perhaps it was due to lack of sales. Maybe they thought focusing on one game rather than terrifying people with half a dozen movie games, maybe that would be better. There was just one game focused on the actual Revenge of the Sith movie, and it was aptly titled Revenge of the Sith. The home console version was available on the PS2 and Xbox, which is what I'm playing. There was also a DS version and a Game Boy Advance version, which I will get to soon. They are quite different. Firstly, I did not play this game back in the day, but I do remember very vividly that people were mildly impressed by it. For a game based almost entirely on the story of the movie, as a tie-in, it was surprisingly decent. Despite loving Star Wars, I wasn't much hyped about it since, you know, it wasn't Knights of the Old Republic, and to be frank, I didn't think the movie was all that amazing when I saw it in the cinema. I know it's widely praised as being the best of the trilogy, but I am as surprised as anyone when I say I prefer The Phantom Menace, then Natalie Portman's Midriff, and then Revenge of the Sith. It's my least favorite of the trilogy. I know, I'm very much in the minority with that, okay? You don't need to tell me. I mean, I can see its technical merit and its epicness, but it felt rushed in terms of seeing Anakin spiral to the dark side. It didn't seem earned. Like, I didn't see him as a hero that he was supposed to be, nor did I see him being treated badly enough to become an evil dude. Well, after the fact, I am now aware of all the filler novels and TV shows doing all the setup, but for me, if you're a movie trilogy, I think that should have been a decent enough time to set things up properly there. I don't hate the movie or anything, it's just my least favorite. I like it less than the worst Star Wars movie of that era. But hey, the game is decent. It's an action hack and slash game, reminds me a fair bit of the Lord of the Rings games on the PS2. It's simple but quite satisfying as you follow the events of the movie in incredible narrative stretchiness. If there's one thing I have learned in this endeavor, is that the space battle and then the rescue of Senator Palpatine, oh my lord, how long can we make this go on for? It feels like we spend hours in every game just getting to Dooku. Was the movie that bereft of set pieces they needed to stretch this part out? Now, there is a lot of positivity around this game, and I can kind of understand why, but I do think it is a very repetitive game. It comes with the territory, but they didn't hide it well here. I mean, if this elevator was in real life, it would have left the ship and entered Coruscant's planetary core with how long this section is going on. It's a steady supply of spongy enemies to take care of as you're cock-blocked worse than Apprentice of the Force. You move forward a bit, here are the enemies for this section. When they're done, you walk 5 more meters and here's the next wave. It's a very repetitive game, and that's coming from someone who likes old school Dynasty Warriors games. At least your lightsaber combos feel good and satisfying, until you get to the harder enemies, and then the game decides you're having a bit too much fun taking down matchstick droids and brings out the big bastards. To my surprise, this game throws in a grapple technique, as though Anakin and Obi-Wan are now pro wrestlers, inviting the enemies to smell what the Jedi are cooking. Sadly, you can't pile-drive Dooku or smack him round the back of the head with a fold-up chair, but you can push them, which comes in handy with the big droids that you can't damage too much personally, but you can throw them into the electrical charges. I found this game a little tough, not sure why. Maybe I need to work on my combo technique and blocking. Maybe I didn't care enough to be careful. But bloody hell, these burning robos are hateful. But it's not a long game, so perhaps that's why it had to give you a test. I don't know. You have force powers to help you out. In terms of non-combat powers, I think it's all too simply done. Like, you'll see the exact spot on the ground you're supposed to stand and use them. It's not very immersive, it's overly official and dry. It lacks the wonder that video games are supposed to give you. I think even the Lego games did this better. However, the worst thing about this game, using the lightsaber to open doors, or even worse, panels. Occasionally, you'll have to do that thing that they do in movies, like jab their lightsaber into a door to open it. Or the stupid thing of cutting the damn hole yourself. You have to rotate the left analog stick round and around, and it's so slow. Maybe it can go a lot faster if you Mario Party the hell out of your controller, but controllers are expensive these days. I ain't grinding that bad boy down for Revenge of the Sith. And what's worse, like, how dumb are these people? We need to make a quick exit, so let's make a 6-foot entrance that we can proudly stride through. Like, what did Obi-Wan like do his back in or something? Didn't want to duck down a little bit, you know, speed this process up a little bit. They should just made it like Ewok size and sneak through. But no, even dumber than that. These panels, you open the panel up so slowly in the same method, and finally, when you see the insides, what do? You destroy it. Please tell me I am not the only person on this planet who understands why this is so dumb. This is Mr. Bean levels of stupidity. Like, whoever came up with this would definitely put spaghetti in their bathtub because they think they're too big for the cooking pot. Now, I know I am shiting on this game a lot, but when you have something this simple and repetitive, despite it being a slightly higher than average game in terms of quality, it's difficult to actually talk about it, and so one tends to focus on the nitpicks. Kind of highlights my flaw as a critic, but I do think it is a decent time. For a start, the dueling mode, which is also where the boss fights pop up, can be really quite epic. I didn't play the multiplayer, but I can imagine them being fun, probably a better fighting game than Masters of Teräs Käsi. These are the hardest part of the game though, because they go on forever, just like everything in this game. Sorry, I'll stop with the shade. Anakin trying to ram Windu is good stuff. I don't remember it happening in the movie quite like this, but it is a good thing here. There are also RPG elements for each character. You gain experience from your performance in battle. In fact, every time you defeat an enemy, you get a grade for it. Like it's Devil May Cry or something. You can get fair, which is the lowest one. Nice of them to be so positive on like being the worst. If only my high school French grade said fair instead of F. Mum, it's F for French. Believez-moi. You can get good, impressive, and masterful being the highest. I don't really know how or what is the qualifying difference between them, but one would guess speed of dispatching the enemy, style, did they hurt you? That's my theory. But you can use it to upgrade a few stats, especially your powers. And also, the best thing about it probably is they somehow got approval to have an alternative ending to the movie. Yeah, you still have the original movie ending, but there's a kind of not very secret but still secret-ish ending of sorts where you can play as Anakin in the final battle and win over Obi-Wan. You kill him, meet the Emperor, and then kill the Emperor. Oh my god, what a Sith lad. I still can't believe they put this in the game. Good on them.
The galaxy belongs to me.
Revenge of the Sith is an above average game. For a licensed tie-in, and compared to what came before, it's surprisingly good. It's a game that's very easy to criticize though due to its mindless nature. It's just a solid time that doesn't do anything overly remarkable. It exists, and would have been a full rental title over a weekend, and one that can be enjoyed with friends as you have lightsaber duels. Yes, it can be very repetitive and drawn out, but fans of the genre will enjoy this, I'm sure. It's better than the movie. Okay, so on to the portable version. I am very worried about this because, as we have seen, the last portable version of a movie tie-in was about as welcome as a fart at a Pope's funeral. Revenge of the Sith, released on both the Nintendo DS and Game Boy Advance, a cross-generational game, and I am pleased to say that this is so much better than the last one. In fact, I would go as far as to say it's a hidden gem on both systems. Attack of the Clones, this is not. It is another beat 'em up, sure, but oh sweet Bacta, unlike David, they actually have played one before, and they actually tried to make it a decent game. I'm not going to say it's like the best Star Wars game ever, maybe not even the top 10, but if you've got a hidden gems list, well, let's sit down and talk. My theory is that when Ubisoft got the contract to do the portable game, the director decided to do some research and see what came before, and he was so disgusted and appalled by what he did see, he made it his life mission to create something kick-ass to atone for the errors of David as he sits comfortably in his retirement caravan in Skegness. Firstly, look how smart this is. This has a really exceptional visual style. It's a cartoony look that maybe is somewhat similar to the Clone Wars animated TV series. That is some high-class pixel art. It really didn't need to be. The animation is fantastic, the character models are nice and chunky, and their portraits are so cool with different cartoony emotions. I love it. And I don't believe Ubisoft ripped off a different game of theirs to make this one. It's fresh. I hope. The gameplay takes a little bit getting used to. As I've said, I'm not much of a beat 'em up guy, so it took me a couple of levels to get into the flow here. Due to the GBA hardly being blessed with button options, they had to keep things as simple as possible. You can jump and attack. The jump here is almost completely unnecessary. You'll use it like 3 or 4 times in the entire game. The main attack button has a nice, weighty, decent range lightsaber swing, even attacking enemies that aren't quite on the same plane as you, which I always love in beat 'em ups. I hate it when you have to be on precisely the same pixel line as the enemy for attacks to connect. I like a better swing gauge. You can do slightly different combos by holding in different directions, like doing a backward stab for droids behind you. It can be pretty mindless at first, and it seems, a little annoying. But once you get to grips with both deflecting lasers back at the foes and using things in conjunction with your force powers, the game starts to really flow well. Pushing an enemy away or pulling them towards you, slashing them, it's really good stuff. And there are small environmental elements too. You can force push boulders or droid parts to the other droids to do big damage. You don't have all your powers straight away though, because throughout the level you'll pick up these green jewels. I forgot what they're officially called, but sometimes droids drop them. Or if you smash a wall, maybe they'll pop out. At the end of the level, you can use them to upgrade your force powers. There are only a handful, but personally, I decided to just focus on force pull, push, and healing. That got me through the game, which isn't easy by the way, even on easy mode. It all flows together really well, and the level design, while not particularly interesting, they don't last overly long to get boring like the main console version. There are a lot of levels, but each of them is pretty short. In fact, I think the level design might be my biggest issue with the game. There are very few gimmicky sections, like there's one riding an elevator, one getting chased by a big machine, but not too much else. And whoever the prick is that decided dropping explosives all over the place, I hope you're reflecting on your life choices. The boss fights are good though, like the one where you must force push droid parts towards the tank, and then the big boss fights, which are duels. This was really confusing for me at first, but you have to block and then take your pot shots in a 1v1 situation. Obviously these guys are a bit more Super Saiyan than your usual bad guy, so you also have more nuanced blocks with them. Sometimes you have to hold up, down, or neutral. Like if you don't do that correctly, they will break through your block. If you do it correctly, you'll have a very brief window in which you can get in a couple of hits. You really don't have a lot of time to react to the boss's attack stance, which makes it slightly frustrating when you're first thrown into the fight. As you can see, I'm playing as Obi-Wan, but you can choose Anakin if you want to, and they share different campaigns, which is great, because to complete it with Obi-Wan took me like almost 2 or 3 hours I think, which is a decent length for a beat 'em up. But if you want different stages and a different story perspective, you can pick the other character afterwards, and they are upgraded separately too, so there is plenty of room for replayability. The DS and Game Boy Advance versions are mostly similar to each other, but the DS version has bonus missions, specifically 3D shooter levels. After seeing how they handled the 3D shooter levels in Flight of the Falcon, probably a wise decision to leave them off the Game Boy Advance version. I don't think they add a whole lot, but it's still something nice to extend the run of the game, even though you'll only spend a couple of minutes playing each of the levels. If anyone's curious about a Rogue Squadron game on the DS, well, it could have worked in a similar sort of way to this. They're not too dissimilar to these sections in Elite Squadron, also on the DS, but here you have full freedom of movement. It's a shame they couldn't have been melded together to bring the best of both games. The dogfighting is way better here with all the freedom, but Elite Squadron, it felt more epic, like you were in a real battle, visually much better. If those two were combined, that could have made a sweet little Rogue Squadron DS game. Why is that not a thing? Lo-fi Rogue Squadron, that would have been ace. The other difference is something minimal but highly appreciated by myself, the shortcuts for doing special attacks. Now this is a simple game, as I've said, but with a bit too much going on in the combos and moves you can do. Like different force combinations coupled with these special attacks, it's a bit too much with the standard beat 'em up, but as you can see on the touchscreen, as you unlock all 4 for each character, you can just tap the touchscreen to pull one of them off, providing you have enough force focus. For me, that made the DS version the definitive way to play. The GBA could be a bit more fiddly. Still excellent though, like if you have a DS or a GBA collection brewing, do not be afraid to add this one. For a supposedly simple licensed tie-in, it's excellent, and this is coming from someone who doesn't like beat 'em ups. I actually prefer this portable version over the PS2 and Xbox game. That is weird to say. And what is it with the GBA having licensed tie-in beat 'em ups that have no right being as good as they are? I remember a couple of years back in my Jackie Chan video game retrospective, something that was criminally underwatched by the way, he had a pretty decent beat 'em up on the GBA from what I remember. Go watch that after this. It's only an hour long. For some reason, Jackie Chan, the legend that is, has fewer games than Star Wars. I don't know what the world's coming to. You've got your priorities wrong, okay? Jackie Chan needs more Jackie Chan games, not Star Wars games. The Jackie Chan Star Wars game. Alright. You didn't think we were done with Revenge of the Sith, did you? Oh, hell no. I did say no mobile games, but when it's a mobile game from 2005, well, something tickled my intrigue. I have a small bit of nostalgia for these pre-smartphone games. Games that you had to play with the number pad. I had Tetris on my old Sony Ericsson and I loved it. I played some Silent Hill ones for a bonus Patreon video, and I think they are really curious releases. This is probably something I would have bought had I not been 15 and been way too afraid to use up all my credits buying games and ringtones. Phone credit was important back then. You had to save it, call or text your friends. If you had any. For me, I just used it to call my mom, ask her what time she's coming home from the pub. So when I found out there was a Revenge of the Sith mobile game, I knew I had to give it a spin, at least for just a couple of minutes, and this is the sort of thing I live for. What I make these videos for. Everyone talks about Rogue Squadron, everyone knows about Knights of the Old Republic. I'm talking about the stuff people don't know about, like this piece of garbage. Like, who's documenting this? Me, now. It's rubbish. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up that is somehow worse than the Attack of the Clones on GBA. Did David come back for one last hurrah? It's possible. It is a deliciously awful game, and I enjoy playing it more than Attack of the Clones just because of how poor it is. It's not boring at least, it's got pace. It's a side-scrolling action platformer game where you have a few planes you can switch up or down to. That's quite important to avoid getting absolutely belted. The controls are terrible. You can only press one button at a time. When you attack enemies, your force power goes up, and you can use this to push enemies down. You can also get power-ups to refill it as well. Thankfully, one dodgily animated swing is enough to take down most enemies. Now, it took me a good while to figure out this next part because the first boss seemed impossible. Dooku just wasn't taking a lick of damage and he was annihilating me. Sure, I could block forever, but how can I defeat him? I can't hurt him. But then I found out that when your force meter is completely full, you can do a super attack, which hilariously kills the boss in one hit. Hey, I'm not complaining, if only every video game boss went down after one hit. Each level, you appear to take control of a different Jedi, or at least the game tries to give you variety. You move to Obi-Wan, who takes on Grievous, Windu, who takes on Palpatine, at which point he takes 2 super attacks, which I thought would be impossible, because that means you have to constantly block and then take pot shots at him to inch up your power meter back to the top. As I said though, you can only do one input at a time, as though it's a Tiger Electronics game, so going from blocking to attack against this dude, who is brutal, yeah, it just wasn't happening, so I decided to cheese it a little. I used my super attack on him, then I legged it back through the level. The enemies respawn after you die, so all of the enemies were back. I built up enough power to give him a second hit. Are you bored with this description yet? If you got this far in the video, you probably got pretty good tolerance. And after that, we control Yoda. And after that, I got really bored. Like, this is a bad game, but it's comical at least. The normal enemies are so easy, the bosses unforgiving. The presentation is terrible. I'm pretty sure Atari 2600 games had better walking animation than this. It's pathetic. 2 frames. 2 frames of animation. 2 frames is a disservice to Mace Windu. Do not waste your time on this. But wait, there's more, because I've got more Sith up my sleeve. It's probably why he's so angry all the time. I was just editing all of this section together for my patrons when I stumbled across something truly magical. Revenge of the Sith Activity Center. It brings a tear to my eye. And I know what you're saying, it's not a video game. Shut up, it is. It's made by Ubisoft, who last time I checked are solely a video game company. I don't believe they've made any space probes or medical equipment or written a pamphlet about the surprising effects Morris dancing has on one's social standing. If Ubisoft have done something, it's a video game, therefore this is a video game. Revenge of the Sith Activity Center is a video game. I'm bypassing all the faff that's not a video game and jumping straight into the 2 minigames that are available. The first one is a puzzle game, and it's one we've all played before. It's a near endless supply of matching 3 of the same picture together. You can only move a picture 1 space up, down, left or right, and the best idea is to score combos by making pieces fall into each other. Sometimes you randomly get bonuses to make Natalie Portman disappear forever. She was the best thing about it, what are you doing? It's just kind of boring. I guess it's competent but wholly unexciting and has no element of Star Wars about it. Its saving grace is that you don't get spammed help requests on Facebook from your Auntie Ethel, who plays the thing every damn evening and needs you to give her more lives or something like that. The second game is a horizontal shooter of all things, and I think the developers were playing Darius about 5 minutes before they started to develop this one. They went for the wide boy in this one. This is a super basic shooter. Move and hold shoot. It's not programmed very well at all, especially in terms of hit detection. I think your hitbox is like twice the size of your actual ship. There's some shallow HAL trickery going on here. It is a pretty boring game, with my only motivation for playing it was to see the different locations you visit. But the third level is just the same as the first one. And since the developers obviously couldn't be arsed with this game, I returned the sentiment by not being asked to try and get any further than that. At least the end boss was different, I guess. I do not recommend picking this up. These 2 minigames are certainly not worth it. With the end of the Revenge of the Sith, the Star Wars franchise would be entering into a period of the unknown. For the past half a decade, there was a clear target to milk, but now with no new movies or anything, LucasArts was free, no remit to follow. The first steps to going your own way are always a bit trepidatious, but often can inspire creativity. Just look at the first forays into expanded universe of the Star Wars games. Once they were unshackled from the original movie trilogy, and prior to the sequel trilogy, we had some mostly excellent games. And 2005 brought us one of the most fondly remembered games in Republic Commando. I remember this game was kind of everywhere. The marketing was strong with this one. I never played it, not sure why. Probably just the wrong time for me in my life. The name does give it away, you are a Republic Commando. Unlike Elite Squadron, I don't believe you're imbued with Jedi DNA, you're just trained better and probably given nicer food in the barracks cafeteria. You were raised specially by the Camino aliens, who I didn't realize, but even they have New Zealand accents. That thing is spreading like a deadly disease. There's you and your 3 squad mates, each of which is a master of some kind of skill. There's the sniper, the demolitions expert, and the hacker. You as the leader are skilled at all 3, but just like any real leader, you can just sit back and tell the other people what to do while you sip a cup of tea. This is a game with an interesting premise, which I'm not entirely sure is planned out, maybe a little underdeveloped. At points of the map, you can target a rock or something, and then order the sniper to take position there and give cover. If there's a computer, you can order the hacker to go and deal with it. But it feels kind of shallow, like there could have been so many more opportunities and ideas to use these. It rarely feels like a coming together of everyone doing a thing in a perfectly synchronized squad. It feels a little shallow, sometimes annoying. Like you'd think the sniper dude would be able to realize by himself that the action has moved on and that there are no more enemies in this area. But no, you have to manually tell him to stop camping like it's Modern Warfare 2. This often led to me getting absolutely mullered thanks to being a man down. Not because he was dead, I just forgot to tell him to stop hiding behind some rocks 5 miles ago. And yes, it can be a little challenging. I found my squad mates going down all the time. I like having the challenge because it never felt impossible, I just had to rethink my approach. But come on, having to resuscitate them over and over again because they can't take care of themselves is a bit excessive. You even have to order them to go and top up their own health. But hey, at least they take care of me too. They can revive you when you are down. So yeah, the squad mechanics are the gimmick, but it's not delved in too deeply. It's primarily shoot alien, feel good. That's the main premise, and it does feel good. I like this game quite a lot. I think you can immediately see what they were going for with this. This is the Star Wars equivalent of them gunning for Halo. It's the Halo of the Star Wars universe, and it's pretty good. There is a focus on storytelling, but not enough to interrupt the flow of gameplay. It's cinematic, but you also feel in control when things are happening. There is nice weapon variety, different locations, and even 3 separate story arcs as you battle your way around the Clone Wars. The first one is right when it all kicks off, after a drunk senator calls Dooku a numpty in a nightclub. It's funny how these things can escalate into galactic warfare. And the last one is near the end. I like the episodic style. You know, it's a 10-hour campaign, so swinging to something different once in a while, that's good. There are tonal differences too. Sometimes you find yourself to be alone away from your squad. It's quite terrifying. As headless as they can be, at least they help take out some of the bullet sponge enemies. Oh, and that's another thing you can do. Maybe my favorite thing. So there's almost always like a dozen or so enemies on screen at once. Some of them matchstick droids or aliens that die quickly, but then you get to the super battle droids, which are the Terminator of this world, and you can order all of your men to target the same enemy as you. Just click and they all turn their blasting power to that enemy, which is really needed because unless you have like a grenade, one super battle droid will take away all your ammo. And the game is really generous with ammo, and also health replenishments, but it is not afraid to bleed you dry of them, in more ways than one. This is just a solid action game presented very nicely for the time. It was actually developed in-house, and that surprised me. I didn't realize LucasArts still had the talent to make an FPS. Dark Forces 2 was a long time ago, and the rest of the Jedi Knight series was developed by Raven Software, so it had been a while since they personally done any of this, but they hit it out of the park. The presentation is great. Everything from the visuals, the cinematics and set pieces, the audio dialogue between characters, the music, sound effects, of course they're good. And the best touch of all is the night vision visor. It's been a while since I've seen one look this good. It looks like a VHS filter has been stuck on it, and it makes it look kind of realistic. It's like found footage or something. I'm half expecting to see a creepy Dooku staring at a corner and Natalie Portman having a runny nose. All in all, I do recommend Republic Commando. I'm not a huge fan of dude bro shooters, but when one is put together this well, and actually primarily focused on a good single player campaign, I can't help but recommend it. It doesn't set the world on fire, and it's not as game changing as Halo was, but it's only like half a step down in my opinion. Another surprise for me is that when it originally released, alongside PC, on console it was exclusive to Xbox. Maybe that's why I didn't play it. I mean, I did have an Xbox, but in 2005, I wasn't really playing it anymore. I would have sworn this was also out on GameCube and PS2, but no. And for a long time, that was the only place you could play it on a console. Maybe the others couldn't handle that night vision effect. But now with Star Wars being very happy to re-release games, especially from this era, you can play it on pretty much anything these days. It was on the Switch, PS4, you can play the original Xbox version via backwards compatibility, and you know what, give it a shot. If it's ever $10 or you find a physical copy, yeah, why not? It is a fun time. Well, tickled my fancy when I found out that Republic Commando had a sequel. But not just any sequel. My masochistic juices started flowing when it appeared that Republic Commando Order 66 was a mobile game. We all know that Order 66 is the moment Palpatine flipped the switch into evil dictator mode. I am curious, Star Wars fans, Order 66, that's pretty far down the line. What other orders did he have? Let me know. The last time I ordered number 66, I got some spring rolls, which was awesome, unlike Star Wars Order 66, of which there is a video game dedicated to it, and it's essentially a lo-fi Jedi murder simulator. That is the goal, murder the Jedi. I'm not spending long on this like with the other mobile games that are popping up, but I think it's interesting to talk about. I like talking about stuff that no one else does. This is a vertical run and gun game. It's Ikari Warriors but with clone troopers, and a mildly interesting gameplay mechanic behind it. It's not a good game, of course it isn't, but it's a mobile game from the mid-2000s. It didn't need to be good, it needed to be distracting, and I think it does its job well. Because it's about clone troopers, and the main game, Republic Commando, was based upon the squad system, they tried to do that here. Before you start the level, you choose 3 troopers. There aren't many to start with, but the further you get into the game, the more you unlock, and they each have their own gimmick. You have your standard trooper, safe, reliable, shoot straight down the middle, and steady. But then you've got the spread shot guy, or the heavy assault dude who shoots slower, but more powerfully, and then you've got the clumsy git who shoots sideways, which is very useful for a game where you can't actually turn. Yeah, that can make things a little awkward, especially with some levels being very claustrophobic, but hey, it's better than Ikari Warriors. And many people consider that a classic, with a large emphasis on the ass part of classic. You have a short vertical level before meeting the end boss, which is a Jedi in a closed arena. They can reflect your blasters back at you, so you have to wait for the right moment to strike. I actually found it easier just to have one trooper alive. It's just visually easier to get my placement and movement right in what is a very cumbersome part of the game. Apparently you can switch formations of your squad, but I couldn't find the button for that on the emulator. It's weird, these mobile games, like even when you play on the same emulator with the same keyboard, every game has like slightly different mappings, with some buttons not working at all. And I think that was the case here. Anyways, I got all the way up to Obi-Wan, who kept lobbing rocks at me, and only having half a millisecond of space between him doing that and getting his lightsaber back up, so I got bored of trying since these bosses are just a test of patience. Dodge the attack, take the pot shot. Dodge the attack, take the pot shot. Not thrilling to be honest, but I do like the idea of this game, so a decent job. I didn't want to vomit. I am really surprised we never saw a proper sequel to the main game. Republic Commando 2, anyone? Well, once again, plans were in place even before Republic Commando came out. But again, considering this was the era of caution for LucasArts, what would have been titled Imperial Commando to signify the handover to the Empire never materialized. That is a shame, but if you want to immerse yourself more in the world of Boss, Scorch, Fixer, and Sev, then there are like 5 novels dedicated to it, so yeah, learn to read. Lego. Goddamn Lego. Lego, Lego, Lego. Everywhere you look, Lego. Pretty much the mid-2000s, for about like a whole decade, gaming was taken over by Lego. Indiana Jones, Pirates of the Caribbean, Harry Potter, Marvel. You have to remember there was a time prior to all their lack of imagination when they actually tried to make interesting Lego games that didn't follow the same never-ending formula. I mean, most of them were complete crap, but you have to admire their efforts. But then along came Lego Star Wars and the video game to make every employee at Traveller's Tales have the most mundane job in the video game industry. They were condemned for life to force every franchise possible into the same gameplay fold. But there was a good reason for that. They sold gangbusters, and for the most part, surprisingly entertaining despite being made for a younger audience. There is a reason we've had 6 Lego Star Wars games. Of course, I'm not going to go through all of them individually, I'm grouping them together to save everyone's sanity. The first released in 2005, simply titled Lego Star Wars. The video game was made in the run-up to the release of Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, and so that's why this first release only regards the prequel trilogy, which was a brave move. I'm sure all along they planned to make a sequel game, but having the restraint not to include full-on nostalgia bait straight from the off is super commendable, although perhaps they had no idea how successful the series would be for them. I don't know. A year later, we got Lego Star Wars 2, the original saga, which is what old school fans were asking for. I think even at this point, people still weren't convinced of the prequel stuff, so this is when it really took off. Not long later, these two games were squashed together into one complete package, which is what I'm playing for this video. Pretty much complete, and even includes tweaks to the original release, which at the time, for example, Episode 3 didn't have the official music from the movie. Well, now they added it in for the nerds who truly care or notice. I didn't notice. Now, I feel a bit daft introducing the LEGO games to you guys because it's so goddamn rampant. Even if you've never played one before, you've played one before from pure osmosis. Whether it's from YouTube videos, browsing the game store, or from babysitting your nephew that one time, you've gained the knowledge like pheromones in the air. Or maybe it's meningitis. I don't know, you've got something. So this will be brief. I'm not going to really explain the mechanics too much, but just what works and why they have been so successful. One of the strongest parts of these games is the storytelling, because unlike other reimaginings of the story, these ones are filled with humor. They are absolutely taking the piss out of themselves. Something the British are especially good at, and you can almost tell these are British made from their cutscenes alone. As mildly engaging as the gameplay is for kids, for adults, it's more likely they'll want to keep playing just to see what's going to happen next in terms of how they will make destroying an entire planet mildly comical. The first game is more cautious with this, but by the time you get to LEGO Star Wars 3, they know it's a major selling point of the franchise. The idea is to collect as many studs as possible. No, this is not about a divorcee's night out, I'm talking about LEGO studs. Collecting these will earn you cash to buy things such as new characters, and you are rewarded for replaying levels again because different characters have different abilities. So sometimes the mandatory characters at the beginning won't have the necessary skills to get all the secrets, which often reap the biggest rewards. Droids can open doors. Characters with blasters can rappel up to higher locations. Smaller characters can go through small hatches. Jedi can use their force power to move stuff around. Bounty hunters can blow up metal objects. All of this to collect more studs, more power kits, and more special bricks. If anything, there is just a bit too much stuff to do. Like right at the beginning, if you really want, you can use force powers to just do something with the lights. You kind of want to do it because preferably you want to hit the bits goal first time of asking. You can see it at the top there, but then you barely get anything for doing that, and it is a bit tedious. It's the first game in the series, so I can't complain too much. I'm sure they learned their lesson to balance it out a little bit. You don't need to randomly build everything. This double pack of the first two games is just incredible value for money. There is just so much to be getting on with, there's a risk of getting really bored of it before it's over. And as an adult, I do not recommend binge playing this one. Take your time with it, and I think you'll enjoy it a lot more. Much to my surprise, there was a LEGO Star Wars 3, which must have come out during my video game sabbatical when the 360 and PS3 era were really doing nothing for me. HD development almost killed gaming as a hobby for me for a short time, but apparently it did come out and was based on the Clone Wars TV series, which yeah, that is why this one slipped me by. I didn't watch it then, I've still never watched it to this day. I've been told it's super good all things considered and answers some of my issues with the storytelling of the movies, especially between the second and third. But yeah, this is my first time experiencing it. I highly doubt this is the best way to get the story. It's more of the same, of course, but it does feel a bit more refined, more confident and cinematic. People complain about all the Legos being the same, but you actually can feel the gradual increase in quality. If you have kids and they are into Star Wars, or you want to get them into Star Wars, these are great games for it. Even adults who aren't particularly interested in gaming, but you want some bonding time with your hobby, this is a good one because it is obviously super kid friendly in the fact that you can't lose, like you can't actually die. Well, you can lose all your health, but all that happens is you lose a few studs. That's just a natural fact of life. You can't hold onto all the studs forever, society does not accept it. Ladies, Some of the puzzles can be a little bit tricky too. I have to admit, I was a bit stumped from time to time about how to approach something. Maybe that's shameful, but it also makes it for good child and parent bonding sessions, because I do think some kids may be a little bit frustrated by themselves here and there, and it's a good way to work together as a team with your 10-year-old or whatever. I mean, you can't always be blowing up heads together in split-screen Call of Duty. That's for the irresponsible uncle. Unsurprisingly, these LEGO games have made great fodder for portable offerings. I was quite surprised to see there being a Game Boy Advance version of the first and second games, and you know what? I think it's pretty good. Star Wars and the Game Boy Advance have not gone together so well, as we found out, but I would say that these two games together, might as well count them together, are probably the second best Star Wars experience on the system. They're not close to Revenge of the Sith, but still very surprisingly commendable. They've adapted the gameplay pretty well overall, switching characters a bit awkward, but I like that your current character just falls apart when you switch over. That's nice. The PSP version of LEGO Star Wars 2 is very close to the main console version, aside from a bit of slowdown here and there, and there is some lower quality visuals. It's still quite impressive. It shows that the PSP could really pull its weight if it wanted to. It even has the full cutscenes. The DS version of the complete saga doesn't quite match the others, makes sense. The cutscenes are now a mix of the bigger console full motion and the Game Boy Advance's still frames. Like, it still has still frames but with minor animation. The big difference though is the level design, which is completely different. It shares the exact same philosophy in terms of gameplay mechanics, building stuff, switching characters to do what they're good at, and even the goals of a level are the same, but the journey is not. Completely different level design. I think due to technical issues, they've had to make the level layouts much flatter. There is way less depth here, so it has the feeling more like a side-scrolling platformer. Yes, there's 3D movement and some heading down the Z-axis, but you're mostly moving from left to right, which means there's some nice new puzzles to solve, new gameplay. Now, if you love LEGO Star Wars on the Big Daddy console, well, you're getting a whole new game here basically. You might want to try it. Aside from that, because it's the DS, the touchscreen controls had to be implemented. Let's be honest, there would have been riots at Nintendo's HQ if they didn't do something with that. It feels a bit half-assed, to be honest, which is my kind of preferred level of gimmick. You don't want nothing, yet you don't want the entire game to revolve around it, okay? You need the balance, you need the half-assedness, okay? Half-ass it, guys. You'll be thankful. This can be used to change character without having to scroll through the lot of them, and then there's the Jedi Force powers. You can see the big green square with the circle in it. When you come to something that can be fiddled with by a Jedi or Sith, you can see a trail of lights, which is the direction you should flick the circle in with the magical touch powers. Of course, this means taking your hands off the other buttons that you need to attack and stuff, so it's not exactly smooth, but it works. And if you hate it, you can still use the normal buttons for these features. It's mildly gimmicky. And that's not all, ladies and gents, because we keep going backwards. We've gone from the home consoles to the powerful handheld consoles to the weaker handheld consoles. Well now, how about we go back even further? Back once again to the wonderful world of mobile gaming. LEGO Star Wars on your Sony Ericsson W550i. Hell yes, of course. This version is also completely different. In fact, LEGO Star Wars 1 and LEGO Star Wars 2 on mobile are quite different from each other. Sorry for the technical issues with characters disappearing and stuff, but the first game, which is of course covering the prequel trilogy, definitely seems more like a puzzle game. There is action with droids, but it's mostly about block pushing. I think it's better than the second game, to be honest, which starts off with Luke on the Death Star trying to find R2. This one is harsh, man. One hit and you are dead, and you have to restart the level again. Fine, levels take about 20 seconds to complete, but the point stands. It's a kid's game. You have a blaster and it's a bit boring, to be honest, and I don't really advise you play these versions. Due to the lack of Star Wars related media in the next years following the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy and the Clone Wars, it was a while before we saw any more LEGO Star Wars. But when Disney paid for George Lucas to have more money than most island countries, the Star Wars merchandise factory was heating back up. We got the Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens. I know opinions on this movie soured quite quickly after release, but I still stand by it's a decent time. Not great, but it was a welcome return to the universe I loved, and I think it set up a new beginning well. I was hopeful it would bloom into something beautiful. Only one video game spawned from that movie. I guess development isn't as cheap or as quick as it used to be, and that was good old LEGO Star Wars The Force Awakens. It actually wouldn't surprise me if Disney were reluctant to allow developers to play with their plot for fear of spoilers. Remember, in order to get these licensed tie-ins out in time, the developers kind of needed to know what's going on. Around this time, Disney were well known to be not especially pleased with the returns of the video game market and had given them up recently. Like Disney Interactive Studios were ejected from existence in 2016 thanks to losing 200 million Disney bucks per year. Mickey don't play. This was released during the absolute saturation of the LEGO game market, the point where I think this bubble was ready to burst. In fact, I think it already did burst. I mean, when you have games come out that no one has ever heard of, or when you don't realize something is a sequel, or that they are in fact separate games, you have an issue. And this was lost in the mix or just general exhaustion. I know I certainly didn't have the stomach for this, even though I was definitely back into games and I was definitely back into Star Wars. I felt proper excited like a kid again, but I had no intention of playing this, even though I did pick it up when I was going for a full Wii U set. Well, it turns out 10 years ago Jordan had quite a bit of foresight to pick this one up so I could do this video. I didn't play this version for the review. And yeah, playing the first LEGO Star Wars game and the 70th LEGO game, it's quite similar. They've got the formula and pumped these bad boys out. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying chill the hell out, guys. You can tell they've tried to get even more cinematic, even more bombastic. It looks great, by the way, and by this point they've moved on from silent cutscenes in the originals, grunts in LEGO Star Wars 3, well now they've got fully voice-acted cutscenes, where they've ill-advisably taken dialogue from the movies and plastered them in the LEGO game. It's a juxtaposition that can be funny sometimes, but other times I just think it stifles the creativity in what they can do with the cutscenes, because now they have to at least follow what the characters are saying. They can't just go completely nuts and out there anymore. I also find it quite funny that the game based on The Force Awakens does not have enough meat on the bone for a full game, so the first half an hour is dedicated to the Battle of Endor. It's a decent game to be fair, but I think the LEGO company, Traveller's Tales, and the licensees saw the writing on the wall. Oversaturation can kill the industry, or at least the genre, for a good while. So after the release of The Force Awakens, and a few others, they needed to take a little step back and think things through differently. They couldn't just bring out the Last Jedi LEGO game, nor a Rise of the Skywalker. They had to go big or go home. It took them a while. I'm sure their investors were getting a little twitchy at points, not used to waiting more than a few weeks between releases. But to coincide with the release of Rise of Skywalker in theaters, Traveller's Tales went above and beyond. Not just creating a game based on one trilogy. No, they created a game based on 3 trilogies, from the Phantom Menace all the way up to Rise of Skywalker. And it's not just content, it's the way they made the content, because now it's not in its little diorama-esque world, it's like a proper third-person action game from over the shoulder, and it looks bloody gorgeous. The changes and evolution here is pretty substantial, making it a super commendable experience. You could have made the argument that they should have been like this like half a decade ago, but then again, development did pretty much begin half a decade before it released, in 2007. And from what it sounds like, it wasn't a pleasant experience being on the development team. This was around the time that Twitter and gaming news outlets were constantly bringing up examples of crunch and poor middle management. No one was listening to their ideas, as though Disney would let the janitor and cafeteria staff have a say on gameplay development. I don't really know how bad it really was, because news sites would latch onto anything at that point, but looking at the game itself, you can see an absolute ton of blood, sweat, and tears went into revolutionizing the genre. And considering LEGO and Star Wars signed on to make more Star Wars stuff for the next decade, I think we will be getting more. I do wonder where the future lies though. There are no more movies for the foreseeable future. Maybe based off the million TV shows that no one can possibly keep up with? We'll have to see. Either way, if they build off the back of Skywalker's saga, it's time for all gamers to take them a bit more seriously. This is really good. But over the course of 2 days, I've literally played more LEGO Star Wars than is advisable by a medical professional. You certainly don't need all of these, especially not playing them over the course of one weekend. There is a lot of Star Wars games, but by God, there is also a hell of a lot of LEGO Star Wars games. We need to move on. Moving on to something I've been very excited about, because in 2005 and 2006 there was a particular deluge of mobile games with the Star Wars license. And even better, most of them were published by THQ. I'm only going to spend a short amount of time on these, don't worry. Star Wars Battle for the Republic is one I'm going to spend the least time on because it's the one I spent the least time with. It's also visually incredibly boring, but that's mostly down to the emulator, because behind all these like black squares is supposed to be a modest amount of space, stars, planets and stuff. Hardly that much more thrilling. In fact, this dodgy emulation might work more in its favor, because this mobile game from 2005 is what I would define as a lo-fi strategy game. It's a turn-based Star Wars strategy game where you move your troops across the screen to combat the enemy forces. Battles play out a little bit like Advance Wars, in a way, as you see the number of forces dwindle visually the weaker they are. I only played for a little bit, but there is some weird mechanics of combining forces, which I just really didn't quite get. You can rally your troops to increase their power and defense. You can even use transport ships to quickly take a mass amount of armies across the battlefield. Seems pretty standard, but I don't think I particularly liked it. I found it to be unnecessarily harsh at the beginning, with the enemy always doing more damage, even when both units were at the same troop level. Maybe I need to spend more time with it, and preferably with the full presentation. Maybe then I'd be more inclined to enjoy it, but for now, I found it really quite dull. Don't play this game, guys. Grievous Getaway is a simple game. It's a vertical auto-scroller and it's not too dissimilar to Order 66, only this time you must move forward at all times. Instead of having clone troopers, you control Obi-Wan as he rides a bloody dinosaur, chasing General Grievous as he tries to get away, hence the name of the game. It's a simple, easy enough game, but there are plenty of hazards in your way, although nothing a good old lightsaber slash can't deal with. They especially can't deal with you lobbing the lightsaber at them. Sadly, you can't do that all the time since it takes up a huge chunk of your force powers. Not surprising though, you are riding a dinosaur and boomeranging a lightsaber. That's the kind of combo they only teach the true masters like Yoda. Each level, I believe, is never ending. Or at least it scrolls back to the beginning and will loop endlessly until you get down Grievous to a small amount of health, at which point he boosts the hell out of there to move on to the next level. I'm not going to say the levels are inspired or anything because they kind of meld together, but it's nice to see that there are levels and that they do have some kind of differences. Some have holes to avoid, special routes, or crumbling rocks to slow you down. I suspect you can jump in this game, but I could not figure out which button did that. There must be something like that because you can see power-ups on platforms that must be jumped to. But never mind, it didn't seem essential. Along with those power-ups, I'm picking up all these orbs and crap up that I have no idea what they do. Nothing really happens, but it's fine. The best thing you can do is accidentally kill civilians. Bloody Obi-Wan and his drunken dinosaur rampage again. The Jedi Temple can't keep sweeping it under the rug. You can run them over or throw your lightsaber at them, and this probably will happen. I doubt you can avoid completely in this game without trampling 3 or 4 of them. Thankfully, the game knows that lives in the Star Wars universe are meaningless since you only lose a tiny amount of points. I got as far as what I suspect being the last level, and the final showdown with the Metal Man himself, but then the emulator decided to what I can only describe as melting into another universe, so I didn't complete it. But as always with these games, I'm looking for a mild distraction rather than something truly good. And yes, this would have sufficed as a distraction. It's a cute little auto-scroller that can be picked up and played for 5 or 10 minutes while you wait for the bus or show off to your mates in the pub once you'd finished sending those naughty Bluetooth messages to each other. We've been through the Battle of Coruscant probably more times than we've been through the Battle of Endor or Yavin at this point. They really milked that tiny, not particularly impressive set piece dry, and there is a whole video game dedicated to it. This is a vertical shooter. And yes, it's not exactly great, but I will give them credit for the fact they seem to have played one before. They get the idea, they know how they play. Enemy formations, learnable patterns. David definitely didn't program this one. And for a mobile game, I think it would have been pretty cool back in the day. I would have definitely played it and downloaded it. Given the hardware, it's a slightly slower experience, bullets appear like slideshows, and there are never more than 5 enemies on screen at once. At least they are massively chunky, making them hard to miss. For the sake of your dear old 5 button on the number pad, once you've shot, it always goes to auto fire, so you only really need to worry about your positioning. Again, it's not exactly smooth, but it works. This is not a one-hit kill sort of game. Unless you crash into an enemy, you have a health bar, which can be replenished with the yellow orbs left by enemies. If you pick up the green ones, that enhances the fire rate. Unlike most shooters out there, this one has very distinct levels, each with an individual goal or gimmick. Sure, they look the same, but they play differently. The first one is just about surviving to the end, pretty standard. But the second level is having to avoid homing missiles being launched at you. The third is to destroy all the turrets on a starship. The fourth is to not let any enemies fly past you. The fifth is to avoid a drunken Obi-Wan piloting around you. They are all different. And it's quite difficult, although that will partly be down to the awkward emulation controls. I think it would have been much easier on real hardware, but even if you run out of lives, this game is quite forgiving since you can select any level you want from the main menu as long as you've previously reached it, so you don't always have to start from the very beginning. It's a pretty decent game, very nice for portable play back in 2005. I was pleasantly surprised by their inventiveness in the mission goals. Good job on this one. Star Wars Puzzle Blaster is when someone over at THQ played Puzzle Bobble and thought, hey, how can we force Star Wars into this no matter how badly it fits? Okay, it's not badly fitting, it's just pointlessly fitting. There is literally no Star Warsy tropes or magic aside from that your normal colored jewels are just disembodied heads of Star Wars characters that you can hopefully make out considering how tiny they are. Have you played Bust a Move before? Well, it is that, just without any soul, personality, or fun. Okay, I'll take that last part back. The core gameplay is there, which makes it inherently fun, but they've tried to mask it with beige corduroy trousers. It's presented awfully. If you're not aware of the genre, you can see at the top there are a bunch of Star Wars heads. At the bottom, you have a launcher and a head ready to get blasted upwards. You need to match 3 heads together to make them disappear. The goal of the stage is to make them all disappear. There's a lot of tactical placement because if you make the foundation at the bottom, or I would guess technically at the top of the screen disappear, then all of the pieces supported by it will fall down too. This is a very unpressured version of the game. Yeah, the ceiling does descend, but it's not going to cause you too much trouble, at least in the stages that I've played so far. To set it a little apart from others, there are a few more special heads, like Darth Vader, who will plow through anything in its path, and the Stormtrooper, which has an explosive radius when it touches another piece. These are useful for taking out Yoda, because Yoda pieces don't actually appear for you to shoot up, but they are in the mix at the top, so you need to get rid of the green little goblin in a different way than matching 3. The game is competent, it follows the gameplay formula, and I have to admit I played this for longer than I actually needed to record footage. I was watching the England football team fail their way to success against Slovakia at the Euros while playing this, so yeah, you can date my progress with that one. But as I said, due to its lo-fi nature, it's had its soul sucked out of it. No music, no life, no cute animals dancing around, no confetti. I don't remember if early Puzzle Bobble games did this, but it feels like they did. This is the version of Puzzle Bobble that you'd play at a funeral. It's more respectful to the dead. You know, when it's the mid-2000s, the idea of mobile gaming is finally beginning to evolve beyond Snake, and you're sitting there in THQ's mobile department wondering how can you adapt video games to the palm of your hands with number pad controls? How can you get around the limitations? Make the most of what you have? How can these be used better than a home console game? Those are the kind of people you have to respect. Unlike the creator of Lightsaber Combat, who didn't give a monkeys about what he farted out and made perhaps one of the worst fighting games of all time. Like, if you thought porting Mortal Kombat to the Game Boy was a bad idea, think about this idiot. A 1v1 fighting game on a Nokia. Jesus, it is absolutely awful. There are only two fighters, there's Obi-Wan and Darth Maul, that's it. You fight Darth Maul over and over again, just in different locations. The controls don't make any sense. So much so, after trying to comprehend them from a fighting game perspective, I did what I always do and reverted to button mashing. I just spammed 3 different buttons over and over again, which turned out pretty effective. I won pretty much all the time, until about like 6 levels in when my fingers started aching along with my boredom, at which point I stopped. I can't imagine trying to play this as a proper fighter. There is literally no way to take this game seriously, even though the game does want to be taken seriously because it's one of the few games in terms of Star Wars that has blood in it. Like, I can't remember seeing any blood up to this point. I think this might be the first R-rated Star Wars game. Anyways, that's all I have to say about it. It's absolutely terrible, and at no point should you even consider booting this up on an emulator. It's so bad that even Wikipedia doesn't list it in their list of Star Wars games, and even Wikipedia, which would bore the tits off a bantha with how tedious that information can get, that has dedicated a whole 2 sentences to this game. Even they would prefer it not to exist. Star Wars Imperial Ace 3D is thankfully much better. It's a game that actually feels ambitious for the system. It's a rail shooter, and it's essentially Flight of the Falcon if it was made competently. Now, this is 2006. I don't think phones at this time were that much more powerful than a GBA, but it looks and runs so much better. It's not a great game, but it would have been pretty magical to have this on your phone in 2006. There are like 5 missions, each of which has a slightly different goal. The first of which I believe is just to survive until the end. Another one has you trying to take down bigger ships using your bombs, or just running into them. Another has you doing a bombing mission on generators and cannons. You can see the set amount of requirements that you need at the top. If you get to the end of the level before you get them all, you will fail. I did fail one of them because I couldn't figure out how to launch the missile on the keyboard with my emulator, so I had to improvise a little bit, so the gameplay is very messy. Anytime I needed to bomb something, please just imagine my mild panic attack as I switched from my keyboard controls to using my mouse on a virtual keyboard. I had to move on the fly. Each mission, you will get a new craft. You start with the TIE Fighter, then the Interceptor. The third one is what I like to call the TIE Chandelier. I've seen them hanging in 18th century French ballrooms. Either that or it had an encounter with the Toxic Crusader. Did they make this one up just for the game? Or kind of feels like I may have seen one of these before. Maybe in like one of the Rebel Assault games. I don't know. Let me know, Star Wars nerds. There are different difficulties, and that changes the amount of targets you need to hit. For example, on easy, you can get away with missing most of them, but on hard, I'm sure you need to hit every single one of them available. It's a decently fun game that I didn't mind at all. The crafts look good, they attack from the front and the back, you're flying through asteroid fields and canyons. It's ambitious, and you can move up and down like a proper rail shooter. Star Wars Death Star Assault is a very similar game. In fact, I would not be surprised to find out it could have been a sister game, developed and released at the same time. It's kind of the same gameplay, but this time from the Rebels' perspective. And it's doing something we've done at least like 24 times now. We are trying to take down the Death Star in an X-Wing, but there are stages prior to that, and it's about what you'd expect. It's definitely 100% less interesting than Imperial Ace due to the mission variety, or I should say lack of it, because unlike the missions in Imperial Ace, which have specific targets to hit, this is more boring. I mean, it's alright, but it's certainly more generic. For example, the first mission is taking down 20 TIE fighters in 2 minutes. The next is the same, but now avoiding Star Destroyers. And then you're on the surface taking down 20 turrets, and then you're in the trenches. I mean, we've done this so many times before. I want to say that it's neither better nor worse than any of the games that have done this before. In fact, it's probably technically better than the original Star Wars arcade game, just purely down to playability, but I can't help feel it's a bit more shallow than its sister game. It does look good though. Full 3D zooming around an X-Wing, and again, you're only in the X-Wing. In Imperial Ace, you flew different craft every single mission. We even got the Chernobyl TIE Fighter. I think there are enough craft in the Rebel Alliance to have the same variety. X-Wing, B-Wing, A-Wing, Y-Wing, make another wing up. Maybe they are unlocked somehow, but I doubt it. And, I get it. It's supposed to be one long continuous mission, so switching craft wouldn't make sense. But I think they could have made it work if you were changing pilot or perspective between the stages. Maybe the finale could have been Luke Skywalker in the X-Wing. You're just building up to that. I'm thinking about this way too much. What do you guys think? Well, I think if you had to try one of them, definitely choose Imperial Ace over this one. Unless it turns out you can pilot an A-Wing, then hell yes. Now, before we move on from this mobile section of the video, I have a little bit of an oopsie to fix. We've been going in chronological order, but as you know, I've been making this video in giant chunks where my patrons have been able to watch this giant video come together piece by piece. But it turns out I missed a game in the previous part. It is a mobile game called Jedi Trainer, and sat firmly in the Attack of the Clones era. I missed this game, but I'm sure you can understand why. I mean, when Wikipedia doesn't even have an entry for it, you know it's obscure. Wikipedia doesn't list it. And it was seemingly developed by Nokia themselves. This was released in 2003, so by my mark, this is the earliest Star Wars mobile game, maybe? Was it worth uncovering? Hell no, it's one of the most boring games I've ever played. It's 2003, it's experimental time. Can proper games be an actual thing on the platform? They didn't know, so they played it safe. If this was something happening in the bed, Nokia would have double sheathed. That's how safe they were. This is a game of reactions where Anakin or Obi-Wan stand in the center of a room like a plonker and practice droids firing something at you. If you think of the number layout of the phone with 5 standing you in the middle, you can block in 8 different directions. If you block the laser with the best timing, you can get bonus points by reflecting the laser, or even better, hitting it back at the droid. If you miss them, you take some damage. It goes on for what feels like an eternity. After passing the round, you enter a bonus round, which is just a game of Simon Says. You copy the pattern. If you do it correctly, you recover all of your health, just to prolong the misery. The more torturous boredom you put yourself through, the more droids join the party, and that's really it. Anakin is considered the easy mode, and Obi-Wan is the hard mode. And I am in bored mode talking about it, so let's get out of this mobile section for a while and jump back into some proper games. It's time to get back to the portable exclusives on a dedicated gaming system. Star Wars Lethal Alliance was an interesting choice of a game. I don't know why, but of all the Star Wars games in this video, this one feels like it's the most random. Like it's come from absolutely nowhere. It's not part of an established sub-series. It's not off the back of a movie. It's just a cool idea. Released on both portable consoles de jour, the PSP and DS, both games follow a similar premise but are executed differently. Jordan, do not make a joke about execution. You made a promise. I played the DS version first, so that's what I'll talk about first. You are a Twi'lek mercenary called Rihanna. Sadly, she's not blue to satisfy your Smurf fetish, but I'll take it. And you are hired by none other than Kyle Katarn. He's back. It's been a while, bro. I don't know where this takes place in the timeline, but I'm pretty sure it was like before he was a Jedi, because otherwise he probably wouldn't need your help. You are tasked with infiltrating the Black Sun crime syndicate and doing something. I've got to be honest, the story isn't particularly thorough in its development. It doesn't like to hold on to cutscenes very long, but they are handled better in the DS version, I'll give credit there. If you want to understand the story, play this version. While I think there could be an interesting narrative here, unfortunately, the developers and writers felt the need to step on the toes of already established lore, because the end result is essentially Rihanna stealing the plans for the Death Star. We've done this before. Okay, Kyle Katarn casually did it before breakfast, and it could have been more epic. I'm not one of those guys who holds the writing of the expanded universe sacred, but have we got any other ideas, lads? Anything at all? It's an entire galaxy with endless possibilities, and instead, we're gonna pave over already established lore. She is not doing herself any favors with hardcore fans. It's a good job she's a Twi'lek, otherwise she'd be persecuted by the fan base. Can you imagine the reaction if she was just a Rodian? There'd be riots. And let's not forget that when Disney did take over, they paved over this plotline over a second time, deciding Jyn Erso stole the plans, which is a movie I really like, by the way. I'm just waiting for the fourth attempt where they say that Max Rebo shoved it up his arse and then farted it out all over Leia's face. That'll be a great movie. So the story is not a strong point, but I can happily say the world building is pretty good. I think the visuals for the DS version will divide opinion. To some it will look like pixelated garbage, whereas to other more cultured and 100% correct people, it will be the perfect hit of nostalgia. Like, the DS was never a 3D powerhouse, but I always appreciated the attempt, and I think it looks nice. It's prime time PS1. They did a great job with the environments. Most games, up to this point, even ones on higher powered machines, they have been terrified to show you populated areas. But here, when you see the cityscape, you see the flying cars zooming by, well, that's pretty cool. I like it. And look, even though they may be embarrassed by this sunset, I am impressed by it. It brings a nostalgic tear to my eye when games look like this. But what about the gameplay? It is a 3D action game, a third-person shooter that's not exactly smooth. It's a run-and-gun type of action where you enter rooms and kick ass. Thankfully, there is a very generous auto-aim and lock-on targeting, so you rarely need to think too much about it. You lock on and flick between enemies with the shoulder buttons. You can dodge with the B button and shoot indefinitely with the A button. You also have a little robot buddy who you can fling off to do damage to the enemy. There are also combos you can pull off, but rarely did they seem to work for me. I just didn't quite get a handle on that. When I say it's a run and gun, I mean in the sense that when you see enemies, you don't actually need to use your brain. But it's not balls to the wall action, especially in this DS version, which has a bit of a focus on level traversal. I don't want to call it platforming because that would be generous to Rihanna, who can't actually jump. But there are large sections of the game where you use your robot friend like a gravity-defying Roomba. You cling onto him and he takes you up walls across ceilings. The idea is that you are a stealthy infiltrator, except when you're not and you're just blowing the whole building up, but that's not the point. My point, which I'm coming to right now, is that in a weird and not entirely complimentary way, this feels like a game that should be a Kyle Katarn game. It feels adventurous and stealthy, like someone on a secret mission. Don't get me wrong, I love the games with Kyle Katarn in, but boy did he love rocking up and destroying everything without a whisper of subtlety. I think Lethal Alliance could have had something really nice if it had a bit more polish. Because when I say this feels like one of the rougher, more cobbled together Star Wars games, I really mean it. The game works fine, like it isn't broken or anything, but boy does it have the essence of Ubisoft hitting the print button the second the last line of code was written. At no point did they step back and think, now we've finished it, how can we polish this up or improve it? No! This is definitely an F it, that'll do job. And that shows pretty well on this DS version with the touch controls. You can't use touch controls during the normal action, but there is a large focus on puzzles in this version, and they all make use of the touchscreen. There are loads of panels to open doors and such, or uncover the map for the area, and you have like 3 or so mini games to do. One is, as Simon says, repeat the pattern, which sounds easy, but it don't play around. It does it at the speed of light. You do get clues about which one to hit next, but only in a general direction. The map ones confuse the hell out of me at first. Like these 2 lines, you need to have the crossing point at a specific location. You'll get a hint as to where, but then the game instructs you to scratch at the X marks the spot. So you do that, and then nothing happens. Well, it turns out that by scratch the location, what it means is gouge the innards out of your Nintendo DS. Because you really gotta claw at that thing. I don't know if it was intentional or just poor programming, because these puzzle parts do seem very unresponsive. Like this horrible cube minigame where you have to land the cube on the spot, but it must be on the matching picture face. You can paw at this thing like a cat trying to open a fridge 5, 10 times just to get it to respond. It's bloody frustrating, and it's against the clock. And finally, the only decent use of the touchscreen is when you're controlling your robot friend who needs to go off on his own to power down a door or something. For some reason, it's fine for him to be able to look around freely with the stylus. I guess he doesn't need to fight, so maybe that's why. Now, Lethal Alliance is an interesting game, especially on the DS due to its puzzles and not being entirely focused on action. Stealthy platforming, it's pretty cool, but it feels very rushed and not given enough time in the oven. It is a finished game, but it's not a polished or well-loved game. It's not a bad one to add to your collection, but I wouldn't rush out to buy it. But how about the other version? As mentioned, Lethal Alliance was also released on the PSP, and much of me wishes that it wasn't, because man, this was a surprisingly tough game to play. This video, like all the games I've needed to play for it, you know, it's just been technical hurdle after technical hurdle. Headaches, stress, twitching eyelids. Don't get me started on the twitching eyelids, they're still not stopping just to get the games to work. But of those games that did give me a technical hurdle and did give me a headache, I knew that they would. I knew that they would give me a big pain in the arse. Lethal Alliance on the PSP was not on my plans of pain in the arseness. I was not expecting this to be as difficult to play as it is. I didn't realize that this game would take me 3 days just to get working. Because for me, I've emulated a decent amount of PSP games for various projects and personal enjoyment, and they've all played perfectly. Not a single frame dropped, not a texture unpopped. I assumed PSP emulation was cracked a long time ago. Well, it just so happens that Lethal Alliance just does not play around with cutscenes that run too fast, out of sync audio, dodgy visual effects that render it unplayable. Like if you get hit once, you get a giant block of white all over the screen, and it ain't something you can hide. I played different versions of the game on different versions of the emulators on different machines, but no, this thing just does not emulate. So it took me a while to figure out my next move, and you know times are desperate when you whip out the PlayStation TV. My god, am I happy I bought this like 10 years ago for like 25 quid. This saved this video. It took me like a day to hack it thanks to the services not connecting well with China and getting the thing set up, and it's still not properly done. It feels like when you see C-3PO in the Phantom Menace, functioning but, you know, needs a bit of work. But here we are, and yes, there is a bunch of screen tearing for some reason, but I ain't fighting it anymore. This will have to do. Was it worth me losing what little hair I have left? Hell no, I think this is worse than the DS version. The issue is that for the different versions, they wanted to play to the strengths of the individual consoles. The DS with its touchscreen, while the PSP with its power. But in 2024, they both look like mangled garbage on a big TV, and that's coming from someone who appreciates the DS visuals. The story is even less comprehensible. Instead of painfully short and rushed hand-drawn cutscenes, we now have ungodly short and rushed in-engine cutscenes. Nice voice acting, but bloody hell, you will have no idea what's going on with this story. It's perfectly encapsulated in the first few minutes, where Rihanna gets captured by a gang and then rescued by the robot. Now in the DS version, you kind of understand that, even though it is comically rushed. In the PSP version, you will literally not know what's going on. That's what made me glad I played the DS version first. I'm not saying anyone would want to play these for the story, but at least makes sense when you're jumping from place to place, character to character, and having dialogue that is sorely lacking in context. There are pretty much no puzzles in this version of the game. There are still platforming segments, but they are approached a little differently. This one feels more like a QTE more than the DS version. The action is similar. You're supposed to have this synergy between you and your robot, but it just doesn't quite flow as well as you'd hope. It's nice flinging him off, but it doesn't even seem to hurt them. Just delay them for a few seconds while you shoot someone else. And then you often get a pop-up saying how you did great work together. I'm like, really? Is this like kindergarten where everyone is sparkles and rainbows? That was shite. What are you talking about? Another thing is that you can be a bit stealthy in this one. There are stealth takedowns, for example, and you can also get disguises. Why she chooses being a big metal bastard rather than, you know, maybe a stormtrooper? No idea. Maybe she likes making things difficult for herself. But I suppose it switches up the gameplay, even though, again, it feels half-arsed. It lacks polish. They finished it and they shipped it. They made sure it worked and then they got it out of the warehouse. The one thing I would downright say is definitely better in this version, rather than the DS one, is the parts where you're clinging onto your robot buddy and flying through cityscapes or planets. You have to hilariously use all your dancer muscles within your body to hold yourself horizontally from objects, and even jump above or hang down below the robot. You just avoid objects, it's pretty simple, you don't really control anything else, but it is rather impressive for the system. I almost want to say exhilarating as you blitz through Coruscant dodging the morning traffic. Overall, both versions of the game received mediocre reviews of the era, and I can see why. I don't think they are particularly bad per se, they are just decidedly mid. I think if I'd have known about this game in 2006, I'd have been tempted to have picked it up on my PSP due to the graphical prowess, but actually, I think the DS version is the way to go. It's just more interesting. The plot is more easily followed, the gameplay feels more at home there. On the PSP, I think it should have been handled better. I would choose the DS version. Even then, I still think, on the whole, both of these games are only for like really hardcore Star Wars fans or hardcore Twi'lek fans. You're not missing much if you pass over this. We are getting back to strategy games, and so far, the final one released. I guess RTSs aren't the million sellers they used to be. Star Wars Empire at War. I've owned this one. I owned it. The time I got my very first MacBook in like 2011 or whatever, it was one of the few games that you could get for it on the official App Store, where they charge you like 50 quid for a game that was 50 pence on Steam. I bought it and then I didn't play it. I was busy playing Football Manager, taking Dover Athletic to Champions League glory. I mean, I was studying for my degree. Definitely studying. Once again, I'm going to be brief with this one. In fact, it may be the briefest with this one. That's not a slight or a sign of its quality, but I think it can be summarized very succinctly. Remember Star Wars Rebellion? Remember Galactic Battlegrounds? Well, just imagine if those two had a baby, and that's pretty much on the money. It's like the developers over at Terraglyph Games went back and researched what came before and decided to meld them together. They've taken the galactic conquest of Rebellion and slammed it together with the 4X ground gameplay of Galactic Battlegrounds, and made an almost perfect baby, kinda, for some people. As someone who doesn't really gel with this stuff, I do think it's maybe the best of the bunch. The Galactic side for me is downright easier and more palatable as an experience compared to the mostly miserable Rebellion, while the ground gameplay does feel like a bit of a step down from Galactic Battlegrounds, at least in my short time playing it. There is a very thorough tutorial, which I appreciated, and it tells you all the ins and outs of the gameplay, about using hero spies, building up your forces, about actively taking part in battles. It's good stuff. This contains a story campaign, which is a nice bonus, but the sandbox Galactic Conquest will be of most interest, I feel, as it's the one with the longevity to satisfy. You get a handful of scenarios. Sometimes the map will have a lot of planets, sometimes only a few. You can choose the tech levels, the resources, and play what you want really. Or you can just do individual ground skirmishes if you want. So there's a lot of content, there's a lot of customization, and I think that will satisfy most RTS fans. Personally, I don't know. The older I get, the fewer ancient Chinese general strategy games have, the less I'm inclined to be captivated by them. The only thing I really thought was excellent, despite how comically janky it was, is the battle cam. In the heat of battle, whether in space or on the ground, you can just sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Of course, while you're hands off, you'll probably lose just like always, as that happens in strategy games if you leave it to the AI, but it's fun watching X-Wings go absolutely bananas, like flies being swatted at, and getting into camera angles that would make any film director's head explode. Like, this is unforgivable, but I love it. As with all these games, this is almost always dirt cheap on Steam. I think it's probably technically the best Star Wars RTS, but from my personal perspective, I think I like Galactic Battlegrounds even more. It's just got more personality and variety. The space thing in Empire does nothing for me. In fact, I think it actively puts me off the game, although I am sure it's what makes it awesome for other people. Again, I'm not overly qualified to talk about this one, so take what I say with a pinch or bucket full of salt. It's probably the best, but it's not my favorite. Can you accept that? I hope so. We're moving on, okay? Star Wars The Force Unleashed, I think, was LucasArts' big hope. This is the basket they put all their eggs into during this era. We're up to 2008 now, and this is primetime LucasArts being overly cautious. You remember the casualties, right? Knights of the Old Republic, Rogue Squadron, Republic Commando, Battlefront 3. All of them died so that The Force Unleashed could live. A big action blockbuster title that was to bring Star Wars back into the public consciousness and sustain its relevancy in a time where the movies were over. This is a game dedicated to making you feel as powerful and as godlike as possible. It's about being a dark Jedi and not giving a flying fig about who or what you destroy. And that feeling is exemplified by the opening prologue of the game, and you're taking control of Vader as the Empire invades Kashyyyk. You know that ending scene in Rogue One? The part that made everyone gasp and it almost turned the movie into a horror? It's like that, except on a lush tropical planet with clear blue waters, but whatever, maybe kids are playing, it's not so dark. When you waltz out as Vader and just force push a giant gate to oblivion, oh man, that sets the tone so perfectly. This is an ego simulator designed to perfection to make you feel as macho as possible, flinging foes with a simple hit of the B button, and there is nothing they can do about it. Cutting them down with a single slash, throwing giant boulders at them as though they're a crumpled piece of paper. This is such an impactful opening level. There are no puzzles or anything, no platforming, no gimmicks, just striding forward and making the Wookiees look like Jack Russells in a hurricane. At the end of the prologue, we see that Vader has been Jedi hunting, trying to finish off the last remnants. After he kills one on Kashyyyk, he senses an even greater force still around, that of a young boy, the forbidden son of a Jedi. Because Vader is such a kind-hearted guy, he takes him up for adoption as his apprentice, sensing the great power within that could be unleashed and help him eventually take down the Emperor. Yeah, Vader is planning to take down the Emperor, don't forget that. As you may guess, things don't quite go to plan, but this attempts to bridge the gap between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, with the starting mission being you, as Starkiller, Vader's apprentice, going on missions to take down a rogue Jedi. You're going on the hunt. The first one being this old guy, General Kota, who looks like Ryan Gosling if he was 75. Looks like we'll be waiting a good while before a movie adaptation of this. Sadly, I think Sam Worthington might be a bit too old at that point to play Starkiller, not sure. It's a bit strange to say this, but the cutscenes in this game look worse than the actual gameplay. They are all pre-recorded and look much lower in quality than the game, which is a bit of a looker in my opinion. I loved exploring, or maybe I should say walking in a straight line. It's a pretty linear game, but it's fine because it's quite a lot of fun and it's beautiful to look at. Unlike other hack and slashers or beat 'em ups where, it can be repetitive, The Force Unleashed is such a roller coaster ride, such a rush, and very fun, it's hard to even notice it. It's an incredibly linear and repetitive game, but you don't care because you're having such a blast. Those rebels and stormtroopers are so messy, like who's leaving all these nice exploding crates around to fling off? I am grateful, although I don't think the janitor droid will be pleased. So many things in the environment are free to be picked up and lobbed, and there are awesome cool touches like moving the support beam to let TIE fighters crash into it. I love it. It's nice being purely unhinged, doing anything in your power to get your mission accomplished. Unleashed is a really apt name. You are a whirlwind of destruction and chaos. It's amazing the enemies feel it's fine to even try to stop you. If I saw him rocking up, I'd be deserting faster than the Gobi. I'll go hide in the escape pods, thanks. As you murder things, you gain XP, which causes you to level up, which in turn gives you orbs to use on various powers. Some are more passive, like increased health, some are lightsaber combos, and the others being actual force powers, upgrading them to be stronger. For me, I was a big fan of Force Lightning because if it's good enough for Palpatine, it's good enough for me. And here's a little morsel of a Star Wars fact that I know. Do you know why Vader doesn't use Force Lightning? Because he's half a robot. That shit would blow up a fuse, or at least mess up his mechanical bladder. Vader can't be getting up at 4 AM every morning for a piss with extra sparkage. That would make him really grumpy. I don't want to spoil the plot of the game, even though it is dumb, cliche. It's actually well presented enough to be worth playing the game for. The voice acting is great, and the hot babe pilot definitely had my attention. I'm not sure cleavage is part of the Empire's uniform, but I'm not complaining. It all round looks and plays great. Well, aside from this eye roll, which almost disrupted the Earth's gravitational orbit with how over-exerted it was. Chill out, dude. A kindergarten just turned upside down when you did that. I don't know if this concept has been done before, but there is a cool idea of Force robots. Okay, they don't have the power themselves, they are controlled by a Force user, but they're pretty badass and somehow teleport into existence. And overall, the enemies are really fun to fight. There's a decent variety here. My only major complaint with the gameplay itself is that it can be very easy to get stun-locked, especially later in the game where they mix up a lot of foes, including the big giant enemies, which are much more difficult to take down, like the Rancor, can absolutely wallop you, especially when trying to deal with smaller enemies, and once you're in the loop of getting clobbered by it, there is very little you can do to escape the damn thing. I do like these takedowns though, very cinematic and cool, and it's something that would be expanded upon in the sequel. The game is very glitchy. I mean, I've played some glitchy Star Wars games in this video, but I don't think I've played any that have affected me as much as The Force Unleashed. Due to the sheer scale of this video project, I only intermittently recorded footage just because of hard drive space, so I didn't capture most of the incidents. But almost every boss fight, I had something getting in the way of me completing the level. Like when I was fighting this little guy, he just kept falling indefinitely and wouldn't come back to the battlefield. I was really surprised by the lack of polish. Or perhaps that could be something to do with, being a backwards compatibility title rather than the original game. Did you experience this stuff back in the day? Do let me know. While I do really like this game, I don't think it did much for the old school purists, when the Force was spiritual and subtle, not crushing TIE fighters with your bare hands. It's made a joke of the whole thing, practically breaking the entire mythos of the Force, but hey, it's still badass. I wouldn't want the Force to always be like this, and this powerful in the movies and other games because, it's so powerful it becomes meaningless and brings up so many questions about all the other Star Wars media, like why wasn't it this powerful before? But this game feels like it's getting something off my chest, and probably many other people's chests, hopefully alongside your bronchitis. It's just like a hit that you need, that one chicken McDonald's during a diet. It's a guilty pleasure, and I appreciate it being available. Now this part, as you may have noticed, is the HD version that appeared on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, but considering how much LucasArts needed to push this one, it did appear on many other consoles, so let's go through them because they are quite different. So, everything you've seen up to this point was from the HD version, the one released on PS3 and 360. This game was released on a ton of consoles, and for this segment, I'm taking a quick look at the Wii and PlayStation 2 versions, with a larger focus on the Wii edition. Because the PS2 version is supposed to be the same as the Wii edition, just lacking a couple of things that I'll get into. This is a game that should have been a Star Wars fan's wet dream. A Star Wars game on the Wii? You know what that could mean. That little Wii remote could have been the perfect lightsaber. Of course, it wasn't quite like that. It ended up more like waggle like a maniac and your character will just attack. This is no different from Donkey Kong Country Returns, which asked you to shake the Wii remote to slam down. That is a shame, but the developers for this one really did try to add something unique, by which I mean the whole game is unique. Like right from the off, comparing the prologue levels side by side, the standard definition against the HD edition, you are immediately seeing, hang on, this is completely different. And it's true, all of it. While The Force Unleashed on the Wii follows the exact same story beats, it's like the project director decided to let different development teams not talk with each other. Half of me likes to imagine that this was a task on The Apprentice TV show, like two teams given a brief, go out there and make the most money. Except here, make the best game. Like the level design is completely different, at least in the stages I played. I didn't fancy going through the game twice. And even that, I'm laughing at myself for saying it, because I would not have been going through the same game twice. I'd have been going through the same story twice, but the journey is not the same. At times, it does feel like the Force Unleashed we have at home, because, yeah, it's far less visually impressive. Textures are kind of awful at times with so little detail. You can see the cavernous difference in power between SD and the HD systems. But back in the day, if this was still on a CRT, it would have, looked fine. But environments are pared down, and especially the destruction aspects, way less ambitious. However, moving back to the controls, it's not just about wagging the stick like a dog that's just seen a sausage, because the nunchuck is used to pleasingly force thrust people away. You can combine two thrusts to do a pulse. You have yourself holding down various combinations of buttons and motions in order to let off different moves. I struggled with it a little bit since it's been a long good while since I held a Wii remote and nunchuck, and this game is telling me to hold C. C? What the hell is a C? You need to be a bit familiar with the controller to get used to it properly. It's less satisfying overall, in my opinion, compared to a normal controller because it does feel held back rather than enhanced by the Wii remote. And I want to stress, I am not an anti-Wii campaigner. I have a lot of love for the system. But let's not pretend every game was improved with its wagging and weird button placement. Perhaps in 2008, your 40-year-old dad may have, found mild satisfaction in finally getting to murder stormtroopers by flicking his wrists, but for me, I think I'd have chosen the PS2 version just because it would have been more normal. As far as I'm aware, the Nintendo Wii was not able to have DLC. There were very rare moments of weakness from Nintendo to even allow patches on their games at times, but that was usually reserved for when they personally ballsed up. So that meant The Force Unleashed couldn't have all the DLC the HD versions were going to get. So they must have been thinking, how can we possibly milk the monetization? Well, they didn't. Instead, they were just generous, and the majority of it is included in the Wii version. No downloadable stuff required. I think this is the good old proof that DLC is usually finished before release. They just want to get that extra monetization. Don't be tricked into thinking they are still hard at work after you've handed over the money. They're not. Maybe they're trying to fix the game, but they're not making anything new. So there are missions integrated into the main story, like between the first and second main mission you are tasked with going to a Jedi temple. This does not happen in the HD version. I only played this one, but it did seem quite short, but it was enjoyable, more duels to fight, so yeah, there's more content here. If you purchase the modern version of this game that's on the Nintendo Switch, this is the version you'll be getting. It's based on the Wii version. Why this one? I'm not entirely sure why they chose this, aside from it maybe being easier to port over due to the lower visual quality. Not that the Switch can't handle a 360 game, but I'm sure it would have been less hassle doing a standard definition release. Or maybe it was because of the side mode that's included in this one. Yes, the Wii has an exclusive battle mode. It's 2-player required, you can't play versus the computer for some reason, and it's just like the dual fight bosses in the main game. It's fine, I suppose. The Wii was widely known for its multiplayer chaos, but I can't imagine many would have turned to this, especially as a fighting game. The only interesting thing for me is unlocking the characters, of which there are an absolute ton, so that's commendable, even if I wouldn't actually play the mode myself. The PS2 version of this game, pretty much identical to the Wii version, just without the motion controls as you'd expect, and it also lacks the fighting mode. I don't know why, but it's just how it is. Aside from that, it plays very competently and is a decent if mildly watered down version. I'm not an expert in, Wii collectors versus PS2 collectors, but I can imagine that there are more of the latter, and this is just as cheap. It's a decent way to get it for a good price. And yeah, overall, if you played the HD version back in the day, or if you only played the Wii version back in the day, you missed out on an almost completely different game. So, if you're one of the good few people who say, this game was awesome for you as a teenager, well, how about experiencing the alternate universe version on the one that you missed? It is the same essence, same core feeling, but just different design. I didn't complete both versions, but the first handful of levels really set a precedent. If you can't be arsed wagging your arms about, consider the PS2 version. It lacks the fighting game mode, but that's nothing to cry about. The PSP version. Now that is an interesting prospect. In fact, it might be more interesting than even the PS2 version, because structurally it's the same as the SD versions. The Wii and the PS2 in terms of level design, that's the same. Obviously looking a little more ropey with less of the frames, but I think it plays just fine. Plus it won't look like such a pixelated mess on the actual system it was designed for. Even the in-engine cutscenes are intact. It plays just about the same, but it's missing some of the analog camera controls of the PS2 version. You sort of have to pray that the camera decides to face where you want to be looking. But yeah, same kind of thing, blowing Wookiees off trees, it's all good fun. And I know you're asking, why would I play this version over the main console versions? Well, because the PSP version has something exclusive. It has bonus missions not found anywhere else. Specifically, the historic missions as you take on some of the most important scenes in the movies, like Luke escaping the Sarlacc pit, and Obi-Wan and Anakin's duel. Yeah, things we've seen before in various games, but not with the Force Unleashed gameplay. And you do get to play as these movie characters too. You can probably grab this for like $20 or something these days, and I think it's the best Star Wars game on the PSP. Yes, better than the Battlefront games, and better than Lethal Alliance, better than Republic Heroes, that I'll get to soon enough, and I would say it's probably better than LEGO Star Wars 2. If I could only pick one Star Wars game for my PSP, it would be this one. Yeah, it's technically a step down from its main counterpart, but I sincerely applaud the effort of not compromising. When the PSP released, everyone was touting it as, oh, it's a portable PS2, when in reality it wasn't. It was more like a PS 1.5. So to get a pretty authentic outing with its own unique properties and not that much compromised, I actually applaud this version. The Force Unleashed was also released on an even weaker system, the Nintendo DS, and this was developed by N-Space, who I talked about a little earlier in this video, the company known for making Call of Duty games on the DS. Sadly, once again, this is not a first-person game, but at least you know it's going to be a little ambitious for the system, and I am the weird guy who was most excited to play this version. Yes, I'm that guy. Once again, the level design is completely independent of the other versions. More understandably this time, levels are more compact and linear than ever, which is not a bad thing. But yeah, exactly the same story and locations, but the level design is different. Things are more simplistic, but it keeps all the main parts well, lifting things and lobbing them at enemies. It's quainter because the fields are hardly awash with them. You can often count which piece of garbage is dedicated to lobbing at which enemy. The biggest and most ballsy move this version has is in the control scheme. Unlike Ubisoft's Lethal Alliance, they ain't playing around here. They've pulled down their trousers and accepted Nintendo's gimmick, taking it with both pride and dignity, because aside from walking around with the D-pad and the shoulder button to block, all the controls are on the touchscreen. Like, there is no option to use the face buttons. You need a stylus or a spare finger to press the controls. And you know what? It's not terrible. In many ways, it's far more intuitive than, say, the Wii controls, where you need some kind of sleight of hand to remember what does what. This is perfect for morons and lazy people like myself. Even the jump button, man. A jump button as a touch control. I like the brazen nature of it. Hacking and slashing, you'll be jabbing the center of the touchscreen like those Chinese monks who poke trees for 40 years. I live pretty much next to the Shaolin Temple, and before the place became a tourist site, the monks must have been bored out of their minds. Although what has played on my mind since I first learned about this practice is that they never explicitly stated they did it with their fingers. Like I said, really bored. You can do your force grip, your force push, your lightsaber throw, and even your fingertip lightning. Literally, it's at the tip of your fingers. And wait a minute, why is Vader using Force Lightning? I thought my lore was solid on this one. You know what? I actually enjoy playing this game. Again, it's ambitious for the console, it runs well, and they try to get that essence of the main game and shrink it down to a smaller experience. And they did a good job of it. Okay, the combat is a little sloppy, I'm not gonna lie. We could do with a bit more help in the locking onto opponents department. The amount of times I just wasn't facing where I thought I should be, a little bit annoying. But I like the fact it's quite easy, that's pretty nice. The bosses didn't pose too much of a threat, but it's still compelling enough. They go down sharpish, but they added some touchscreen minigames into the fold at intervals. Your lightsaber and their lightsaber pop up on the touchscreen, and you have to rotate yours around in order to make a cross. So you've got right angles against them. The longer you get it in that state, the higher your power goes up on the meter at the side. And when it reaches the top, you get the advantage. I don't know if it's compelling, but it acts like a QTE to spice up the boss battles. The game feels way less epic than the main console, but again, they tried. Sometimes when there's something big that needs shifting, you'll enter into another minigame. I can't remember how they described it, but I would say it's put the mini galaxies in the bigger galaxy, which allows you to be a bit more Super Saiyan and do what you need to do, mostly shifting something extra heavy. All in all, I was quite surprised with this port of The Force Unleashed. It's a watered down experience, but I think they managed to fit the console perfectly. This is the kind of downgrade that you'd want. It doesn't feel like a cash-in, it feels like they tried. If I had a DS collection, I definitely would not be ashamed to stick this one in there. Well done, N-Space, you are missed. Alright, we are going back to the old mobile game era. I missed you, kind of. I had a lot of trouble getting this version to work. The thing is, with these games, is because of the vast array of different systems and power, they often had to make like 4 or 5 different versions of the same game. I mean, sometimes they'd be exactly the same aside from the resolution difference. Other times they had to alter the gameplay. I wanted to play this at the higher resolution, but unfortunately there were major graphical glitches, so I had to settle for a lower resolution on this one, which I think has fewer gameplay options. Not that it matters entirely since the gameplay is super simple and I'm not spending long on this one. Here, you stand in the middle like a plonker. Don't you just love that design decision? It's not the best sign to start with. You have various troopers coming up to you and attacking you. You can note the symbol on their head. That indicates the force pattern you need to draw with the keypad. It's a 9-number thing, simple as pie to understand. Unfortunately, and trust me, I really did try to do it the easy and sensible way. But the only way I could play this was with the numbers at the top of the keyboard, so visually there is a huge amount of dissonance. It took me about 10 minutes, but eventually I cracked typing out the symbols needed. It was actually a nice mental challenge for me. I felt like I was using one of them brain training games from Nintendo. I actually got really good at it. Aside from when it came to this symbol, which is a big load of bullshit, I just could not get what it was supposed to be. I tried so many combinations, like 5 minutes standing there while I went over the possible combos. Well, it turns out it is this. Like, what? But the lines touch each other. That's not fair. Anyways, I would not play this for too long. It's only a mild step up from Jedi Trainer, which is one of the most boring games I've ever had to play. But at least this kept me on my toes. I still wouldn't advise playing it, and it's definitely the worst edition of The Force Unleashed. But overall, a very solid set of games for, a potential new sub-series for LucasArts. There were also versions available on higher end devices like iPhone and Engage, but that's all we're going to take a look at today. It's fair to say The Force Unleashed was a big success, and so it would be inevitable there would be a sequel. And we didn't have to wait long, all things considered. Just a couple of years later, we would see The Force Unleashed 2. Now, I purposely didn't spoil the story for the first game because even though it's not super special, I did enjoy it, and it is one of the reasons you may want to play it yourself. But let's just say, the ending might have been a bit perplexing for a sequel starring the same person. Like, okay, that's a hole they need to dig themselves out of to make another story with the same person. I guess I'm spoiling this here, but, just like my balding head, it's just inevitable. How are they going to do it? How are we going to have Starkiller in this video game here? Oh, okay, the cloning excuse. And this was before it became a meme, and instead was just poor writing. So, Vader's trying again. He's more determined than ever to perfect Starkiller, as the one we awaken with is like the 14th attempt or something. You do know what they say about insanity, right? And what happens? You break the hell out of Kamino, right under Vader's nose. And what we have here in The Force Unleashed 2 is more of the same. Well, the saying does go more of the same, but I think it'd be more apt here to say less of the same. Because I've had longer baths than The Force Unleashed 2. Well, the saying goes more of the same, but I think it's more apt to say less of the same, because I've had longer baths than The Force Unleashed 2. Talk about a quick and dirty. This game is over in like 3 hours. For an indie game, fine, still feels like a bit of a waste, but a full like AAA $60 probably title, that comes across as cheap and rushed. I do think it is more entertaining though, if massively anticlimactic. It's a taste of what the game could have been if it had been the same length or longer than the original, which I think it should have been. This is a thrill ride I really enjoyed for the most part, more than the original. Back in the day at full price, this would have been a really tough pill to swallow, especially with not too much in the way of replayability. Okay, there are lots of costumes you can unlock which may add some novelty. Rocking around as a stormtrooper with dual-wielding lightsabers, pretty tasty prospect. And there are challenge modes which you can gradually unlock as you play through the story. You can win medals with them, and they do offer a lot of variety, but I wouldn't go and say they add too much to the game overall. This time the story is more cut and dry, I guess. Our Starkiller is having memories of his babe pilot who is out in the galaxy somewhere, and he wants to find her via rescuing his mentor first. He's a horny boy who wants to rescue his babe. She's not even a Twi'lek, this guy is committed. Again, I'm coming back to the short length. It's always going to get brought up no matter how good you are, but there's no time for the plot to even get going. You only visit, 3 different locations, and you're barely out of second gear before you can feel the story trying to wrap up. What happened here? I can't imagine they were short of cash and needed to just get something out. It's such a waste, it feels. The gameplay is very similar, as you'd expect, but they've cut down the amount of force powers for this one. At least it feels like I have less of them to upgrade overall, and the upgrade system is more simple. It feels more refined and polished, even if not all of the additions work as well as they hoped. The mind trick is one that I use so little of. This is where you play a trick on one of the foes, at which point they'll happily jump to their death. A fun novelty for sure, but I never saw much use for it. I mean, why would I do that when I could just instantly push them off myself? And it's super rare that you'll see enemies by themselves to make it worth it. Like you're being stealthy or something, there's no need. What I did love is the grapple. You now have 2 strong grapple moves which pull off some really sweet cinematic attacks. Often they can be unique to each enemy, like the ones with the electrified Q-tips. You disarm them in a different way to, say, the Force Troopers or whatever they're called. This was always cool and very useful against some enemies, because in this game especially they wanted to balance the Force a little more and have more grunt enemies that are less susceptible to your Force powers. Acolytes of the dark side, or maybe they have special armor that means you can't blow them off platforms easily, and you need to dig into them with melee attacks. The first game is cinematic as hell, like there's a very famous and awesome scene that I don't want to spoil, but I think this game goes even harder. In a sense it feels more like a God of War game. I guess the original could be compared to that as well, but this is like full on God of Star Wars. Giant bosses, big set pieces, refined kick-ass gameplay, just really good stuff that I wish lasted as long as Kratos obviously can. Saucy devil. The presentation is impeccable. It looks even better here for the most part. The small amount of locations are great and detailed. There's a casino scene in Star Wars that's actually good. It makes sense and meaningfully advances the plot. I've never seen that in Star Wars before. Joking aside, it's a good location and the best in the game. Love this planet, the design, the feeling, kind of feels like something that could be in a BioShock game. The cutscenes are also much better. They're rendered in-engine rather than pre-recorded video, so they actually work. Maybe a bit stiff compared to what we're used to now, but I'll definitely take them as an upgrade. However, I do think The Force Unleashed 2 suffers in terms of performance. It's either that or the developers tried too hard to make it look epic for the time and inadvertently made it look like it has performance issues. When you're attacking, the fidelity of your character and the animation diminishes a hell of a lot. You become way fuzzier than in the original. This could be intentional, but I do think it looks worse, even if the game still plays fine. I do like this game. I like it more than the original. Somehow, despite the limited content, it just flows better, nicer to play, and at least nowadays, it's very cheap to pick up on the Xbox store, for example. You'll often see it discounted for a few bucks, and that is definitely a recommendation. At this point in the timeline, in 2010, this was the most AAA a Star Wars game has ever been. It's just good, and way better than a game that should be considered similar, Revenge of the Sith on the PlayStation 2. Pretty much the same gameplay, just handled way better and in a more exciting fashion. I like it, despite the rushed cash grabbiness feeling of it. Just like the original, The Force Unleashed 2 would see a release on the Nintendo Wii with extra waggly controls. We are now in 2010, so the PlayStation 2 was definitely well and truly dead. So it's just the Wii rocking the standard definition this time, and once again, it is a different game. The level design is different, the controls are different, and even more different than the Wii version of the original game. I think they wanted to spice it up a little bit, and they pulled it off in my opinion, because now your standard attacks don't even use the waggling, but you hit the giant A button. That would be too boring if you only have it like that, so your combos or finishes are part of the waggle, and you'll be tapping and wagging as though you're part of some experimental jazz group and pulling off some really awesome things. You now block by holding the Wii remote horizontally, you shake the nunchuck to do lightning, you're still holding down button combos to pull extra things off, but overall, I think it plays super smartly. In terms of pure having fun in the combat, this is close to being the best it gets. It helps having the pointer controls now, which help with your force push. I think some people will not appreciate this. It's certainly more effort on the part of the player, but I do think it adds as you direct the force where you want it to go. Sadly, it appears your lightsaber throw is taken out of the combat for this edition and is left for platforming puzzles, but I didn't miss it too much. I'm still confused as to why the level design is completely different. Like, you have the same enemies, the same ideas. Why go to the extra effort of making something new? I'm not complaining. I really like the fact that you can get two different experiences. It's more claustrophobic, but at times, I think I may have enjoyed some sections here a little bit more. One thing that really stood out to me about this game is that it's a pretty mature game for the Wii. I'm not sure kids should be playing this, as you can dismember stormtroopers. There's no blood or anything, but it's quite shocking to see limbs and torsos not attached to where they should be. Not only does it have unique level designs, but it also has more content, because following on from its big bro, it has an exclusive fighting mode. Unlike the arena-style battles, however, in the first Wii game, this is attempting something like Smash Bros. 4 players in a stage with platforms. There are only 4 characters, but I think it could be promising. Of course, I can't play with anyone. It's lucky I fished out an extra Wii remote to actually just see it. But yeah, the stages seem to develop, the controls are simple, and it's gone for a side-scrolling approach, which is a bit weird. There's also supposed to be an extra level in this game, which I didn't see in my playtime that I sampled, but apparently it's a more fleshed out Dagobah. So overall, yeah, I like this quite a lot. I like it just as much as the HD version. HD has the spectacle, this has the extra fun controls. You buy both, you get a fairly different experience. Both of them are roller coaster rides. One assumes it's going to last about the same length of time, i.e. about the same length as a real roller coaster ride. But hey, you can get any version super cheap these days. But guess what? There's even more Force Unleashed 2, and it's even more different. Unlike the first Force Unleashed, which got ported around more times than a Mediterranean cruise, the Force Unleashed 2 was slightly more scant. There was no PSP version because it was cancelled, but they did make one for the Nintendo DS, and this was not made by N-Space. Once again, the portable version is completely different. In fact, it's the most different it's ever been, because now it's a side-scrolling action game. Gone is the full 3D movement, you're now stuck on a 2D plane. Which, yeah, I'm frankly a bit disappointed with because, as I said, I appreciate ambition of these portable versions, and this isn't quite as tasty as the previous Force Unleashed, and in fact I do think it is a worse game overall. Not bad or anything, just a bit of a downgrade. The screens are now switched. You'll notice that the action is on the right screen, which is the touchscreen, and once again there's almost complete touchscreen controls. You use the D-pad to walk and jump. Yeah, jumping with the up button. That was frowned upon during the NES era. I think I would have preferred the shoulder button to do that. Still awkward, but you know, at least jumping and going left or right would have been much more smooth, especially since you have to tap the direction button twice to do a mid-air dash. As you may have guessed, the touch action is kind of covering up the actual action on the screen, as your fat fingers or stylus swipe various different combos to pull off your attacks. You have force powers, which you can select them on the touchscreen and hold down on your enemy to use them. Again, it's really nowhere near as smooth this time around because there's waiting. The game needs to make sure it understands what you want it to do. And when you're getting mullered by laser blasts, it can be a bit frustrating. Like picking up objects and throwing them is a lot slower and a lot less fun. And cycling through or tapping on the force power before you can use it adds that extra delay, which means it lacks the flow, which makes it less pleasing. It is an okay rendition of the main game, but I'm definitely less impressed by it. The presentation is good, it looks nice, the cutscenes have good looking hand-drawn artwork, and they have voice acting, which does surprise me. I'm impressed by that. It follows the story to a T and includes miniature renditions of the Big Daddy game set pieces. There's not that much more to say about it, aside from it is a step down from not only the main console release, but also the previous DS release of The Force Unleashed 1. I would have definitely preferred to have kept the same gameplay direction. Now it just feels more standard and beige. It doesn't stand out at all. It's not bad, and I'm sure if you like action platformers, then you know it's a decent addition to your DS collection, but I personally appreciated the original far more. And that is the end of The Force Unleashed. There were no more games, which I think is sad because there's definitely a lot of cathartic fun to be had. The Force Unleashed 3 was planned for PS4, Xbox, Wii U, but then Disney bought Lucasfilm and closed LucasArts and all projects that were in development at the time, which is a shame because The Force Unleashed 2 ends on a cliffhanger, like a pretty big one at that, and to not see its conclusion, that's really quite painful. But hey, Maybe if the critical reception to Unleashed 2 was better, maybe they'd have been more willing to power on through with the third one. But it did sell below expectations. You know, maybe if they gave it more time in the oven, made it a bit longer, maybe we would have had Force Unleashed 3. Who knows? Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. No, you do not have deja vu, because this is another game, a different game based on The Empire Strikes Back. For some reason in 2007, somebody at THQ said, you know what, let's just make a mobile game based on The Empire Strikes Back. Forget A New Hope, forget Return of the Jedi, The Empire Strikes Back is where it's at. And this is a 25-minute rendition of the entire plot of The Empire Strikes Back. And you know what? It does a better job compared to some console games that I tried in this video. This is a game that knows its limitations. It knows the console that it's made for, the buttons it has at its disposal. It's an eclectic bunch of minigames that I found rather fascinating. Probably gonna bore you guys to tears, but I'm impressed with these sorts of mobile games when they go above my expectations, and this did go way above. Each plot point of the movie is given its own minigame, starting with Hoth, where you're piloting a snowspeeder. Okay, piloting is a bit generous. You move it left and right to dodge blasters from AT-STs. It's not a free control though. You press left, you will sway left before drifting back to the center. So it's more about timing. It's less important in this one, but later when you're dodging TIE Fighter, blasters or asteroids, you definitely have to make sure you arrive back in the center at the right moment before another blaster comes at you. You have to dance around them. But to stop this getting too boring, they'll add in some other gimmick like taking down the AT-ATs. You need to keep the right balance with the arrow keys, or, you know, smash the accelerator enough to boost out of the Star Destroyer's targeting reticle, or having a game of whack-a-mole with the TIEs that conveniently park in a very nice grid for you to slide your targeting reticle over before smashing OK to let off a proton torpedo. It's not just flight either. Don't faint, guys, but there's also isometric exploration. What are these guys doing? You have free roam-ish. When in Dagobah, you have to do some QTE platforming, avoiding the bats and the deadly water fountains. I don't know. I thought Luke was more badass than this. I guess he is from a desert planet. It might put his body into a state of shock if he touches water. And it shocked me too because I didn't actually realize I was getting hurt by it. Yeah, the visual and audio feedback isn't a strength of this game, nor any early mobile games for that matter. When I died, I thought I just missed a jump, but no, deadly water fountains. On Bespin, you're walking around with a lightsaber. It's janky as hell, and deflecting blasters is less reliable than an Alfa Romeo, but then it also mixes it with cover shooter gameplay. This is kinda cool, guys. It's not good, but it makes me want to play Time Crisis again. Okay, I think some parts go on a bit too long, which is weird considering it takes 25 minutes to complete, but you know what I mean. The auto-runner part where you're learning from Yoda must have been a number pad killer, smashing every arrow at once. Hopefully your phone model could actually do that. There are 3 difficulty levels. I played on Padawan because, I don't think anyone would actually judge me with these particular games. I just need footage, guys. But even when you fail, there are generous checkpoints. Plus, you are given a score at the end so you can settle your classroom arguments the manly way. Who can grab all the C-3PO parts to get that extra point boost? Yeah, that'll show Tony in Class 3A. This is kind of the little game that could. It's not good, but it's much better than it needed to be. And to be honest, I think I'd rather play this than most of the NES games. The entire library of the NES. It's nice, it's inventive. I would almost always say that Empire Strikes Back is a difficult movie to video game eyes, because aside from like a couple of key moments, you really have to stretch things out. But this was expertly done in as far as, you can be an expert in mobile things in 2007. It gets the ideas well, and the developers, they actually tried. Okay guys, level with me here. I'm a busy guy, I've got a lot going on in my life, but you need to tell me if, and then why, the Clone Wars TV series should be worth my time. Like, I do not watch anything these days. Literally the only TV shows I make time for are Match of the Day for football and Taskmaster. That I've found that I only need these in my life to be a happy person. So should I make time for the Clone Wars? I know it's like I'm like 10 years too late, but let me know. You gotta tell me why. And I need to know because this is the time when the bulk of the Clone Wars games tie-ins pop up. And there was a lot of them in a short space of time. They didn't have a whole lot of new Star Wars material to work with, so they had to make the most of it. Lightsaber Duels is a Nintendo Wii exclusive, and that is mostly down to the platform's special control scheme. Lightsaber Duels, Wii Remote. Wow, I think most people's eyes lit up. The Force Unleashed was probably a bit of a disappointment in this regard. Sure, you were waggling, but it wasn't like one-to-one, which is what people really wanted. But now there's a whole game dedicated to it. But okay, maybe not. Sadly, LucasArts could not deliver the experience everyone was hoping for. Maybe our dreams were too high. Like very few games attempted to do the first-person sword-wielding type gameplay, and those that did ended up being far more simplistic than people actually wanted. They were gimmicky rather than immersive. But this was developed by Chrome Studios, who also developed the Wii version of Unleashed, which I quite liked. They're perhaps better known for the Tasmanian Tiger series, but around the mid-2000s, they were big in supporting larger franchises. They were a company for hire. The Clone Wars Lightsaber Duels is just a fighting game. Yeah, forget all that unique control scheme. It's definitely more in depth than, say, The Force Unleashed, but it's still minimalistic. In this 1v1 arena fighter, you waggle the Wii remote up, down, left and right. And you know what? You can pull off some pretty snazzy combos by doing them in the right order. It also means that every single character is pick up and play, naturally fitting into everyone's hands if they know the general idea of the game. You can move around freely with the analog stick on the nunchuck, and holding down the Z button will allow you to access your force powers. You can do more powerful attacks by holding this down and wagging, but of course it will deplete your force meter. Not a big issue though, since that can be recharged just by normal attacking your opponent, even if they block it. If you hold the C button and thrust, then you can use debris around the battlefield to lob at your foe, catch them unawares or from behind. There is a story mode too that's set in the early part of the Clone Wars TV show, and from what I'm guessing, it's a highlights reel of a few of the events that happened. The game is introduced by a news bulletin style announcer, which is pretty cool and condenses 20-minute episodes into something digestible. Obviously, it will have no meaning to me and doesn't exactly hype the TV show up because of how brief it is, but I applaud the enthusiasm. Although it does slightly remind me of Starship Troopers. Would you like to know more? Each fight in the story has you beating the opponent twice, and that's literally it for an episode of the show. 2 short fights that one would assume are kind of like the climax of the episode, so it's over in a flash, and anyone like me who hasn't watched the Clone Wars, it will feel like you're missing a lot of context. But I think fans would enjoy it, I don't know. The production value is surprisingly good. I especially like the attention to detail in the arenas because as you fight, you'll see things going on around you, the sort of story developing around you, the action of the clone troopers, the separatists, a rancor kicking ass in the background, and I believe you may get pelted at by outside hazards. That's pretty fun. Occasionally during the fights you'll have to perform a quick time event, and I don't really get it. Like, am I supposed to randomly waggle the Wii remote, or am I genuinely supposed to follow the nonsense below? It's not exactly clear, and I somehow won like 70% of them, so I guess it wasn't that bad, but it still would have been nice to have been more clear about what I was actually doing, because I still don't know. But saying that, the tutorial, pretty decent. I like the fact that you see Anakin holding the Wii remote and nunchuck, and you see him press the buttons. That's pretty cool. It's all going well, you know, the fighting's pretty fun, it's easy to pick up and play, the arena's very nice, the production value's good. But then we get to the fact that there are only 10 fighters, 10 characters. That is stretching one's attention. This really affects the story mode where by the time you've got to like the 5th fight, you're fighting the same person for the 3rd time. Let's play a game of fighting a loop of Dooku Grievous Skinny Lady over and over again. It's already ran out of ideas about 10 minutes into the game. Yeah, later on you get a couple more foes and a couple more characters you can control outside of the loop of Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka. but it's a crushing shame because this could have had the potential of being like a really solid title. This is hardly the era of the Empire where the Jedi are scattered and hiding. This is the Clone Wars, when they're all pumped up to kick ass. 10 characters. There could have been 10 Jedi alone, never mind the bad guys. Maybe during this time there weren't that many baddies. Well, I don't know, make some. I do think it hinders the game a lot. It's definitely the fault of following the first 2 seasons of the show. I don't believe they had too much to work with. And I know what some of you will say, Teräs Käsi probably had the same amount of characters or close, and yeah, but they were all different. They weren't all just Jedi. They had different things going on. And maybe that's what this game did need, not just lightsabers. I know it's in the name, but you know, come on. It's a pity because I do think this is the best Star Wars fighting game. There's not much competition, but it's easily the one I would play again if I had the choice. Released on exactly the same day as Lightsaber Duels, the Clone Wars Jedi Alliance was an accompanying game made for the Nintendo DS. Truth be told, this is a far more interesting game in my opinion because it's not a fighting game, a genre that I famously, or maybe not famously, nobody knows who I am, but I just don't like. This is your standard 3D action game interspersed with level exploration, and you know what? I like it. In terms of controls, it's actually a mix between the 2 Force Unleashed games. The action is on the lower touchscreen, which is heavily used, but it's also a 3D game, and I think it strikes the balance really well. In fact, it's almost totally touchscreen controlled. The only buttons used are the pause button and the shoulder buttons, which allow you to flick your force powers off, which you don't use too often. When you first play the game, you'll notice there are quite a few characters to choose from. You choose the main character you want to control yourself, and then you also select a partner to go along with you. This is nothing too special on the surface, but the fact that the characters have voiced dialogue during cutscenes mean there's a surprising amount of effort gone into the production of this, because it means there is different dialogue combinations of the different characters, like the main and the supports, and the voice acting is good too. Of course, I chose my man Kit Fisto, who turns out he's got a Jamaican accent. Who knew Kit Fisto was Rasta? I mean, this is borderline racial stereotyping, what with the tentacles and stuff like that, but when it's this badass, I think it's fine. I've got a newfound respect for Kit Fisto that I never had before. And the more missions you complete with a character pairing, the more their bond seems to grow with each other. It increases something, I don't know. I guess it makes the team-up attacks more powerful, just a guess. And narratively, it's unusual too, because I'll be off with Kit Fisto and Ahsoka away on one mission, but something else needs investigating as well, so I have to choose another pairing. It makes you try different characters. They supposedly have their different combos and attacks, but I'll get to that in a second. I don't think that changes the gameplay drastically, but it's good storytelling. Levels are quite long and surprisingly cinematic. Nice camera pans, open areas, ambitious in their visual design. It looks great. The cityscape, the water level, very nice. There are light platforming elements, but it's all limited to just tapping on the right spot with the stylus. Dragging your character across can be a little slow, and the gameplay isn't wholly exciting, but I think Jedi Alliance is greater than the sum of its parts. There are small puzzle elements where you and your partner need to work together to hit switches and help each other out of a tight spot, and of course there is fighting droids, which is definitely the weakest part of the game because it's just so clumsy. Even just initiating combat can be a pain. I want to tap on the droid, but then old Fisto here pisses off up the screen thinking I want to walk to the spot behind the droid. Once you do get into the fighting, it's not great either. You just tap on the screen and you have 3 types of attacks depending on where you touch, high, mid or low. And each character has their own combos depending on which order you do the taps. It's awkward and I really wish it was better. You can do combo attacks with your partner and I believe these are unique depending on the combination, but again, just really not smooth in making them happen. You're supposed to touch and hold the enemy, but then again, you piss off elsewhere on the map. It's really annoying. Thankfully, it seems the developers at LucasArts knew this, and so combat isn't at the forefront as some of the other games. It's interspersed here and there, but it's definitely not the main event. Jedi Alliance strikes the balance right. Fighting is just one cog in the machine. The exploration, the The puzzles, the mini-games also add to the experience. My least favorite is cutting the doors or panels. Yeah, here we go again. On the stylus, you have to draw a circle. Pretty simple, except this feels like it demands a perfect circle. No one can draw a perfect circle. You'll be whipping out the compass for this one. There are ones where you use R2 to unlock doors, and one where you sort of code, at least that's what I think it's trying to visualize. But my favorites are the action set pieces where you have to draw lines shown as your characters do some crazy stuff like jumping from car to car or battling a sea monster. It's simple and cool, and I like it because I'm simple and I'm cool. Not really. Outside of just completing the missions, you can also collect orbs. It seems there are 100 in each level, and I believe these are used to unlock more concept art and costumes for the characters. Personally, I'm hoping to see Kit Fisto in a mankini. That would be my dream come true. And you know what I asked about earlier about why they don't give C-3PO a nickname? Well, I feel like my life has been a lie up to this point. Did I really forget that? Or maybe I just don't respect C-3PO. Look guys, I am very surprised, but I think we found ourselves a bit of a hidden gem here. Maybe my expectations are super low. I'm taking into account my other experiences with the Clone Wars video game tie-ins that I'll get to soon, which I played first. And maybe I'm easily impressed by a competent DS game, but I like this game. I wish the combat was a bit more fluid, less finicky and mindless, but it wasn't so bad. And I just enjoyed the levels, the locations, the situations. I have no idea if it follows the TV show, but this has made me interested in it. And I think if you have a DS collection, this should be in it. Star Wars The Clone Wars. No, not the Xbox game. This is a mobile game. It's a bit like Republic Commando Order 66, which we took a look at a few hours ago. It's got the same kind of concept of you controlling a squad of clone troopers as one unit. I am Legion for we are many, that kind of thing. This time you have free movement of the maps and a defined objective, which actually develops over the course of the mission. There are many missions in this game, about 5 per planet that you visit, and you just shoot groups of droids and head to the objective. The game controls a little strangely because it gives you full 360 analog movement, which seems highly ambitious for a game such as this. How does one achieve this with only an up, down, left and right button? The old-fashioned way of tank controls. You turn around with left and right and move forward with the up button. It's very easy to get a hold of, to be fair. They did a good job of making this very playable despite the circumstances. Your troopers auto-fire by themselves, but if things start getting a bit tasty out there, you can lob a thermal detonator if you manage to pick them up. That takes out groups of droids in one and are vital against super battle droids and enemy reinforcement ships. If you don't take those down, the droids will keep on coming. The mission objectives aren't exactly inspired, at least with my short time with this game. They primarily boil down to sometimes you need to defend a point, sometimes you need to destroy a point. But at all times, there will be a point, which is more than one can say about life, especially when you've been watching this video for this long. We're not alone here, okay? We're in this together, okay? There's plenty of cover to get behind, and this is also vital, especially when up against more than one group of droids at a time. If you scooch near the wall, your troopers, the clever little buggers, will automatically take a covering position. Forget the fact that half of them are like miles away from the wall, it's the determination that counts. The first levels are easy, as you'd expect, but once you get to the second planet, things will start to get a bit more unforgiving, and at times, some of your troops will die, and you can't revive them. But that's fine, they don't even have a name. At that point, you can stop pretending to care. However, there are reinforcement points where you can get a full squad again. It's an okay game for the time and the platform. You know, a few more bells and whistles in terms of sound effects and stuff. It could have passed off as a solid Super Nintendo game, just as Order 66 could have passed off for an NES game. Progress has been made in the intervening years. I always find these mobile games with their lack of sound effects very unsettling. It just feels incomplete without them, but I'm not going to hold it against the game. It's decent enough. Star Wars The Clone Wars Republic Heroes was released on all major consoles of the era, aside from the portable versions, which I'll get to very soon. As far as I'm aware, they are almost the same, so I'm focusing on the Wii version here, which was just the easiest for me to record. This is an action hack and slash game that I'm assuming was aimed at a younger audience, which sounds dumb, we're talking about Star Wars, but its simplicity tells it all. You start off controlling Anakin as he and Ahsoka enter the Clone Wars. The fighting is almost too simple. You have a slash attack as well as a force push, and the opening level supposedly tries to teach you all you need to know about the combat and level traversal. It is a very clumsy game. There's something about the platforming that really rubs me the wrong way, because it's one of those sticky platformers, like you're Spider-Man or something, and you don't really need to do too much yourself. It's all kind of on rails, you're pretty much guaranteed to land on the tiny platform. Well, except when you don't. You cling onto ledges, you balance on them, shimmy across them, all a bit too perfectly. And yeah, the game would be an absolute nightmare if it didn't, but it always feels cheap to me. In fact, I'm gonna say the game as a whole does feel very cheap. It's as though it's trying to be like The Force Unleashed, except it feels weedy and bony and lacking in any sort of personality. It's The Force Unleashed if it was vegan. It's trying to find meaning and approval, but at the end of the day, it's just vacuous. It also has one of the worst opening boss fights I've ever experienced, not because it's difficult, but because the game gives you zero clue about how to defeat it. And considering up to this point the game has been a deluge of stop-start tutorials, that's just unacceptable. You can't bore me to death with tutorials and yet not give me a clue about how to beat the first boss. You have to rapidly tap the force button once the spider thing is stomped down. Then you jump on the leg and walk up to hit the gun turret. That's if the game lets off on the jank for a few seconds to allow you to do that. Well, just to give you some behind the scenes of this video, I actually played the PSP version first for logistical issues. So this Wii version is the second time I played it, and I still didn't get it until it finally clicked. You're supposed to double jump to latch onto the gun. Okay, fine. The game does tell you to double jump against enemies, but the common sense person in me thought that if I double jump, I'd fly way too high over its head. Why would I do that? The gun turret is literally in my face. Why do I need to double jump? Maybe it's my bad, maybe the game is bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's not just lightsabering though, you also take control of clone troopers in what I think are the better levels, because there's no boring platforming to get in the way. You're just blasting your way through droids, and in the Wii version, you get to use the pointer controls, which actually makes it really interesting. Sadly, it doesn't seem to go anywhere amazing, but I think I appreciated these sections a lot more than the Jedi sections. Lobbing grenades is pretty fun. One thing I thought was interesting was the idea of jumping on top of droids and controlling them for a short period of time, so you can use their unsophisticated blasters to destroy things. You do this by double jumping on them and then stabbing them with your lightsaber. One would assume you're jamming it into their mechanical nervous system and playing them like a puppet. I wonder if you can do this to humans in the uncensored version. I would say the main attraction is multiplayer. Yeah, you can't play a Force Unleashed campaign in multiplayer, but you can this. Player 2 controls the second person in the level, whether it be Ahsoka or Kit Fisto. Yeah, the Fist-Terminator is back. And I suppose this is the one big advantage the game has for co-op Star Wars. But then you remember the Lego games exist, and then this is immediately discardable. There are collectibles in levels, but nothing overly exciting. They're named artifacts and unlock stuff, I assume. In the middle of the level, you can get in some competitive multiplayer action in some side challenges, which is basically replay some segment of the level, and you can see who can kill the most droids in the time frame or something like that and earn medals. If you're playing with the computer, they're absolutely useless. And I guess there is a competitive aspect to the levels themselves, as both characters are judged at the end. If this game was made today, it would probably be made by Outright Games. If you watch me on Switch Watch and my physical game releases video, you know what I'm talking about. It's sort of commendable, but you still wouldn't want to play it even if you like Star Wars. I don't think it's a good game. According to the internet and critics, they think it's a bad game too. I personally would say stay away from it. But it didn't only release on the Wii and on the HD consoles, it released on some weaker hardware too. So let's move down to the PSP version, which I'm both happy and sad to report it's a commendable downgrade of the main game. Like, it's literally the same, but worse looking. So yeah, good job porting it down, but bad job you ported a bad game. They could have done the world a favor by having different levels or different gimmicks, but no, it's the same but with a chugging frame rate. I'm pretty much missing the only interesting aspect of the game, multiplayer. It's a portable system, so I'm not entirely surprised, but the fact they didn't even attempt an ad hoc multiplayer or online kind of shows that they didn't have much faith in the game. So I wouldn't much bother with this even if you're only a PSP collector. I don't think there's enough merit in this version to be worth a purchase. But finally, the DS version, which is different, and you know what? It's actually good. It's definitely much better than the main console game. It shares the same essence, but it just suits the DS a lot more. Now, there's no multiplayer, but you can switch characters on the fly. Sometimes they separate with each other to help solve puzzles and complete levels. This was done in the previous DS game, but now you can switch anytime and use whichever character you want to in battle. You'll often find yourself with one Jedi and one clone trooper, and they obviously have different skill sets and play differently. Once again, it's entirely touchscreen based and shares a similar amount of jank when it comes to lightsaber combat. It's approached differently, but a bit worse here. You tap the enemy to attack them, and because you want to attack them fast, you're tapping like a Morse coder on cocaine, which actually works against you since a double tap initiates a dodge roll, so you're rolling around like a moron. For normal droids, it's not a big issue since they die in one hit, but the bosses really annoyed me, especially when I got to Grievous with Fisto. I actually rage quitted the game pretty early on. I mean, I like it, but I'm ashamed to say I rage quitted a DS game, probably made for kids. It is partly my fault for not restraining myself, but also the game's fault for having weird controls. For some of the bigger enemies, you need to do some QTEs, and these are handled almost identically to the action sequences of Jedi Alliance, the other DS game, just far less snazzy. I don't know how or why, but the icons look like a massive downgrade. Where's the style, guys? There are minigames or interfaces you need to use the touchscreen for, but again, it's a step down from Jedi Alliance. It's like the developers knew the main game was shite, so didn't have to bother too much with this DS version. This one has you inputting codes for detonators and hitting the switches at just the right time, but they have so much less effort put into their presentation. I don't know why. Platforming is handled in a touch fashion, and yeah, it's very similar to the other DS game, just slightly worse. The clone troopers do add variety, and it plays just like the main console game, but on a smaller scale. Your troopers will automatically latch onto cover like a hungry baby to a teat. They're almost too eager to cower behind a wall. To shoot the enemy, you just tap on them. Your weapon runs out of power pretty quickly, but if you don't do an action for a second or two, you will reload. Your defense is handled slightly differently too, since you have an actual shield that recharges Halo style. I think it's an okay addition to the game, to be honest. Once again, I found the production value top notch for a DS game. The developers should be proud of themselves for this one. Textures, models, all good. There's a nice draw distance and the audio is great too. It still has my Rasta Fisto with voice acting. This is a much better game than the main console counterpart. I mean, it's not great, but I think it's just slightly lower than the other Clone Wars game on the DS. If Republic Heroes on Wii was a 3 out of 10 kind of game, this is more like a 5.5, 6 out of 10 kind of game. If you find it cheap, it's not a bad addition to your DS collection. Star Wars Jedi Mind Tricks is not really what I thought it was gonna be. I had pretty low expectations, thinking it was gonna be one of those novelty apps that appeared in the early days of smartphones, the pull my finger equivalent of an app, but this is a puzzle game. It's another match 3 puzzle game that we found like in Revenge of the Sith, only it's actually pretty decent for what it's going for. it's a competitive puzzle game too, as you battle different opponents in kind of a campaign mode. That's surprising. You can choose your character, the default one being Ahsoka in all her anime glory. The idea for this one is to force push your chosen colored icon to one of the sides, either up, down, left or right. That will fly over there, which in turn will shift the whole row or column. And you do that to make a match of 3. If you can't, the game won't let you shift them. So it's a bit hand-holdy and does often show where there is a valid move. There are 2 types of icons. There are force power ones, which increase your force power, which can help initiate your character's special powers. And then there is the lightsaber, which is how you deal damage to your opponents. It's turn-based, so you do have time to think. I only played this for a short amount of time, because this 2009 mobile game was too hot for my Steam Deck to handle. It's almost like the crisis of the mobile gaming world. I don't know what went on there. The emulator was a bit dodgy with this one. I do think it's a fun idea, certainly one of the better match 3 puzzlers out there that I've played, and if you're still rocking that good old Sony Ericsson like any Super Chad would, then why not stick this one on there? It's better than doom scrolling on Twitter or Instagram, still stalking that girl you fancied at school. Give it up, mate, you haven't seen her in 15 years, alright? Star Wars Cantina is Star Wars going full casual mode. This is the kind of game you'd find your Aunt June playing on Facebook. It's kind of like Diner Dash. You are a barmaid working for that one guy in Attack of the Clones. Did he ever turn up again? And the process is very simple. You have 4 tables in your cantina and a steady stream of guests, all of whom want to judge you, and so you have to keep them happy. The happier they are, the more money they will give you, and the less likely they are just to leave. You'll be almost literally spinning plates as you first greet the customers at the entrance, where you accept them to go and sit somewhere in the cantina. You then have to navigate the cantina with the arrow keys, which snap you to different locations. It's not free movement. It's here you have to take their orders. They politely stick their hands up and give you a visual on what they want. Thankfully, the bartender dude already knows and is halfway through making them. You navigate up to the bar, pick up the drinks, then deliver them to the right table. They may order more drinks later or decide 3 pints is enough while on patrol duty and they want to pay. At which point you need to go to them to graciously receive the cash. The next important step is to pick up the empty glasses and put them in the washer next to the bar. So in order, it's greet guests, take orders, get orders, deliver orders, take payment, wash the dishes. It's as mind-numbing as bar work in real life, although I'm not Australian so I wouldn't know for sure. Of course, the twist is managing 4 tables at once and making sure they're all happy and you're not taking too long. This is some hardcore arcade action. Man, my arthritis was kicking in after 5 minutes playing this. I'm sure it would have been better on original hardware, but bloody hell, having my right hand turned into a gargoyle's claw, I was feeling it hard. I think I even got a sweat on playing this. It's brutal. Maybe I could have played it a bit more chill. I just have an eternal need to please people, even digital mobile game ones. So I played it literally as fast as I could. It's probably a nightmare looking at this. In this version of the game I'm playing, it appears there is only an endless mode. To me, the fact that it's saying this is the endless mode implies there are, or were, other modes, perhaps on different phone models, maybe the iPhone version. I can't imagine what they would entail because it's literally just chaotic as hell managing just 4 of them. I don't think they could have squeezed missions out of it or special dishes, but yeah, I'm already spending way too much time on this one. Don't play it, it's pretty rubbish, even though I suppose it is competent at what it's trying to do. Don't you just love the smell of early mobile gaming in the morning? And that is the final mobile game I'm going to cover in this video. It's pretty thorough. I don't know if it's all of them because some of them may be lost to the annals of time or not compatible with emulators and stuff like that. I'm sure you're all thankful for my efforts. From this point on, we get to the era where the iPhone is rampant. Androids are starting to work their way in, and there was a change in marketing and monetization techniques for mobile games. From here on, there would be plenty more Star Wars mobile games, but when they're free to play, pay to win, play every day for a sign-in bonus, and then suddenly the service gets terminated, that for me is when they stop being games and start being psychological addictions. While some are probably fun, for me they lack the spirit of what a video game actually is. They lost their soul. Instead of just being about fun, they had to be addictive. They had to have content cockblocks given to the player piecemeal for being a good boy, or a rich boy, or an impulsive, weak-minded boy. I'm not saying the other mobile games I played for this video are anything special, even compared to them, but at least they felt like video games. It felt like they were designed to be fun, not addictive. Whether that was successful or not, that's a moot point. But I felt like I was offering something by talking about them. The iOS games, get out of town. I am going to cover Hunters at the end of this video. I didn't want to, but it released on the Switch, so I kind of have to. But from here on out, we are saying goodbye to the curious early days of mobile video games. Do you have any memories of them? Not just Star Wars, but what games did you play on your old Nokia or your Sony Ericsson? I would love to know. Now we need to get serious, like way more serious than this video has been up to this point, because it's all fun and games until someone mentions Star Wars Kinect. I felt your body tense up there. Sadly, due to the minuscule dignity I have left, I cannot be covering this myself, so I needed to rope someone in to help me have a little mini review of Star Wars Kinect. And unlike last time with my calls for help and no one listening, within seconds, I found my Rider of Rohan. Paige from the YouTube channel Paige G Guide, the link's in the description. I've never seen someone so eager to throw themselves on the bonfire like this. She has got bigger balls than me, although she's Australian, so I think like even the wallabies have bigger balls than me. But anyways, please enjoy this segment from Paige.
Star Wars Kinect is the reason I own 2 of the coolest Xbox 360 consoles ever. Unfortunately, they both went to the dark side, so I had to get a third model that does not look like R2-D2 and did not come with a non-functional C-3PO controller. However, I did still have the game sitting pretty in my collection before a thorough inspection soured it for me. If you don't know what the Xbox 360 Kinect is, it's a camera that is used to detect your own body to use as a motion controller, like if the PS2 iToy wasn't any fun and didn't work very well. Which is almost how I could describe this game. Before I even got into the game, I had to repeatedly fiddle around with my setup while C-3PO claimed he couldn't find me despite the Kinect tuner showing me up just fine. I'd call it a minigame compilation, but it's not quite that. There's a main campaign and a few other modes, some of which are definitely really short minigames, and others are slightly more fleshed out but still aren't large enough to hold up as a whole game on their own. After taking its sweet time to actually load up the game, you were introduced to C-3PO and R2-D2, who refer to you as a commander, inspecting a very banged up Jedi archives, and since you don't sign in until after that, you have to get the same generic greeting every time you open the game. At least you get the usual couples bickering when you're messing around in the menus.
I sometimes wonder why I wasn't chosen for more missions. That's right. I think I would be useful for intelligence gathering. Oh, I could use some intelligence gathering. Very funny.
The main mode is called Jedi Destiny Darkside Rising. It is a campaign of a few hours in length that occurs within the prequel trilogy, which isn't a bad setting for no-name Padawans to come into contact with important characters. This is where I had the most trouble coming to terms with the controls, which sometimes felt like they didn't work. Basic slashing and using my hand out to block attacks made sense, but I was most certainly not one with the Force. Though it makes no sense for the actual machine this was made to sell, I feel like having a dedicated lightsaber controller in one hand might have helped make sense of things. Checkpoints are quite plentiful, though I kinda recommend putting it on the lower difficulty if the controls feel just as bad for me as they do for you. The gameplay itself consists of combat against different types of drones and aliens and other characters, as well as some vehicle segments where you have to brake to get behind enemies to shoot them. It's pretty action-packed once you get past the tutorial, and it's one of the few modes that allows for 2 players, not that I'd recommend it. Of course, the most famous mode, and the only real reason anyone would buy this game, is the dancing minigame called Galactic Dance-Off, featuring classic hits such as I'm Han Solo and We No Speak Huttese. Slightly more than half of the other songs' lyrics come with pretty fun changes to them in order to fit the Star Wars universe, even if they feel a bit inappropriate. They've also removed any swearing, so Hologram Girl really feels like the worst version I could ever hear of Hollaback Girl. The engine appears to be similar as Dance Central, but many of the moves are also named things like Jedi Mind Trick and Force Push. This is probably the most fun mode, and can also be done with 2 players, but it takes way too long to unlock songs like Blaster Proof. If they had more than a few different dance moves and songs, this could have actually been its own small release. I mean, there's a Yokai Watch Just Dance, so why not just Star Wars Dance Central? Perhaps the worst way to enjoy pod racing can be found in Star Wars Connect. It's definitely a good arm workout for people stuck in this generation who can't enjoy the sublime beauty of either Fist of the North Star or Hatsune Miku fitness boxing. You need to have your arms out in front of you at all times and push them back to pull the brakes, jump, or wail about to get Womprats off your pod. After getting out of quick play, I found the campaign mode called Destiny. Though there aren't too many tracks, you do get some cutscenes featuring Watto's comeback arc and rivalry with Sebulba. The controls are also more complicated, featuring 3 modes, whereas in quick play I got to play with tilt controls. The others require breaking individual engines, and there's 3 difficulty options to load on top of that. Some of the stages look pretty cool, my favourite being Felucia, which makes you drive over a Sarlacc. Shame there's only a whopping total of 6. But hey, you get to play as Elon Mark in quick play.
Reminder, pilots, no extra points for taking out a trucker today.
Even though you get to make obscene gestures on the podium, I'd still stick with good old Episode 1 Racer for my fix. There's also at least one exclusive pod to something called an M-Tag, so show this to your Connect in the menu. You're welcome. Rancor Rampage is also pretty fun and something I might bring out once my kid is old enough to comprehend motion control games, which is something I wrote before I realised I was eating people. That won't matter. This is a pretty simple destruction mode where you have to destroy buildings, droids, and attack, throw, or eat people to build up your score while also getting attacked. It's pretty quick and not super hard to control, though I didn't figure out the charge attack it kept trying to get me to do at the start. I still managed to clear some stages. Jewels of Fate is the only mode you'll have to unlock, which is done once you've beaten the tutorial for Darkside Rising and know how to duel. Again, I have trouble aiming my sword swings deliberately, but the duels mostly aren't too hard. At first you simply have to block attacks, which I do with my hand stuck out, tracing around myself, and then when you clash, push off at the right time and you get to land some hits, if they themselves don't block. Rinse and repeat until you win. Of course, the main point is the timing in order to get a spot on the leaderboards I'm sure people still care about. And that's it. So after playing it, I can say I agree with the critics of the time. Though the graphical detail hasn't aged great, it only looks particularly bad on my large TV. Star Wars Connect isn't worth the $13 Australian it'd take to buy, especially when you could get something like Episode 1 Racer or the Force Unleashed for that price. Or if you need a Connect game, Diabolical Pitch, which...
Thank you so much, Paige. You really helped me out with this one. Like, literally, I could not finish this video without her help. So please go check her out with the links in the description. She's got a very nice channel. She's got a very nice accent, as you've just heard. And yeah, she produces nice gaming content. So thank you very much. Moving on to something equally vomit-worthy. Now, I hate Angry Birds. I am one of those unbearable people who think that if something is super popular and super milked, I can be pretentious enough to think I'm above all that nonsense. Unfortunately, as a one-time Wii U collector with about a 80% complete collection, I obviously needed to own Angry Birds Star Wars. I have to see this on my shelf every day, and this is the first time I've played it. It's Angry Birds, you know what it is. It's a series that in 20 years some dickhead on YouTube 2.0 will make a 6-hour video retrospective about it. There's that many of them, and more have been delisted than are currently available. I wish you luck, good sir. Now to you Americans and other people around the world, you'll realize I just called him a dickhead and good sir in the same breath pretty much. But, you know, it's a friendly dickhead. It's a I respect you dickhead in a British way. You know how it is. Anyways, this. You fling stuff at stuff. You have this here catapult, and you need to knock out all of the targets. It's a shooting gallery, but you have to admit, as annoying as it is oddly compelling. This first game in the series incorporates many characters from the original trilogy, each with their own unique abilities. For example, if you fling Obi-Wan off while in mid-air, you can aim and let off a force push. Unfortunately, old Ben must be a bit rusty since it's more like a whimper. Luke, after a few levels, will gain his lightsaber to do that same twirly thing he does in Super Star Wars. It was kick-ass then, and it's kick-ass now. Han can shoot out 3 blaster shots, and Chewie does what he does best and plows through everything. What a guy. Or Wookiee. So what's the point? Well, in each level there are pigs that are now dressed as Star Wars enemies, and you have to take them all out before you run out of birds to throw. You often only have like 3 or 4, so you have to aim wisely. It's best to treat these games as physics puzzle games, because the enemies are often encased in structures that are initially protecting them, but could destroy them if you have a well-placed shot. You can try to play this game literally if you want to, which will work early on, like making your bird have direct contact with the enemy. Take them out that way, but quickly you'll find that it's going to be impossible because you need to use your aiming, your special abilities, and the environment to your advantage in order to cause chain reactions, meaning you can often finish a stage by just using one bird. That is where the main puzzle element and addictiveness kicks in. Destroying them all is doable, but destroying them all as efficiently as possible, now that's a whole other game. And you are judged on each stage with 3 stars. You'll find yourself swinging between 1 and 3 stars the first time you play them, which means you either do it like a complete badass or you scraped by with the skin of your teeth. I don't think I've ever seen like a 2-star on these games. Does 2-star even exist? The game is structured around the original trilogy, following the plot points and locations. There are even some rather cute static panels to tell the story. Seeing everyone as Angry Birds is quite charming, and the game is addictive, there's no doubt about that. That's why it was so damn popular. What I didn't enjoy was the space levels where you have to use gravitational pull like you're some sort of physician. No, physician's wrong, that's a doctor. I mean a physicist. That annoyed me. I just preferred being on the ground. Another smaller complaint is that it can sometimes take forever to get to the next bird if your current one hasn't finished slowly moving from its turn. Apparently everything needs to be still before moving on, which I understand, but why does it take so pissing long? There's even a speed up function which shows they even know. But the game glitched out on me on a few levels by never coming to a standstill, so I had to restart despite being certain I'd be able to win. Now there is a lot of content here, there's no doubt about that, lots of replayability. Because I played on the Wii U, I actually used the Wii remote to control them and aim, and I think that makes it a much more immersive game to play, better than a controller, and even better than using the stylus on the Wii U gamepad. Kind of feels like it was made for the Wii more than any other console, not including the iPhone of course. Sadly, I don't think the console release of this was wholly popular. The series' hype cycle was already dying, and who's really paying $40 for this when you can get it free on your phone? It didn't make sense. So even though there was an Angry Birds Star Wars 2, it did not see a console release. Oh yeah, did you know there was an Angry Birds Star Wars 2? How can anyone forget about that unforgettable sequel? Unfortunately, I won't be covering it here since it never actually released on consoles, and it was only on mobile phones, and even now it's been delisted. One would assume the license ran out. But you never know with Rovio, sometimes they just randomly delete their games on a whim. I'm pretty sure they play a game of pachinko to decide if they're gonna delete something today or not. But did you know there was actually a PC release of Angry Birds Star Wars 2? Of course, that's also been delisted, but hey, thanks to the power of game preservation and the internet, here it is. Isn't it anticlimactic? And it's very much the same game. I literally said I won't be covering it, but now I'm here, might as well very briefly. This released 1 year later. It was compatible with toys in a similar way to Skylanders, I believe, and unfortunately I'm not mental enough to buy some of those to check to see what works and stuff, but the general gameplay is quite the same. This time it includes the prequel trilogy, which you would think, would change things up a bit. Not really, at least not so far. For example, Qui-Gon does what Luke did, Obi-Wan does what he did with the Force push. The biggest change is that you can switch to the pork side of the Force. Yeah, that's what they call it. You can control the dark side characters in their own campaign that goes parallel to the main story. It should be an interesting change, but not really. It's just more of the same with slight variations of abilities, and it suffers from the fact that the villain side isn't as packed as the hero side. One thing that did worry me about this is the shop. Yes, you see a shop, you see currency, and you're thinking, oh god, Thankfully, this PC version, at least, there are no microtransactions that I can see. You can purchase extra characters to bolster your attack, notably side characters like Captain Panaka. You use cash earned in-game rather than your real-life wallet, but something tells me that the mobile version wasn't spared the indignity, which would definitely sour the experience considering you'd literally be throwing your money away. You'd be catapulting your money away. I even think the production value has taken a step down. Not that the original was anything to write home about, both absolutely scream, this is a mobile game. What with the iconic icons that make you lose faith in the game instantaneously. Still, even though I don't believe it's available to outright purchase anymore, what I played was the demo pretty much. Yeah, it's not a bad time, but at this point, you are all completely over the Angry Birds fad, and the series, it just didn't evolve enough. There was no Angry Birds Star Wars 3. 2013. I think we can all agree it's a bit of a quiet time for the franchise, not much going on, probably because Lucas was busy trying to sell the franchise to Disney. Microsoft paid them to do Kinect, we got some mobile tie-ins with Angry Birds, and the next licensing opportunity would be for Pinball. Of all the pinball video games, the most famous series was Pinball FX, sometimes known as Zen Pinball, depending on which side of the bed Zen Studios got out of on that particular day. Up to this point, Star Wars did have real physical pinball tables, but not digital. And over the course of many years, starting from 2013, Zen Studios got the rights to the Star Wars license. I don't say this often because it's not YouTube material, no one really cares, but I do really like pinball games for the most part. I am so utterly terrible at them because I'm someone who prefers to stubbornly not learn the ins and outs of each table. I just absolutely enjoy smashing balls and hoping for the best. It's also my favorite kind of lady, but hopefully the numbers go up and some flashy, fancy lights happen to tell me I've been a good boy. That's enough to make me happy. Going into the Pinball FX universe right now, it is genuinely overwhelming, and Zen Studios have not helped themselves with endless amounts of consumer unfriendly practices, at least from what I've read and heard as a super casual onlooker. But I'm not going into all of that here. I just want to tell you the easiest and most convenient way just to get some Star Wars pinball in your life. The physical release on the Nintendo Switch. This is a really nice package because you get 19 pinball tables dedicated to Star Wars goodness. 19 isn't all of the Star Wars tables, I believe, but it's like 90% of them. And for the super serious pinball player, 19 is almost like a lifetime worth of content for those people. For the casual player like myself, it's an overwhelming amount of tables. Don't worry, I'm not going to go into detail about all of them because I'm sure someone could make a video as long as this about the ins and outs of each of them alone. But, just quickly, an overview. You've got tables based on most of the main movies, as well as based on specific characters. You've got your Vader table, you've got your Boba Fett table, and you've also got your tables based on specific events, like Luke rescuing R2 from the Sandcrawler, and then some random made-up stuff to expand the already bloated universe, like the Battle of Mimban? Yeah, I have no idea. Might as well be the Battle of Moomins for me. In fact, I'd rather play that. Physics have always been a point of contention in pinball games, and everyone and their dog will have an opinion on these games as if they feel right or not. The opinion of which usually spurts out 1 second after their ball bounced into the abyss below. Of course it's wrong, you're lost. What's supposed to be unique about this Nintendo Switch version, apart from the individual purchases on PC or table packs on other consoles, is that there is a dark side, light side struggle. Globally, players around the world play for their teams and try to sway the points in their favor. I guess it could be compared to the Splatoon events that used to happen, but this time it's an eternal struggle, just like in real life as Star Wars lore can get. And it's very real. There's even a sort of campaign mode with bite-sized missions where you have challenges that aren't just staying alive as long as possible. This is a nice introduction to the tables, and because they're short, you don't feel like you're spending too much time on just one table. You get to sample them all in a much shorter space of time. And due to the time limits and also tier of success, you can get a feel for where most of the points lay and where all the fancy stuff happens. And that's what I particularly enjoy about these Zen pinball games. The presentation is outstanding, and the ideas they come up with to make Star Wars things happen in a pinball setting, you have to applaud it. I know pinball purists may prefer something more mechanical, something that a tangible pinball table could do, and I get that point of view. But, you know, sometimes having the Death Star float over in the middle of the screen is just kind of cool. Or having AT-ATs roam around, you know, a giant stormtrooper trying to shoot you. It's just fun, and each table is packed with different scenes and secret locations, smaller, higher up tables to get massive points from. Man, you could spend so long playing this. The music is good, the sound effects of course on point, the voice is pretty good, but it's definitely Uncanny Valley. It's Darth Vader, but not quite. It's Han Solo, but not quite. And it does stand out a bit since they don't shut up half of the time, but that's a minor point. Overall, while there are many options to play pinball with Star Wars themed tables, I honestly think this Switch release is a great package. It's very affordable too. It has so much content too. And sure, you're going to get along with some tables more than others. I mean, who really is excited to play a table about the Solo movie? Come on. Actually, me, because I think it's a great movie. Yes, I like Solo, the movie. I think it's vastly underrated, and it came out at a really bad time. And yeah, the robot sucks, but you can kind of ignore that bit. She's not in it that much. On the whole, I do recommend this release on Switch. It's not super expensive either. A lot of content for the price. If you bloody love pinball, this could last you dozens and dozens of hours. Star Wars Battle Pod was released in 2014 and was a spiritual sequel to the Star Wars Arcade trilogy that came before. In fact, I'd almost go as far as to say it's a remake because it's hitting all the marks and it's just as fun. Now, I have to state this game, like myself, is a bit of a looker. Unfortunately, that means emulation is quite tough for this one. In fact, I think with the standard settings, it's almost impossible to run at a smooth frame rate. Digital Foundry viewers, look away now or you may vomit. Of course, a more powerful system than what I have myself may help a little bit, but it's listed as playable but with big issues. Thankfully, with these PC-based arcade games, you can tweak all the visual settings. So instead of looking gorgeous and running like a dog, I changed it to looking like a dog and running like a, well, I don't want to say Mila Jovovich, but it's acceptably running, okay? It's not running like a supermodel. Like if you had an arranged marriage, you'd still be pretty thankful. Could be much worse. So yeah, this is not the best the game can look. I just didn't want all of you to projectile vomit all over your computer screens and phones. This game is fantastic. A simple enough rail shooter that takes you on a gut-wrenching ride through 4 famous original trilogy scenes while adding in some fan fiction right at the end. If anything, it's a bit too crazy. Even Disney wouldn't make the battles this unfollowable. It's fast, crazy, and feels like one of them virtual roller coaster rides that lasts about 3 minutes and makes that elementary kid puke up the half-cooked hot dog he just ate at the fairground. You know those kind of rides. Thankfully, unlike those, you don't need to wear any special glasses to enjoy Battle Pod, although you might have to wear glasses afterwards. It's pretty full on. So yeah, you don't need to control your ship. That flings around by itself, but you do need to control the targeting reticle. You have 2 types of shots. The first one is the standard blaster, which has a bloody cooldown period. God, I hate that. I'd rather have to break my fingers spamming the damn thing than have cooldowns, but if you're on the target for long enough, you can fire a proton torpedo to really cause some damage. Each stage is divided into 2 parts. I do feel it is slightly less epic than Arcade Trilogy. The climax of each level doesn't really reach a high point. Aside from the obvious destroying of the Death Star, twice, both Hoth and the Endor Moon don't really end as awesome as I would have hoped. Don't get me wrong, the journey is really fun, but but it's always nice to climax well, you know what I mean? Aside from just shooting stuff, you have an acceleration thing going on, and on the actual machine, this would have been like an actual aircraft where it's adjustable rather than just a button to press. I didn't realize this at first, so my button mappings made it so that the throttle was full on the entire time, which makes it extra badass. So much so that when I did map it to the analog stick to go like up and down, I just kept boosting anyways because it made it even more insane and I loved it. Getting hurt yourself actually seems quite difficult because you only get hurt if you take too long on one opponent. And maybe it's the emulated controls working in my favor, but I did not die a single time on any of the levels in over an hour or two of play. The only time I failed was at the climax, something a man in his mid-30s has to start coming to terms with. There is one event you must complete, otherwise you fail and have to pay more money. And success of this only came down to remembering how to do the proton torpedoes with my dodgy control setup. After that, the game is really easy. Even the final level, which, as I hinted at, is a bit of fan fiction where you control Vader, who's getting revenge right after the Death Star just blew up. You go on a solo rampage, almost literally, as you take down the flagship of the Rebel Alliance and kill Han Solo in a much more badass way compared to how he really died. Again, I completed it the first time of trying, despite this being the most difficult one. That's probably the emulation controls, as I said, making it easier. Or maybe arcade designers saw sense and decided, you know what might make us money? Letting people have fun. Revolutionary idea. Yeah, let them have fun and feel accomplished instead of crushing their soul and being reluctant to hand over cash. If I ever see BattlePod in the wild, I would love to compare it side by side compared to emulation. And in fact, if you have played it in real life, can you confirm it's also quite easy? Let me know. One thing that will probably strike you about the presentation is the fisheye effect, as though it's supposed to be VR ready or something. Again, let me know if that's a quirk of the emulation, or does it really want to try and make you feel like you're sticking your neck into the screen. Overall, this is a really fun game, and I hope, the future emulator Technoparrot can be updated to make it more accessible when it's at its most gorgeous. I don't think it's quite as good as Arcade Trilogy because it's just a bit too unbelievable, and it lacks the variety of that game. There are no on-foot missions, plus I'm pretty sure there will be a few people with upset stomachs after being put in this game, which is almost the personification of a confused washing machine, not knowing which way to turn. But if you have the ability to play this, and you love being blasted around the Star Wars universe, I think it's fantastic. It's 2019, and EA were well into their exclusivity deal with the Star Wars brand. But aside from Battlefront 1 and 2, I don't think they made the most of what they had, at least not yet. I get that development takes a long time these days, so once the ink on the contract had dried, then they started making them. And that's like, 4-5 years these days? Remember when classic games were wrapped up in like 8 months? Can we go back to that time, please? Fallen Order was developed by Respawn Entertainment, who are a household name thanks to Titanfall and the founders' previous efforts on the Call of Duty series. So it's basically the Call of Duty bros with Electronic Arts. This must come out to be one of the biggest pieces of casual money-grabbing garbage ever, right? No, it's actually really good. This is a single-player action game that's tried to meld the Star Wars franchise with almost Dark Souls-like gameplay. Yeah, it's even infected Star Wars. But that's not all. There's definitely a huge mix of influences here. The ones that really stood out to me outside the copy and paste Dark Souls gameplay: Uncharted for all the set pieces and exceptional grippage. I would love this guy to carry all my shopping home from the car to the kitchen. There's also a tinge of Metroid Prime about it. And I know that's a wildly circulated thing after I was researching things online about it, but when I was playing it, and especially when examining the map, I thought I was a bloody genius thinking it's like Metroid Prime. But no, it seems like everyone is a sentient human being too. They know, everyone knows. It's a game that feels big, but exploration is kind of linear, full of platforming or combat challenges. But hey, let me just quickly summarize the premise. I do think it's one of the better expanded universe entries since Disney took over. I mean, it puts all the TV shows, probably the cartoons, the sequel trilogy, all to shame. Okay, it probably wouldn't have worked as a movie because the story is 20 hours long, but, you know, the writer seems very decent. You are Cal Kestis, a seemingly humble young man trying to find his place in the galaxy, scrapping old war machines from the clone era. There is an entire planet or something dedicated to the scrapping, and he's just a nobody. Or at least we think that, until he starts putting Jackie Chan to shame with his parkour mastery, and he rescues his mate with some powers that suspiciously look like the Force. Yeah, he's a Jedi. Or at least he was training to be until he survived Order 66 and started laying low. But now he's brought attention to his powers and he's being hunted by Vader's inquisitorial squad. No one expected those guys. So his life is in danger and now he's got to escape. And eventually he decides, you know what, maybe I can use this power to try and revive the Jedi Order. I'm not going to go further into the story than this because I do think it is a really strong point. Cal Kestis, okay, he looks like he just finished up trials for the local football team, but he's not all that bad. I got used to him looking like a jock, yet having a normal straight man personality. Maybe he's a bit too nicey nice. The rest of the cast though, fantastic. They were all performed excellently, good use of mocap, and no expense was spared. They got Oscar-winning actor Forrest Whitaker to reprise his role as Saw Gerrera. And my god did I smile from ear to ear when I saw Tony Amendola's hologram pop out early in the game. I like Star Wars, but I goddamn love Stargate SG-1 a lot more. And to see this legend just randomly pop back into my life, wow, it just made me smile and so happy. And he looks almost the same. This guy has looked 70 years old for the past 25 years. I had no idea he was in this game, so when he did pop up, wow, what a treat for me. I also want to give a special shout out to BD1, who, look, I don't want to diss R2. R2 is a legend. He's the Pele of the droid world in Star Wars, right? But I think BD1 might be better than R2-D2. He might be the Lionel Messi equivalent. They're about the same height as well. What I'm trying to say is, he's bloody amazing. They always try to have that one quirky, brave droid in Star Wars stuff. They don't always work. And I genuinely cannot remember the name of the one in the sequel trilogy. Before I played Fallen Order, I definitely could, like 100%. But playing this game, BD1 shoved that metal beach ball out of my brain. I can't remember what he's called anymore. He's brave, he's useful, and Cal would not be able to go on this adventure without him. He might not be able to speak, but you can see a genuinely nice bond forming between the two. It really works well. Your ship's crew are all great as well, and the production values are pretty top notch. I think it's easy to see that this was definitely made with the PS4 and Xbox One in mind. It has the age-old mask dropper of premium textures loading about a millisecond too late, which can be off-putting. But let's get back to the gameplay, which is the most important part. Have you played Dark Souls? Yeah, it's kind of like that. The kind of game where every smack to the face really feels like a smack to the face. Every enemy is a potential threat and can kill you if you're not careful, even crappy stormtroopers. It is a difficult game, like absolutely brutal, because they've seen how well loved the Dark Souls series become, and they said, yeah, I want some of that goodness. And so Dark Souls fans, who are also Star Wars fans, will love this game to bits. Maybe those who are really experienced in the genre, I think it might be second nature to get through, but for some casual noob like myself, and many other people out there, it might feel like a test of patience and endurance in many places. Personally, as someone who's very apathetical towards the genre, I've been pulled through it by it having a Star Wars mask on it, and it's a mask that really works well. Now don't get me wrong, I did really enjoy it, but it being the literal polar opposite of type of game to Unleashed, where everyone is a matchstick man compared to this where everyone is a Giga Chad, it can be a bit harsh. Blocking, parrying, and dodging are essential for survival, as is patience, although when you're getting absolutely mullered by 5 guys at once, you can't help but feel it might be a bit unfair. You're trying to melee fight with grunts while also taking blaster shots and maybe even rockets. I wouldn't mind so much if you didn't die in like 2 or 3 hits, and that was the standard difficulty. But yeah, I'm more of a hack and slash sort of action gamer. I'm not one for biding my time, especially against peons, so it's hard for me to adjust. But I'm sure the more I play it, the easier it will get for me. I just think this is a fantastically produced game. You go from world to world with a little bit of non-linearity about it, but you're generally required to gain Jedi powers in order to access new areas in a Metroidvania style way, hence the Prime comparison. I think the explanation for why he slowly unlocks his abilities like wall runs, force push, because he was still a Padawan when Order 66 happened. He wasn't fully trained, and also he suppressed his powers for years in order to blend in more, not get found out. There are some great set pieces here that remind me of Uncharted, not just the platforming, like climbing onto an AT-AT to go inside and then control it to turn the tide of a battle. Okay, we've been there before, even with EA, but this is even better. This is a proper epic game that I can highly recommend. If you're adverse to Souls-like difficulty, there is an easier option, which I didn't try for this video, and I know just made some Dark Souls fans' blood boil, but EA literally want as much money as possible, so of course they were going to put an easy mode in it. It's a pretty lengthy adventure too. You'll be spending about 20 hours going through this, and maybe some sections will take a bit longer, and the difficulty and also the map. I mean, it took some real effort to make this map as bad as it is, but overall, one of the better Star Wars games out there. The problem is, the second game is even better. Four years later, we would get a sequel, Survivor. I felt like this one wasn't hyped or talked about as much as the original. I think perhaps it's because it was originally on newer hardware rather than a late release on the much more populated systems. Saying that, it's supposedly going to get a PS4 and Xbox One release sometime, not sure why, maybe they need their cash back, but I'm already getting distracted. You can get a recap of the first story, which I always appreciate, but having watched it, I don't understand why it's so ethereal and mysterious. It sounds more like a teaser trailer rather than just literally explaining what happened. Maybe I'm so unromantic, but if I didn't know what happened in the original, I'm not sure this would make me any wiser. The story picks up 5 years later. Our man Cal has tried to grow what could be described as an attempted beard. I'll give him a C+. I'm not one to judge a man's beard too harshly, but yeah, this is my levels of scruffiness. Since I didn't go into too much depth about the first game in terms of the story, I have to tread even more lightly here because it's a direct continuation. All I'll say is, this is a fantastically captivating story that I found even better than the first. I mean, the first was good, but this is even better, especially the beginning. You'll have questions about what happened in the intervening 5 years, but they'll be answered over the course of the next few hours in a very satisfying way. The twists and turns are great, perhaps some a little more predictable than others, but it was well written and I was hooked right from the beginning, man. I ain't saying nothing, but when that opening ends, I was already drawn in. The gameplay is similar to its predecessor, as you can imagine. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because I found the first game quite tough, I thought, for this one, I would just try and see what it was like playing on easy mode. And you know what? I think I actually enjoyed it even more. I suppose I should be a little ashamed to say that. I don't mind difficult games per se, but I've never been a fan of the Souls-like style difficulty because, the combat's just not my style. You have to be far too patient for my enjoyment. So I think the Dynasty Warriors moron within me appreciated the easier difficulty for this one. Cal feels so much more nimble here. There's just as much platforming, jumping, climbing as before, if not even more. But now he's not glacial. Gon is a semblance of realism, and he's become like a chimpanzee climbing walls and stuff. I think it's definitely an improvement. It's far more refined. The game looks better for the most part, what with it being primarily developed for modern consoles rather than last gen, although there were a few technical issues like when swizzling the camera around, there's some weird effects around Cal, which I think is a huge oversight in terms of visuals, but I shouldn't complain too much as overall it's a fantastic looking game. It's also a much bigger game in terms of its ambition, as it has more open world areas, actual places with NPCs. Not a huge amount, but still enough to be an impressive step up from the original. Not that there was anything wrong with the smaller linear corridors, but I think this freshens things up a little bit between the linear sections. There's even a base as such in this one, more than just your ship. After you finish the opening of the game, you'll end up on a planet that will act as sort of a hub area that you may want to go back to and visit occasionally as it grows. There are shops to buy things with items that you collect. I wouldn't call it an economy system, but you'll sometimes find relics that you can trade in for new clothes, styles, hair, and things like that. And customization is more apparent here. You could mess with things in the original, but here you can go a lot further, especially when it comes to Cal himself, with individual pieces of hair, facial hair, top and bottom clothes, poncho. I was superbly happy when I managed to get my handlebar stash. Star Wars always needed more YMCA ingrained into it. You have a different version of the flower collection thing here, and also the Boozer will get more and more guests to visit, which adds some nice flavor to the galaxy. I am a big fan of base building as a side quest, whether it's hands-off like Suikoden, or full-on like Dark Cloud, or somewhere in between like Azure Dreams. I'm a big fan. This doesn't quite get to those levels, but perhaps, it's a sneak peek of what may come if we have a third game. What's also new? Well, you can now chop the arms off stormtroopers. That's always a pleasure. There are 3 new battle stances. You can now dual wield lightsabers and even have a blaster in one hand. I preferred the new dual wield. It just felt more badass to me. Maybe I was hankering for some more Force Unleashed. I don't know. The stances each have their own strengths and weaknesses, and you can have 2 at the ready at once. If you want the others, you have to switch them out at meditation points, which act like the campfire things in Dark Souls. In this particular game, it feels like they've been taking some inspiration from Breath of the Wild. Like, there are these optional Jedi temples that even look like shrines in Zelda from a visual perspective. Like using the Force to hold energy balls and put them in the right places. Like, come on. And there's nothing wrong with taking inspiration from other games, but maybe wallpaper it a little bit differently, Then there are also combat challenges, which again feels like Breath of the Wild. Everyone said it would be a game changer and developers would be copying it for the next decade, and I think this is the first time I've seen it myself in such a huge title. Indie games, fine, because they're desperate for PR attention. They literally need to say their inspiration so people take notice. But from a big company like EA and from Respawn, I guess it should be complimentary. I enjoyed it for sure. There's also now a fast travel system, which is nice news. I personally did not take advantage of it a whole lot, but if this was the first game, I definitely would have, because I did get stumped at one point at how to get back to my ship in that one. Like, if you know, you know. You can't fast travel anywhere here, only at meditation points, and I think the game and map design is good enough that despite it being quite open, during the story segments, you're led pretty well to where you need to go, and it's not that necessary unless you're mopping up some side quests. Jedi Survivor is like the first game, it's just better. Like, this is what a sequel should be. It's bigger, slicker, a step more ambitious. They didn't phone it in, nor did they flip the table harder than Miyamoto. They made the ideal sequel in my opinion. And I am very positive about this series. I had big reservations prior to playing them because, they're modern AAA games, and I'm sick of modern AAA games that are bloated and focus grouped within an inch of their life, sucking the soul out of your brains and wallets. I mean, this is a series from EA, the very company that told the world single-player experiences were dead. And yet, here they are, restoring my faith in big-name, big-budget titles. I have to give credit to Respawn for making it, and to EA for letting them get on with it. Jedi 3 is supposed to be in the works. I don't think there's been a formal announcement as of yet, but someone somewhere said that someone somewhere started working on it somewhere. And I'm not only hopeful, but also very excited to see where Cal and his gang take their next steps against the Empire.
Inbound for extraction. We read you, Gladius. Titan will rendezvous with these coordinates.
We're gonna go slightly back in time for this one, releasing in 2020. After 2019's Fallen Order, Squadrons was initially touted as a VR game, one of the best examples of them too, and maybe could have forced a few on-the-fence Star Wars fans into buying an overly priced VR system. I was not one of those people, but I'm happy it was also able to be played in a standard way. Star Wars Squadrons was touted as being the spiritual successor to both the X-Wing TIE Fighter series and Rogue Squadron, as you can see in the name. And I personally think it's a very nice spiritual successor. I like the fact you switch between both the New Republic and the Empire's remnants, because yeah, this is set after the Endor conflict, at least after the prologue. You create your character, which is a bit weird considering you never actually see them in your game. You can name them if you want, which again doesn't do anything because they just call you by your call sign. This game feels very nice to play, even though for some reason they've gone the Battlefront reboot route of controlling your craft with the right analog stick, the absolute degenerates. I think I've figured out why I am so against this, despite, getting used to it eventually. It's because I'm right-handed. While I am playing, especially these type of games where I'm flying stuff, sometimes I want to have a swig of tea. I'm British, okay? I need a swig of tea. And I obviously want to use my right hand. If I use my left hand, I'm going to splash the tea right in my face. It's way more dangerous. If it was mapped the normal way, then people can safely nurse their way through without any issues while also having a nice chug. But yeah, less tea was drunk during the capturing of this footage. I was not pleased. The left analog stick is for the throttle, going faster or slower. It works. It seems quite arcadey, but still it tries to emulate the simulation vibes that people have been craving for. You can use the D-pad to change where the priorities of your power lay. You can press up to divert power to your blasters, left to your acceleration, and right to your shield. Of which that also has an extra control thing where if you hold the X button on the Xbox, you can divert the shields to the front or the back. So it does have simulation things going on, and I personally think it gets the mix fairly well. It feels quite good to play. Shooting enemies is not so difficult. There's a good amount of auto aim and a lock-on feature for proton torpedoes. Missions are quite long and develop over time. First you'll be trying to take down TIEs, then maybe the reinforcement carriers or raiders, protecting ships from TIE bombers, and then getting the hell out of there. Between missions, there are little sections in the hangar you can mingle with the cast of characters in your crew. They're all kind of boring and kind of pointless as well, since this can mostly be skipped over. I mean, you can't even walk around. This is a AAA point-and-click game, ladies and gentlemen. But you can customize your fighter a little bit. You have options to change what kind of shield you want to have, what kind of blasters, and they all have their good and bad points. The game is about 9 hours long, so it's actually like twice the length of your average Rogue Squadron game. And it's just as ripe for replayability, if you fancy replaying it, because just like Rogue Squadron, you can get medals for doing the missions better and more efficiently, or doing optional missions that you get mid-mission, like suddenly your wingman or lizard won't be able to shake the enemy and you can go help him, or them, I don't know. Or maybe you can take down some transporters before they escape, or you can finish off the rest of the X-Wings before turning your attention to the main objective. It's okay, it's cool stuff. And of course, the main attraction would be online multiplayer. Sadly, I couldn't connect to anyone the few times I tried, but I can imagine it would have been pretty awesome dogfighting with this mix of arcade and simulation. It's nerdy, but accessible. Having space battles with people online, that would be great. It is a good game. It's not perfect. Even though it's more polished and AAA than Rogue Squadron, I think I still prefer those games overall. They are more pick up and play, and I think they tap into classic Star Wars a lot better. This feels like it was made by people who didn't really grow up with it. They got all the details and the planning documents, probably watched the movies as research, but it doesn't feel like a love letter to Star Wars. I can't really put my finger on why. It's Star Wars, but with dissonance. Some criticisms I have, for example, bad writing. I think the writing of the story and the banter between the characters ranges from mundane to boring to painful. The overall plot, I guess, was fine, but the moment-to-moment chatter is just beige modern writing. I also think that missions tend to be a bit overly long. That could be down to just me taking so bloody long to take the TIEs or X-Wings down, but I do think they could have been tightened up a bit to keep a better feeling of pace. Squadrons is often found on sale these days. You can get it for a couple of dollars. That's how much I bought mine for digitally. I think it's definitely worth it. It's a high production value romp that may almost satisfy those longing for the days of X-Wing TIE Fighter. It's probably a bit too arcadey for those, but still worth a try.
Welcome to Hunters of the Outer Rim. Thanks for joining us.
Star Wars Hunters is a recently released free-to-play mobile game, which is a genre I've admittedly ignored throughout this video, just to make a point that I can't be doing with such nonsense in my life. Call me pretentious, but I don't see them as proper video games. They are digital crack, designed and engineered not to be enjoyed, but to be addicted to. I was hoping to get this video out before this game came out, so I didn't have to deal with the dilemma of covering it or not, but it wasn't to be. This video was just too much work, and because it is actually on a home console, the Nintendo Switch, I have to cover it. The opening MV, I mean, it already made me want to puke. Like, is this Star Wars? What galaxy have I landed into? But I'm just a grumpy old man. This is for the cool kids, right? It's a 4v4 online hero shooter made by Zynga. Yes, that Zynga you all feared during the peak years of Facebook. The Farmville Spanners making an online competitive Star Wars game. I think it's fair to say most people did not have faith from the day it was announced. Showing the Zynga logo to a hardcore gamer is like showing a garlic seasoned crucifix to a vampire. You're gonna run a mile. But you know what? It's alright. It's better than I expected. So you have a bunch of Zoomer-friendly heroes, most of them locked behind the grind or by opening up your wallet. They're all diverse in terms of species, visual design, and most importantly, gameplay. You have your all-rounder, your tanks, your sniper, your technical players, but it's nice to see that they're not overly complicated. They tend to only have like 2 or 3 special attacks that are on a cooldown timer. Personally, I just stuck with the original character for the most part. I found her pretty cool, all things considered, like a good all-rounder. Anytime I tried the tank stormtrooper, I had worse results. So it's 4v4 in a small variety of game modes, your classic deathmatch of getting to a set amount of kills, or dominating in areas. Pretty standard. I haven't seen anything I haven't seen before a million times in other games that have tried something similar over the years, but at least the gameplay is pretty solid. In fact, it runs a lot more smoothly than I expected from the Farmville jank. Even with my absolute crap internet and my Nintendo Switch, which absolutely hates my internet, I was kicking ass nicely. I thought, wow, I'm so good at this game. In fact, I might be one of the best players on the planet. But then I started to see names like Who Saw Guerrera, Landona, Some Like It Hoth, and then it hit me. I was pretty much playing entirely against bots. Even the most degenerate of gamer could not bring themselves to make a Star Wars pun as their username. So my dreams of becoming a pro Hunters player were crushed. Don't get me wrong, I was having a decent amount of fun, but yeah, the early tutorial sections of the game are plagued with bots. My theory is that they want to sucker you into thinking you're awesome and keep playing until you get to the paywall of the character unlocks. Only when I got to rank 5 did I start to come up against real people, and I knew that because I started to actually get my arse kicked. Garbo Gamer now had an actual challenge. If you feel confident, you can jump out of casual play and even move into ranked modes. And there are various events and challenges to inject the dopamine into your veins in a bewildering amount of menu panels that have made design into a profession for genuine morons. Like, who designed this shite? Although I should cut them some slack because the executives demanded to include 7 million things being pelted into the gamer's face, okay? Yeah, sorry designers, I just burned you hard, but I take it back, okay? It's probably not your fault. In my 2 hours playtime, I kind of enjoyed it, but the fatigue was already setting in pretty hard. What initially started as pretty fun was quite mundane in the end. It was just the same thing over and over again. I didn't get into too many unique maps. It felt like the same cycle of 3 maps, that's it. They're small, not particularly interesting. The one with the underground bar was the only one that actually caught my eye and felt memorable to me. Considering it's free to play, it may be worth popping on the Switch or on your phone for a quick blast to see if you like it or not, but I don't think this is going to overtake Team Fortress 2 or Overwatch anytime soon. But who knows, with these live service games, it maybe could morph into something great if Zynga stick with it and it ends up on more platforms. That, ladies and gentlemen, is every Star Wars game. Okay, it's not every Star Wars game, but it's the ones that count. 1.5% of my life. 1.5% of my life. This. Now, at the time of writing this and making this video, of course, there are Star Wars games currently in development, and there will be dozens of Star Wars games made in the future too. As of writing this, Star Wars Outlaws is getting ready for release. It's out super soon, and a bunch of other games we can look forward to in the future are also in development. There are always Star Wars games being made, no matter what. In fact, I bet between starting this video and finishing it, at least like half a dozen Star Wars games have been started and cancelled by EA. But no doubt some slippy Star Wars games will slip through the cancellation net and into gamers' hands. So pretty soon, this video is going to be out of date. But please, do not let that effort go to waste. Hit that like button, leave a comment with your favorite Star Wars game, and also subscribe. Please subscribe, okay? And also, I want to know who the true legends are. If you're a true legend and you somehow watched all of this video, leave me a star emoji alongside your comment, okay? Don't just leave a star emoji, okay? Because YouTube will think it's spam, okay? Leave a comment, put a star in it. I expect to see 0, pretty much. But if you're not a comment person, but you still want to support me, please consider hitting up my Patreon. That really helps me out a lot. You get lots of good stuff in return. I will be having an exclusive bonus video on there pretty soon. I still haven't decided what it is yet because I just wanted to get this thing out of the way. What is coming next? Well, I think I'm going to make a video ranking all the Star Wars games that I've played from worst to best. Yeah, literally all of them. And then after that, I have asked my Patreon producers what I should cover next. And while the voting could swing the other way, it looks like it's going to be the Alien franchise. But as I was editing this final part of the video for my patrons, part 8, this is part 8 by the way, something was nagging at me. And this time it wasn't my mother. It was the Old Republic. You can play single player, kind of, so I downloaded it. I did, just to sample it. Don't consider this any kind of critique, okay? I just want to tell you what my small thoughts are after playing it for an hour, okay? It's just to rest my anxiety. So, there are a lot of races you can choose from, but aside from the humans, they're all locked. I'm sure this is hidden behind the payment option, or maybe getting past the tutorial. I don't know. I don't care, because I'm not getting that far. But I'm impressed the options are there for those with wallets. Yeah, don't show off. There's much better customization too. You can create highly varied characters. You're not stuck with Dennis Quaid. I want to give a big shout out to this section, especially when it comes to hair, even of the facial variety, because whoever designed these was well and truly living their best life in the early to mid 2000s. Every style combination looks like they should either be the drummer in Limp Bizkit or everyone's least favorite member of NSYNC. I love it. You have different classes for your character, a Jedi, a soldier, and even many subclasses like a sniper, bounty hunter, smuggler, minigun wielding badass. I would assume the opening section may be different depending on who or what you choose, because I was a soldier in the middle of the battle. Voice acting as well, fantastic. Even you, the protagonist, is voiced, which shocked the hell out of me. I know I should be getting used to it, what with Mass Effect and stuff going above and beyond, but when you have dialogue choices, hearing them, that was still surprising. The gameplay itself, I don't know. I don't have too much to compare it to, but it doesn't feel like Knights of the Old Republic, to be honest, especially the combat. Maybe it's because I'm not used to playing these with a keyboard, but your attacks are mapped to the number buttons. I don't understand why the enemies are just brainlessly standing there, not doing anything. I am grateful since they would annihilate me if they all ganged up on me, but it kind of looks dumb. Like, it feels unfinished. Is this how the game normally is? Or is it just a tutorial? I would just need to get into MMOs more to really understand this. If it stayed in a similar structure, playing by oneself, I don't know if I'd enjoy rocking up to static enemies looking lifeless. But yeah, I do need to play more. And that's my entire opinion on the Old Republic. absolutely bereft of anything worth saying, but at least my anxiety will rest a little bit. And that is really it, ladies and gentlemen. Will anything like this be done again in the history of YouTube? I don't know, but I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you slept well while listening to it. I hope it kept you company on your train journey. Please consider checking out the Patreon if you want it completely ad-free and you want to support me. Thank you. And a big galaxy-sized shout out to my super producers. Alexander Cato, Brent McLean, FF14 Best RPG, Germonic, Josh Foot, Vey, Punky Dooster, and Sven Nowlertz.